Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And, boy, it's ups and downs. The Astros they got a recent problem. Last two games now, 25 left on base. They're 5 for 24 with runners in scoring position over these last two games.
25 is
a 13
monster
last
number.
night, 12 the game before.
Yeah.
They're just not coming through right now with guys. And now they scored 7 against the Rangers, and they swept the series and blah, blah, blah. But it was a little disconcerting seeing all the runners. Last night in the first 3 innings, they left 6 on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't just, fritter away these opportunities that they had.
No frittering.
No frittering.
There's got to be a
We
no
got to stop frittering.
You can't be frittering.
Can't be
You can't have frittering.
There's too much frittering going on
This would
around
100%
here.
be on a Larry David show.
Yeah.
The frittering has to stop.
No, I'm serious.
It's true.
We can't fritter away
Can't
this
be
stuff.
frittering away men on base. It's just
What
can't
about
be.
Imai last night? I mean, that's what we saw to Javier when he relieved. You know what you do? Now, next game, you start Imai.
And then you
he
come back
pitches
with
2
Javier.
innings, and then you come back with Javier
Okay.
for 7.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like that when these two guys, when they come in relief, they're a hell of a lot better than when they start. Although Javier wasn't bad. 6 innings, he had a quality start, 3 earned runs. He had just 2 strikeouts and no walks. They hit him pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't. I mean, that's not. He gave up 3 runs over 6 innings.
Yeah. That's called a quality start.
It is a quality
It's
start.
an actual quality start. It's not a now quality start. Now, the swing and miss stuff, not great. Strikeout total, not great.
No. 2, but no walks.
No
walks. He put the ball in play.
You put the yeah.
Yep.
It's not full on Javier, but I'll take it. If you told me he gets 6 innings straight, that's a 4.50 ERA, and I will take that all day on this team.
Yeah.
This is let's.
No, with certain guys, not everybody. I'm not taking that from Lambert. I'm not taking that from Brown.
We're not taking it from Lambert.
No.
Now, you would have taken it all day from Lambert had you found out who Lambert was at the beginning of the year. You didn't know who he was at the beginning of the year, but no one
He was
did.
a free agent. We grabbed him. We made him a free agent, but yeah.
Let's we made him
Mm-hmm.
we brought him back up after Dana. So here's the talk today. Astros fans are really pissed at Dana Brown. Very pissed on social media and abroad. This is it for Dana Brown. This is his last hurrah. No matter what happens, James Click won a World Series. He didn't come back. Dana's done. Dana goes out with a whimper at the trade deadline, trades for a light-hitting outfielder with and a small guy to boot, who can play a little defense, doesn't have a lot of power. You trade one of your starting pitchers. Now, look, to be fair, since May, Eric Getty's not been the same guy. So we can't just live off this Eric Getty like, well, there's actually a different Eric Getty in there. Eric Getty is the great trickery. He was the great trickery, and Dell brought it to our attention. He had that 1 month that made us think he was a lot better in his rookie year. This year, he had 1 month where he was insane, like insanely good. The rest of it was bad. And the Astros end up dealing Spencer Arrighetti for Varsho in a deal that got done a little later in the trade deadline. There was another trade that Dana had on the board for a left-handed bat and out of Toronto, and that one got snuffed out by the owner, apparently, according to reports, and because it was going to involve Brian Abreu.
Well, that was a twin, not.
I'm sorry, twin. Yeah.
And I got confirmation. I got confirmation yesterday that really did happen.
Yeah.
It did happen, and it is and there's Dana Brown is
he's
a
dead man walking.
Yeah,
He's a lame duck. He's a lame duck GM, and obviously Jim Crane came in and said, wait, or Jeff Bagwell, who, because Dana Brown yesterday on the radio, on his radio show, said that it's him and Jeff Bagwell, and then Jim Crane will pop his head in the room. So Bags is still at the forefront of all this stuff too.
Well, here's the thing that happened with the Twins thing is that Dana called Jim and said, "Hey, I got this trade, and it's we got it done." And Jim said, "No, we're not doing that. We're not trading Brian Abreu. We're not. So just nix that." He did not know about it. And I think after that, Dana probably had to, report, this is what we're working on, this is what we're looking at, and whether or not he'd get the go-ahead from Jim after that, because he did that Larnach and Abreu deal without Jim knowing about it. And then it sucks for you because the other general manager's like, "What? I thought you had some power here." Well, not when you're a lame duck. This really, really is, I think, a sign that there's no way that Dana Brown is coming back. And then after that, I think Dana Brown reads the tea leaves, and then he was asked yesterday afterwards, after it was all said and done, he's reiterated. I got a Chandler Rome quote here from him, which is really good. He was asked, "Hey, your situation here, your contract is up. And with the future, how are you dealing with the Astros' future, knowing that your future, you're a lame duck here?" And he said, "It's quite ethical to balance the present and the future. It's my job. It's not all about the present. The present is a big part of what the present is a big part of it. And I think it's very important to add what you can add in the present, and you don't mortgage the future. I have a job, and I have to live with myself. If I'm not here next year, I'm going to be somewhere else, and I want to come across as a person that values the organization you're working for. I think it's the right thing to do."
I appreciate that.
That's a great answer.
I told you, Chris Ballard told me that when he was looking at quarterbacks, and he was talking about, we saw Anthony Richardson throw at the combine, and they needed a quarterback that year, and they ended up drafting Anthony Richardson. And he goes, "Look at that guy. I mean, he's got some he's got some wow stuff." And I said, "Yeah, but you can't draft him." I said, he's developmental. Like, you need to win. You can't draft a guy like that." He goes, "Why not?" And I said, "Because you got to win. You can't. There's only two guys. You can't draft Levis. You got Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud. Those are the only two guys who are ready to play NFL football." And he said, and his point to me was, I said, it would take time with him. You may not even be here. He goes, "So? They pay me to try to fix the Colts, to build the Colts roster. If I'm not here, that's still my job." And he said, and his point was, I've got to do what's right for the Colts, not what's right for me. And so that always stuck with me, like, okay, that's how you want every general manager.
It's not, but that's how it's not the case.
It's not the case with a lot of them. Right. And Ballard went and drafted him, and he, Richardson flopped out, and he's still there. Chris is still there, but Dana Brown is behaving like a professional who says, "Yeah, this is my reputation. I want to try to do my job all the time." And to be fair, John, he can't save his own job anyway with any of these trades.
No, there was nothing
there's nothing that could be done.
I mean, you started with it. Click gets fired after they win a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So
he wasn't. He didn't have his contract. Guys don't get fired. They don't have their contract.
Here's the deal with Jim Crane. You have to be a winner within the construct of the salary situation.
Well,
that's what you have to do.
Well, you called it yesterday. There'd probably be a guy off the roster dealt because they wanted to stay away from tax stuff. And Spencer Arrighetti was a guy with, they traded some money for some money, and they stayed away from tax considerations. Yeah,
you got to. It is something that you have to do. Now the question is listen, they were getting calls for Kelvin Alvarez, they were getting calls for Xavier Nyans, and they just didn't do it. They could have. They could have gotten somebody that was better. I know a lot of people. Oh, a weak hit in center field or whatever. A weak hit in center fielder. That's all you got. That's what you got.
More of what you got. It's no big deal.
Well, I mean, he's got more potential than any of those guys, though. I mean, he's been proven as as the best center fielder in baseball, and by the way, in the postseason, he's been fantastic at times. So at least you got somebody with a track record as opposed to you got nothing, no track record with any of your guys.
The anger for Astros fans, and it's understandable. is that you didn't get pitching. You have you've got a bunch of question marks for pitching. I think, the Astros fans wanted a pitcher. You could do that Varsho deal, but they wanted someone who is more stable at pitcher than Javier and Imai and
Blanco.
whatever else you're going to throw up there. And Blanco, that's not good enough.
Well, his answer was, we got Blanco and Javier off the IL, and that's the trade. That's our trade.
That's terrible. Don't even say that out loud with your mouth.
Yeah.
That makes me want to fire your mouth.
Well, that's what he said.
Seriously, don't say that. Well, we did the trade. It's Javier and Blanco. That's not
No,
that's not. That's not a good trade.
That's not a great. No, it's not. It's not great. It's not great. Although if you would have picked up Javier and Blanco right now from another team, that's about what you would have gotten. That's about what you would have gotten.
Yeah.
A Javier or a Blanco.
Well, Varsho can be way, way too high in the strikeout total. A few too many swing and miss. He had 3 consecutive years over 135 strikeouts or more in 22, 23, and 24. And he's got a little bit of speed. He'll steal you a base here and there. The on-base percentage is pretty dreadful, relatively speaking. His career on-base percentage is .297. So the walk-to-strikeout totals are not ideal at all. He does have a little bit of pop over the last 4 years. He's had 27, 20, 18, and 20 home runs, and only and 2 of those years were where he was a full-time player. He missed some games in 24. He only played 136 games. So far this year, he's only played, during last year's season, he played 71 games and still got to 20 home runs, though. In 248 bats, got to 20 home runs. So he does have some pop. It's just a matter of he's a wee guy now, about 5'8". He's a wee little fella.
Yeah, he's
compact.
He has not been good of late, but maybe that's the old change of scenery thing. I wouldn't have put him in the 4-hole, but okay. Joe wants to, just tear. The hair. You're with us now. We're gonna make you. You're now Jeff Bagwell. Nah, well, not really.
But Astros fans were really upset that they didn't come back with a pitcher of some sort, and it's certainly understandable because you don't give yourself much.
What are they asking him? What are you gonna get? You honestly.
You mean what are you
were going to get a Ronel Blanco, Christian Javier type guy? What were you going to get? Kevin Gossman? Did you want Kevin Gossman?
No, the Astros aren't willing to pay the price for that. And right now, frankly, I wouldn't go crazy on what you're giving up at all for this year. You're not in position to win anything at a high level this year. All jokes aside, you're not.
Do you feel any differently about them than you did?
I
have to feel differently than you did a month ago.
Oh yeah, but I don't feel any differently in the grand scheme of things. They're not built. Their pitching's not built. It takes pitching in a postseason. All games get much tighter. The scores get lower. You start using your pitching more. You have to have more consistent pitchers, not just one, but your bullpen has to bear down and be consistent. The Astros don't have any of that. Consistency is not the hallmark of this pitching staff at all. In fact, it's the biggest issue they face. So no, in the case of multiple games in a series, I don't feel good about that. There's nothing to feel good about. You have to have multiple good starts, but even when guys go 4 or 5 innings, then you have to come off the bench with 3, sometimes 4 relief pitchers, and I don't feel great about that either. So I feel better than the starters. Okert and King, I guess, and now Abreu, Hader. I feel better about that than I do the starting pitching, but the starting pitching to me, it really doesn't give me any long-term. This is not. It's the same, but I get it. I get it. You're playing for this year. They
had a poll question yesterday after the deal is done, the trade deadline's done. Where do you feel about this team now that they're in first place? Are they a playoff team? Can they win a playoff series? Can they get to the World Series? Or are you just going to enjoy Jordan? And My answer is I think they can win a series. I think they absolutely can.
Well, they
can
haven't been
win.
able to last, 2 years? Or is it 3 years now? No, they didn't make it. It's been
They
3
didn't
years.
Yeah. They
So
didn't
it's
make
been since 22 since you won a playoff series. And you had some better teams, honestly. So we'll see. You're not getting a layup, that's for sure, in terms of your first-round matchup.
No, I mean, this isn't. No. But Carlos coming back possibly. And Carlos is going to the doctor today, as a matter of fact, so we'll find out
He hasn't played
whether
baseball
or not
for a
he's
while.
going to be able to come back. And you added Dalton Varsho. I don't know if you heard. Let's go. Yeah. Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us bottom of the hour. Let's take a quick break here. New show with his dad.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
on
new
ESPN.
show. His dad returns to ESPN, and they're excited. We'll talk some football with him. I want to get the national perspective on Texans and our quarterback, and kind of talk to him about what it's like to have when you have a quarterback you're not sure on. Like, the players are all in. The Texans are all in with CJ, at least publicly.
Yeah.
They're all in with CJ. I think CJ's a really likable guy. I also want to talk about a picture, a storyline that went out there, and then a picture that Sarge put. He kind of countered something that Cam Newton said about CJ. I want to get to that when we come back.
Yep. All right. Break in here. 713-780-37. If anything we've talked about or you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. By the way, for those of you that saw, we were talking about it yesterday. It was all over Twitter, all over everywhere. The Mexican baseball player who punched the third baseman in the face after he got tagged out on a rundown. That was Danny Vasquez. And Danny Vasquez is the same minor leaguer the Astros had to obliterate. They had to fire. He was in their Astros minor league system. They cut him after the video came out of him beating his girlfriend in the stairwell.
Can you believe the same guy?
Back in 2016.
What a loser.
Yeah. That dude he should not be playing baseball anywhere. I don't know after what he did. I don't know after what he did that he can possibly play again for any league.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't find anything in the tag that made him respond.
He might have got tagged in the face, but you know what? That guy pulled up and he just tagged. It didn't seem like it was.
He's got anger issues. So.
Yeah. Are you kidding? Really? Because he beat the snot out of this girl in the
16,
stairwell.
Right?
That was 16. Yeah. So, I mean, goodness gracious, that guy I didn't know that he would still be playing baseball anymore.
No, I didn't realize that yesterday. And then you had Art. I think Art sent that video to us. What a loser.
Yeah.
He sent the old video of him abusing his girlfriend in the stairwell and said, "This is the same guy." Like, holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Astros immediately got rid of him, and apparently baseball didn't get rid of him, which they should have. All right, so we got that. An interesting Channel 11, Jeremy Booth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know do you guys know Jeremy Booth?
I don't know him. No.
You don't know. I don't know him either.
No.
Dell's getting the audio. He had this to say, and I think he's accurate, and I think he is. I think he's accurate in what he's saying about the organization and the difficulties that Dana Brown is facing and the next general manager, although I think the next general manager is a guy that is going to know Jim well, and that's going to be Jeff Luhnow. Jeff Luhnow is going to be the next general manager of your Houston Astros, which I think Astros fans will enjoy. For the most part, won't Astro fan be happy that Jeff Luhnow will be back? I would imagine.
Yeah, I would think so.
There's
some who won't, but like I know Dustin, who listens to the show, is not, because he said he just started to, he dismantled the entire, everything went to good, his good old boys, meaning good old boys, not meaning like you typically think of. It was all analytics. It was the eyeballs were gone. They decimated the scouting staff.
Well,
James Click said that. James Click is like, we got to get more. We just don't have very many scouts anymore in here. Right.
Well, some of that, but let's not forget all the guys that left that went to Baltimore and all of those.
But they weren't replaced.
They weren't replaced, but those were Luhnow guys.
Well, Luhnow guys were gone, but the scouts weren't replaced. Those were different than the front office guys.
No, the scouts were that's one of the first things Luhnow did was get rid of all the scouts. But he put in people that put together the best run in Houston sports history.
Yeah. And,
I mean, I don't even know that it's arguable that Jeff Luhnow is the best general manager and Jim Crane is the best owner in the history of Houston sports. I don't know that that's arguable.
Great. I don't know if they win an award for that, but maybe we.
No, there's no award for that, but that combination put together the greatest run in professional sports.
No question. This is a new situation, and my guess is here's the difference. If for Luhnow or anyone that comes in, it ain't gonna be like last time where you're tearing it down to the studs. That ain't gonna be it. Jim Crane's not doing that. He's got too much money out there that he's made through ticket sales. He's not reducing ticket sales. He's not reducing concessions. He's not reducing parking like they had to do initially with some of that stuff. He's not tearing it down to the studs. So it's a lot harder to rebuild on the fly like that as opposed to, how Luhnow had it the first time.
That's arguable too. You start with a Yordan Alvarez we'll see what happens with Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown, or is it easier to start with the stuff that he started with at the major league level?
It's easier if you are able to use those guys as chips to bring in more talent. It's easier to restock your system, but you're restocking your system from a really low level right now. So that's a lot of work he's going to have to do. I still think that Jeremy Pena could be gone, but we'll see. I mean, if we don't have, I don't know how any of this gets treated if they don't have a season. There's no reason to do any deals if you're not going to have a season next year.
Yeah, well, that's another question. Well, now here is KHOU's Jeremy Booth on the Dana Brown situation.
It's a tough gig. It's one that not many people would want. As a matter of fact, Jim probably doesn't care what I'm about to say, but every year, much like owners do, people go around and they start talking about these general manager positions for owners. Doesn't matter if one's open or not. And I promise you, the industry is pulling for Dana Brown. They're pulling for Dana, okay? Jim Crane's not somebody people would want to work for, not because he's a bad person. It's because of what Dana's having to go through right now, right? In a perfect world, this was torn down and people moved out. Now the Astros fans say, "Wait a minute, we're in first place." I understand. The division's terrible. Okay, then push your chips all the way in. Pick a direction. Don't sit there in the middle and tell the guy that you're giving 50% of your effort to go ahead and make it all work. And because of that, I think he's made his decision on his pocketbook. And the decision on Dana is, if Dana can't work with his pocketbook, I'll go find somebody else that will. But you're not giving the guy flexibility to go really build you a winner again.
Yeah, half measures is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And that is
well, again, you have to build it within the construct of this salary situation.
We'll talk about that. We got Mike Golick coming up. He's got a show to do in a little bit. So We'll get Mike Golick Jr. Is going to join us here in just a second. And then when we come back, we will get to more of the Astros trade deadline. What happened and what didn't. 7:29 right here on ESPN 97.9.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, bringing in Mike Golick Jr. What? Oh, you got voicemail. I got you. Okay. So, Lance, you talked to him? He said he'd be...
I'll text him right now.
Yeah, see if he can. So, he's doing a show. He stayed at ESPN, right? Now his dad is coming back, and he's going to do it with him?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, he didn't stay at ESPN. He was gone. He's been on like a DraftKings podcast, and then that went away. And then I can't remember where he went after that. So no, both of them are returning back to ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah, both of them are returning back. So this is it's kind of a transient. People forget Stephen A. Smith got let go by ESPN. He went to Fox Sports, and then he came back to ESPN, and now he's a mega church. Yeah, that's kind of how the business is. Go away for a little bit. Oh, look who's back. This guy's back. So he's doing national radio, he and his dad. So good for them. Mike Golick Jr., for those who don't know, played center at Notre Dame. And his dad played in the NFL for many years, where he played with the Eagles. Where all did Mike Golick play in his playing career? John, do you remember?
Who?
Mike Golick.
The Eagles. He was an Eagle.
Just Eagles, right?
I don't know. The senior, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Golick was an
Played
Eagle.
for the Oilers, Eagles, and Dolphins.
He played with the Oilers.
That was where he was drafted.
He was?
He was a Houston rookie and he spent 3 years.
Swear to God, I don't remember that.
Back in 1985.
You know what's crazy is we used to have
85 through 87.
Mike and Mike used to be competition for us, but they were on 790, but they never rated when we were at 610. They never really did much, and I think it eventually ended up going away. It did go away sometime around 2006, but wow, Mike Golick, when that happened, was only like 38 years old. That's crazy to me. He was way younger when Mike and Mike started. Well, I mean that's what happens with time. Time passes and age, and then you add age years onto your actual age. But no, it's he did. So I do not remember the Oilers stuff. We got him right now. Let me bring in Mike Golick Jr. He's most notably a member of the Joe Moore Award Selection Committee. That's how most people will know Mike Golick Jr.
That's how everyone knows everybody.
Says, the guy from the Joe Moore Award Selection Committee.
Yeah.
So joining us right now is a friend of mine and a guy who is very talented, does a lot of things, television, radio now. He is a member of the Joe Moore Award Selection Committee, former center at Notre Dame, and he's doing a show again with his dad now, this time on national radio on ESPN, and it is Mike Golick Jr. What's up, Golick? How we doing?
Doing well. Good to be with you guys today.
I want to ask you, so John and I want to ask you, last week I was able to take my son who is trying to get into scouting. He's worked at Alabama. This will be his 4th year there, and he's at some type of convention, scouting convention in Nashville right now, as a matter of fact. And I went to the Jacksonville Jaguars camp and got to do some stuff with their scouting department, and he came along with me. And it was kind of fun having a father-son moment with him. You've already had father-son moments with your dad doing a show with him. Now you're doing it on a national radio, from a national radio standpoint. Just out of curiosity, what's that like to be able to work with your dad in the same business? Because you obviously watched him. You knew all about football when you were a kid growing up with your dad. It's got to be still a cool moment for you, or cool moments for you, even though you've done it for a while now.
Yeah, definitely. I think, a lot of it is just learning as you get older how important these things can be. Like, as a kid, I remember watching film with my dad when I was a high school football player, and, the guy had only played 9 years in the NFL, had been a captain at Notre Dame, had done everything I wanted to do. But back then, you resist a little more because you're a teenager and you don't know any better because you think you do know everything better. And I think now, with the benefit of age and time and doing this job and just seeing how it's just in life, as an almost 37-year-old, life starts to pull you in a lot of different directions. You don't get to see your folks or your family as much as you'd like. especially when we're spread out like this. And so at a base level, to know I got 2 hours a day to hang out with my dad is a pretty darn cool place to start. But now to get to go back and, do a show that we had been doing elsewhere, but do it at the place where, he got made such a legacy and such an impact building up ESPN Radio, 2 Radio Hall of Fames over the years. And you get to then do that with a bunch of people we know and trust. Like, it makes the whole thing sing really well, but at a base level, I think that's the most enjoyable part.
Mike Golick Jr. joining us this morning here on ESPN 97.5. Going to reuniting with his dad on ESPN, which is cool. We had Mike and Mike on 97.5 for years.
Yeah,
for
it was
years,
a 790 for years, and then or for a few years, and then Matt and Adam took over, and then they came on in 97.5. Well, everyone knows the Mike and Mike show. Everyone.
Yeah, that was that.
But it's still the Mike. It's not.
What's the name of it, Mike?
Mike and Mike.
It's the Golick now. So we figured we would, maybe let Mike and Mike stay in the rafters. So obviously did a lot of good for a long time. So we weren't going to touch it and just throw the junior on there. We figured the Golicks is a nice way to, make it a family show. Like, 2 hours a day, people are kind of joining the family. So hopefully that's the goal. But, Mike and Mike untouched.
Well, Lance previewed it. You guys are going to obviously talk a lot of football because, you're Golick. So we will hear a lot of football.
And it's football season coming up.
And it's football season. You guys are starting at a great time. What the national perception of our Houston Texans and specifically CJ after what we saw last year in the playoffs from him, where are you on our club?
So I still have a fair amount of belief that C.J. Stroud can, in the right circumstances, be the guy. Obviously, the right circumstances for the last couple of years has been what does the protection look like in front of them, because that seems to go a long way in bringing out the worst that we see of C.J. in some of those moments, like said playoff game. And I think what helps in that belief nationally, in a division of the AFC South that has a lot of interesting question marks and elements going into this season, I think having the backstop of the best defense in the NFL to help that young quarterback and to give him all the opportunities that we know they can is always going to be an easy place for people to plant their flag when you're looking around and wondering, all right, can Tennessee take the next step forward on offense with some of the weapons that they've brought in and some of the changes up front for their young quarterback? Can the Indianapolis Colts pick up where they left off last year despite Daniel Jones coming off a lower body injury? And, can that offense maintain anything close to the pace that it did last year? When you got questions, I look for answers. And the answer is the Houston Texans defense among that sea in terms of what can I count on to show up each and every week and give this team a shot.
Yeah, from a player standpoint, I would be curious what your dad said too. These players seem to be all on board with CJ. Now, he had just his worst games back to back in the playoffs, and obviously you may have some you may have some concerns or considerations in your mind, but you don't want to talk about that. Yet we've seen that happen at Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy in the background and with other quarterbacks. What's that like? Have you ever had to, whether it's at Notre Dame or you had conversations with other players about when you've got a team and a quarterback struggling and how tough it is to keep the locker room, galvanized for that quarterback, for that leader when they're really struggling like this?
All right, no question. I mean, if you've got someone else that you trust in the building as a capable backup that guys don't think is getting a chance, maybe that could be an issue. But I think the difference with CJ is you've already seen, this guy can play at a high level. Like, it's in there. You've seen it. Like, the J.J. McCarthy comparison, you just haven't seen him, outside of the NFC Player of the Week that, was inexplicably awarded that one time. Like, you haven't really seen the example over a long sample size that J.J. McCarthy can play the position of quarterback the way someone drafted in the top half of the first round is expected to as early as you need them to in this league. CJ done that. And so I think the other part of that is, the playoff games, it's certainly what we do this all for. And, the Texans' neighbors down the road in Dallas know all about being judged on postseason lack of success. And Dak Prescott was 11 years in. That's a bit of a different conversation than C.J. Stroud, who's still early in his career. It's a small sample size. And I think players are smart enough to understand, hey, we know the guy that we see every day. We know the results that in the best circumstances we've seen and how his talent can push him into one of the 10, 8 best quarterbacks in the NFL. And so I think that makes it easier to believe when others might not see it from the outside right now.
We got Mike Golick Jr. with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5. the Rams turning into the Dodgers seems like every good player is headed to to Los Angeles, either the Dodgers or the Rams. It's almost gotten ridiculous, and there's talk of even more going over there. And if God forbid they get the best defensive tackle in the history of the game to come back, are the Rams the clear-cut guys for you this year?
Yeah, I think right now they're a pretty solid number one. It's not like Rams versus the field yet necessarily. Like, it's a great team, but this league has a bunch of really good teams, I think especially on the high end of the AFC. But I think for Los Angeles, the only thing that people can really point to right now in terms of a concrete weakness might be offensive line depth, which isn't nothing when you've got a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, who at this age isn't going to get you out of a lot of jams by scrambling. Had the back going back to last preseason that for a guy his age you always worry about, his playing style, all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, you take a team that had really the glaring weakness last year was defensive secondary, and they went out and they plugged those holes with guys in free agency, and then the Myles Garrett thing just bordered on the absurd then of, all right, now you got a secondary that feels like it's going to be better.
Good.
And a pass rush that had a bunch of really young, great defensive linemen that gets a boost to the defensive player of the year. So I do think they're the number one team right now. I think Aaron Donald would be a great closer for them on the back half of the season, the postseason, when you're really bringing him in. And Chris Shula got to be one of the happiest guys in football this year.
We talk a lot of college football on this show as well, Mike. All three of us love college football, and this is, and I know you obviously. What are you doing this year in the booth or on the sideline? What are you doing from a college football standpoint?
Yeah, so this year I'll be back. TNT Sports has coverage of the Big 12, so me, JB Long, my play-by-play partner, and a host of great sideline analysts and reporters are going to be back around Big 12 country this year.
All right, let's talk for a second about, I'm going to throw the Big 10 team. We talked about this team with Joe Moore Awards last year, Indiana. You follow sports across the board. John and I and Dell were talking about the fact that this might be one of the greatest upset stories since maybe the 80 Olympics when the U.S. beat, the Soviets. Like, when you really look at Buster Douglas beating Tyson, Indiana, to become what they became last year from where they came from and doing it with players transferring in who were afterthoughts at other schools and a bunch of guys from James Madison. I don't know. Have you ever seen we've never seen anything like that in college football. Talk about that, and then maybe what that really does. Is that just a one-off with Indiana, or does this kind of signal a big change coming in college football now?
So I think it's right now feels like it's going to be hard to replicate for a bunch of reasons, but at the same time, copycat league, we hear it all the time across all these leagues in sports. Like, it starts with the right people in place, and Kurt Cignetti has shown himself to be, across a number of stops, but most pointedly here, one of the best coaches, if not the best coach in college football, just in terms of his ability to get the most out of guys when they need it the most. And in this day and age, to do it with, a quarterback coming in Fernando Mendoza last year who had 1 year with him. And so to be able to do that and microwave your culture quickly right now is paramount. And it's unlike anything I had ever seen for a program that had been a doormat for so long. Obviously, Mark Cuban coming in helps. You start to get better resources. But they still did that with the core guys from James Madison, which, man, I hope that's the takeaway, is trust good football players. Like, I understand coming out of high school, there's, ways we do all this with star ratings, how we scout guys, and it's got a long enough track record right now to be proven beneficial. But at the same time, once you get to college, it's about what you do production-wise there. And so, I think it's going to be interesting what it does to the expectations at other places. Like, the easy name to point right now in that same conference this year is Matt Campbell making the move from Iowa State to Penn State, where that was a school that under James Franklin couldn't win the big game. We all knew the moniker. And so now coming in year one, you've got players led by Rocco Beck coming over to a place like Penn State that is much better resource, has much better tradition in football than Indiana ever did. So it's not analogous there, but it's this idea that, all right, can you take a bunch of players from a school that was smaller, less talented than Penn State and Iowa State and trust that to help you immediately bring that culture to a new spot? fast enough to have success the right way. But the coach that a lot of people have respected for a long time in Matt Campbell and always kind of wondered when this move was coming. So it's going to change expectations. Whether or not that's realistic remains to be seen.
Mike Golick Jr., you got a show coming up, don't you?
Hey, that's word on the street. I think they're going to let us back in for day 2, God willing.
That's great. That is great. Okay, well, the hours of your show on ESPN now?
Yeah, you guys can check us out. We are 10 a.m. to noon Eastern, so we'll be 9 a.m. to 11 Central.
9 a.m. to 11 Central.
You'll be on. Are you going to be on? I assume you're on ESPN2. How are you? Are you going to be simulcast on one of the channels?
Yeah, so we're obviously ESPN Radio is the mainstay. You can check us out on the ESPN app. Very easy to find in there. And if you got to miss it live for whatever reason, we got the podcast up and running right now. So check out the Bullets wherever you get those podcasts.
Yeah, they're letting you come back today.
But
Yesterday.
Again, I haven't gotten to the door to check the key card yet. It's kind of like, walking into training camp every day. You just hope it works. That's kind of where we're at right now. So we're good.
That is Mike Golick Jr. You can catch him 9 to 11 on the ESPN platforms. But we're an ESPN platform as well here, so we appreciate you, Mike. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck with the show with your dad. Thanks for spending some time here.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you having me.
All right, there's Mike Golick Jr. ESPN platforms. You can find them and their work. Good stuff. He and his dad, very personal, very good stuff. Always enjoyed. Mike and Mike was a good show, and when he joined and did stuff with his dad, it was always great too. Good
and
stuff.
they've been doing some podcast stuff together, so they have been working together. But should be a good show. Like I said, Mike Golick Jr. is one of those guys who really stays busy. Like he's got to go, NFL, no college. He works on Saturdays on the college stuff. I work closely with him, watching film and getting on the conference calls about our selection committee stuff, and good guy. I like Mike a lot.
I don't know why. I'm surprised Dell didn't chime in something about Notre Dame just being gifted a spot in the playoff, but he didn't because
he would have laughed about it and probably agreed. You know what's funny is Mike Golick Jr. and Aaron Taylor, who are both played at Notre Dame and both on the Joe Moore Award selection committee. Aaron started the award. They are the hardest guys on Notre Dame. They just this offensive line just isn't good this year. I'm watching like I don't know, guys. This is literally we're talking like the earliest this is whatever the earliest version we do the watch list or whatever. You guys are trying to knock them off right now out of this thing like
they're Lance Berkman.
I'm like guys, this is like the top 40. Let's keep them in. What are y'all doing? It's just not our standard. Like, okay, guys, jeez.
Stop already. Mike Golick Jr., we appreciate him joining us. We got a break, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, before we get to the trade deadline, and I do want to say something about Cam Newton's comments on CJ. I got to tell you something that happened yesterday. So I've got what appears to be like a modular issue causing what's called a parasitic draw. I know this from AI, where my entertainment system stays on in my car, like the radio. I noticed it was happening the other day, where the radio will stay on even when I turn it off, or the lights will stay. The little system in the front of your car where your Apple CarPlay comes on or whatever, it stays on. It's intermittent. I guess it stayed on yesterday after I got off the air, or when I parked the car to come up to the station, because yesterday I parked and came up to the station, and I worked on putting a list together. I've got to do a top 30 players coming up, draft wise for the 2026 season. So I spent a lot of time putting this list together. I ended up leaving here at about 5:30. Go to my car. I try to click it. Nothing. I'm like, oh no, is the battery in my fob dead? No. And I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be a battery issue. I bet this got drained out because the entertainment center stayed on, the infotainment as they call it. So I call my son Sebastian and I say, hey, I don't live that far from the station. I said, bring my key. I said, I need you to drive up here. Bring my second key. I'm going to see if it's a key fob issue. But bring it up here. But then he goes, okay. So, he takes his time getting up here. He's got to finish whatever he's doing at that time, playing a FIFA soccer match or something, because he just can't, do something when I need to. And he's on the way, and I read up on how to kind of get into my car, because I'm like, how am I going to get my jumper cables if I can't get into my car? Well, there's a way you can take off something, and then your car has a key that you can actually use, a manual key, and blah, blah, blah. Well, a manual key to get into the car. Well, I realize I get in the car, the lights don't come on the interior. I realize the trunk won't open. Okay, this is a battery situation. So I call Sebastian up. He's headed on the way. I said, hey, when you park right. You're going to see me. I'm down below, because he also has a job here in the conservatory. I said, park right next to me, because I need to jump your battery with these jumper cables I have. He goes, oh, what? Oh, no, this, are you serious? I said, yeah, I got to start the battery. He goes, you're serious. We got to do this. This is going to take up all the all the power out of my battery. Like, you're going to leave my battery with no power. And I'm like, oh my God, why is this happening to me? I said, because he also, this is a big problem. He also knows everything, John. He's a know-it-all. Right. So I can't explain to him. I said, that's not how it works. He goes, yeah, it is. It has to come from somewhere. I'm like, Sebastian, you know nothing about cars at all. Stop arguing with me, because this has been a big problem, him arguing. I said, there's an alternator that charges your battery when you turn your car on. Your car battery is not going to lose all of its power to my battery. That's not how it works. There's not a transference of power from battery to battery. So then I'm like, okay, pop the trunk. Pop the hood. He didn't know where to pop the hood or how to pop the hood. My dad gave him this car. He got his license like a week ago. So he tries to pop the hood. He didn't know where it is. Can't find it. I said, just get out. Let me pop it. I know where it is. It's going to be in the bottom left. No. He gets his phone. I'm going to read up on where to find it. He starts Googling. I said, can you read up out of this and let me just get in and pop your hood and you can figure out where it is? I mean, what are we doing here? I've been sitting out here. It's 120 degrees in this garage. And so he thinks he's going to never put the jumper cables on before. He's I got this. It's my battery. I said, Sebastian, you will blow your battery up because you don't have any idea what you're doing. So I had to work through a know-it-all, an absolute king of the know-it-alls, trying to think he was going to worried about his battery being drained by my battery.
I'm trying to figure out how this gets to Cam Newton.
Well, that was just a separate thing.
Oh, I thought this was a setup for Cam Newton.
No, and then I finally got my car. Now my entertainment system's staying on again now, so I'll have to drive that in.
So now you got to jump it again? What do you mean your entertainment system is staying on?
It's because
Sebastian, what are you talking about?
No, it's my car that's doing it.
I know. I understand that. What do you mean it's staying on and draining your battery? Turn it off.
You can't. It's a modular. It's a system. It's the codes in the system. It's a modular issue. You can't turn it off. That's
never heard of this before.
I hadn't either. I hadn't either until this started happening. So I got to take it down. They'll do the computer codes and fix it.
So wait a minute. So where does this get to Cam Newton?
I'm telling you, that's a separate thing.
Well,
we're up against the break now.
Well, if you need a drink because Lance put you through that story, maybe they want a Coors Light.
Maybe you need to start drinking.
It's the second time this hour he's got people drinking in the 7 o'clock hour.
If your kid doesn't know how to jump a car or open a hood, you need a Coors Light. You needed a Coors Light yesterday. You were parched in 120-degree weather. You needed a Coors Light. I need a Coors Light now after that story. That's what I need, okay? When I'm pressed, when I'm stressed, when I'm not stressed, when I'm happy, when I'm sad, when I'm hot, when I'm cold, I still need a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I still do. It really doesn't matter the circumstance. Coors Light you can bring your Coors Light in here anytime, anywhere, and just have a big time. That's what I feel about Coors Light. I've always got them on hand. People come over. They're going to want it. You know what? It doesn't matter who. Your buddies will enjoy a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Everywhere I go, it's Coors Light. I'm telling you, Coors Light is taking over the world, and I'm a part of it, and I love being a part of that takeover. All right, that's the takeover I'm for. That's what I'm here for. You're looking for the best way for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. There's one place to go: Coors Light. Climb on, brother. Coors Light. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 737-803-776.
Right.
I didn't hear what Cam Newton had to say. What did Cam Newton say?
So Cam just made a comment about, C.J. Stroud looking like he wasn't ready for camp and kind of being heavy, gaining weight and stuff like that. And we know from seeing the pictures that's of him working out that it was the other way. It's just C.J. came in with some really frumpy clothes. It doesn't look good when CJ's walk in, what he's wearing looks
because he
frumpy.
didn't have a scarf and a goofy hat on?
No.
That's so he's not ready, Cam?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
He said he physically looked fat.
He's not fat, actually.
No, that's the whole point of this, John. And just the pictures, that's what I'm building up to. The picture, it doesn't do him any justice. His clothes, you said this yourself last week, his clothes look bad on him. Yeah. It's frumpy shirt, frumpy shorts. It makes him look like a big old frump. Yeah. But actually, and Sarge took pictures and had videos from when he's been out at camp and said, you might want to check in with people who are actually here because this is what he looks like. And you can see in the I could see it at camp the other day. He looks similar to what he usually looks like, but a little bit thinner. My guess is he's probably lost about 6 to 8 pounds. And you can tell he wears his weight a little bit better. He's never going to be this impressive physical specimen, but it's not bad. It's not bad. So you have pictures and videos showing Cam Newton, and it just goes to show that picture was so bad that it did make CJ look frumpy and out of shape. But when you actually see him in his uniform, it's a completely different look. It's kind of like James with his fat suit, and then you see him, and you're like, hey, this looks like he's actually in shape. He doesn't look like a great big old belly, like a distended belly, like he hasn't eaten in 42 days. This looks like James Harden actually is in decent shape. James is another one the pictures could really, and then not just that. You never knew. Do you remember seeing that picture of James running the hill? During COVID, I think he was running a hill with a trainer. I'm like, golly, James looks like he's in incredible shape. And then the season starts he looks just like James always does. James was really a victim of you catch James at different camera angles, you didn't know what you're going to get. And that's kind of how CJ was with this with this terrible picture. It made Cam Newton think he was a big fat guy who just all he did was eat, cheesecake all off season.
Well, he does. It's hard.
It was a bad picture.
It's a bad picture.
It was a bad picture. But the reality is, it's not that.
No.
I mean, CJ's worked on himself.
Yeah, no, CJ. I don't know if you heard, but CJ was more focused this offseason than he's ever been. Okay. And Dell has proven that over and over and over and over again. Okay, he reiterated that. So let's not make any mistake here.
Yeah, but he's doing that to mess with CJ.
There's another quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, who So he's on McAfee all the time, but boy did he went scorched earth yesterday. He did not care about ESPN. McAfee was able for a while to fend him off like a right tackle. Okay, here comes Rodgers.
Those two are friends.
Yeah, no. He loves him on the show. He was on every week, right? And he was the only one that he would talk to. And anyway, but boy, oh boy, after the Fauci thing and this all and all the ESPN and Diana Rossini and all of this stuff. Here is Aaron Rodgers going off on ESPN and McAfee trying to block him so he couldn't get to the ESPN quarterback.
The years of the past.
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Gotta love that guy.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Yeah. There, it's back, baby.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, 111
You
times.
got a pardon and you're in front and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House? What are you scared of, Tony?
Yeah.
I thought you were the science.
Yeah.
I thought you were I am science, and you get up there and you can't answer a question?
Yeah.
What are we doing? And how much time did the network spend at that? How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding? Did they do even a minute? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think I've heard anything.
I bet they didn't.
But on that note,
And there was another scandal this offseason, too, involving a voter for MVP, for Coach of the Year? How much time did your network spend? Where's your cap? Did your network spend on that?
Network.
I wish I
How much time did you spend?
This is awesome.
Back to Fauci.
Go back to Fauci?
Yeah.
Go back to the coward Tony Fauci and his science?
Hold on now.
Who's spending the entire time writing in his diary about how fun it is to be famous?
All right.
You got to be kidding
So
me.
there's
Okay, so
Aaron.
on that
Aaron
note-
took his.
Well, he went on to say, though, Aaron Rodgers did go on to say, he said, so when I get a chance to get after that gutless organization you have to be connected with, and McAfee, whoa, jeez Louise. And then one of them goes, what, the government? He said, I don't, and Rodgers said, I just don't care anymore. No, listen, you can make that argument as much crap as Aaron Rodgers took with the vaccination thing, as much crap as Novak Djokovic took with the vaccination thing, and the coverage that they got, and then the lack of coverage that is coming now
from ESPN.
ESPN first of all.
Does Fauci catch footballs?
No, but they
Or
were
swing a tennis
backing.
racket?
Listen, they were backing everything that went on at that time. Aaron Rodgers was a villain. I can't blame
Aaron
him.
Rodgers lied. Aaron Rodgers didn't have to be a villain. All you got to say, you didn't get immunized.
He tried to trick the NFL.
If you didn't get immunized, you
Just say
couldn't
it.
work.
Just say
Kyrie
it then.
Irving. Now, he did go on to say, I got respect for Stephen A. Stephen A. came out and apologized to Kyrie Irving and said, I apologized. You were right. We were wrong. You did the right thing. You didn't do it. And you were lied to like we were all lied to.
Wait. This was, everyone had a choice. Except for players, everyone else
A lot
had
of people
choice,
didn't have choices.
Except
Lance.
for people who
You
had to
couldn't
work.
go back to work.
I know.
You
but
couldn't play in
for
sports.
For
Novak
Stephen A,
Djokovic couldn't play in the Australian Open.
I get it. I don't like all that stuff. But to say for Stephen A to say you were right, I was wrong. Yeah, the athletes he didn't have to. But
because Kyrie Irving got obliterated.
Why was he? The reason Kyrie was obliterated had nothing to do with not taking. He opted out.
Yes, it had absolutely
didn't.
everything to do with it.
He opted out. He opted out of the season and wanted to go in and hang out in the bubble. That's why he
wouldn't get the vaccine.
He didn't get obliterated for that. He got obliterated for opting out of basketball, which he was allowed to, and then wanting to go in and to the bubble and hang out during the bubble, and then having the gall to say when they said no, you can't do it, he tried to get a meeting together with all the players to cancel the season. Kyrie just did that to be a little punk ass whatever.
Kyrie did that because he wouldn't take the vaccine.
That's not true with Kyrie.
Yes, it is true.
No, I don't care about the taking the vaccine. Kyrie wanted to be in the
but
bubble.
that was the Lance. The whole country couldn't work because of the vaccine.
I'm just telling you. I'm not participating in a political show here. What I'm telling you is Kyrie. Yes on Aaron Rodgers. Yes on my network, ESPN. I mean, on NFL Network to travel and go to the combine, all that stuff. Yeah, we had to take that and get a booster. You had to show your stuff. I agree. I know all that stuff. Kyrie, I'm just saying, was a separate case where he got obliterated not because he wasn't taking it. Now that was when he couldn't play in New Jersey, and that was a separate thing when he couldn't play home games in New Jersey. What I'm talking about is when he first got hammered.
And Stephen A. obliterated him for that.
Okay, what I'm talking about is when he really got hammered was he tried to shut down the NBA during the bubble because he couldn't hang out in the bubble because they said, no, you opted out. You opted out of the season, and he got hammered for that.
But he also couldn't play because he wouldn't
Jersey.
get the vaccine.
Yeah, he couldn't play in New Jersey.
Regardless, it just is Aaron Rodgers going off and McAfee trying to. That was, to me, hilarious.
And McAfee's
like,
there.
no, let's talk about Fauci.
McAfee actually is an ESPN employee. He's got 2 contracts.
Well, he's got $60 million a year that he's got to protect.
No. Well, yes, but not really. He doesn't have to protect anything because they won't do anything to him. He's gotten people fired off of there. He gets network executives out because they can't. He's untouchable. He gets his separate account. He's got 2 contracts. The College Game Day and all that stuff, that's ESPN. His show, they have to pay him, and he takes all his money, and he pays his staff.
Yeah, I know
how
it works, but
well,
I know
I'm
how
saying
it
is
works.
he has
He's
2
still
separate.
he's still got a big paycheck.
He is a big paycheck, but they won't touch him. He's untouchable.
Well, No, he has gone over after executives.
Yeah.
But when
He's gone after.
when Aaron Rodgers went after ESPN, he was like, whoa.
But you know what's funny is you were talking about McAfee's gone after executives, right? Did you know that?
McAfee. That's what I'm saying. McAfee has gone after
has
executives.
gone after his own executives multiple times.
I know.
So then he's like, "Whoa, wait, Aaron, wait!" Like, dude, Aaron can say whatever. They may tell you can't have him on your show anymore. And I don't even know if Pat McAfee would care about that. Pat McAfee is the most untouchable person, other than Dave Portnoy, because he owns his own. They can't touch McAfee.
Yeah,
they can't touch McAfee. They've got too much invested in him.
Well, they do have a lot invested. That's for sure.
They have a lot invested in him.
Yep,
I mean, and he's not going over the top to hammer his own bosses. I mean, he's already done that. But as far as his show is concerned, that is funny to see him like, hey, the Rossini stuff gets really touchy over there, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
The Fauci stuff is, I mean, that's more of a national thing right now. The Rossini stuff hits right at home with ESPN because she once worked for you.
I'll tell you what. There's a guy. Who is the guy that every day he puts out Rossini content? He's just.
I know. Is it Grant? No, it's not Grant Cohn.
I forget who he is, but I'm like, dude, give it up.
It's over.
Oh, who cares?
They're not gonna. No one
they
cares
had an
anymore.
Affair. Get over it.
No one cares anymore.
No one
cares. The story
cares.
passed. I'm sorry you didn't get a big national spotlight for this.
Aaron Rodgers cares.
Well, Aaron doesn't care about it.
Aaron is pointing out the hypocrisy of not covering that at all when they cover all kinds of other salacious stuff. But when it's about someone that was, first of all, the NFL with Vrabel, and secondly, one of their former employees. I mean, there's a little bit of hypocrisy going on there that they won't cover that at all. They didn't cover that at all.
It is tricky, though, John, because are you covering the breakup of a marriage? Are you covering a coach cheating on? Like, if you cover.
It was a major story.
It's a major story. It's a major story, but it's also a gossip story. Right? You said it yourself on this show. What's the big deal? This is somebody's wife.
Proof.
I didn't say it's not proof, but this is a marriage. This did not happen during a football season.
But it does go to credibility for.
Well, I think now that's a separate issue. I would say if you're getting insight, yes, I think that's a story.
She was getting insight.
If you're an insider and you're getting.
And she was voting and swaying votes for Coach of the Year. I
don't know if she swayed any votes, but yeah, you could point to the fact that she has a vote. She has a vote, and she is at a conflict of interest.
Somehow she knew A.J. Brown was going to the – I don't know how.
Yeah, no, that's conflict of interest. That's inside information.
Right.
Now, if you pay $100,000, you can get inside information right now from the government. The low price. That just came out yesterday.
Large?
For market movement, you can get it before anyone else does for $100,000.
That's all you need. That's all
you need. I don't have it. But I'd love to be ahead of the market sometimes, but not illegally. I don't want to be arrested.
All right. Well, yeah, there are some people that have been ahead of the market in their government. That happens.
Martha
Stewart's time to talk
ahead.
Right now, though, about getting ahead with your sinuses.
I was literally just today to wake up and have clear nasal passages on both sides it's crazy. I used to have days where it's like, okay, I can breathe out of this nasal passage. This one's not so great. Usually the one that had where the deviated septum was to the left, that was a problem. And I met Dr. Michael Kaplan, and we talked about the process that it takes. And he does a lot of commercials there with the Astros and has Blummer, or at least, I think it's on the broadcast, but he has Blummer in the car and they talk. And it's really incredible. I went in, had a scan done. They scan your entire head. They look at your sinus passages, and the blockage was crazy. For me, I saw where the blockage was. It didn't really surprise me. He said, we can get in there and take all that blockage out, and we can fix your deviated septum. So I did it all at one time. The recovery took me a little while for the deviated septum. The blockage, when you have the sinuplasty, doesn't take long at all. Now, keep in mind, I had that procedure done. I went under with anesthesia, had a procedure done, and I was at a World Cup match the very next day. So when I say the recovery takes a while, it's not like you're not going to be able to do things. And that's with the deviated septum. With the balloon sinuplasty, you get clearance fairly quickly, and it is a change that makes your life so much better. I highly recommend going in. If sinuses are a big issue for you, if you can't breathe effectively, if you have that pressure in your head, Dr. Kaplan can fix it. Go to kaplansinusrelief.com. That's kaplansinusrelief.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We got a lot of Astros to talk. We haven't heard from Dalton Varsho. We will after we get Jerry in here, though. Let's get Jerry in here. He wants to talk a little C.J. Stroud. What's going on, Jerry?
Hey, real quick on Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't think. Anyway, never mind. I won't even go there. I called yesterday. I didn't get in, but you guys were talking about C.J. Stroud and potentially getting a new contract. And somebody made mention about O-line help or something along those lines. And I feel like every year I get into a debate. Like, if a quarterback has to have a good O-line, a good offensive coordinator, a good front office, good wide receivers, if everything around you has to be good for you to be good, then you're not good. That's just not how it works in the NFL. The whole point of you making 30% of the salary cap is that you can paper over some of the deficiencies and be good enough to lift your team up. So I'm hoping that C.J. Stroud does well, but this whole thing about him needing this much help to be good, I think that's crazy. Like, I think ultimately he's shown us that he's average to above average. And I don't know that he's going to be that much better than that. The good news for us is that that's all he has to be for this team to win a Super Bowl. He obviously just fell way short of that last year in the playoffs.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, John. I don't know if you're there
that's
with
a
me.
point I agree with you.
I
mean, we have.
You shouldn't have to have everything be. He needs this. Yeah, to an extent, but he doesn't have to.
You
have
shouldn't have to.
Elite this, elite that.
To an
extent. Have that.
No. Now, have we seen a quarterback? Now, Ben's offensive line. I mean, your dad had a lot of makeshift stuff that he had to do, right? And Ben would hold on to the football. But was that a great compilation of talent? Joe Burrow. Yeah. Joe Burrow took maybe the worst offensive line to ever play in a Super Bowl.
Yep.
I mean, it was awful. His offensive line was awful.
Terrible.
And he was able to overcome that. Now, you talk about weapons. He had weapons now.
Mm-hmm. My dad had to work with three guys who didn't play a game after the Super Bowl. I mean,
you can't have just crap up front and think, well, we'll be okay because our quarterback. I mean, you got even Mike Golick Jr. just a little while ago said, well, if you got one criticism of the Rams is that they don't have offensive line depth. Offensive line depth? Holy crap, wish we didn't have offensive line depth and we had an offensive line that we didn't have to worry about. Mm-hmm. Right? That would be great. As long as the five guys there were really good, then that would be fine. So, I mean, you can't just be crappy and think, well, the quarterback will overcome it.
Yeah, that's in my mind. No, that's not how. I mean, you can't be crappy, but you can be average in an area and sometimes two areas. And a quarterback who's going to get 25 to 30% of the salary should paper over some of that. Josh Allen has had to do it. Joe Burrow has had to do it. Lamar Jackson has had to do it. But it also gets to the fact that fundamentally the quarterback position is broken from a salary standpoint because elite quarterbacks, you don't have to be elite to make $50 million a year. $50 million a year is insane money. You don't even have to be. Look at the amount of quarterbacks who are making at or near that money. Now, Dak's contract is not indicative. No one has given contracts based on Dak's contract. That's not really happening. But, I mean, you can say what you want about Justin Herbert. The three of us have. But Justin Herbert has not had things go his way during his time over there, and he's needed a lot of things as well. Yes, CJ has needed certain things, without question. Offensive line most notable. But when you get average play like he had his rookie season, even with Vagabonds, he was much better. So the second year was a problem. Last year was better. This year should be even better. So the expectations now, you got David Montgomery. You got a better offensive line. You spent money and draft picks on it over the last 3 years. And then you've got our last 2 years. And now you've got a wide receiving core. You spent draft picks, Tank's back, came back to practice, as a matter of fact. You got Jaden Higgins, who was a second-round pick. You got Nico Collins, who's a Pro Bowler. This should be enough. This really should be enough. I don't want to hear about anything else. This should be enough. The play should be a lot better. Now, how much are you going to ask them to do? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's offensive scheme. Like I don't know. But what you're asked to do it efficiently and do it well at a greater percentage that you don't do it well. That's not asking too much.
Yeah. No, and listen, you got to he needs a running game too. That everything's got to be perfect, no. But a little bit of a running game. They've been 28th, 29th, 30th, whatever they've been in the league, and rushing the football. I mean, you got to give them a little bit of help. I'm not saying that he hasn't had any help at all, but you know what? And he was awful in the postseason, awful. Yeah. But everybody around. I'm not going to just say, well, CJ's just got to make everything better. No, I mean the guys have to come through. Guys have to be better.
Yeah,
the
but
whole
they don't
line
have to
has
be,
to be better. The running game has to be better.
It doesn't have to be great.
No, and I think he's got a good enough receiving core. He's got a good enough running game now. No, you're right. Now it's time to do it, though. Now it's time to do it. There's no excuse for anybody out there, for anybody, CJ can't play crappy. All right? You got to get to the postseason, and then you got to win in the postseason.
Right.
And you know what? He can't play crappy, but you also can't just say this is on CJ. It's not all on CJ.
Well, but last year it was.
7-3.
But last year it was.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The postseason was on CJ. It was absolutely on CJ. No question. 713-780-3776 is the number. HR&P, you got employees that maybe aren't great. That's all right. That's okay. Not everybody is going to be the best employee in the world. Now, can they harass other workers? Can they steal? Can they? No, we're not doing that. So you need an HR department. Then you also need an HR department. You need an HR department to make sure that you got all your PTO right. You got an HR department that handles vacations. You got all kinds of stuff that HR handles. Well, HR&P does all that. You don't. You don't know about all that stuff. You don't know how to handle tough situations in the office. You don't know how. And by the way, how much time are you putting into how many man hours are you putting into it? How much money are you putting into HR and payroll? How much money and for how much you're putting into for your taxes? Do you have you have to hire a separate CPA? All of this stuff. Let HR&P do what they do professionally, the best in the business, and they bundle it all for you. Take care of that business, and you, my friends, are going to benefit, and the bottom line is going to be better because HR&P does it better than you do. You don't know it. They do. It's what they do every single day, and they can help your business be better. You need to go to hrp.net, let them come, look at your business, give you an evaluation of how they can make you better. They'll partner with you to be better. hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to be in here with us, 713-780-3776.
This is not that Jeremy doesn't just disagree to be disagreeable sometimes, but I saw this also from our guy Dustin, who wants to bet a case of Coors Light. I'll just take this bet, and he can just bring the Coors Light to me today. Just drop it off here because you automatically lose. You and Jeremy will both lose this bet. Jeremy thinks that Dana comes back next year. He gets along with the boys and says yes. You can find a yes man anywhere who might actually do a better job of bringing in pitchers in the offseason. Dana was so bad this offseason with his moves that name the guy that I'm waiting for somebody to name the guy that Jim Crane lets their contract expire and then he brings him back. Who is that guy? It's not on, first of all, not if you work in the front office. That doesn't happen. Not if you're a manager. I mean, I don't see a deal. I don't see Dana coming back. I think it's a done deal. Dana's done. Dana just got overridden by the owner on a trade. He had a bad offseason with starting pitching, didn't add any starting pitching at the deadline. Why in the world would people think that Dana Brown is coming back? What makes you think he's going to give him another contract?
I think there's a chance.
Why?
I do think there's a chance.
So he gets 3 more years?
No, I don't know about that.
What are they doing then? Well, his contract's up.
Yeah. No, Jim, that's the way Jim operates. Your contract's up. Listen, that's all. We had a contract. It's over now. I mean, I don't think Jim enjoys paying people that still had years on their contract, firing them and paying.
No.
I mean, your contract. And listen, that's how business is supposed to work. I've got a contract with you. Our contract is up. I don't have to renew that. It's over. Our contract is up. We had an agreement on this many years. So I think that's the way Jim does business.
He was hired in January 23, and his contract's going to be over. Why in the world? Why would so you think he pays him and gives him a multi-year contract to say yes to everything, to be a yes man?
Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, but your job is not to just be a yes man. If that's the case, then Jim can just eliminate the position.
Yeah,
save even more money. Eliminate the position.
This is Jim's standard operating procedure. I mean, with Reed Ryan. Reed kept asking him, hey, can we want to sit down and talk about an extension? You want to sit down? Hey, we'll do that. Don't worry about it. And the contract ended, and Jim was like, okay, that's all. That's it. That's all. And, I mean, at least, he's not, screwing you out of the last years of your deal, trying to get out of it. You had a deal. You signed a contract for so many years, and then that's it. And then it's over.
You know who else operates like that? The Cincinnati Bengals. They don't fire guys. They let their contracts run out because they don't want to pay that extra.
Yeah. I mean, and I listen.
So the Astros operate like the Cincinnati Bengals.
You know what I think is stupid? Paying Jimbo Fisher 10 years, $75 million. That's what I think is stupid.
Paying 3 head coaches at the same time or 4 head coaches at the same time as the Texans?
Yeah. Yeah.
How
many coaches are the Texans paying right now? That's stupid.
I think just 1 now. But at one point, they were paying 3 head coaches at once.
Yeah.
Unless they did a lump sum, but I mean, it's still the same. You paid Lovey for 3 years. You paid Cully for 2 or 3 years. Then we're paying D'Amico on a regular basis. No, it's dumb. The Aggies doing their deal with Jimbo. It was dumb. It was dumb at the time. You acted insecure. You acted like, oh, no, he's going to leave us. Be secure. We're a great program. We got a bunch of money. We got great facilities. It always makes me sick when the Aggies capitulate to you're not going to lose. You can get great A&M. You're a really good school. You have money. You have facilities. If somebody wants to leave you, say bye, bitch, bye. We'll bring somebody else in who wants to be here. Stop begging them to stay like you did with Kevin Sumlin and Jimbo Fisher. Just say bye. If they want to leave, bye. We'll find somebody else.
Yeah.
Get your ass on to LSU, Jimbo. That's fine. That's what you should have said.
I think that there's a
up
chance
for $74 million that you still owe.
I think there's a chance that Dana comes back. I think it's low, but
Holgorsen to Houston?
I'm not putting zero on it, but I think.
What would you put on it?
I'd put maybe 10%.
Okay,
10%.
I mean that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine with putting 10% on it.
Yeah, I'd put maybe 10%.
But
all of everything points to this is
yeah.
it's over, and I think Jeff Luhnow is going to be the next GM here. I do.
I mean, I mean, personally, I'll be excited.
Yeah.
I'll be excited. I don't care about all the scouting stuff, and he let this scout and that scout go. I know that at the time, those were considerations for me and concerns where he was letting, you're winning World Series. Why are you getting rid of people that help you do that? That bothered me. But at this point right now, with the way the minor league system's gone over the last 5 years, with some of the bad contracts that have been done, with the inability to isolate the best players in your trades and your free agent move, man, bring them back. Bring them back.
I don't know how much you can blame Dana for this, the demise, where the organization is now. I don't know that he is to blame for it totally. It got older. There's the limited resources. The minor league system was not good when he got here, and it hasn't been good for years now. They used all of those guys to build a 10-year reign that was, unmatched until this unmatched during its time, and now the Dodgers are doing what the Astros were doing and dominating. That's fine, but you can't blame it all on. But you know what? These are the parameters of the job, and Dana has not been successful in that job with those parameters. He just hasn't.
No.
You point out all the pitching. It's been awful. Peter Lambert, and they lucked into Peter Lambert
because they had cut
Peter
him.
Lambert, they had him, they let him go, and they had to bring him back.
Because
So
they had
really
nobody
lucked
left
into it.
because of injuries. That was a completely lucky situation.
Yep.
And to be fair, it was lucky, but he wasn't good when Dana got no one could have seen this coming. Peter Lambert could not have seen. Peter Lambert's mom and dad could not have seen this.
No, they didn't see this. No, nobody saw this. Not with Peter Lambert's.
But he has
Colorado and Asian his Asian stint there. No one could have seen this.
No one. And the other problem is Dana Brown has not done a great job of fixing the minor league system. That's been an issue that's been ongoing for a while. And right now it's still they're still, depending on where you look, anywhere from 25th to 29th out of 30 teams in the minor league system. I mean, this has been, he got here in 23. The part of what you have to do, and I don't care if it's not all on you, sometimes it's on the developmental guys maybe.
Don't forget,
but
though,
you
he
still
didn't have
to do
draft picks, though. Don't forget there
he
was
didn't. No. Wait a minute. That penalty happened in 20, right? That'd be 21 and 22.
20, 21, 22.
Although there's nobody in the system,
No,
granted,
he
that's
hasn't
still
had-
he didn't take over with anyone in the system. I guess that's the same. He wouldn't have made those picks. He would have gotten credit for them, even though he didn't make those picks. But that's true. You didn't have first-round picks from 21 and 22 in your system. So that does hurt.
Yeah, first-round picks. This is okay. This doesn't go up.
When did the Astros lose their first-round picks? In 20 and 21 as punishment for the sign stealing. So they lost it in 20 and 21. He was hired January.
Well, here's the thing, too. They had the 19th pick this year, and it's the highest that they've picked in I don't know how long. So he hasn't had the ability like Luhnow had. How many number one overall picks?
Right, that's true. But what about the Dodgers? The Dodgers have 7 in the top 100. I mean, you think they're not picking low, unless they traded for some of those. But they're not picking. They're picking way up the in the 20s, high 20s. 30 last year. They're still doing that too. Which, by the way, a lot of people are really starting to come down on the Tigers for what they got back for Skubal. They got the 5th and the 8th prospect from the Dodgers. Now, the 5th is pretty good. The 8th, the Dodgers, the expectation, when you look at what was had for when Juan Soto brings back like it was 1, 3, and 4 in the Padres system, okay, that's your expectation. But the Dodgers didn't bring that, but the Tigers didn't bring that back. They didn't even bring back any of the top 3 for the from the Dodgers system. And I think the problem was no one was like they just didn't have a second horse in the race. They couldn't find somebody to make the Dodgers pay up. The Tigers had no leverage because no one wants to give up their farm system for a rental. And the Dodgers know we can sign them. All we have to do is pay him $13 this year, and then we pay him $700 million over the next 20 years.
So
fine.
Dana had the 28th pick in 23, 28th pick in 24, 21st pick in 25, 17th and 28th in 26.
I mean, they're still first-round picks.
Yeah.
Come on. This isn't NBA draft.
Well, he got Bryce Matthews in 23.
Okay.
He's up. Yep. Walter Janik.
I mean, this isn't the NBA draft where if you don't get in the top 12 or top 5 picks, sometimes you have no chance. This is baseball. You're finding good players outside of the first round all the time. You still got to get better with it.
Yeah.
And Cam Smith, Cam has really got to play better. Kyle Tucker for Cam Smith. That trade is going to be judged probably in the next 2 years. People start passing final judgments on whether or not.
You also got Isaac Paredes, who arguably has been better than Tucker.
Yeah, this year. But the question was, how much can you get for a Tucker? The question was, how much can you get for a Tucker from minor league system? And, he got a guy that was rated highly in the Cubs system. He was way up the Cubs system. So he got a guy that was way up the Cubs system. It's just that it hasn't panned out yet. I don't care what Kyle Tucker does. We were never hanging on. The Astros were never hanging on to Kyle, so that was irrelevant. That's a commodity. What do you get in exchange for that commodity? And up to this point, it's not great. There's been flashes with Cam Smith. It hasn't been great. You haven't had
unfortunately
2 good minor leaguers.
But there's also the argument, Cam Smith, you were forced to start Cam Smith with 0 minor league experience in a year at Florida State or whatever he had.
Why is
he had
that?
3 years at Florida State.
Why were you forced to do that?
Because you didn't have anybody to play right field.
Why is that?
You put a third baseman
Whose responsibility
third
is
base
that?
rookie in right field.
Whose responsibility is that?
Well, I mean, you're limited. Again, you were limited money-wise.
Okay, then this is a Jim Crane issue?
Well, it's obviously there's a lot of
yes.
factors
Let's call
to
it like it is. This is a Jim Crane.
It's everybody factor.
Okay, no one likes to say this because people get nervous about it. I'll say it. It's a Jim Crane issue too. This is becoming a Jim Crane issue. He is running this like a business, and at some point you have to lighten up the reins because you can't run you can't be strictly business oriented in the world of professional sports. There are times that you have to loosen up a little bit and willing to take a few more chances and maybe take some financial hits along the way.
You can't say that he hasn't. You can't say that he hasn't.
Well, then which is it then, John? Then who's responsible for not having an
now
outfielder
it's
when
gotten
Cam
to
Smith?
the point where, again, whenever you win for a long time, now all of a sudden there's bloated salaries in the organization.
I know he's gotten credit for all that stuff. Who's then? I need to know who was responsible for Cam Smith having to play well.
You know as well as anybody that when you win, now all of a sudden all of the pay comes due.
I know,
and then it's harder to win.
So you got it. So I think Jim Crane. I think his idea of not being able to move off of anybody. If you're going to be one of those guys that lets guys walk, you have to take on the Royals mantra. I'm sorry. You got to move guys so you can replenish your system.
The big mistake, but here's the deal. The mistakes that they made was paying the wrong guys. Christian Javier, Jose Abreu, Lance McCullers.
Who were the right guys?
The Montero. I mean, they decided to pay a lot of the wrong people. It's not that they didn't pay. They paid the wrong people.
Well, they pay guys early. If you're willing to do a deal early where it doesn't hit market value, they will do extensions with you, and they'll give you money early.
I don't know. Lance McCullers wasn't market value. Jose Abreu wasn't market value.
What was the market value on Lance?
Montero wasn't market value.
Oh, I would say, Montero was above market value. Montero was dumb.
So was
That's
Lance
a dumb
McCullers.
contract. Well, then who's responsible for these things?
Well, they made mistakes again.
That's Jim Crane, though.
Yeah.
It's okay to call out Jim Crane that he's making mistakes too.
Yeah, and no, it's Jim Crane. It's Bagwell. It's
Jim Crane. It's Dana Brown.
And Dana Brown.
All three of them. It's okay to call the truth out. This is what it is. This is what it is. And Reggie Jackson was in there too for a while.
Yep.
Making mistakes. But Jim Crane has made mistakes. And Jim Crane right now has a methodology of doing things. And if you're not willing to trade players near the end of their run with you to replenish your systems, then you better be unbelievable at drafting and developing. You better be unbelievable to make up for a Kyle Tucker, to make up for an Alex Bregman, to make up for a Springer, to make up for a Correa, to make up for for a Jeremy Pena, to make up for a Hunter Brown. You better be unbelievable to make up for those guys, to replace them with like players.
Yep. Garrett Cole. Shoot.
Well, Garrett Cole was. I mean, you were in
Garrett
the middle
Cole,
of a
you had to
great run.
replace him.
You had to replace him, but Garrett Cole, like, that was a time where you were at 19. First of all, you were at 19. Jim Crane had only been experiencing winning for 3 years. That was totally understandable. You're not moving him. But, yeah, you do have to replace him. And it looked like they did. They've had bad luck also. They've had injury issues. It's Christian Javier getting hurt was bad luck, I guess. Either that or somebody in the medical department is not doing their job, or a pitching coach, or maybe they're too reliant upon spin rate, or I don't know what it is. But Christian Javier, frankly, was bad luck. I don't begrudge them for the deal that they gave Javier. That guy was a Cy Young favorite the next year.
Charlie Morton. I mean, there's guy after guy after guy that just left.
They let him walk.
With nothing in return.
Now, Morton's one that didn't make sense. I don't know why they didn't redo a deal with Charlie Morton. That's not the same as one of these.
Older. They
yeah,
thought,
but he pitched
who knew
forever.
that Charlie Morton would have that much left in the tank?
But you could have done a 3-year deal with him. The same people are thinking that Montero, a pitcher and a position, a relief pitcher that's notoriously up and down, you give him a 3-year deal. Charlie Morton could have got a 3-year deal.
No. Well, that was one of the first decisions, and it was a bad one. No question. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on anything that we're doing here? You're more than welcome. If you or anyone you care about, you're searching for something stable, you're searching for a meaningful career, you got a dead-end job, or you're just like, I don't feel like I've got a career. Do you have are you building towards retirement planning? Do you have health insurance where you're working? Do you have a full family health insurance? Do you have wages that you're happy with? If you're not happy, okay, why not make the call to IBEW Local 66, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66. They want to talk to you. Maybe you can do it. Maybe you can't. But they've been around for 125 years. They got 4,800 members. This ain't just some fly-by-night. They've been around for 125 years. It ain't like they're going anywhere. They offer you a structured path forward, classroom learning, paid on-the-job training, nationally recognized career. High wages, full family health insurance, retirement planning. You want to get a career. You're in a job. You're going nowhere. Let's go. IBEW66.com. IBEW66.com. Call them. 713-943-0716. IBEW Local 66. Powering careers, powering the future.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we're back. Anything in our conversation that you want to contribute or add to, or if you disagree, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Well, you do have Texans to talk, but let's get, who is it, Todd, did you say, Del? I know you said some name. Del, did you say, who did you say is on the line? Kyle. Kyle's on the line. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, guys, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I'm gonna agree 100% with Lance on this. I think Dana Brown is gone. And if you think about it, Crane fired James Click a month after he won the World Series. So I don't know. I'm with you guys. He just doesn't renew contracts. Then he's gonna look for someone else. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree too that he's going to fire him. I'm not saying that's 100%.
He's not firing. He's going to let the contract run out, just like he did with Click.
People think that's firing, but okay.
Right.
If the contract is up, you no longer work for the company, then that's not really firing. You had your stay and blah, blah, blah. And that happens all the time in business. So our contract is up, so we're going to go in another direction. That's fine. And I don't disagree with you. And that's, he lived up to the contract that they signed. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But whether or not you agree that Dana, I don't know. What do you think about the job that Dana's done?
I mean, I don't like it.
You don't? Okay. What issues do you have with what he's done?
Yeah, I mean, just like y'all said earlier, the pitching, first and foremost, not finding a left-handed bat. Getting rid of one of your better prospects. For Burroughs, who, I mean, he is what he is. I think they were trying to catch Charlie Morton in a bottle, and it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. There's a lot.
It mirrored the Cole deal that they got, actually, with Pittsburgh. They thought, oh, look at this, another Pittsburgh guy that Pittsburgh is willing to give up on a guy with some potential. They turned Cole into the best pitcher in baseball.
That Cole had some stuff now.
Yeah, Cole is got a totally different body type.
And Cole coming out of the Pittsburgh he was their number 1 or number 2 at that time when they made the trade. You look at these trades, golly, that Dana Brown's made. I'll say this: every player he's traded, every prospect he's traded for one of his players has turned out to be terrible. Jake Bloss, terrible. Will Wagner does nothing. Anderson Brito, 0. Drew Gilbert is just a fill-in. Ryan Clifford never hit the bigs. Matt Mikulski is a nothing. Like, it kind of also speaks to the fact that Corey Lee has not, has not developed into a big-time major league player at all.
So wait a minute. What are you saying?
Well, actually, I'm saying these players weren't even good to begin with.
Well, that's okay. You traded them away.
No, you traded them away. Yeah, I mean, you didn't get burned by any of them. That's for
sure. I know, but so that's a positive.
So
for
here's
Dana.
the guy you got.
He got rid of guys that were no good.
Right.
And got guys in return.
And the guys from return, because the guys in return were, Justin Verlander, the older Verlander from the Tigers.
That's pretty
he
good.
got back Kikuchi for a rental, and he did fine. Mike Burrow's been terrible, but you gave up
Jesus Sanchez was terrible.
Nothing. Jesus Sanchez, you gave up.
Loperfido.
Gave up nobody. Yeah. Did you give up Loperfido there?
Yeah. You gave up Loperfido for
and Chase Jaworski. Loperfido. I mean, he's.
Oh no. Loperfido
was for somebody else, I think.
So somebody else. He went to Toronto.
Yeah. So his trades. I mean, I wanted to do one of two things: either build up your regular season roster, or build up the minor leagues.
Jesus Sanchez was for that terrible pitcher.
No, none of the
Tampa.
guys. Dana's never been burned by any of his players. Anybody he's traded, never been burned because they're all garbage. I mean, they're all terrible.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. We don't have to look back and like, oh, God, But at the same time, they're also not good prospects. Like the Astros didn't really draft anybody good. Some of those guys weren't his guys anyway. He didn't draft them.
Most of them weren't his
23, 24, 25, yeah. A lot of those weren't. Corey Lee wasn't his draft pick. And Corey was considered a prospect by the MLB pipeline, by Baseball America. He was the prospect coming up. It was not Yainer Diaz, who's playing much better, by the way. Yainer Diaz is playing better baseball. Although Vasquez, they have a much better record when Vasquez starts. A much better record when Vasquez is starting instead of Yainer Diaz. But that's a separate issue. The problem with Dana Brown is it's just that old 40-degree day, like they said on The Wire. It does nothing for you. I like to look at it as it's like unsalted chicken. Do you get some nourishment out of it? Yes, Kikuchi gave you some nourishment, but you're not ultimately, Cam Smith is giving you some nourishment. It doesn't taste good. I don't want it again. It's just he's doing a lot of stuff I don't want anymore. I don't want to not have a good minor league system. He took over a system that was 27th to 30th. He took over a bad system. It's now 29th. It hasn't gotten any better. And they said, well, one of the reasons, and AI when I'm asking it questions, well, part of the reason his minor league stuff is because he's had to trade good prospects to keep the minor leagues, but
they weren't good prospects.
But they weren't good prospects was my whole point. But these guys weren't good.
Well, they were prospects because people thought that they could get there, but they
weren't
didn't.
even good. These weren't even good players. They were never going to help the Astros either. So he hasn't built up the minor league system. The roster is not in great shape. He didn't build out pitching. He hadn't done enough. He wasn't put in a good spot. He was in a tough spot. He's in a spot where you're losing guys incrementally, and your owner doesn't want to pay market value once they hit market. I mean, that's the job, though. He's had to deal with Reggie Jackson. Well, not Reggie so much. They got rid of Reggie, and I think about the same time they brought Dana in, right?
No, Reggie.
23, or did he leave in 24?
Oh,
Reggie may have left a year later, actually.
Not sure Reggie isn't still hanging around somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think he's on the payroll anymore. Jeff's still kicking it.
Yeah, Jeff's still around.
Jeff Bagwell's still around. That's probably not ideal for him, if I'm being honest, for Dana Brown. None of this is ideal for Dana Brown, but he's not doing a job. I'm not here to argue if this is this a great situation for Dana Brown? No. Is Dana Brown doing his job to the best of his ability? I don't know about to the best of his ability, but it didn't help in the Astros. Could you find somebody who could do a better job than Dana Brown? I feel very confident you could. Very confident you could. So it's not like he's not a replaceable talent at the position. He is a replaceable talent based on his performance of building minor leagues, of trade deadline work, and of building out roster and free agent moves. There's nothing there that stands out for Dana Brown. You can make whatever case you want. It's not fair for Dana. That's how the business is. It's just how the business is. When you sign.
You could argue it wasn't fair for Click. Dana's had his shot.
Yeah. Well, Click, but Click got to take over with much better roster of players, but he also was battling.
But there's
he was
no
battling
history,
Dusty all along the way.
Zero history of not retaining a guy that just won the World Series.
Right. Yeah. That's a Crane thing.
Yep. All right. He obviously has a good relationship with whoever the GM is in Toronto. That's the only team he trades with regularly. They do trade a little bit with Toronto. Toronto, yeah. All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number. And don't forget, Houston Restaurant Weeks is right now. It's through September 7th. Okay? You got hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus. Every time you eat, you help Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Check out the full lineup. It could be lunch or dinner, and it's awesome. And you help the Houston Food Bank, and you get a meal at a discount price. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Don't go anywhere. All right, it's been all Astros this morning. Let's talk a little Texans. As camp pads yesterday out there. CJ had some nice throws by the accounts. He had a couple of touchdown throws, which is nice. It's nice to have touchdown throws in practice, I think. Jadeveon Clowney was the story yesterday out of camp. He returned to the Houston fold. What will we see from him? Well, D'Amico, I think D'Amico is a little, there's something left in the tank. We're not going to go crazy. We're not going to go crazy about how he changes the team. Although the defensive line, look at the additions with Sheldon Rankins back, with Tommy Togiai, with Mario Edwards back, with the addition of McDonald, the defensive line, the ends, and now bringing Jadeveon Clowney in, pretty damn good. Maybe probably the best in the league. And I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Yeah, Clowney is still like the name gets people. Oh, Jadeveon Clowney, he was the first pick of the draft. That was 12 years ago. Yeah. But he can still play a little bit. He's a viable backup.
When you're not dependent on him, like the Cowboys had to depend on him for, hey, can you be our best pass rusher?
Right.
No. How about you might be fourth? You might be fourth. One of the tackles might be better than you.
Right.
We're not worried about that. Mm-hmm. We don't have to have you be great. If he makes some plays, which, I thought Barnett made plays. But if he does what Derek Barnett did the last couple of years here, I think you got to win here.
Oh, if you do that, Barnett was really good.
He was good.
Yeah.
He was good.
You just want Jadeveon to put some pressure on the quarterback, be a good teammate, buy into everything that they teach and they're doing, which sometimes, he's just kind of just done his own thing at times. And then, you got to be that swarm guy if you want them to keep you. But I think for D'Amico to sign off on him, he probably saw enough with Clowney.
Yeah.
It's not he's a backup. But it'll be a much bigger deal if there's an injury. Every backup, you got to remember, they could be starting with one injury.
Well, not only that, but backups on the defensive line play a lot.
Right.
It ain't like quarterback backup or, or offensive line backup. These guys are on the field.
Yeah. No, they're rotational.
Yeah.
They're going to get in.
So here's D'Amico talking about Jadeveon Clowney when he brings.
Oh, we'll see what he brings. Everybody knows Clowney was, first pick overall here in Houston, and he's been a successful player, had a successful career, and he brings a physical aspect to the football game, right? To our defense, a guy who can get after the passer as well. So we'll try to get him in, get him acclimated to what we're doing, and he'll be up to speed, off and running.
I mean, he's a backup. Let's not make, but he is, again, on the defensive line. A backup it's rotational. He's going to be on the field. We saw that a lot with Barnett.
Yeah,
we saw that a lot. So, and Jadeveon Clowney has been playing a lot. He had to play a lot for the Cowboys last year. He had to do a lot for the Cowboys last year. And but you're going to be asking a lot less from him.
He's fine. I don't want him to play too much. That means somebody's hurt.
Well, even so, I want him to play. He'll get snaps now. He'll get 30 snaps a game. 20 to 30, absolutely. Yeah. Go look up Derek Barnett's snaps last year.
Is that right? You may be right. How many snaps were the offense is getting?
Because you could put him on one side, Daniil on the other. You could put Clowney on one side. And, you got a lot of rest. And listen, I love the way the Texans go about it because it seemed like Will Anderson is fresh the whole game. If he's playing every down, he ain't going to be fresh.
Right.
At the end of the game. Will Anderson made a lot of impact plays in the fourth quarter because he was still, because Derek Barnett was on the field.
Yeah, Derek Barnett last year, his snap count from week 1 on 15, 20, 27, 11, 13, 21, 16, 19, 14, 21, 26, 21, 18, 22, 19, 22, 45 versus Colts in the last game.
Well, nobody played in that game.
Wild card 18, 19. So it's a little lower than you think,
Yeah.
but they also don't have a ton of snaps against them because they force a lot of 3 and outs.
That's true.
So it'd be percentage of snaps is what you'd be looking at. 30 seemed high, but from a percentage of snaps, yeah, this is plenty of snaps. It looked like, if you take out that
65 to 70 snaps.
He's probably about 19 snaps a game on average.
Okay, so there's 65 snaps for the other team, 70 snaps maybe for the other team. He's getting almost a third of them.
Yeah. I was gonna look up.
Yeah, maybe a little high for Clowney, but yeah, 20 snaps a game. Yeah. And and as long as he stops the run, that's going to be fine. If he puts some pressure on the quarterback, if he's got quarterback hurries, if he gets over Clowney sacks this year, 3. I'm gonna go 3.
That's a good number. I'm gonna go lower, but that's not a bad
I'm gonna
number.
go over. I think he'll have
I'll make
4
it
or
2
5.
and a half.
I think he'll have 4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? And if he's got 5 more tackles for losses, if he's got tackles, stopping the run, then he's doing his job. That's fine.
I think Derek Barnett. It's interesting. Derek Barnett had fewer. He was a disappointment as the 14th pick of the draft for the Eagles. Sack totals 5, 2.5, 6.5, 5.5, 2, 0. Then he went to Houston, 2.5. Well, he got traded in 23. He had 2.5 for Houston in 2023 in 6 games. 5,
That's a lot.
5 and 16 and 5 and 17, which is pretty good for his snap to that's. His sack per snap, sacks per snaps was pretty good in Houston. I don't think Clowney will get to that. But you're saying 3, so you don't either. But Clowney could end up
I'm
playing.
gonna go 4. He's gonna have 4 or 5.
I mean, he'll play. Yeah, he's a rotational defensive end. Rotational ends and tackles, they play. That's the thing no one really talks about that much is you always stay fresh as a D tackle and D end because you get to take some reps off. Offensive lineman, there is no such thing as rotational lineman. It's not a thing unless you got a bad situation where you're not sure who the starter is. I've seen the Texans rotate in guards, and it's and that's not a good sign.
No.
That means neither one of them are good.
No, we don't want that. We want continuity. We want guys knowing exactly where the other guy's going to be. They just give each other a glance.
Think about
they
that,
know.
John. Those guys are in. Typically, they're not as good an athlete as the guy across from them. They're not as good a player. And if you looked at man on man, right, you'd say the defense is the better player probably 63 to 64% of the time than the guy across from them when they're going one-on-one. Maybe that's a little high, but it's at least 60%. Those ends and tackles are also getting to rest, so they're a little bit more fresh in the way that they attack. Offensive linemen are heavy. They have to play every snap. They are in defensive postures a lot with pass protection against guys charging forward. It's a miracle, and there's not very many good ones, frankly. And it's terrible to find. It's hard to find quality depth in the NFL. It is in football circles. It's a well-known. As a matter of fact, one of the things Jacksonville was talking about in their meeting that I think I can say this, is when you look at what happened with the Chargers, where they missed both their tackles got hurt, and it completely blew the Chargers' offense completely up. In that Jacksonville meeting, they were talking about the fact not only do you need to prioritize a third tackle, it's getting to the point now where you have to prioritize a fourth tackle.
Well, listen, it's always been, if you have a 12-play drive, it's the defense that's tired, not the offense. And they've got guys that they're rotating in and out.
Yeah,
and
that doesn't make a lot.
You're wearing them out.
And we never assume the offense is tired, like the linemen are tired.
But yet, listen, I played and when you are dominating a team and you are running the football on them, and you're not tired. You're actually rejuvenated. You feel I mean, it is great when you are dominating your opponent and you're running the football against them. It's funny in that way, and yet you don't sub in. You got the same guys on the field. You might sub in your running back or wide receiver, but otherwise, it's funny that way. It is. It's invigorating when you are on the offensive side of the ball and you're winning. It's funny. It does work that way. You would think, wait a minute, we should be tired too. We're not.
Right.
We're not. Because you are dominating the game. Time to break. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Not good. A FIFA match promoter was arrested in Galveston on child porn materials. Nice job, FIFA. Jerks. Nice job. He was on a cruise in Mexico and landed here and arrested in Galveston. Nice job, FIFA. Is this a black guy on soccer?
No.
Just one idiot.
Yeah, I mean, we can pick and choose all the sports that we care about and find some person who's bad.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, it's awful, but
How about UEFA saying we ain't doing no more FIFA stuff?
well, UEFA was the first major soccer association to go, you know what, Johnny Soccer, you can't set off the World Cup, certainly without us being aware of it before you try it. So they started it, then the Asian Federation did it, and then CONCACAF got on board, except for Mexico. Mexico's like, you know what? Not so bad. These ideas aren't so bad. So Mexico was one of the countries who made it clear that they weren't completely out on this, and it kept building. The momentum built, so they decided we're not selling off pieces of the World Cup. They may go back to it, but it looks like if they do, then the individual soccer federations will have their say, because Gianni Infantino and FIFA sprung it on them without their knowledge. So that got shot down. People think he's going to lose his job over this because
no one likes him.
Yeah, they don't like him. And then if you're selling off the World Cup, and there's the
quarters,
and then you're not telling us about it, so he may lose his job over this.
Yeah, well, he's kind of a scumbag, but okay.
It's FIFA, so you expect
it's FIFA.
someone in charge to not be great.
Did you guys happen to see Penn State athletics revenue?
No, and I will tell you now, if Lance doesn't answer, it's because he's not here. You remember that long story that was somewhat boring? He's downstairs making sure his car can start. So he has
somewhat. Did you say somewhat?
I mean, I was trying to be kind.
I was wondering when is this ending?
I said somewhat because I admittedly tuned out about 30 seconds in. So he can't be here to answer your questions because he has to be downstairs to make sure his car charges.
I can see he's not there.
Yeah, so
I did not. I said you guys. I meant you.
I did not see the revenue that.
Okay, so Penn State football made $57.593 million. Made $57.5 million last year. Men's basketball, $172,000 they made profit. Every other sport, 27 sports, 25 of them lost. Women's basketball lost $4.7 million.
I'm trying to think of all of Penn State's athletics, and are they good at anything else? Are they good at volleyball?
I think they're good at volleyball, yeah.
Okay, and yet volleyball didn't make any money?
Volleyball lost $2.61 million.
Okay. Well, we know the deal.
Some women's sports make money.
Yeah,
but listen, this is all. Men's gymnastics, men's fencing, field hockey,
the
all of
non-revenue sports. They always are backed by football and men's basketball for the most part.
But it is amazing how it carries the whole thing. $57.5 million it made. The whole department made a total of $223,000. That's how much football means. So anybody who's talking about, football gets this, football blah blah, football carries the entire program. So there are 27 different teams. How many players on each team? And they're all of those teams are supported by the football program. So there's scholarships involved, your payments to feeding, all of those things.
Summer basketball.
At Penn State, the basketball team made $172,000. That's it.
What?
Football made. Well, Penn State basketball isn't going to make. But
wait. They cleared. That's what they cleared.
Yeah.
After rev share and everything.
Well, after after all expenses, they made $172,000.
Boy, that's
football
low.
made $57.5 million.
Yeah.
And carried, and every other program, the least, the smallest loss was fencing, $500,000 it lost. But otherwise, 1.1, 2.2, 4.739 for women's basketball, 3.3 million for baseball. All of these sports, and they're all carried by football.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about Penn State. We just got a tweet from an Iowa fan about Iowa State football. Is that really the coach of Iowa State football licking that hot dog like that and then eating it? That can't be true.
Is
this real?
I saw that.
Is that
was
really their coach? Their new coach? That's
that
not him.
Did he really do? Was that him? Because I saw the video before.
It says
God.
this post is unavailable.
That's no way. That's not true. Because I pulled up Jimmy Rogers, the new coach. He replaced what's his name? Matt Campbell, who went to Penn State. We're just talking about Penn State. That's not Jimmy Rogers, their new head coach. No way.
There's no way that is. No, that's not.
He just said it is.
Yeah, I was like, well,
Because it
that
says
Hawkeye account.
It says
said
Hawkeye
it was.
Enjoyer. Breaking: Iowa State head coach Jimmy Rogers caught eating. It's obviously just a
It's
joke.
a guy with a goatee, and Jimmy Rogers at a time had a goatee, I guess.
It's a joke,
that's
but
not him.
It's really unfortunate that somebody caught this guy.
Someone is eating a hot
That's
dog.
not him.
It's
Look
not
at
him.
Look at Jimmy Rogers and look at him.
I pulled it up. It's not him, but it is someone eating a hot dog that way, though.
Yeah,
no,
that's a
somebody
real.
Does eat. Somebody does eat. He
licks.
It licks and then
mean,
sucks it and then.
Hey!
Well,
Don't
he
say
did.
it like that. Don't.
It's like Jimmy got instructions from the hot dog on the way to eat it.
Hey! Hey, you either.
And the hot dog.
You either.
The hot dog's like, do it this way, and Jamie was like,
It's
you know
like
what?
he's-
Okay.
Oh
It's like
yeah.
he's practicing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like the hot dog
Oh yeah,
was like,
just like that, Jimmy.
yeah, Jimmy was like, oh, okay.
Well, first of all, this isn't Jimmy.
It's not Jimmy, you guys.
Stop. Yeah, just like that, Jimmy. Don't stop. Just like that. No, wait, it's not Jimmy. It's
You're
not
right.
even
Not
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
This man
Stop
may
saying
not be,
that.
This man may not be named Jimmy. You're right. I don't know who this is, but it's like the hot dog told him to do it that way, and he's like, "Yeah, okay, hot dog, I'll do it that way." He got instructions.
Do this.
I
Do
wish
that.
everyone took instructions.
You
that
think
See, look
the
at
hot
you.
dog told him how to eat it?
Why else would you do it that way? It is like someone told him that's the way, and he
And
did
here's
it that
the
way.
deal: he's eating with his daughters, his wife and daughters.
So this has to be his second hot dog, and here's why I say this. And I'm not retweeting it, so you can forget that.
You can go to Hawkeye Enjoyer. if you
Hawkeye
wanna see
Enjoyer.
it.
When
It's
was this
awful.
posted? This is posted August 4th, so today.
Well,
It's a parody site.
Yeah, of course it is. But the hot dog eating is real. It's not Jimmy
the
Rogers.
hot dog's eating real, but it's not Jimmy
Yeah,
Rogers.
Yeah,
I
but
know, we
forget
got
Jimmy
it.
Rogers.
It's not him. It's
forget
not-
Jimmy Rogers. A
I
real
saw
man
it
ate a
before
hot
the Hawkeyes picked it up. Just like did you see all the Longhorn Bud Light cases of beer?
No, I'm sure that was
And-
fake too.
And now I don't know. I think you could probably put the Longhorn logo on Bud Light, but somebody put it out there. Oh, another Dylan Mulvaney. This is. I guess they're not getting away.
Yeah, I saw that. I
guess they're not getting away from Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah, like they're doing more of this
More
marketing
gay,
or stuff
more
like
gay
that.
marketing.
Yeah. So back to this guy eating a hot dog like this. This is a real person that actually did this. So what is happening here is somebody was ready with the phone to record. So this must have been his second hot dog, because how would you know? And this does not feel like a setup. I don't think a grown man wants a video out there going viral of him eating a hot dog this way. So somebody, whoever had the video, the phone, knew that this guy eats hot dogs this way.
And by the
it
way-
might have been an employee.
Again and again, or they've seen him before do it. So
Yeah. Oh no!
it looks
this
like-
ain't their first
nobody
rodeo.
could eat two of those hot dogs. By the way,
Yeah, I don't,
that's the
is it-
biggest
is
damn
that
hot
a-
dog
Is
I've
that
ever
a hot
seen.
dog or a brat? I don't know what
That's
that
a
is.
big hot dog.
Yeah, whatever it is, Jimmy, whoever
not
he
Jimmy.
is, Jimmy Smith. Okay,
I don't like.
it
the
doesn't
first,
really matter.
I don't like the first move he made. We can't talk about it here
Yeah,
on the air.
this-
The first move he makes after, I hate even saying it.
He looks
after
at it
he licks the
longingly,
mustard. It
and then
does it
licks
twice,
it.
and then the move immediately after that is off-putting.
Of course it is. That's why I
Like,
said
go to the bite. Don't do
it's
this.
like someone, like the hot dog said, this is the way you're supposed to, and he's like, okay, I'll do it the way you want me to.
Oh
And then I don't know. Whoever you are.
Thanks, Tony,
sir,
for conning us into this whole segment.
Now we're stuck watching this thing.
No, I can't watch it anymore. It is too much. He is too enthusiastic, and yeah.
As we said, if you want to see the thing that distracted this entire show, it's at Hawkeye Enjoyer. It's nuts. I don't know who eats a hot dog that way except for this man here, who was not the Iowa State head coach. Not the Iowa State head coach.
Right.
No one even knows what that guy looks like. Honestly.
Not the Iowa State head coach.
I didn't know their head coach was named Jimmy Rogers. I don't know what he looks like. Now I do because I had to look him up. It's not him. It's just some man eating a brat or whatever in a way that no man should eat a brat.
No, do not.
At least
By
not,
the way,
at
we
least
have
not
not
when
even
you're filmed.
We haven't even talked about the fact that there was a moment yesterday in the Astros game where Taylor Trammell thought he hit a home run.
That was embarrassing.
He was
Well,
robbed.
here's what he did. In defense of him,
Okay.
if the ball had touched the wall before Miles caught it, if it in fact he went up and trapped it, or the ball had actually touched the wall before his glove, Taylor, I think he was just running to make sure that, because if it did touch the wall, he would have gotten a home run.
Now, the pitcher was celebrating. He had his head down and was sprinting. He didn't see any of this go down. He thought it went over. That's what he thought, because the guy made the catch. He made it about a foot below the line. The pitcher was celebrating. Everyone was celebrating the out. He had his head down running. He just thought he had licked one. He got to the plate. Taylor Trammell is stepping on all the bases, running pretty quick with his head down, gets to home plate, slows down, steps on it, points up to the sky, as you are wont to do, and then he notices no one's around to celebrate with him, and he's like starts looking around, and then he realizes, wait a minute.
Does the third base coach never congratulate him on home runs? He didn't notice it then, when the third base coach didn't go.
You
give
wouldn't
him...
think, because he is like, he's got his finger up. There it is. There's the pound to the sky. He looks up.
I thought he was running just in case it touched the wall.
This looks like the run of I'm watching it. This looks like the run of a man who thinks he has a home run as he's rounding second, and especially when he's rounding third, where he's doing his little finger gun like that.
And he didn't notice, huh? That no.
Yeah,
one
there's
was...
there's no umpire who did the home run sign. And I just said, I feel this way driving home excitedly to get my hands on those egg rolls I stashed, and then opening the refrigerator to find my son had eaten them. That literally happened. I was so excited to get these Vietnamese egg rolls that I had ordered to go along with my daughter's fried rice, because she had been sick, and that's what she likes eating after she's sick. I'm getting home. I'm driving home, and they're all gone. And I was so mad.
That is.
I was so mad. It hurt me so much. I got into a fight with my wife. She goes, "You cannot be this mad about that." I am this mad about that.
No, look at John, the look of shock on Trammell's face.
He's like, "Wait, what?
What? He's walking about to walk into the dugout. He's nearly he's near the circle, and he looks and goes, "Wait, what?" Yeah, this man thought he hit a home run. It's tough.
I felt bad for him. I just wanted to believe that he thought if it did hit the wall first.
I better hustle around these bases so I can get inside the Parker.
No.
Yes. Because the replay would have shown it hit the wall, and I ran home.
No, he doesn't have any swag in his home run trot, because he was run. I get it, he's running a little faster than you might think for a guy who hits a home run, but he thought he hit it. Unfortunately, former Astro Miles Straw took an extra base hit away from him.
We got some hot dog comments. Renee, our old school listener, I got to make sure he gets to the listener appreciation. Can you get one or two of the female interns to redo hot dog segments?
What? Stop it, Renee.
This is why I'm gonna make sure you get to our listener appreciation, because you obviously know how the show works. But that's terrible.
But we
and
keep
then
them away from the interns.
Joan mentioned this.
They're all men anyway.
I saw that Mario. Yeah, they're all guys anyway. I saw that Mario Lopez. Not Zach Slater. What was his AC Slater?
Yeah.
I saw that he was. And he's married to Kylie Wong's sister.
They're still married?
Or no. Kylie is married to. That's what it is. Kylie's married to Mario Lopez's brother. No, sister. Yeah.
Get it clear.
Get it straighten that up. I saw he was trending. I'm like, why is Mario Lopez trending? Well, did you see why? He did a video of his niece that he's at a Dodger game with, and she's holding two hot dogs in her hands, and it's him. It's an AI video of him and his niece. So clearly they took a picture or something, but then you can feed it into AI and say, make it a video of whatever you want. And she tries to eat both the hot dogs at the same time, and all this mustard shoots out onto her face, and she's rubbing it around her face, and people flipped out like, what are you doing, Mario, you nasty ass man? That is your niece, and you're doing this. You made an AI video like that? I've got to go to Mario's account, see if he apologized for it, because I don't even think he took it down.
He deleted the video.
He did? It took a while.
It did. He got criticized enough that he deleted the video. I don't know that he's apologized for it, though.
Yeah, but people still have it out there.
Yeah, of course. It's been grabbed. It's too late for him now. Yeah, it's
I'll tag.
Yeah,
John
it's Kylie
right now.
Wong's daughter.
Wait.
What?
This is Kylie Wong's daughter?
It's his niece because it's his sister's daughter.
Oh, is that?
Here,
No.
I'm tagging you right now, John.
Yeah, tag me.
Yeah.
I just tagged you, and you'll see it. This is Kylie Wong's. Kylie Wong had to be a little pissed about this.
I would imagine.
We let our daughter go to a game with you, and you make an AI video like this?
You gotta know. You gotta just know better, Mario Lopez.
Yeah.
Yeah, her name is. Yeah, I don't need to put her name out there, but you could, if you look up the video, it is Kylie Wong's daughter.
Good thing Kylie's daughters all look like Marissa.
You have a problem with Kylie Wong?
I don't want my daughter looking like him.
I mean, you know,
Kylie Wong's not a bad looking dude. He says he doesn't look like an ogre.
I don't think people say Kylie Wong is unattractive.
No, Kylie doesn't look like an ogre.
No, but Marissa's much.
He didn't say Zeke Estacio.
Well, no.
No, not Zeke Estacio.
But I don't.
But Mario will tell you, I'm glad they look like her too.
Well, yes, you would like the daughters to look more like
Kylie
woman.
would tell you that. Kylie would tell you
But
that.
I don't.
Yeah.
But I would imagine if you ask, a woman who likes men or a man who likes men, I don't think Kylie Wong would be on the unattractive side of the scale. But yes, you would like the girl to look more like the mom.
The girl. Yes. Now I have an image of that all day. The hot dog dude. That's bad. The hot dog dude is. I can't ever watch that again. Can't watch it again. We got a break. We are up against it here. We are talking about Billy Brown. Billy Brown got in the hot dog segment. How about that, Billy? How about that? How awesome for you. Here's the deal. If you're throwing down hot dogs and then you got to use the bathroom and the bathroom doesn't work, what? Are you kidding me? Throwing down gigantic hot dogs or whatever? Anytime your bathroom doesn't work, it is an emergency situation, right? Because, okay, we can't use our bathroom. What? No, you got to have Billy Brown. Billy's got to get there. They will get there. Emergency situations are more like spring leaks. And if you only got one toilet and it doesn't work, that's a huge emergency situation. So you definitely got to have them right there right away. But doesn't matter what it is, emergency, not emergency, whatever it is, you got to call Aqueduct Plumbing Company because they're going to bring their guys and they're going to do the job and they're not going to charge you just to show up. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. Lance, you've used them. I used them. There's no better way to go.
And I love the fact that I've told friends who have used them and been very, very happy. And we wouldn't represent them like we do if we didn't use them and weren't very. We didn't have strong feelings about the work that they do and their prices as well and how quickly they get out to you. 281. You give the phone number, John. I just all of a sudden blanked on it.
He took his headphones off.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. Go to aqueductplumbing.com. That's aqueductplumbing.com.
Aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
We cannot have the hot dog anymore on this show. Ugh. I mean, stop sending it, people. Stop sending it. Good Lord. That is not something that we're doing anymore. All right, Del, what did we miss today?
Quite a bit. We missed a trade that signified a failure for a team in their rebuild. The Orioles trade Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. It is kind of ripping that fan base apart because he was supposed to be the centerpiece of their rebuild. And, they had that one playoff run, didn't do much, and they have decided to punt on their current build and start over again, which is pissing Orioles fans off. So there are some cautionary tales when you sell. Even if you do get young talent, there's no guarantee.
And they gave him to the Red Sox.
Yeah, now they got a haul, but this is much like what the national fans were fearing in general. Funny enough, in that same area of the country, when Abrams' name was said to be not offered, but the Nationals would listen. And the National fans are like, wait a minute, didn't you just trade Juan Soto and you told us, hey, we're going to get young players and build with young players, and now you're going to trade one of the great young players from that trade? Well, Rutschman was supposed to be the guy to help the Orioles get back to being a real contender. And
What was he?
Well, that's the thing. They sent them off for young prospects. Good prospects. The Orioles got a haul from most accounts, but
How can you sweep the Astros and then be a seller? How can that happen? One of the great teams in baseball history.
now Rutschman is 28, so they certainly got younger there, but it was tough for them to stomach after what he was supposed to be. And, his first couple of years pretty good. Was a Rookie of the Year candidate, made an All-Star appearance, has 4 of them all together, but he and that team has not been much of anything really since 2023? Was that where they were really good? I forgot exactly the year, but it's tough. Yeah, 23, 24, those were the good years for the Orioles, and since that point, not great. So now they're moving on.
Mm-hmm. There's that. There is, Zach Lowe saying this is a make or break year for Reed Shepherd. Is that a story?
Well,
it's a story.
I think we all know that, though.
Yeah, but you think about Reed Shepherd, for the draft status, all that stuff. But year 3, if he hasn't established himself as a real rotational piece, it becomes not just about Reed Shepherd as a Rocket. It's about Reed Shepherd as an NBA player. Now Kevin Durant said. Now we found out the context was a year, the off season before he actually played with Reed Shepherd, that the value of the small guard who can't defend is not high, and you become very expendable. You don't become a key to it or a real component of a team who has playoff aspirations if you can't defend and you're small, unless you're like a wizard on the offensive end. Reed Shepherd is not proven to be wizard-like on offense, so he needs to establish himself as a guy, at least a guy who stays on the floor consistently, not just in the regular season but in the rotation. Or we could be talking about Reed Shepherd bouncing around. Like, the Rockets have paid generally, actually every young player that showed any promise. Reed needs to show that this year. I'm not ruling it out, certainly, but the Rockets have been known to reward their guys. Maybe not as much as they like, because Tari is a prime example of that, but they'll give guys money. They show an inkling that they can be a real player. That's what he's got to do this year.
Yeah, I think that's just pretty obvious. This is a huge year for Reed. Maybe the shooting coach Chip is going to help him out even more. Hopefully he will. Reed's got to be a 40% shooter.
It's the consistency for Reed.
If he's going to have value to this team, he's got to be, because of his deficiencies defensively. And listen, he may be in a no-win situation here. He may be in a better spot if the Rockets do give up on him, because now with Marcus Smart there and Fred VanVleet back,
how many minutes is he going to get?
Where are his minutes?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see if Van Vliet. We'll see how Van Vliet holds up. Like, let's see if he's ready to go. Let's see if this isn't a permanent issue with his knee. If it's robbed him of functional quickness. I still want to see some stuff with. I still want to see Fred on the field. Still want to see Tank Dell get through a season. There's still, Fred. We'll see how Fred looks whenever he's ready to go. Because picking up Marcus Smart and then drafting a point guard. I can't remember the order in which that happened. If they drafted him and Fred,
on top of that,
there's 3 point guards there.
Thornton first, then the Smart signing.
So clearly, there may be some concern about Fred potentially. If you
maybe
think
Fred or Reed.
Well, Reed. The problem with Reed is Reed. People look at Reed as a shooter. He's a volume shooter. He's not a consistent. Like if he's left wide open, he's not a dead eye. It is not a guarantee it's going in. With really good shooters, you leave them open and those turn into 60% shots. Mm-hmm. And that's not Reed. That's not Reed.
That's why. Listen, last year he could have made himself a ton of money in the NBA had he come through. But maybe this year with the shooting coach chip, that maybe he gets better. And that is where your value is going to be, him being a deadeye, 40+% from 3. That's what Reed Shepherd has to be if he's going to be on the floor because he's a liability defensively. Bijan got a new deal, 3-year, $75. Highest paid running back in the history of the game. $375. Worth it or no?
Say it again. What's the amount of years?
Bijan, $375.
$375 million?
No, 3 years, $75 million.
I was like, $375. Like, wait, what? That's a baseball contract. What?
3 years, $75 million.
51 guaranteed.
Yeah, you should never give a running back more than 3 years. Yeah, you don't have to pay your rookie quarterback. You don't have to pay your quarterback. You don't have a big quarterback payment. So, yeah. It's just a matter of allocating your money, probably between quarterbacks and running backs, is my guess. That's why the Raiders, not for a while, but they're going to have an issue at some point with Fernando Mendoza and Ashton Genty if Genty becomes a good running back. But yeah, you can pay him that. What's the problem? How much are they paying? How much are they paying your guy, Dale?
Who's Mike? Oh,
Tua.
Yeah, Tua.
Tua's still my guy?
Everyone knows who your guy is.
Oh, it's just a 1 year.
He doesn't play for my team.
Holy
He's not my
crap.
guy.
He's still collecting $54 million.
Well, yeah, he's getting his Dolphins money.
So that's why wow.
They don't have to pay
Atlanta
him
only had to
anything.
pay him 1 year, $1.2 million, John.
So just a
Wow.
flyer. He's getting a lot of, not all his Dolphins money, but a lot of it for this year.
And they just signed a 1 year deal. So
and their next quarterback is going to be a draft pick. So
yeah, probably ain't going to be. It's probably not going to be Penix.
No, it's going to be a draft pick, and that'll be cheap. That'll be cheap. So they'll be able to pay him $25 million a year for 3 years. But they're not. They're not going to be paying a quarterback.
No, and that's the timing of these contracts. You have to look at that when other contracts. So yeah, it's $25 million is a lot, but it also makes sense with what they're doing cap wise. UFC fighter Alan Nascimento, 34 years old, died of an apparent heart attack. He was a pretty good fighter. He was 22-7, was 4-2 in his last 6 appearances in the UFC. Only 34 died of a heart attack. That was another one that we didn't cover. And FIFA has had to, Gianni Infantino has had to backtrack on selling off FIFA to private. I mean, what a money-grabbing scumbag whore he is. Mm-hmm. The moves he's tried to make, absolute whore moves. Yeah, selling himself selling his product for money. It's not his to sell, loser. I mean, he tried to sell off FIFA to private equity, 20% of it, and everyone's like, "Wait, what? What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, no, I was kidding. No, not for real, though."
See, this is what happens when your car can't be turned off without your infotainment system draining you.
What happened?
We did this already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we already did this story.
Oh.
Yeah, but you were downstairs.
I must have done it quick. How about the bookie that talked about Ichiro's bookie said he's like he talked about the Ichiro's interpreter's bookie said quote, he was absolutely.
Shohei or Ichiro?
I'm sorry. Not
Ichiro's in a
God.
gambling
Shohei
scandal
Ohtani.
What the hell?
Ichiro is fine. There's no
Ichiro
problem.
too?
He didn't have to
It's
cut off
Shohei.
He didn't cut off a
Racist.
pinky.
Do you want to apologize?
I'd like to apologize to Ichiro and his family and my friends in Japan. Shohei Ohtani, his interpreter, had a gambling issue. The bookie was interviewed.
Ichiro Yamamoto, same difference, right?
Whatevs.
The bookie said, quote, he was absolutely bananas the amount of bets he was making. He said he was trying to dig out of a hole, and that hole made him even more poor of a gambler because he was betting big payouts.
You really are an engine.
I'm not an engine.
Yes, you are.
I'm not an engine.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm a friend of my Japanese people from
Lance-san.
Tokyo to Kyoto to Hiroshima and all points in between.
I hope when you went
To
over
Hanoke?
there, they treated you like they treated Engine when you went over there. This foreigner who doesn't really know much, you just called Ohtani Ichiro.
I just made a slip up. You
Let's
used to be
break.
Del Olale, and now
It's
you're
not the same.
Olaleya. It's
I'm
the same thing.
person.
But
You changed-
Shohei was never Ichiro.
I know, but
That's not the
Olaleya,
same
Roy
thing.
Oswalt, Roy Oswalt, Hakeem, it's the same.
Ichiro and Shohei, that's the
Ichiro
same.
and
You're
Shohei's
digging the hole
Similar.
deeper. You're digging the hole deeper.
Just like
Okay.
his interpreter did. Just like Shohei's interpreter did. Not Ichiro's interpreter.
There it is.
See?
Shohei.
I made the correction.
Shohei.
Not Hideo's interpreter. Shohei's interpreter.
All right.
Glad you didn't call him Chano Park.
Let's break, and we're not going to have any time for news of the weird now. But we got
Kikuchi.
one story. On the other
That
side.
too.
I didn't call him Kikuchi.
You might as well have. Yeah.
On Sunday, an entire theater evacuated during Spider-Man movie due to a moviegoer's uncontrollable bout of rotten flatulence. Have you ever farted bad enough to clear out a room?
Ooh, who hasn't?
I know, right?
Who hasn't?
I mean, if you haven't, you haven't really. You're not eating right.
I was in a car ride in Kansas when I was like 16 or 17, and my dad was driving from one grandparents to the other, and I was just killing the game. I was pretending like I was asleep, and I was murdering the car. I was probably about 15, and all of a sudden my dad goes, "Damn it to hell, wake him up!" And I just kept trying. I'm trying not to laugh. I just keep acting like I'm asleep the whole time, and they kept going, "God bless, that's terrible. What is that?" "I think it's Lance." My brother's like, "I think it's Lance," and it's me, and I'm trying to act like I'm asleep, and I'm just crushing them. And finally, my dad started yelling. He was so pissed off. "Wake him up! Damn it to hell!" What happened? I had to do the fake what. And I didn't tell that story. I didn't tell my dad until years later, and he didn't even remember. I don't remember that. Well, Mike did. Mike remembered. The North remembers.
JT's cleared the car.
Oh,
before.
yeah. Yes. Yeah. This story in News of the Weird, this is like, oh, yeah.
I bet you Dell hasn't.
He wouldn't tell you if he did or not.
Yeah.
Why did somebody do a picture of me and you holding hot dogs?
We had a couple hot dog stories. Mario Lopez and then Jimmy. It's not Jimmy Rogers. Stop saying that.
Not the head coach of Iowa State. That's not what.
It's not the head coach of Iowa State. Apes fans.
I'm gonna put up with this crap.
We're done. Look at Mapes. He's shaking his foot. He's like, "When are these two done so we can do our show?" Mapes wants to get on there.
Trust me now.
Look at it. He's tapping his
what's
wrist.
up with Mapes there?
He just
wants to get on the air,
work and do his job, and we'll
wants
do
to
that.
Do his job. You're stopping him.
We'll do that. We got stuff to do this show because irresponsible. We'll have to do 2 giveaways tomorrow, but we will do a giveaway for a chance to make it to the listener appreciation party.
Okay.
So be ready for that. If you were waiting for it on this show, you can't take these guys or expect them to do anything that might help you out. But we will do that when we start our show.
That's absolutely true. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next, giving away stuff we were supposed to give away.
We got 2 tomorrow, everybody, on this show.
We got 2 tomorrow.
2, so be
spots
ready.
On the listener appreciation
so
party.
be ready for that tomorrow.
All right, late.
Welcome into the show. We've already got people who want to join us. We see you. Let me set up the show a little bit. We got to go a little quicker to a break because we started a little bit later, but I will get to you guys up there. But when we left, we had a couple things that we were considering. Would we be upset, disappointed, give a little side eye if the Astros did nothing because the trade for Varsho was something that happened after we were gone? And certainly last night's game was certainly of some interest. So last night's game ended in a 3-1 loss to the Blue Jays. Shane Bieber did his thing. I mean, the Astros pitching, the combo of Imai and Javier certainly kept you in the game as they have switched roles with Javier being tied to Imai and now Imai being tied to Javier. Javier, quality start, 3 runs through 6 innings, didn't strike out very many, and then Imai was really good in his appearance. But it wasn't enough because the bats were closed were cold, and that leads us to the acquisition of one Dalton Varsho, who was in the lineup because in a way that some people feel romantic about, the Astros made a trade for someone who was currently in the same ballpark playing for the other team. So they have video of Varsho walking to the Astros clubhouse, and they also have the video of Arrighetti walking from the bullpen side by side with Joe Espada off the field, I'm sure into the Astros clubhouse to get changed, and then he had to head over to Toronto, the Toronto Blue Jays clubhouse. So they did not trade anyone on the current active roster, but they did trade a major leaguer who was battling an injury, who was out there going through his routine to work his way back. I think the expectation was Arrighetti wasn't going to be out longer than the 15-day IL, and now he'll make his return as a Blue Jay. So if you guys remember yesterday, beyond the fact that we would look at the Astros a little side-eyed if they didn't make a deal, we also said anybody will do. We said it jokingly, but we just thought, hey, any improvement in the outfield would do. And apparently they took us to heart because you said anyone. All right, we're going to give you anyone. And that anyone is a guy who, although it is hyperbole, some fans are comparing him to Jake Myers. They're just saying, hey, why don't we just get a left-handed Jake Myers? Why don't we just bring Jake Myers if you're desperate for that archetype? Varsho has been a better player than Jake Myers. He is known for his defensive abilities, and the bat has been better than Jake Myers has been at times. But Varsho is the Spencer Arrighetti of the outfield. He had a good start to the year. He wasn't as good as Arrighetti, but really since summer hit, he's been not good, much like Arrighetti, who has been flat out awful for the Astros, except for like one start, and then he got hurt. So it isn't exactly what you're looking for. You don't want to rationalize your trade deadline pickup. First, for people who are fans of Arrighetti, you're trading away a pitcher under team control, and boy, does that make baseball people excited. When you've got a guy under team control for several years because of how baseball works, it feels like you're trading away potential value for rental. There's no expectation that Varsho is going to be here beyond whatever the rest of the season has for the Astros, whereas Arrighetti will be someone the Blue Jays can try to figure out if he is a real part of the rotation, and they'll have the opportunity to do that because of the team control. Can you think back to when he was dubbed Pitcher of the Month? Just think back to that time. A lot has happened, mostly him being terrible at pitching, but think back to that time and now think to what you would have imagined they could have gotten for Arrighetti after the month of May. Wasn't it May? Was he the Pitcher of the Month in May or June? May. Think June 1st. When you said the Astros are taking, if someone said the Astros are taking calls on Spencer Arrighetti, what do you think you could get back? Did you think about a 5'8" outfielder who is light hitting and is more known for his defensive ability? First of all, you're probably saying we're not trading Spencer Arrighetti. He's clearly another ace in the making. That's the first thing you're likely saying.
Or it's like Scooble?
Yeah,
You know,
but
like-
you think he could be used to acquire
Yeah.
Scooble.
Yeah.
Instead, he's used to acquire a rental center fielder who doesn't really hit. Okay, that's a dramatic turn over 2 months, but that is how Arrigetti's performed. And look, I am not someone who was all in on the Arrigetti bandwagon. In fact, after Arrigetti came back and had a great start, I got a couple tweets. See, Dell needs to apologize. Where are you now? Am I being petty? I'm being a little petty. I guess I could have done that over the last 2 months as he has struggled. Where are other people who came after me about Arrigetti? I hoped he would be good and hoped he would be good consistently because it's better for the Astros if he was. I had just not seen it, and then he gave us a spectacular start to the year, and we thought all things were fixed when it came to Arrigetti. Instead, the Astros, I won't say discard because that's disrespectful, but they just trade him for someone who makes no one excited. We'll get to Julian and Eric when we come back. We'll also hear from Joe Espada on the trade because Joe Espada is the one walking Arrigetti off the field. And after he goes into the bullpen and say, "Hey, Spencer, got to talk to you. We're making a trade. You're gonna go to the Blue Jays." I didn't see a word spoken as they're walking off the field. Maybe that's all that needs to be said was said in the bullpen, but Joe Espada, being the manager that he is, he knows Arrigetti, of course. They've been around each other for a good bit now. He wants to be there for his guy. It's got to be an awkward walk. And that's a long walk from the bullpen to the clubhouse, and then you say your goodbyes. That's got to be an awkward, long walk. Hey, Spencer, man. It wasn't me. If you want to blame anyone, blame Bagwell. Bagwell's still up there. We found that out. If we didn't know it already, Dana Brown talking about how things work in the Astros front office. Bagwell's still a part of the decision-making, along with Jim Crane and others. So that's the one move. And Dana Brown did the thing. He said the thing where we getting Wesneski and Blanco back. It's like making a couple deadline acquisitions. He did the thing we joked about him doing.
I can't believe he actually did it. Like, he did it like how we say it, too. Like, there wasn't like a twist to it.
No, getting Wesneski back and Blanco back and the way they're off to a pretty good start to the rehabs, I feel like that in itself is a trade acquisition. He did the thing.
Like, word for word. What?
Look, I don't expect the Astros general manager to be aware of the commentary of a couple of jokesters on a midday radio show, or even fans who had suggested he might do this because it is a thing general managers do. But just be aware, not do it, because all of your contemporaries do it. It never goes over well. Don't do the thing. Don't say two guys who are coming back from injury, and one of them, in Blanco, has had 1 year of being a competent major league pitcher. Don't say that. Like, if it was, back in the glory days, if it was a Verlander coming back or Cole or throwing any of the aces that the Astros have had in the past, I still wouldn't want to hear it, but at least it be Justin Verlander or Cole, or if Hunter Brown, thankfully, he hasn't had to deal with a lot of injuries, but he did deal with one this year. Like, if Hunter Brown came back in the last week, I would accept it because it's Hunter Brown. But you can't sell me on Wesneski and Blanco like I'm just supposed to assume that they're going to be great over the last couple months of the year just because they had a couple starts that weren't awful. Bad business. But I will congratulate him on one thing, commend him for one thing, and he talked about it. So we'll get to that, his words on the future of the Astros and the future of his employment with the Astros. We'll get to that when we come back. We'll get to Julian and Eric as well, and we'll also hear from Joe Espada. Don't say the thing everyone thinks you're going to say.
Don't do the
Don't do the
like,
don't. It's obvious that no one wants to hear that
impression
of a general manager who doesn't do a lot to trade deadline. It is that you said the thing that even SNL writers will go, you know what? This is kind of too on the nose. We don't want to do that here. It's too obvious. He did the thing that the GM in a sitcom would do.
and a bad sitcom who isn't clever would do. We're just going to do the thing where I tell everyone the two guys that are back from injuries are our trade deadline acquisitions. Terrible. That's not good. But what he said about the Astros' future and how he handled the trade deadline, I appreciate. So we'll get to that and your calls when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
We'll hear from Joe Espada when we come back, but Eric called in. He wants to talk about the Astros trade. Arrighetti for Dalton Varsho. The Astros acquire an outfielder. Got hit last night in his debut. The Astros left plenty of men on base in their 3-1 loss to the Blue Jays. So their 6-game winning streak is over. They'll be back at it tonight against those Blue Jays, and it will be Wesneski, one of our trade deadline acquisitions, according to Dana Brown, versus Trey Yasevich.
Getting our first look at this guy.
No, not
Since
really.
the deadline.
Oh, yes, you're right.
We acquired him at the deadline.
He did not pitch yesterday, so our first time since the deadline. Now we get to see Wesneski on the mound.
Still meeting all of his teammates. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, he's still getting comfortable in the clubhouse, so that's good. I'm glad that, and we heard from Varsho that the Astros have a great clubhouse. It was good to meet the guys, and George Springer gave him a little heads up on what he was walking into.
I will say, we've heard that the Astros have had a great clubhouse, basically since they've been good, since like 2017. They've always had a good clubhouse. I will say, Dalton Varsho, like, he was only there for a couple hours.
How many guys did he talk to?
Yeah, like I appreciate the sentiment, and obviously George Springer can tell him, but it's not like he has a full gauge of.
So what you're saying is, all he really knows is when he went to go shake someone's hand, they didn't spit in his face.
Yeah. And it's just like the thing you say, it's like, oh wow,
you don't ever walk into a new place and
beautiful home you have.
I've heard bad things about this place. Hopefully you guys aren't as bad as people say. You don't say that when you first meet a new teammate. Let's get to Eric here, then we'll hear from Joe Espada. He, I guess, called in and said the Astros big trade, so we know where this is going. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I wasn't high on Con Air or Arrighetti as well. As he phased out. I heard rumblings that Carlos Correa is coming back the next month. Also, I heard rumblings that JP3 was almost traded to the Red Sox, but Jim Crane nixed that deal at the very last minute yesterday. I'll hang up and listen.
You heard rumblings from Carlos Correa that he's coming back? Like we all heard? Is that what you heard when Carlos Correa over the weekend said he's trying to make his return, and hopefully, as he said, he gets cleared today by the doctors to hit? Jim Crane nixed a trade that would have sent Abreu to the Twins. That has been reported. That's what people believe. There's no indication that the Astros were seriously considering trading Jeremy Pena. This is now your third call in a row about this. You can continue because I can't speak to your sources, Eric. No, literally, I can't speak to them because they don't exist. But whatever rumblings you're hearing, I would suggest finding new people to whisper into your ear in that regard. Jeremy Pena will be an Astro until, I would imagine, they let him walk away for nothing. That is generally their MO, unless they do the Kyle Tucker thing, which was a prudent move because you might want to get better at asset management if you're the Astros, considering if you're not going to give up on a season in the middle of it. Once the season is over, not necessarily this season that'll end whenever it ends. I'm not saying trade Jeremy Pena after this season, but asset management is something they haven't been great at, and just letting guys walk away is a problem. But in season, I wouldn't ever expect them to trade anyone of real consequence because that's just not what they do. I don't know what else he touched on because I think that was all of Eric's call.
Yeah. I don't think Eric's called in about the Pena trade. He didn't call in before it was already like publicly debunked.
Yes,
he didn't call it before.
He didn't hear any rumblings before it was a thing. Like sometimes Eric will make up. At least I say he makes up stuff. Who knows who he's talking to? He will say things that no one's heard about, or now he just says things everyone's heard about, and the story on that particular matter's over.
Yeah.
So he does keep me on my toes.
Yeah. I do think there is some element of like I'm not even sure if the Astros have gotten like better at asset management. I mean, they traded a pitcher with years of control for a rental soft hitting outfielder.
It's it's not linear. The improvement isn't linear.
Well, I think it became easier for them to trade Kyle Tucker in the offseason that they traded him, because before that, like in 2019, they weren't going to trade Garrett Cole because they knew they had one of the best teams in baseball. You know, like in 2020, before that, they weren't going to trade George Springer because they thought they had one of the best. Like now, it's easier because it's like, well, it's not this isn't a World Series roster anyway, so and the farm system is so depleted that it actually like it before it really didn't, or it made some sense, but it was like it would have been very cold and calculating to be like, let's trade our starting shortstop for some pieces a year before we have to. It's like, well, you also played in the World Series that year. Like you probably should just have Carlos Correa for as long as you can. And now it's almost like an indictment of the current state of the team where they're like, actually, we're going to do the prudent long-term asset management thinking thing of, because in 2025 last year, there's no chance, even with Kyle Tucker, that they're going to actually be one of the best teams in baseball. And I think now it's become easier for them to make that trade because, looking ahead, it's like, yeah, you can trade Pena, re-up the farm system a little bit, and be about as good of a team in the long run anyway.
Yeah, circumstances will dictate how you operate, and I would agree that when you think you have a shot to win and you're not just delusional about it, which some may think the attitude this year might be, that you think you have a chance to win. Now, when you've won, when you go on the winning jag that they did leading up until last night, it will feed that delusion. But in other cases, you had legit shots to win the World Series. Hell, Garrett Cole walks away after a Game 7 loss in the World Series. So they were right to believe.
Yeah, like
they were right to believe.
It actually, it was the better move to like, yeah, let's just see how it works out with them instead of flipping them for a bunch of 21-year-olds.
And if your head coach, your manager had put him in, maybe he walks away a winner that year, and you're justified in your belief. The problem is it's just once it's over and you don't win, then you have no, or at least I won't say you don't have any option. You choose not to retain guys, and for the most part, those have been good decisions. We will see whoever the GM is, if you are right in that their circumstances lead to them making better moves when it comes to asset management, because you don't want to give Dana Brown the power to trade Brian Abreu, understood, because you think you may have a shot to do something here. Whoever you decide to put in his place, will that person be given the ability to make a trade? Because who knows how many Astro decision makers thought to themselves, hey, maybe it's time to make a move, trade a player here, trade a player there to recruit some assets, and your owner said no. We know he'll put his thumb on the scale. We found that out with the potential trade of Abreu. We'll hear from Jeremy Booth of KHOU Houston. He is a KHOU 11, excuse me. He's been on ESPN 97.5. He's a guest on several shows here. He's a baseball guy. He's their baseball guy on Channel 11. He talked about how tough it is to work under Jim Crane. So we'll get to that. But let's get to Joe Espada talking about the Spencer Arrighetti trade. So Arrighetti for Varsho, this was before yesterday's game, sitting in the dugout, explaining how it happened and why they made the move.
It's been busy the last couple of days. The last hour has been super busy. Excited to have add Varsho to our lineup. Not only he fits a hole that we've had here for a while, but I'm excited to add him. He brings a different dynamic to our offense. Can really play center field, lefty bat. This guy was in the World Series not that long ago, so he knows what it takes. He knows what he feels like. I just had a conversation with him. Really liked the energy he brought in. Teammates were really excited to have him. We lose a really good arm, Spencer Arrighetti. Obviously, Very talented. Done a lot of great things here for us. But I'm also excited for him to go and get his career started over there in Toronto.
What is the sort of offensive dynamic that you had with Arjun?
You know, he's got some juice. I think his power will play really well in this ballpark. He can run, can steal some bases. He's a plus defender in center. So those are things that will fit right in.
Is he strictly center field for you, you think?
Yes, he will be.
Joe spotted before last night's game on the trade. So those are the words of the Astros manager, the words from the Astros GM on why it was a relatively silent trade deadline for those who wanted more activity. So he was asked questions about, hey, your future is very much in play. Did you think about giving up more of the future for the now? And he says, it's quite ethical to balance the present and the future. It's my job. It's not all about the present. The present is a big part of it, and I think it's very important to add what you can in the present, and you don't mortgage the future. I have a job and I have to live with myself. If I'm not here next year, I'm going to be somewhere else, and I want to come across as a person that values the organization you're working for. I think it's the right thing to do. So Dana Brown was never in the mind to protect his job status by selling off the future to add players at maybe a price that seemed a little too steep.
Ethical GMing.
We might have had the
Literally, he said ethical.
Yeah, ethical. I know. We might have had the owner step in for the general manager if he was unethical.
That too.
Yeah, the owner might have not allowed him to do that. Dana Brown also reiterated he wants to retire here. That's certainly possible. Now, you won't be retiring from the Astros job. You could just come back here wherever you go. Hey, Dana, Houston's open to you if you want to live here after your executive career is over. I just don't think it's going to be you in a Houston house driving to a Houston job and then saying enough's enough, I retire. But you are welcome to come back.
Yeah.
I just don't see it happening any other way. So that's why your deadline was a little quiet. Your GM was never going to be someone who sold off big portions of the future just to get a rental or maybe a player that wasn't so impactful because it might protect his short-term status as the Astros GM. So at least you know you've got an ethical GM. Maybe an ineffective one, but you do have an ethical one.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, it's
like a little less.
Like Shea is an unethical hooper to some people, but just think if he was unethical and couldn't be the MVP.
Yeah.
Like if he was unethical and was scoring 12 points a game. Dana Brown, ethical, but certainly not a Shea type.
Yeah, no, I mean, because I think it was the last segment where like, or at least I forgot what you said, but it was like, I would like two new Houston Astros.
Yesterday's show, last segment,
yeah. Two outfielders, one outfielder, one starter. It doesn't really matter.
Maybe
Have
the
fun
price.
out there.
Maybe the price was too high.
Yeah, but I guess Varsho, and that's it.
Like I said earlier,
the numbers are rough.
They really tested our. We'll take anyone. They gave us just about anyone.
Yeah, here's anybody.
Here's anybody. See how you like it. I didn't like it very much, but we'll see what he does the rest of the way. All right, we'll go to break. We'll get to some more stuff beyond the Astros because Zach Lowe, formerly of ESPN, now The Ringer, he says something that isn't groundbreaking, but it is something we'll talk about, the status of Reed Shepherd going forward as a Rocket. We'll talk some Texans as well because they're back out there as camp is going in full force. We'll also bring up what we talked about yesterday. Remember, we wanted Jadeveon Clowney out of the number 42, and I mistakenly said there was no current Texan with that number. Turns out Logan Hall has the number 90. I guess I just didn't see it on the official website. Well, that number is now Jadeveon Clowney. There wasn't much of an issue, but Devontae Adams tells a story about a time where securing your favorite number could be an issue, and it went poorly for the guy trying to stand in his way. So we'll get to that as well when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
We will be giving away more tickets to the listener appreciation party. Not now. Don't call in. Not now. But we will do that. It'll be pretty simple this time. At 11:05, caller 4, we'll do caller 4 again. 11:05, caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party if they can simply give Sean their favorite end of show sounder. Pretty simple. We're not going to play any to remind you. It's a little show lore. We haven't been around a long time, but that has been part of the show from the very start. You can pick one, the original. We don't do that very often, but the original was one we played very consistently. It's simply the thing that Sean plays, or AJ, whoever's filling in, to close out the show. I go, since we're done with the show, or whatever I say, what's it going to be, Sean? And Sean plays something. All you got to do is call in with your favorite, caller 4, and if you can accurately recite what it is, or at least explain what it is, we'll give you a pair of tickets. And then Sean will just play it to confirm whoever called in with their choice. We'll confirm that choice on the air. So that's it. 11:05, caller 4. Simply tell Sean your favorite end of show sounder, and you win a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party, which will be on August 28th. August 28th will be the party. It runs back to back with us being at the Gold Nugget for the draft.
Yes.
Our fantasy draft.
You'll be catching at least you and I on the second half of a back-to-back.
Certainly. John and Lance.
They get to leave 2 hours
It's
early.
kind of a day-night doubleheader for them.
Yeah.
For us, it's like the college baseball playoff NCAA tournament where you get an hour, but pretty much between the final out of game 1 and the first pitch of game 2. So that'll be our day. Some of the people who have already won places in the Fantasy Football League draft, they could be there 2 nights. They're going to be there 2 nights. Some, like us, will be there the 26th, I believe. We'll do the show the 27th, and then I think that's how it's set up.
We're doing the Thursday and Friday.
We're doing the show.
So we're doing Wednesday night, Thursday night.
27th, 28th, that's when we'll do the shows. But we get there the 26th. We'll have a night there, and then we'll have a night the 27th. We're offering the option of for the listeners to have the night of the 27th and the 28th. And then they could, if they want to stay there for the weekend, that's up to them. The 2 people have already wanted to be at the listener appreciation party. So they decided to follow kind of our plan by being there the 26th and the 27th. And then they can, at least their nights of stay, and then they can be available to be at the listener appreciation party. So it's up to you. We'll give you the option, or at least you'll have that option if you win a couple spots in the fantasy football draft. We'll do that again on Thursday on the John and Lance Show, so be prepared for that. Also, tickets all throughout the week for the listener appreciation party on all the shows. They didn't do it today on the John and Lance Show, and I say they because they're their responsible ones. I'm responsible. We're going to do it on this show. So we'll give 2 pairs away on that show tomorrow. We'll have a pair coming up here at 11:05 on this show. And I'll remind you again as we get closer to that time how you can win. Let's get to Julian here. He wants to talk 49ers injuries because the substation is at it again. And now it has its own Twitter account as it continues to tweet about the existential crisis the 49ers are facing with all their injuries. What's up, Julian?
You say existential crisis. I say, hey, man, it's a Tuesday. It's a Wednesday. This is nothing. This is every single year. If we're healthy, we go to the Super Bowl. If not, we're hey, man, it's going to be like 3 or 4 of our all-pros out. We did it! Bang, bang, not a game.
Well, now you've decided to somewhat taint our contest and get yourself banned for 2 weeks. 1 week. Maybe he'll be out of the state. He won't have an opportunity to call. That's why he did it.
Yeah. And when it's preseason, it can be 1 week. During the season, 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't do that nonsense.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Julian. Not really, though. The current 49er injuries, I can't blame Christian Kirk's soft tissue injury on the substation. That's just who he is. I'm sure he had no chance of avoiding it now that he's playing for the 49ers.
It didn't help.
Yeah. So here are some of the guys. Ricky Pearsall out for the year. I mentioned Christian Kirk. Mike Evans has a quad strain. Another receiver. So four of their receivers are dealing with injuries. Deshaun Stribling's the other receiver. We know George Kittle's coming back from his Achilles. Running back here, 2 running backs, including the rookie out of Indiana, Kalen Black, who has a abductor injury. So that's just the offense for the 49ers. It's who they are. They get banged up. And then you go to the defense, there are even more guys. So good luck to you and yours, Julian. If they're all 49er fans, they're just going to have to deal with the injuries. So far, the Texans have had their own injuries to deal with, mostly from that backup linebacker spot. That's why Taki's here. They bring in at the defensive end spot Jadeveon Clowney. That news broke. He gets his number back, number 90. Logan Hall had the number assigning this offseason and said, you know what? Here, Clowney, no problem. You want your number back? I got it for you. So he won't have to wear that stupid fullback number. 42 is not a number a defensive end should wear. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about it. It was an easy transition. Sometimes these things don't go that easy. Case in point, Davante Adams, who has now been a Packer, a Raider, a Jet, and a Ram. With the Jets, there was someone occupying his number, another receiver, Malachi Corley. He was a rookie at the time. I believe Corley is now a Brown. Yeah, he's a Brown now. But at the time, he was a young Jet. And Davante, as a vet, came up to him and asked, hey, can I get your number? Here's how that played out, according to Davante Adams.
The kid, you know the story about the kid from the Jets, right? You ever hear about that? I told that story.
Which one?
They told me he wanted $1 million for it. I showed up when I first got to the Jets day one. I came in with my backpack, and I'm like, it was the off day Tuesday, so a couple guys were in there. I'm like looking for him. I got $17,000 cash in my backpack, and I'm thinking like this ain't nothing crazy, but like certainly to give up your number as a rookie, like you ain't did yet.
Yeah.
Like it was like it was week 6, and I think he played 4 plays at that point. I'm like, you have no attachment to this right now.
Right.
I'll pay for your whole family to get new jerseys, whatever, because they go out and spend their money on it. However many jerseys you need me to buy, I'll do that. And how about $17,000 for the number 17? He said, it's great to have you, big bro. I can't wait to learn from you, but I'm gonna need $1 million. So I went straight to Woody and said, give me 17, bro. And he just took it off of me.
No way.
At some point, you got to understand who you are. And when it's Davante Adams traded to your team, you're lucky. And you saw how it played out. You're lucky he came to you and said, hey, I'll give you some money for it. $1 million. Look, I get it, Malachi Corley. Maybe Malachi Corley was self-aware. He goes, I ain't got long in this league. I got to figure out the way to make some money.
But he cost himself.
But he cost himself $17,000 and the number anyway.
Maybe $170,000 to keep with the
17.
Yeah,
motif.
but it's not as egregious.
Yeah, and I don't know that Davante Adams helped him any with like tips. Now that you tried to extort him for $1 million, and then he just goes the Woody he's talking about is Woody Johnson, the owner. He just went to the owner, and the owner was like, "Here, have it."
Future Hall of Famer Davante Adams wants the number 17.
Here, Malachi Corley, who's played 4 games, done nothing. I'll give you the number.
Yeah, he's Western Michigan or Western Kentucky, so it's not like he, had a bunch of NIL.
He didn't even
if he played at whatever Oregon,
he
I'd
didn't
be like,
even he didn't even wear 17 in college. He wore 11, so it's not a number that he was close with. He just saw an opportunity and tried to extort Davante Adams.
Oh my God!
It's not like he made his name wearing 11 in college, and yet decided, you know what? I got me one here. I got me a mark. Let's see how much I can get out of him. Turns out you got nothing.
Yeah.
Because it's Davante Adams.
Turns out you're the mark.
Yeah. Davante Adams was being nice, understanding that, you know what? Let me hand him some cash. And he mentioned if the family bought jerseys with the number 17,
probably another like $2,000.
I'll pay for that too. Yeah. And then you get your $17,000 instead. He tried to.
Mm.
What do they say? Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say. And Corley slaughtered by Woody and Devontae. So Logan Hall avoids that type of embarrassment. Avoids a story like that being told at some point. I had forgotten all about Malachi Corley because why would I remember him?
No.
Now I remember who he is, what he wasn't as a player with the Jets, and now he's with the Browns. Probably not catching passes from Deshaun Watson because he doesn't play defense.
Yes.
That's who Deshaun's story.
And they drafted 2 receivers.
And they drafted receivers like Casey Concepcion, among others. So, like I said, Corley may have understood his plight. I'm glad I'm here, glad to get drafted. But the NFL career, even 4 games in, feels like one that I better find an avenue to make some money. And he saw a chance. He just didn't get it done.
No, not even close.
Not even close.
$1 million. Someone's offering you $17,000.
And you go to
million.
Actually, $1 million.
$1 million.
I was like
he's Dr. Evil.
Malachi Corley, do you know how this stuff works?
Yeah, do you have any concept of how much more money that is?
Devontae Adams came in under 20,000. You think you're going to get him up to $1 million? He doesn't know you. He was doing you a favor, clearly.
Obviously he always knows there's the back door of I can just talk to the owner because I'm Devontae Adams.
I'm a future Hall of Famer. I could just go to the coach. Forget about he didn't even have to go that high up. I bet, who was it, Sala at the time? Sala was like, here, Malachi Corley ain't doing nothing for me. Here, you want the number? Sure. I mean, Aaron Rodgers probably would have bullied Corley into giving up the number. We know Aaron Rodgers loves to kick a person when they're down. We heard that yesterday. So I appreciate the effort, or at least the thought, Corley, but you got to go, hey, how about 25K? 25, a round number. How about 25K? That's maybe Devontae Adams scoffs, but like a little nod. Okay, respectfully.
Yeah, and it doesn't instantly end negotiations.
Yeah, $1 million, you don't even get the chance to have a back and forth. He's immediately going to go, okay, this kid's nuts. I got to go talk to
You're
somebody.
not serious.
Yeah, I'm going to give you $1 million for a number that, understandably, I could just take from you at any point. Turns out
they could cut you. Like, if I was like, cut this guy right here, they would.
He offended me.
Yeah.
Get him out of here. I don't want to see him anymore. Or at least send him to the practice squad.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the Browns now. Like, he could not be lower in the NFL totem pole than
a Browns wide receiver.
Ex-Jet, current Brown wide receiver. It's like I can't think of a worse.
He spent that one year.
Worse fate.
He spent that 1 year with the Jets. After being a 3rd-round pick, by the way.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He spent 1 year with them.
That makes it worse for Corley, but that's probably actually Devontae Adams probably couldn't point at him and be like, "Cut this man."
Yeah,
Woody Johnson, cut this man.
He was waived the following season with the Jets and then wound with the Browns. So, yeah, it's tough.
Good luck to Malachi.
He does have a total of 14 catches, only 3 of them with the Jets.
3 more and gets to 17.
Well, he probably would shoot for more because his new number, I believe, was like 83. Oof. An old school wide receiver number.
It's a lot. Yeah.
When you're wearing 83 now in football as a receiver, you're really not very high on
that means
the
that means you
chart.
do not get your first choice.
You're really not high on the depth chart if
Is
you're
someone wearing
17
on the on the Browns?
I'll look and see if Malachi came in and asked for the number 5,000, guys, because it's Malachi Corley. He's not offering 17,000, even as whatever guaranteed money he got as a 3rd-round pick. So it's tough. Sometimes you got to know your worth and what you're capable of. And he thought way too highly of himself, and it cost him. Logan Hall, he's like, you know what? I'm not married to this. I'll just take 96, which I believe is the number he'll wear for the Texans. When we come back, we'll hear from some Texans as training camp continues. Back in pads. Offense did some things. Defense still dominating because that's who they are. And we'll hear from some Texans when we get back. back right on time. If you guys remember, I said 11:05 is the time you call in for your chance to win a couple tickets to the listener appreciation party. Simply call in with your favorite, caller 4, by the way, with your favorite end of show sounder. And if you are reasonably close to what it is in telling Sean, you win. You win. It's easy as that. And then Sean will play the sounder on the air to give the big reveal of that person's favorite sounder. We got a lot. You've got a lot to choose from. So we'll get to that here shortly as people are calling in on that right now. So apparently people remembered. They really want those tickets. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll find another way to give them away if you don't win today. Also, remember, if you missed out with us or later in the day with Jeremy and Joe, John and Lance they have 2 pairs tomorrow because they didn't give one pair away today. So you have 2 opportunities tomorrow to win those tickets. So listen to the shows all day. You'll get your opportunity, except for Rich Eisen. He didn't know about the party. He's not giving away tickets. Okay, some NFL news. We'll get to the Texans here shortly. The Baltimore Ravens give Zay Flowers a 4-year, $140 million contract extension, $108 million of that guaranteed. He was and has been their best receiver. He's small for wide receivers at 5'9", but they reward him for a couple 1,000-yard seasons. He's not a big touchdown producer, but he's far and away the best receiver the Ravens have produced since Lamar Jackson's been there, which you might consider a bit of a problem. He's a good player, but the Ravens, who certainly predominantly a run base, and they have leaned into that quite a bit with their acquisition of Derrick Henry, or at least when they made that acquisition. Lamar hasn't had a lot of help from the wide receiver spot. They've had good tight ends. Andrews, Likely's now with the Giants, but they haven't done a great job of finding wide receiver weapons. They've tried. Zay Flowers is a hit. Rashad Bateman not so much. And then they have gone the veteran wide receiver free agent route several times to less than stellar results. But they reward their guy for being a steady contributor to what was, at least before last year, an AFC title contender. Never been able to get over the hump. Sean, because he is who he is, pointed out that one of the reasons they didn't get over the hump is because of that fumble by Zay Flowers in the AFC title game. But you don't judge a man by his weakest moment, Sean.
No.
And the Ravens,
we have a quarterback
who
on
has
this team
who might get his own extension after a playoff catastrophe. Maybe not this offseason, but it might come if he can bounce back. So Zay Flowers, paid by the Ravens. Sticking with wide receivers, let's hear from a guy who had a big day today. According to everyone out there, Jaden Higgins had a big day in his first team work with C.J. Stroud, and that's interesting considering what we're about to hear. This is Jaden Higgins on building his rapport with C.J.
For sure, it's been good. I mean, it's a long process. It takes a lot of time, not even out here in the film room, watching certain things with him, certain leverages, how he wants me to, take certain angles. So it's kind of a thing that's always revolving.
Maybe means evolving, but you get the point. That's a young player that they're going to need, and he's positioned to be their number 2 receiver, at least certainly on the outside. We'll see if Tank or someone else becomes a person who gets more targets as a slot, or maybe it's Dalton Schultz who becomes the guy who is second in targets behind Nico Collins. But it's nice to see that he's had a good day today. They invested at least draft capital in him in a couple seasons ago. So if they have their second guy, great. What level he reaches in year 2, that'll be something I'm very interested in, because I think the Texans have done a remarkable job stacking that defense with talent. And now with the signings of Clowney, there's depth there at spots as well. There's not a lot of depth on offense. There's not a lot of clear frontline talents either. if Jaden Higgins can be a guy who elevates himself to frontline talent, he would join a list of one with Nico. David Montgomery, he's a
Starter.
He's a good player. He's
Yeah,
a good starter in the
NFL
NFL.
starter,
He's a
but-
good starter, and maybe Higgins in year 2 will become that as well to join along with Nico as one of your elite players. And and that might be all it takes to unlock some of the things that this offense needs to complement Nico, and what they hope is a efficient running game. So good day for Higgins, and we just heard from him. He's working to try to build a rapport with CJ. Maybe it's showing itself on the field.
Yeah, you're seeing the results.
Well, you can't see the results, at least you're not supposed to, because
Well.
the Texans implemented a new policy. They don't want you filming practice. They don't want you taking photos of live, I guess, team periods. And
Protect the team.
And that was the big headline under all the information they're giving you. Protect the team.
Propaganda posters.
Yes,
that
they
put out.
also don't want reporters or anyone else giving live play-by-play. You want to recount what happened after the plays? I guess you can do that, but they don't want that live. So protect the team. It's a real, hey, guys, we're not punishing you. We just want you to think of the team because you're one of us.
Yeah,
Protect the
it's
team.
a spin zone of
We're all the collective.
we're all in this together.
Yeah.
So don't record our practice.
Sounds like communism to me.
This is how the First Amendment falls.
Not being able to tell you that Nico Collins won on a slant route.
It's an attack on our freedoms.
on our freedoms.
to
Yes.
to have to delay my report if I'm one of the beat writers there or a fan there that Jaden Higgins is cooking Stingley and Lassiter today.
So you can film one individual. You can film a guy stretching.
Good. But they're like, please film that.
But any 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 stuff are out, I guess. Do team periods mean 7-on-7 or just 11-on-11? Maybe I think team periods in football parlance means 11-on-11.
I think that's it probably is a thing that depends, but I would assume that it's 11-on-11.
Yes. So Schefter tweeted out this
a video.
No,
Of
he
Texans
would
practice?
he would never. Okay. He would never.
First on the wall.
No, sure. Okay. You think Schefter would be definitely a collaborator with whoever?
Oh yeah,
with whoever
a royalist.
whoever was in charge.
Yeah, he's
or to be a little fairer, a pragmatist.
Yeah. He's he's a little finger. He's Peter Baelish.
Yeah, you're never gonna catch him being very vocal about which side he's on because that doesn't help.
And he's always playing the next guy if he needs to.
Like we saw how he was attacked for the reporting on Kyle Shanahan. He's a guy who
Hey, I know where my bread's buttered. All right.
Slides in where he can, and he's never gonna upset anyone, not on purpose. So he wouldn't upset the Texans by tweeting out video of team or posting live play-by-play of team periods. But he tweeted out certainly the news of Zay Flowers, and then he listed the annual salaries of all the receivers. And some of this is funny money. You don't know how it's actually going to break down for Zay Flowers, but as it stands now, Jackson Smith and Jigba at 42 plus. Jamar Chase at over 40. Drake London at 35, so a giant gap between 1 and 2 and everyone else. And then Zay Flowers at $35 million a year, tied with Justin Jefferson. Look, I get it. The next guy is going to get his money, and sometimes just because of when you sign, your money is going to be more than other players. But making the same amount as Justin Jefferson and $1 million more than CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers is doing that? Eric DaCosta, what are you doing? I'm not a Ravens fan. I don't care how they spend their money if they want to do it this way. But Zay Flowers is not a real number one. He is number one for the Ravens because there are no other options. But I just gave you the names. I'll do it again if you forgot. Smith and Jigba, Jamar Chase, Drake London, then Zay Flowers tied with Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. I listed clear number ones.
Yes,
and
offensive player of the year last year. Jamar Chase, like if he hasn't won Offensive Player of the Year like several times, if they gave
It's
out
only
best
because
receiver in the
Tyreek
league.
Hill was in
Yeah.
his prime when he
Yeah.
didn't win it. Like Drake London, you could argue with. Maybe you want to blame his lack of quarterback play. That would be understandable. But Zay Flowers in the mix with all these guys?
Yeah.
Nico Collins. I know you just got more money, but you should go back in. I know.
The price of the brick is only going up. It's always going up, constantly going up.
He definitely should have waited. Like, he made it known that, it was important that they kind of did right by me by giving me a couple more bucks.
Yeah.
But you're still that far behind Zay Flowers?
Yeah.
Nah.
It's like the
renegotiation time.
It's like if Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs was clearly better than the other, or they were both waiting on a deal, and then like some other guy just gets I don't know, Bucky Irving gets a giant deal. Yeah, another good, good running back, but not as good as those guys. Gets a giant deal, and they both go, wait, hold on a second. He's in the club with us? No.
Like, Nico gets credit for not being, I put it in quotes, the typical wide receiver, not being a problem. He got a deal that wasn't commiserate with what he was as a player the first time he got a deal, but he had only done it for a year, so the Texans and him agreed on some money, and he quickly proved that he was worth more than that. And this time around, they gave him money to make him feel better about the fact that the deal he was currently on didn't match up with the best receivers in football. He went in there knowing that Jamar Chase was getting more, and Jigbo was getting more, but the Zay Flower thing, he might be of the mindset, hey, shout out to Zay for getting his bag, but I would think in the back of his mind, or maybe the forefront, depending on how important it is to him, a real conversation about a contract extension will happen in the offseason. I don't know if he goes back. He's not going to go back in immediately, but they will have a talk.
Yeah.
Certainly, and he will have, as long as his numbers match up to what he has been as a player, he will look across the landscape, and maybe the Texans could tell him Justin Jefferson's better. They could say CeeDee Lamb is better. Whether he accepts that or not is one thing. They cannot argue that Zay Flowers is better. So I think we know the baseline of what Nico's going to, well, at least what I think he should ask for. That $35 million a year.
Yeah.
If those are the true numbers for Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers plus $1, please.
Yeah. Like
plus $17,000 that you're going to give to Malachi Tony or Malachi Corley. Tony can get the number.
Malachi Tony's making more than $17,000. That's no doubt about that. But yeah, that money that didn't go to Malachi Corley just winds up in the receiver fund. Of underpaid receivers.
The international
receiver fund. And and that $17,000 goes on top of whatever the Texans give Nico to make Nico right. So there it is. Big contract to a good receiver, not a great one. And the Ravens reward their player as the numbers keep going up and up at that spot. All right, we'll go to break. We got a couple more segments to go here. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
The quarterback tiers are out, Sean. I mean, a lot of publications have rankings for everything. Literally everything.
NBA players, quarterbacks, baseball. Yeah.
Mike Sando of The Athletic.
This is the pinnacle.
Yes.
If I were to tier the
quarterback ranking,
quarterback or NBA, NFL list, this is tier 1.
Yes. He talks to executives and coaches around the league. He talked to 50 of them combined to get their thoughts on where all these quarterbacks rank in the NFL. Like Sean said, we make fun of list season, the content creation that are lists. But if we're just going by the ones that, or at least the one that has the most input from people who say they know and we expect them to know the most about the guys they're ranking, this would be the one.
This isn't the Ringer NBA list, all right? This isn't Bill Simmons being like, you know what, Peyton Pritchard, 64.
The Celtics are right not to include Hugo Gonzalez in the
the
Giannis trade.
88th the best player in the league.
A guy who scored 4 points per game last year. 50 executives and coaches rank 35 quarterbacks, not the rookies, but they're considered veterans. That could be a young veteran like J.J. McCarthy. Certainly C.J. will qualify as a young veteran. And the title holder remains Patrick Mahomes. Despite getting hurt last year, the Chiefs not having a good season, him not being great, he remains, according to all these football knowers, these ball knowers, the best quarterback in football, with Josh Allen and Matt Stafford tied behind him at 3. Joe Burrow comes in at 4. So that's the entirety of tier 1. Mahomes, Allen, Stafford, Burrow. You could take some issue with Burrow because there are health concerns, and also the Bengals have done next to nothing since they made those 2 runs in back-to-back seasons when they were calling Arrowhead Burrowhead. Okay, clever name, somewhat, but that has long since passed as being relevant. So those are the guys in tier 1. As far as the teams in this state, there are 2 quarterbacks, of course, to talk about. Davis Mills somehow not on the list, but
politics.
Yeah, considering who else is on the list, maybe Davis should have been on the list.
Tier 4, maybe might take Mills.
Yeah, Davis Mills isn't in a quarterback battle, so that's part of the reason why. If I just look at it, he's not on the list, because the guys on this list look like either potential starters for their team, and they're battling it out. That's why the list gets to 35 as opposed to 32. He is not battling with anyone, despite some of you hoping that he wins the job somehow. So he's not on the list. But there's a clear gulf between the 2 quarterbacks in this state. Dak Prescott, 7, so pretty high up in tier 2. Tier 2 looks like has the most quarterbacks in it. C.J. Stroud at 20th in tier 3, behind Bo Nix and Aaron Rodgers. Do we have a problem with that, Sean? If you look at everyone from, let's say, 10 on down, 10 to 20, which begins with Jordan Love and ends with C.J. Stroud, do we have a problem with anyone being maybe not even just ahead of C.J., but so far ahead of C.J.?
No, I mean, once you get to the 14 Sam Darnold, but I get it. I get it. He won the Super Bowl, played awesome in the NFC title game, especially compared to the postseason that CJ had. Yeah. This is the ground we're going to argue. Now, at any other point in either of these guys' career, does it seem ridiculous? Yes.
Midway through last year.
Yes, but right now, whatever. Not arguing it. Lawrence at 16, that's when you start getting into are we sure? Jalen Hurts at 17. But once you get to tier 3, and maybe it's just within the same tier, it doesn't matter as much, get Bo Nix out of my face, dude. Get Bo Nix. Are you kidding me? Bo Nix?
I mean, I don't want to disagree.
And old-ass Aaron Rodgers at 19.
These are things I'm not.
It's the 2 guys ahead of him in the same tier.
Directly ahead of him.
Yeah, so it's I'm not really going to go to the wall on this, but it is are you kidding me?
I can't really agree with those 2 being ahead of CJ, mostly because while I will acknowledge what happened at the end of the year was awful, I will continue to say that's an outlier. And if that's an outlier, Aaron Rodgers is not a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud. If you are willing to say the 2 games that ended the year were outliers, I'm not ranking Aaron Rodgers ahead of him, particularly when I watched the 2 on the same field. And I could reasonably say, it's hard to say it because were there 5 fumbles? Some of them lost. Some of them were snaps that were bad or whatever. So those are fumbles. Aaron Rodgers didn't show himself to be a better player than CJ that day. Now, different defenses, different circumstances, but Aaron Rodgers was a corpse of Aaron Rodgers
he
out
looked
there.
like he wanted to go home.
Yeah. Like anytime the Steelers had to drop back the pass in clear passing situations, he had no shot. If he wasn't dumping the ball off on a smoke screen or getting the ball out of his hands quickly, he had no shot. That has a lot to do with that Texans pass rush. But Aaron Rodgers looked a little scared out there. I'm not ranking him ahead of CJ Stroud if I go off the entirety of their season last year. I don't expect much from Aaron Rodgers this year either. He's in a good spot now. If you don't know, he had the rant about a lot of people, ESPN and their coverage of him and the Rossini Vrabel stuff, and then he went after Dr. Fauci. Aaron, it's all good now because there isn't real football to be played. But in week 5, no one's going to care about your high and mighty attitude on these topics. We're going to watch you on the football field and go, man, should he still be playing football? I know they added some guys, like Michael Pittman is there. You've got yourself some DK Metcalf, but still, it's a bunch of checkdowns and slants out there. You going to hold the football and throw the ball down the field, any? Unless I'm sure there'll be a fade route or two, but the ball is going to come out of his hands quick. I think he's acknowledged that they need to do more stuff under center. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to like that very much. He doesn't seem like a man who wants to turn his back to the defense anymore. So we'll see. So now's the time for Aaron Rodgers. There will be actual football to be played, and then we will focus quite a bit on you, and then we'll see how it goes. But I can't have him ahead of CJ. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy. While you want to put him ahead of CJ, I don't believe he's 9 spots better.
Yeah, that's part of it. Also, like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, what did Jaden Daniels do last year that has him 7 spots? I guess
Jaden Daniels is the ultimate CJ Stroud candidate for he is having CJ Stroud's career on a 1-year delay of
definitely
where he's going.
Definitely.
What was he last year?
He was coming off.
He was
the injury,
high tier 2 last year.
Yeah, so
it was probably exactly where Stroud was after his rookie.
I would imagine. So he played. He only played in the 7 games, so it's a little incomplete. So let's see if he can be healthy for a year. What he is, but you are not wrong that if he has a above average year this year, people will be doing the thing that they do at CJ now. You remember how good he was in his rookie year? The expectation is that, at least for some people who hold out hope for CJ, and it'll be the same for Jaden Daniels, that he'll get back to that rookie year, even if evidence continues to mount that the rookie year was the aberration and he's more in line with what he was in year 2 and 3. But, yeah, Mike Sando does that list. He asks the ball knowers, and CJ Stroud ranked 20th, and you've got others like Drake May, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, 8, 9, and 10. And the bottom of the list has J.J. McCarthy at 34, Shedeur Sanders at 35. And if I'm Shedeur Sanders, I'm in the mode of competing for the Browns job. Don't put me on the list. You know what?
If you're going to have me under 9, come on.
Don't put me. Look, you rank me when I'm officially the starter. But you don't need to go to 35 quarterbacks, and I think I didn't read the article. I'm just reading the list, so I imagine my guess that this is about guys who are either starters or competing for a starting job leads to the number getting to 35. But I prefer that you if I'm JJ and Shedeur Sanders, you know what? Nah, I'm good. Michael Penix is banged up, and he's another one of the guys who fits the mode along with Tua, some lower ranked guys on the list. Just for my own well-being, I don't need my name in headlines. I'm the last-ranked quarterback on Mike Sandel's tiered quarterback list. I would prefer that you ignore my existence until I win the job. If this is how you acknowledge me.
Yeah. I mean, he is competing with number 31,
Yeah,
Deshaun Watson.
it's true. So, like the gap between all the quarterback battles, like you have Tua at 26 and Penix at 32. You mentioned 31 and 35, and then Kyler Murray at 23, which is tough for Kyler Murray to be the 23rd ranked quarterback. That's probably a little low, and the guy he's competing with is 34.
Yeah. Like Kyler Murray or CJ Stroud. Like like if you're Kyler Murray, you're looking at CJ Stroud being like, come on. Bryce Young 1 spot ahead of him. Daniel Jones 2 spots ahead of him.
He can't even be the best. Oh, you're pretty small to play quarterback. He can't even win that one. He's behind Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Tough for Kyler. But he's gonna win that Minnesota job. He's gonna be in a much better spot.
Yeah, he'll probably be higher next year.
Yeah.
If I
He gets to throw to Jordan Jefferson. Kyler Murray, Ted McMillan, which is a good player, but he ain't Jordan Jefferson.
There's levels.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to break. 20th for CJ. There's room to rise. I won't say it's completely unfair, but I would say Bo Nix, I question him being higher than CJ.
Yeah, I think just being like having the 2 next, not being lower than the teens.
Yeah.
That's tough for the brand. 18 is a lot better than 20.
I got to say, since mid-January, the brand has taken some hits. It recovered with he's getting in
Best
good
shape
shape.
of life, yeah.
He's much more focused, and then the walking into the facility video came out, and the brand took a major hit.
Yeah, let me see if one of the personnel people were like, I had him higher, but I saw him walk into the. I had to drop him.
What affected his status more? The multi-turnover games in the playoffs or the oversized T-shirt and shorts? Either way, the only way the brand's going to make a comeback is to go play well. And that playing well has to happen in the playoffs. And the Texans, hopefully, they built a team around him offensively that can help him do that. All right, we got a couple more segments to go. More than welcome to join us. 713-780-3776 is that number to get in with us. We will come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
We'll get to some other things, but I did read more on why CJ is ranked where he is. And there's some stuff where this is how I feel. Okay, whatever. But there also is some actual football stuff in here that we certainly may have noticed here watching him week to week. According to one exec, he's starting to fall into that category of a quarterback who's hard to protect. He doesn't beat you at the line and get the ball out. He holds the football, and then when he holds the football, he makes mistakes. There is some mention from others about the offensive line, but they say he plays hurried sometimes, and he thinks he's going to get rushed. Then it looks there's an expletive. Then it looks crappy, I'll say, when he's not rushed, but he thinks he is. And then people are like, what is this kid doing, making bad decisions when he's not under duress? That all breaks down to say the pressure he's faced is causing CJ to see ghost. He is not seeing the field the way he should because of the pressure he's faced over the first 3 seasons of his career. There weren't a lot of sacks by the Texans last year. The offensive line played better, and particularly in handling simple stunts, but have the first couple years did their damage, where the quarterback is no longer the confident guy we saw in year one. He simply had to deal with the consequences of a bad offensive line. And even last year, he suffered a concussion when he scrambled out of the pocket and took a hit on a late slide. So there is some concern from these guys that CJ is no longer seeing it, and also kind of flies in the face of what CJ wants. They think he'd be better off with a simpler offense where there's less of a demand on him. If we remember, he wanted more control. In fact, a lot of people were in line with CJ in thinking he needs more control. He's good. Give him more options. Give him more to do. He is going to figure things out, and it's going to be much better for him in the offense. It didn't really play out that way last year. There is a caveat that it was only year one with Nick Caley, but people around the league think taking more off his plate would be better for him because of their belief that he's a slow processor. Slowick, because he comes from San Francisco, that's considered a friendlier system to quarterbacks. It asks less of them to execute. And in some ways, it is a thing that Tom Brady really dislikes about quarterback play now, where everything's laid out for you. You are really just an extension of the play caller, and little is on your plate. If CJ is someone who is being correctly evaluated, and he is a slow processor, remember the S2 stuff.
I was waiting. I was like, the S2 guy has to come out.
Yeah.
Be like, huh?
We remember, and people are like, shut up, S2 guy. Look what he did year one. It was apparently a friendlier system for quarterbacks. But once he handled year one, give him more. Give him more, particularly after year two wasn't great. But it was pointed out in the same article that CJ was good, certainly in year one, but Slowick wasn't fired because he was bad in year two. It's because the offensive line sucked, and it affected how the quarterback played. Yeah. And the Texans agreed with all the moves they've made to try to fix that O-line. And it ends with, this is a big year for him. But there's a belief from this defensive coordinator. The coordinator thinks he has it in him. So there is still some faith there, but there are some questions about what would be best for him. And maybe Nick Caley's system is one that they think is too demanding. We will see how it plays out. So that's the gist of why CJ is ranked 20th, 11 spots lower than he was last year, where he was in tier 2 and ranked the 9th best quarterback in football. All right, Sean, you mentioned during a break that the announcing teams for ESPN's college football coverage are out. So the top team once again, right, is Herb Street and Fowler.
Yes.
No changes there.
Tier 1, number 1, the Mahomes of this.
Would you consider the McDonough-McElroy duo number 2?
Yeah.
And they're still together?
Basically in order, yeah. Yeah, McDonough, McElroy, Katie George.
I love
number 2.
Sean McDonough. The voice cracks when he gets excited
Yeah.
about plays. He's as it stands now, he's my favorite play-by-play guy.
And McElroy has a little bit of the Aikman, like, sometimes I'm disgusted with the quarterback play, and I can't hide it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come down on them. They're college players, and he was a really good college quarterback. He doesn't want to do it, but at some points he just bothered.
Or it's like he can hear, like, the ghost of Nick Saban in his ear, being like, this is what Nick Saban would
You're
tell
on
me.
television, Greg. You got to be looked at as a jovial analyst. You can't say what you'd like to say, but sometimes he lets it out.
Yeah.
He just gets overwhelmed. So those are your top 2. What did you say that if these, not these two teams in particular, but if a certain team is calling your game, you know your season isn't going well?
Yeah, I mean, being a Texas fan, like, you're always going to get a little bit of a bump of, like, you know, the better team is just, and SEC, like, if it's a power conference team, like, once you get past, like, I don't know, team 5, you're in a bad spot if Tom Hart, Roddy Jones, and Quint Kesnick are calling your game.
I know the second 2. I've seen Quint Kesnick, Roddy Jones, great Georgia Tech running back. Tom Hart. Who's Tom Hart?
I just can see his face on this graphic and his name. I don't know.
Apparently he calls games for the Braves when he's not working for ESPN.
Okay. Yeah. And then Matt Berry, Chase Daniel, Paul Carcaterra.
All names I recognize.
Yeah. That's another one where it's like, ugh.
Paul
if we're not playing Texas State, I don't want to see these guys.
Yeah, Paul Carcaterra seems like, it's a Friday night game. Like if he's on non-Saturday game, he'll show up there.
It's
or
Louisville SMU
or
on a
it's
Friday.
or it's late night final game of a conference's day. It seems like he's the type for that on ESPN. So you're always going to shoot for Fowler and Herbstreit. You can't always get them because they're at allegedly the best game of the season.
Yeah.
But if you are doing what you're supposed to, you're going to get a couple of that's tough because they are generally a game day.
Number
deal.
one.
Yeah.
ABC primetime.
Sometimes it's 2:30 if the best game is the SEC game. That'll happen too. But you want yourself some McDonough and McElroy. I'm trying to think who would be the unquestioned third team.
Tessitore, Palmer.
You want to hear
Chris Bud.
Tessitore. Get yourself some Dave Pash as well. But if you never hear
Pash, for me, the Pash team is the line.
Yeah.
Once you get past the Pash team, it's over.
Sometimes it's not your fault because your program is scheduled a game against a directional school or a team
playing Mississippi State on SEC Network.
Yeah,
I know we're not getting
but you want it. Your program's in the right spot. If you get a sprinkling of all the top announced crews throughout your year, if it's consistently Tom Hart and Roddy Jones, no offense to those guys, they're just tears to this thing.
No,
I like them. You're in a bad spot.
I like them, but I like when they're calling, BYU versus Arizona. I like that. I don't want to be in that spot. No offense. I know this is a place of great privilege.
Certainly. Being a fan of Texas football.
Being a fan of Texas, playing in the SEC, for, I don't know, all but 16 teams, essentially. It's impossible to ever have Fowler and Herbstreit call your game. But for me, I know I'm going to get them at least once, probably twice.
And if things are going well, maybe more than that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Listen, I have nothing but respect for Brock Osweiler as a broadcaster, but that's the nightcap. That's the Cal Stanford game.
You would rather have Brock in El Paso, not in Austin.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Exactly. That's all.
Man, it might not be a great stopover for Brock.
No.
But as far as your team,
maybe one day Brock can work his way up to where if I see him calling a Texas game, I'm not like, ugh. Fire Steve Sarkisian.
How many? Oh, he'll long be fired before Brock gets there. If it's trending that way, how many analysts would have to go the Tony Romo route before Brock Osweiler?
Like it's the line of success.
Before Brock Osweiler is now the lead analyst.
Well, on this graphic, he's number 9.
Yeah. How many leave of absences would have to happen before Brock Osweiler's calling the big game of the week.
Well, sorry, Jordan Rogers. Sorry, Chase Daniel, Lou Riddick, Dusty Dvorak.
A lot of former players,
Yeah.
and certainly some former quarterbacks
Roddy,
as well.
the aforementioned Roddy Jones,
Yes,
who I like.
I like quite a bit. Roddy's called a number of Miami games where I wish it wasn't Roddy, only because it would mean the team was better.
Yeah, you want Tess and Palmer. That's the like, okay, we're in a big spot.
I remember Tessa's tour because it was, and it speaks to what you're saying, because the last time Miami was good before this recent run, it was 2017. They were number 2 in the country, hosting Virginia, and you know who had the call? Tess. It was a noon game, Eastern time, but we still got Tessitore, and you know why? Because we were the number 2 team in the country. Yeah, Fowler and Herb Street aren't going to be there, or maybe it was Reese Davis at that time, weren't going to be there for high noon against Virginia because they had just called a Miami primetime game the week before. But you know what? Tess was there.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Also, with
your
Tess,
program is riding high.
With Tessitore, there's a little bit, and maybe it's just like his voice makes it so memorable. I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be a crazy game. Like, especially as the team that's looking for it to not be a crazy game. Tessitore doesn't do a lot of snoozers.
The author of a certain sounder that didn't play out really, and it's felt like the jump start to Charlie Strong's career at Texas, and turned out it wasn't.
That is Joe Tessitore.
That is Joe Tessitore. That's what we're talking about. It's a sound that lives on forever.
And your team is back when Tessitore.
Was it a Monday night game or Sunday night game?
It was
against Notre Dame.
I think it was the Monday. It was like the week 1 Labor Day Monday.
Yeah.
In 2016.
And it was
like top 5, top 10 preseason.
I was trying to think of the quarterback because it was a running quarterback, and he was part of their goal line package. He had a name.
Yeah.
He had I forgot his name. Swoops?
Tyrone Swoops in the 18-wheeler package.
18-wheeler package. There it is.
Because he wore number 18.
Yes, there it is.
And, was Shane Buechele was the, I'd say, passing quarterback that game
against. They wanted to get in some big formations. They bring in Swoops.
Who was I forgot. Malik Zaire, I believe, was the
There's been a long line of Notre Dame quarterbacks who flashed and then fell apart.
Yeah.
He among them.
Narrator, Texas was not back. They went on to go 5-7 that year.
Both teams had disappointing years, definitely.
Yeah, Texas went 5-7. Notre Dame went 4-8.
Yeah.
That game decided which team was going to go 5-7.
As opposed to which team was going to potentially play for a national title.
As opposed to this.
Texas is back, folks.
Outside of Charlie, outside of that and the Charlie Strong long finger, because he put on that hat when they beat Oklahoma. Don't remember
Baker Mayfield.
Don't remember many moments. During the Charlie Strong tenure.
I was in school. I shared a campus with Charlie Strong.
Yeah, that's how that's described by most people. I shared a campus with the football coach,
the millionaire head football coach.
You're in the same vicinity as the highest paid employee of the state of Texas. Yes.
And I don't remember many other high points.
There weren't.
I'll be frank there. I don't remember many other high points.
Not many. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more short segment to go. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
I want to remind people that it is Houston Restaurants Week. It's your chance to not only get some good food, but help people out. All you have to do is go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. It's ongoing through September 7th. You can think of it like a citywide all-star lineup. Hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good, and check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Sean, did we do the reveal of the sounder? I said we'd do it. I don't remember. Did we get to it?
No, we did.
Okay.
We haven't done it yet.
Let's reveal. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we gave away a couple of listener appreciation tickets, a pair of tickets to a listener. And all we asked them to do was be caller 4 at a certain time and reveal their favorite, or at least tell Sean their favorite sounder. And if they could accurately depict it, close enough, I would say, they will get the tickets. Pretty simple. All it means is you at least listen to the show some. We gave people a wide range of options, and someone won, and they chose one. Which one?
Yes, Daniel said he liked a lot of the new ones, but he had to go with this.
Flip me over, Mike.
It is pretty special.
It's also the Friday, mostly the Friday one.
It gets played quite a bit on Friday,
Yeah.
so it is a standard one that we play.
How I know I'm heading into the weekend.
Yeah, certainly.
Is.
Along with Michael being here, it's part of letting me know I'm almost done for the week. I can now get a good night's sleep because I don't have to get up at 4:45. So
flip me over, Mike.
Thank you, Daniel. Glad you got some tickets. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll find another way to do them. Maybe tomorrow we'll just say caller 4 at a certain time. Who knows? But as I said, tickets throughout the week on all the shows, and we'll do it again the following week because the party is August 28th at St. Arnold. We did it last year. It was a good time. A lot of people showed up. Hopefully you get your chance to join us in late August. That music means we're done. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what's it going to be?
I mean, I just...
Flip me over, Mike.
Okay. We'll see what Sean comes up with tomorrow.
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
That appears to be one of your favorites.
That was the Vegas favorite.
Yes. It is one of your go-tos.
This one's my favorite. No one asked, but this one's my favorite.
We expected the thuggery.
I love that one. It's hard to work it in, honestly. There have to be certain moments.
It's a very thin line.
Yes. Yeah. And who you're talking about, honestly. Sean's protecting himself in the show. In, using it sparingly. Rich Eisen's up next, followed by Jeremy and Joe. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, with 60% of the S&P 500 reporting their earnings, profits are up a stunning 46.7% year over year, with profit margins topping 14%. That is near an all-time high. Now, if you exclude Alphabet and Amazon, profits are up 28.8%, which is still well above expectations and well above the norm. Those two companies alone added 19 percentage points of the index growth, but that is some of it coming from non-operating income. In other words, their investments in other companies accounted for that rise in earnings, so it's not actually a profit coming from operations. So the numbers are astounding no matter how you cut it, but there are some asterisks next to the figures, with two companies accounting for almost half the gains in second quarter profits for the S&P 500 companies. Still, it's what's underpinning the stock market and pushing it higher again this morning as both Palantir and Pfizer deliver better than expected results.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're calling. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin, even though she might be busy.
I got you.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We need to get your patio furniture in, make it look new again.
Anything you need done, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zada's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Rock one. Right three. Tarek Skubal, and you knew who was going to get it.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
That's baseball.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests, ESPN MLB insider Jeff Passan. Hosts of ESPN Radio's The Golics, Mike Golick Sr. and Mike Golick Jr. Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
All right, everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show here on the Tuesday of Hall of Fame week in Canton, Ohio. We will be there on Friday for our usual day's events. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial for this Tuesday program. We're excited to be here on a big football Tuesday. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman.
Hey,
how are you?
What's up, my man?
DJ Mikey D is in D's Nuts. How are you, Mike Del
Morning,
Tufo?
man.
Good to see you, TJ Jefferson. Candle appears to be lit over there. How are you?
It feels good to be seen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then, like I mentioned, you with us throughout the program. Ladidi McConkey, our neighbor from across the street from the Los Angeles Chargers here on the show in hour number 3. We're excited to have him. That's correct. Jeff Passan's hanging out, getting ready. He's on a media tour for all the worldwide leader in sports, ESPN conversation shows and things of that nature. He's going to be joining us in about 15 minutes time to talk about the trade deadline that went down on Monday in Major League Baseball. We have breaking news out of the National Football League: contracts being awarded and being given out to highly talented offensive football players. First up, listen, I love foreshadowing by our conversation. Okay. Overreaction Monday yesterday, Chris, you're like, Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs waiting for their contracts.
Yep.
They should be paid as much as the top wide receivers in national football.
They're as good as them.
And I said to you, you know how to make me happy sometimes. And you know exactly what I pound the table about here. And that was low-hanging fruit for me. Running backs should be paid the level of wide receivers in the National Football League because of what these guys do. And when they have the opportunity to get paid in their mid-20s because they're so damn good already, knowing that at age 30 is when returns begin to diminish, unless you're somebody named Derrick Henry, or as Christian McCaffrey's going to try to prove for the 49ers this year. Just a number. But for most, that number is when teams begin to shy away from paying him. So you're Bijan Robinson, you're Jahmyr Gibbs, you need to get yours now. Certainly when the league does not value you at the top end of the market as they do wide receivers. That was the conversation we had just on Monday. And just before we come on the air here, Bijan Robinson, it is reported, gets a new contract that breaks the record. Breaks the record for running backs. Max value of a 3-year extension of $75 million. It's easy math, 25 a year. $51 million guaranteed. Highest ever for a running back. So well-deserved because at least on top of all this, Atlanta knows there will be no phone calls to Mr. Blank, Matt Ryan, Kevin Stefanski at 2 a.m. saying, guess what happened with Bijan? That kid is not doing anything except being a terrific face in the community and an awesome human being. Well done for the Falcons.
Great point.
Well done for the Falcons. Now, congratulations also in order for Zay Flowers, the Baltimore Raven wide receiver who just got paid as well. 4 years, $140 million extension.
What are we doing?
That includes $108 million guaranteed. Now, Zay Flowers, in his 3 years in the National Football League, has had, the last 2 years, 1,000-yard receiving seasons. He went from 1,059 in year 2 to 1,211 last year. And his touchdowns, just 5. Now, this proves my point, I believe. Zay, you get what you need to get. And the Ravens just paid him what the market bears. Now, who's going to help the Ravens win football games? It's Lamar. Lamar's got to get the football to Zay Flowers. You might double cover Zay Flowers. The protection may shade to Zay Flowers. You know where the protection's not shading to? The guy named Derrick Henry. Now, you could say, we'll put 8 in the box. We'll do this. Okay. Try that one. That's never happened with Derrick Henry before, as he's first balloting his way to Canton. I don't get it. Listen, I know why they're paying Zay Flowers this money. This is what you have to pay top-end wide receivers. And you could say he's not a top-end wide receiver. That's what you're saying, Chris, based on your eye-rolling and things of that nature.
You said it. I didn't.
It's a different offense sometimes. As you know, the Ravens have not really ever had a 15-touchdown wide receiver guy, you know? They don't have that guy.
Maybe that's the reason why they can't make the Super Bowl.
You just know you've got to have a game on the line. Who's going to win the game for you? What's more likely? What's an easier path for you? It's a running back that can run it to take the time off, and a running back who can run away from you after he's standing right next to the quarterback who just hands it to him, or flips it to him, or screens it to him, or flat routes it to him. Or you're somebody like Bijan, you're now on a linebacker or a slower safety because that's the way you could scheme it based on where he's standing pre-snap. Again, I'm no GM. I'm just a sports talk radio host. That's all I am right now.
Humble host.
I'm a humble guy. You know what I mean? I'm just a guy with a microphone. But I have a set of eyes. And Bijan, congratulations. And I'll tell you what, man, I would rather build a roster where my guy, who's the big difference maker. First of all, I'm an owner in the National Football League. I'm also not sitting here. But that said, if I'm an owner in the National Football League, I turn to my general manager and I say, if I can have the main engine of this offense, I know I'm paying my quarterback. If I'm paying my quarterback in the $40 million range, I'm lucky. If I'm paying my quarterback $50 million, I'm understanding that's the cost of doing business. But I'm turning my general manager and I'm like, get me one of these running backs in the draft, which is why Arizona, go ahead and get Jeremiah Love. He could be the next one of these guys. That the top end, I'm paying him what, $25 million, and everybody's like, whoa. I'd rather do that than take a wide receiver and pay him $30 million on the come. I'd rather do that. So in Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs, like, awesome. You also have Amon-Ra, and you've got Jamison Williams as well. So Gibbs is like cents on the dollar if you're paying a wide receiver who's gotten 2 1,000-yard seasons, and you're waiting to see if, some of the wide receivers who make this money have 14 touchdowns in a season rather than a career in the first 3 seasons of Zay Flowers has had. Yeah. This is just roster building. So Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit, some folks think that this is now going to be a problem for them. To me, I look at this and say, now you know where you got to target.
Right.
Remember when they had a problem in Baltimore figuring out Lamar's contract? Sometimes you have to remember this a couple of times ago. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, Jalen Hurts got paid first.
Yep, right.
And then all of a sudden,
Lamar got done because a market is set. And Bijan just set the market. I'll take $25 million. So guess what Gibbs will say? Pay me a penny more. Right. But my point is that Bijan gets 51 guaranteed. What is Jahmyr going to get? Probably a little bit more, 52, 53, something like that. Sure. You're going to pay Zay Flowers more guaranteed than the 2 best running backs in the NFL? What are we doing?
Hoping that Zay Flowers can provide the touchdowns.
And not fumble on the goal line?
Well, that wasn't his fault.
Did he fumble at the goal line or not?
I know he did. That was unfortunate. And that's to bring that up and count that against him. It was his rookie season, man. I don't
go to the Super Bowl.
You sometimes tip your cap to the defense. Okay. I'm not going to lay that at his feet. It was unfortunate for him. And the fact that he's actually had a good career after that, like that doesn't define him unless people like you bring it up when we're talking about him cashing in.
Take Zay Flowers.
By the way, he can't hear you. He can't hear your criticism over his pallets of cash.
Good for him. And by the way, not hating on anyone on getting paid.
Well, it seems like that.
Absolutely not. But it's a structure of the NFL where the 2 best players, fantasy isn't real life, but they're going 1 and 2 in fantasy.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers is probably going in the 3rd or 4th round.
Again, receivers are depending on having to get the football to them. A defense will dictate more against a wide receiver than a running back who can run and catch it, I believe. That's the differentiator. And now if I'm Detroit, I'm like, I'm calling up Gibbs' agent.
and saying, okay, this is the market. And if I'm the Lions, I'm like, let's do this today. And if I'm Gibbs, I want it done today, too.
It gets done today.
And I think Dan Campbell's eager for that, too.
It's certainly not going to hurt. I mean, it's not going to hurt. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm anxious to get Gibbs back out there. Every day that goes by, that's another day that you feel like you miss with him and getting him out there with the guys and him being doing his part. So, but there again, man, it'll get done when it gets done.
Yeah, I'm with him too. You never know, but I think it won't hurt. I think it helps. There's a market to bear. And then in Baltimore, Zay Flowers is interestingly enough the Ravens are the 4 downs today. New offensive coordinator, Zay Flowers. You take a look at the other receivers on the roster. There's Rashad Bateman, Devontae Walker, and some other young players that they're hoping can come to the fore. Mark Andrews as well. But it's really about Lamar. And Lamar's got to get the ball to Zay Flowers. But I'll tell you what will win games for the Ravens inside the 20, in between the 20s. You got one of the greatest running backs ever standing there. But we're not paying him top of the receiver market
Is
money.
Derrick Henry getting paid? Hold on a second.
I'm sure it's not that. I bet you it's half of what Bijan's getting paid.
Let's see. He's getting $11 million in cash this year.
So, listen, these NFL contracts. I'm just talking about roster building. Give me a kid who I can give a massive contract extension to, and it's half of what receivers make at the top end of the market. Get me one of those. I know that there's not many of them, but there appears to be many of them coming out of college. And I would tell my kids who play football, don't play running back. Play wide receiver. Run fast, run your routes, have your head on a swivel when you're going across the middle, and hopefully you wind up on a team with a terrific quarterback, an offensive coordinator that's not going to get fired or hired somewhere else, or the head coach isn't going to get fired, and you can just have a consistent run at it. And you will get paid twice as much as that running back. Go figure.
Wow.
All right, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. The baseball trade deadline is over. The Dodgers get the jewel of the deadline players available in Tarek Skubal. And we've got Jeff Passan in a studio in Bristol, Connecticut.
Let's go.
Getting ready to talk about this. He is suited. He is booted. He's not in some weird pneumatic tube hotel room, like a hotel air conditioning unit.
Right. Oh, yeah.
All these places that he's joined us.
He was in a storage closet.
He was in a storage closet one year. Yeah. We got him to talk about this. That's coming up next. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. The terms are not like, hey, let's let the Red Sox get the switch-hitting stud catcher that the Orioles are willing to trade in division. Let's let the Red Sox get that guy while we stand put. Don't touch the bullpen and have the pen blow the lead given to the Yankees by the new left-handed hitter that they do acquire.
There's a couch right here. You need to do some.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't part of the LinkedIn read.
Okay, got it.
That was just me having an inner monologue live. Jeff Passan next. There he is on the Rich Eisen Show. Coming up. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong.
Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk. Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granato, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
John Granato here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Get world-class Texas barbecue from pitmaster and chef Arash Karat at J-Bar M Barbecue. Dig into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and all your barbecue favorites. Enjoy $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Plus, meet our amazing J-Bar M team, including GM Hoffy Ferreira, and say hello to our owner, John Toomey. Visit J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Learn more at jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Hey, it's Lance Erline here with Jesse Coker, the daughter of Jeremy Coker, who owns M&J Electrical Supply. Jesse, I've heard your dad's a pretty good cook and a grill guy. We could smell it when we were there at the office.
Oh, it's definitely true. Like, his hamburgers are the best things I've ever tasted. And his steaks are so good, too. But just all the other things that he cooks are just so good.
So you don't get a lot of junk food, but you do get protein.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
For all your electrical needs, call M&J Electrical Supply at 713-699-5055.
From alligator to elephant, Republic Boot Company Houston handcrafts your boots, your story for life.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Should the Yankees be willing to dip into their farm system and do something like that for Luke Weaver? I think it's a little bit tougher with the Yankees-Mets trade. Mm-hmm. Like, there's going to be a little tax that goes on there, so they might have to pay a higher price. I can see the argument 100%. Like, if you think that the Yankees should have gotten Luke Weaver, that's a super reasonable thing to think. And if you're the Yankees, you're asking yourself, well, if the Dodgers are going out and spending prospects on Tarek Skubal, and if other organizations that are trying to win are going out and spending prospects as well, should we? Well, Garcia wasn't cheap. And it was interesting because the majority of the guys who were sent over in that deal were relief pitchers. So clearly the Yankees feel like they can solve the relief issue from within. And it's going to be the sort of thing, I think, that down the stretch, we're going to look back on August 3rd and say, was this the day that the Yankees did not need to do it, or is this the day that the Yankees missed their opportunity to cement themselves as potentially the best team in the American League?
Well, I mean, and it all comes down to the health of Judge and Stanton and obviously Rodon, and then Clark Schmidt, I think, is what you're talking about, like an internal button to push. He comes back. Maybe they throw him in the pen along with Weathers, and then they throw those are the guys that they can potentially throw into an inning role for bullpen. But George Lombard Jr., is he coming? Is this happening?
Rich, can I just say this too? Sure. By the way, it might not be an inning role. It might be a 2-inning role. It might be a multi-inning role. I think the Yankees can get creative with the arms that they've got right now to potentially bridge that gap up to David Bednar. And is it going to work? I don't know. Right. Is it reasonable to think that it could work? Absolutely. George Lombard's an interesting case, though. He's coming up, and he's going to play shortstop. And the Yankees have been through this before. In fact, the last few years, the Yankees have been through this with a young shortstop who arrives with all kinds of hype, and we're going to see how real it is. George Lombard was putting up tremendous numbers in the minor leagues and really fulfilling the potential that he had shown coming into this season. Is he ready for the Bronx, though? I suppose you can ask that question of anybody, because let's remember, in his first run through the Bronx, in his first year, in his first September call-up, Aaron Judge stunk. And it came back next year and hit 52 home runs and won Rookie of the Year. But the idea that right now George Lombard is going to be an impact player, I'm not anticipating that exactly. I do think he's going to be solid, though. The defense is good. The on-base is good. And I think he's going to have a chance to move up in this lineup the way it's currently constituted.
Jeff Passan here on the Rich Eisen Show day after the trade deadline. So let's talk about Tarek Skubal, Jeff. Did the Dodgers basically put together the best package of prospects and the agreement to pay every last penny of his salary? Is that why he's there? Or did Skubal kind of put his thumb on the scale and say, this is where I want to sign long term, so just send me there right now? Jeff?
No. He had nothing to do with this at all. Like, he was out of the loop information-wise. You know, he didn't know where he was going. And the salary, Rich, completely immaterial. Tarek Skubal's owed like $10 million for the rest of the year. That's, you know, the Brewers would have paid that. The Rays would have paid that. Everyone would have paid that. I don't know if the Detroit Tigers got the best prospect package back that they could. What they did get back is the prospect package that they like the best. And this is all about individual teams' evaluations, right? Like, not all teams look at all prospects the same. That's why trades get done, because there are different valuations organizationally on every guy in the Major League Baseball universe. And so I think the Dodgers matched up well with what the Tigers need right now. They wanted an outfielder, and they've got Zaire Hope, who can play some center, but is going to end up in right field to go alongside Riley Green, who's the Tigers' left fielder, and to go alongside Max Clark, who just made his debut at center field. They got River Ryan. I know he's older. I know he's a convert from shortstop and hasn't pitched a whole lot. I know he hasn't been healthy. He throws 100 like Jackson Jobe and like Troy Melton, and the Tigers figure to go into next season with a rotation that reminds me a lot of the Pittsburgh Pirates, where they're just young, gas-throwing dudes. And Brady Smith, ERA is unsightly. The record is unsightly. The ERA is not great. 113 strikeouts and 74 and a third innings, will play all day long. And he has a chance, if not to be a starting pitcher long-term necessarily, then to be a really good closer. So I think people coming down on the package that the Tigers got back probably don't understand baseball economics very well, because this is for a rental player. And I'm sorry, but rentals never get enormous returns. This was not a Juan Soto-like deal, because Juan Soto, when he was traded from the Nationals to the Padres for C.J. Abrams and James Wood and Harlan Susana and Robert Hassel, had 2 years beyond that extra year that they were going to get. So it's the control that makes the price. And for essentially 10 starts of Tarek Skubal, plus whatever the Dodgers do in the playoffs, I thought the Tigers did perfectly fine. Was it a blowaway return? No. But I'm not sure that even had they held on to him until Monday at 4 p.m., they would have done a whole lot better. And I think the downside there, if other teams are getting tired of waiting and don't feel like they don't want to miss the boat, the downside is far greater than whatever upside they could have had by holding on to him through Monday.
So then I'm going to ask you the tinfoil hat question, Jeff. I'm giving you that heads up, okay?
Everyone does.
Okay, no, here. Hey. So if the Tigers can't hang on to Skubal because they're not going to pay him the amount of money that it's going to be required to pay him long term, and the system that now has the Tigers over a barrel.
By the way, Rich.
Yes.
By the way, Rich. I just want to make sure we say this. It's not that they can't. It's that they choose not to.
That's it. Now that's it.
That is an active choice by every team.
Okay, so then in that respect, is it possible that anybody in that organization's like, let's trade him to the Dodgers, because that is going to be the piece of red meat that's going to get everybody talking about the system, and it's going to be everybody talking about how baseball is broken, and if baseball breaks, that could help us not have to pay this sort of money to people anymore. Is there any part of that in sending Skubal to the Dodgers now, Jeff Passan?
I don't think that this was a grand conspiracy to try and leverage the Dodgers into winning a World Series for a third consecutive season so that fans can then get angry and everyone can say we need a salary cap. No, I don't think that was part of it. I'm sure it came up in conversation. Not as part of the strategy, let's do that, but oh God, if this happens, are we feeling like we're going to be furthering the breaking of this sport? And to be abundantly clear, I do not think baseball is broken. I do not think baseball is in a bad place. I think baseball's system needs to change. Now, does that change need to be a salary cap? Personally, I don't think that it has to be. I understand why owners are pushing for one, because it's cost control, and because the second that a salary cap gets put into place, their franchise values are going to jump by 25 to 30%. And that's a lot of money that these owners are going to come into just through cost certainty. But I have been of the belief this whole time that even if the system right now is problematic, and I think in a lot of ways that it is, I think that a system that allows financially mighty teams like the Dodgers, like the Mets, to a lesser extent, if they wanted to spend the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Cubs and teams of that ilk. I think a system that the penalties do not stop them from spending, that to me is a problem. That to me, when you have a free cash advantage the way that the Dodgers do and the way that the Mets do in particular, and that cash allows you to give out contracts the size that they do, you need to have penalties in place that hit these teams where it counts, and whether that's via draft pick or whether that's via transacting, whatever it is, I just think that there are creative compromises, Rich, that if both sides were not so dug in, and I think the league on this one, they're not going to do this, but to me, the league is the one that's trying to fundamentally change a system that's been in place for more than half a century right now. And the onus, therefore, would be on them to try and convince the players that this is the right system. I don't think they're going to with a salary cap. I think that the players right now are extraordinarily dug in because they don't think that what MLB has presented to this point is going to change the competitive balance aspect any more than what their plan would do, which is more revenue sharing and things along those lines. But we could get in so deep into the weeds here, Rich, on collective bargaining. We have months to do that. The lockout is coming December 1st. It's going to happen, and we're going to have this period between December and February where pretty much nothing gets done. And hopefully, as spring training approaches, we see some movement, because if not, I worry we could be in for a lot of games missed this season.
That would be horrible, certainly since we are seeing it coming. You saying it with such certainty means that we have time to potentially avoid it, but it does sound unavoidable. Certainly when we're having conversations now, Jeff, that this trade is being viewed and discussed as if baseball is broken and the Dodgers have a massive advantage that they just utilized. But your point is other teams, small market teams, Milwaukee, Tampa, would have absolutely paid the $10 million left on Scooble's salary this year, and they also have terrific prospects that they could put on the table.
But Rich, I'll say this. I think this is an important point to make. What money buys you is the ability to make mistakes. The Dodgers can make mistakes, whether it's in free agency or in trades, and they're okay because they can paper it over with the resources that they've got. The Brewers and the Rays of the world feel like the lifeblood of their organization, Rich, is young talent. It's what they've built themselves around. It's how they've built these juggernauts on such small payrolls, and they want that to continue. And if you're the Rays in the Brewers, and you have I think the Brewers have the best record in baseball right now. The Rays have the third best record in baseball at this point. If you're following a process that has taken you in this world where you have far fewer resources than the majority of the teams, and you are still at the top somehow, I think it's a fair question for those executives who run those teams to ask themselves, why would we deviate from that process when it has taken us to this point? And, the issue that I have with the system that's currently in place right now is I want the Brewers and the Rays of the world, these teams that are so good at what they do, not to be scared at the deadline. I want them to operate with the same sort of freeness that the Dodgers do. And to me, that is the ideal system. It's not a system that constrains what players can make. It's a system that forces some of those teams on the bottom to do more while ensuring that those teams at the top are penalized in a way that's going to actually keep the salaries a little bit closer. It's not a full hard cap like MLB is proposing. It's what the CBT was supposed to do in the first place, which is prevent runaway spending. It has not done that. There are ways to make that happen.
Well, and the issue is, too, though, Jeff, is that you've got a team in the Dodgers who are so rich that they can spend as much as they spend on salaries and a salary tax this year, and also have $1 billion committed to 9 players between 2028 when Freddie Freeman starts seeing some of this stuff, and 2046, which is when Blake Snell's last piece of deferred salary. So we got $1 billion in the future, we got $500 million now, and then the other point though is, again, every time you take a look at it, you can shift it another way. The Mets have as much money, it does appear, and look at them, they're a hot freaking mess. So the Dodgers do it better with their resources than a team that has similar resources. They can't get out of their own way with the Mets. So I go back and forth about this, that, the other thing, that you got to be smart, but you have to be well-moneyed. And that's the one thing about the NFL, Jeff, and it's so great, is that the Packers and Jacksonville, name anybody that's supposedly in a small market, right? They're at the trade deadline. They're not thinking about, well, the financial ramifications here or there. Obviously, there's cash to cap and things of that nature. It's all the same. Cowboys and the Jaguars are in the same boat. And then obviously baseball owners will be like, what do they have? They've got a cap. I don't know what the answer is.
The NFL trade deadline is garbage, Rich. Let's not compare the trade deadline from the NFL.
Okay, so then there's a trade deadline situation for sure in the NFL where somebody like Scooble isn't going to be sent on. You know what I mean? By like Detroit. The Lions are not going to send a Scooble on. Listen, the bottom line is I know money matters and then kind of doesn't. The Blue Jays didn't have as much money as the Dodgers. They almost beat them. The Red Sox, we all know, aren't spending like crazy. They just swept the Dodgers, who have now lost 4 in a row, with all of us saying the season's over. You know? I don't know where this takes us, is essentially what I'm saying. I'm asking for help, Jeff. That's what I'm asking for. You know?
Yeah. Rich, ESPN pays me to be a baseball reporter, not to be your psychologist.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. That's fair. The trade that we're not talking about, before I let you go. What's the trade that we're not talking about that happened that we should be talking about more? Significant.
Ooh, you know what? I'm really excited, Rich, to see what Clay Holmes' velocity looks like for his next start with the Chicago Cubs. Clay Holmes has been awesome this year. In his last rehab start, he normally throws sinker at about 94 miles an hour. He was sitting more like 91, topping out at 93. But if we see Clay Holmes full sinker in front of that Chicago Cubs infield defense, like there is not a better match in the world than a guy who throws a two-seamer and gets ground balls, and Alex Bregman at third base, Dansby Swanson at shortstop, Nico Horner at second base, and Michael Busch at first base. It's the best infield defense in baseball, and you can argue that it's the best outfield defense, too, with Ian Happ in left, Pete Armstrong in center, and Seiya Suzuki in right. I think the Cubs are a fun team, and I would love to see a Cubs-Dodgers National League Championship Series. I would love to see a Dodgers-Brewers. I would love to see Cubs-Brewers. I think the National League is fantastic this year, and I'm really looking forward to that postseason. American League, you got work to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, for sure. And we'll see how that all plays. It looks like the Red Sox might just win the whole league, not just the East, the way that they're playing. They are just coming like a freight train right now. 2 back of the Yankees, but 5 back of the 5.5 back of the Rays. You never know. And I will cherish the final 2 months and postseason, certainly since you're talking about a nuclear winter, Jeff. I appreciate the time, as always.
Whew. Thank you for having me, Rich. Always a pleasure.
You got it. That's Jeff Passan, everybody. Major League Baseball insider, if you will.
Yes, sir.
From ESPN Studios. He's now going to go take a nap. Yep, he's going to go take a nap. He's been a busy camper.
Yes.
Listen, we'll take a break, and Scooble had a very interesting thing to say about his new organization.
I did see that.
We'll talk about that and dive a little bit one more time into this, since Jeff did not give me the therapy I needed. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance. Weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again. If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Danny, what's going on with you in the Met Museum in New York?
Well, it's complicated.
Tell me anyway.
They've had this collection of guns from the 1500s on display for a long time.
Christopher Columbus and Ferdinand Magellan and Henry VIII were alive in the 1500s.
That collection has been on loan to the museum for a long time, and now the family who owns it has decided to sell it.
Are you gonna bid on it?
No.
Why not?
I already bought it.
Are we going up there to pick it up?
As soon as you call the airlines.
Danny, this sounds like it could be exciting.
Clara, this is definitely exciting.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff-Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway.
Get world-class Texas barbecue from Pitmaster and Chef Arash Karat at J-Bar M Barbecue. Dig into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and all your barbecue favorites. Enjoy $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Plus, meet our amazing J-Bar M team, including GM Hoffy Ferreira, and say hello to our owner, John Toomey. Visit J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Learn more at jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
place to decide. SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, and that's overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt right now with a SoFi Personal Loan by visiting SoFi.com/trick. To learn more, loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. The Golics are in our green room. Never said that before. Mike Sr. and Jr., whose show precedes this one now on the ESPN radio lineup. Excited that Mike Sr. is back along with his son on ESPN radio. Pretty good, cool stuff. So we'll talk some ball with the Golics and about how Rudy was offsides once.
Wow.
Oh, stop.
Oh, he was there.
He was?
I believe Bob was there, was more tenured on the Notre Dame team when Rudy was offsides.
Are you really going to bring that up with them?
What?
You think he won't?
I'm sorry. Did I say offsides? I meant when he made that incredible play that inspired a terrific film.
There you go. Excellent.
I'm sorry. I misspoke.
What makes
I wrote
you
it
think
down
he
wrong.
won't bring that up?
I wrote it down wrong. Tarek Skubal does not want to hear any Dodgers slander. If they're going to acquire him and basically be at the front of the line to give him $400 million, he's not going to take any slagging on the Dodger blue.
Fair enough.
How have the Dodgers broken baseball? If all they did was pay the rest of his salary this year, as Jeff Passan just said, he gave me the answer of what I was looking for.
Yeah.
On yesterday's show, I'm like, hey, did the Dodgers, were they the only ones who say we'll pick up the entire salary? Did the Rays say we'll only take 80%? Did the Brewers say we'll only pay 70%? And that was why the Tigers said sold to the Dodgers? Was it a money thing? And Jeff Passan said it was not money thing at all. Money was apples to apples for everybody for a change. It's not like the Dodgers had any advantage. Everybody was going to find the money in their couch cushions. It was the three prospects that the Tigers liked best. So how are you going to blame the Dodgers for that? You know? They had the best prospects. They're the ones that the Tigers were like, we like them better than what you're offering us, Milwaukee or Philadelphia or Tampa or whoever else was in the Skubal sweepstakes. So Skubal will not have any of this Dodger slander.
Every team could trade for me. You know, every team could make that acquisition. And I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. You know, they've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last two World Series. You know, I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, you know, do all the right things.
I don't think he said one thing that was inaccurate. Correct?
Didn't take him long to be a true blue Dodger.
Well, again, if I'm now part of a team that's welcoming me in that said, we'll take you, and this team is also well-moneyed enough that I know my financial demands shall be met.
I'm getting mine.
Yeah.
I would defend the Dodgers till the cows come home as well.
No, I get it.
This is the business we've chosen.
That's correct. That's a very Hyman Roth type statement from Tarek Skubal. This is the business we've chosen, and if you choose not to do business like the Dodgers, that's on you.
Yeah.
Although, you know, not everybody has the local television contract or the Chavez Ravine Stadium or, wait for it, enough money in the till that they're like, sure, prior to the season. How much for the roster? $320 some odd million bucks. And oh, wait a minute, that's a tax that we'll have to pay $163 million on top of that. And oh, how much money we've already gotten committed to 9 players from 2028 all the way to 2046? Oh, $1.1 billion to round up. Oh, sure. That's why when Jeff Passan says the money will helps paper over some of their mistakes, you know what papers over some of the mistakes is you also have a lineup. I'll never forget this. I think it was last year's playoffs. It was Ohtani on second, Betts on first, and Freeman doubles. And you just watch the most expensive pond with the most golden goose ducks running around. All three of them were running. Freeman is second, Betts from first to third.
I remember you brought
and Ohtani from second to home. It was just like one big rotation.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Oh, yeah, right. You know? Sort of like that line from the famed Bruce Dickinson. He puts his right. The Dodgers put their pants on one leg at a time, just like everyone else. Except when they do, they make gold-plated at bats. You know what I mean?
Gotta have more
all you need to do is add more Scooble.
Gotta have more Scooble, baby.
I've got a fever, and the only prescription is more Scooble.
That's literally what the money is for.
That's what the money is for. Another great drop that we have here about business and the sports business. That's what the money is for, is to get these players because they can. And the reason why some of these players come here is because the organization takes care of them. And by the way, all they're also doing is planting seeds in their farm system. So when it comes time for Tarek Skubal to be rented, you can rent him. Now, this, again, we're all saying that the Skubal to the Dodgers thing is the end of baseball, the canary in the lockout coal mine, and everybody believes that this is happening. I mean, Jeff Passan had the dates. December 1st, lockout happens. February, we're hoping it's over by then. If not, we might miss some significant games next season. I mean, that's coming down the pike. So you're hoping that some smart people, from the commissioner to the Players Association, everybody gets in a room and avoids this thing. You know, you're hoping. But at the end of the day, it was $10 million. It was apples to apples in the money. And it was like, who's got a better package of players for the Tigers? And who's going to put more on the table to make sure it doesn't go to the Dodgers? To use a Harbaugh phrase, no body. And if you're somebody that wants to win baseball games, and it's apples to apples in terms of free agent dollars, why don't you come here? Dodger blue skies, orange sun.
Come out to the coast.
Yeah.
Come to Death Row, TJ.
Right. Have a few laughs. Come out to the coast and have a few laughs.
Pretty much it.
That's it. Ohtani was already on the coast, and he's having a hell of a lot more laughs further up geographically here in Southern California. So the Dodgers do it better than anyone else.
Yeah.
The money helps. That's what the money is for. But the Dodgers do it better than anyone else.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh, no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. Ah, it was ginger vanilla, too, my favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was fired today. Ippei Mitsuhara ran up gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation.
The inside story of the biggest scandal in modern baseball.
He was absolutely bananas, the amount of bets he was making. I've never seen anything like it.
From 30 for 30 podcasts, this is The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
Presented by Gusto. Episodes 1 and 2 available now. Listen wherever you get podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Most people don't know you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, their Easy Lease gives you a pre-owned vehicle with a much lower payment than financing. New vehicles lose huge value the moment they leave the lot. Skip that depreciation hit. Lease used and save big. Your D&M agent handles everything, including home delivery. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on.
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Do you want to pay a plumbing company just to come out and see what the problem is? Heck no!
Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been serving 97.5 listeners for years now. They don't charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for a repipe and water heaters and are the ones to call if you have a propane gas grill. Aqueduct can run a gas line so you'll never run out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part. So I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey, listen up. Before the weather changes, get new windows in your home and save possibly hundreds on your energy bill. Call the Window Replacement Hotline right now and take advantage of their special savings event. Get your leaky, drafty windows replaced with energy-efficient, beautiful, virtually maintenance-free windows at this year's rock-bottom prices. Our prices are so low, we don't want to scare the competition. The only way to hear about our window savings is to call. Yes, you must call our special toll-free number for the best window replacement prices in town. Get your new windows, patio doors, and more from the Window Replacement Hotline. Get ready for the change in weather. Save on your energy bills. Call right now for tremendous prices on new windows and beautify your home. Call the Window Replacement Hotline now. 800-430-0928. 800-430-0928. 800-430-0928. That's 800-430-0928.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
Who are you? ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zadok's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Track one. Track three.
Tarek Skubal, and you knew who was going to get it.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
That's baseball.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN MLB insider Jeff Passan. Coming up, hosts of ESPN Radio's The Golics, Mike Golick Sr. and Mike Golick Jr., Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Jeff Passan in hour 1. Ladd McConkey's joining us in hour number 3. I've got my 4 downs on the Baltimore Ravens coming up shortly. Our green room is chock full of Golics. You want to write that down for a fantasy team name?
I don't know if that's fantasy.
We already got enough.
Is that
chock full of Golics?
Is that a
coffee?
The name of a tour? Oh, a coffee shop.
Yeah. Mike Sr. and Jr., who are teaming up on ESPN Radio, the show preceding this one every single day in the lineup. And they are here in Los Angeles, and they're together in our green room, and shortly we'll fill both of these chairs. To my right, we'll have a good chat with the Golics coming up right here on ESPN Radio or Disney Plus, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and our website has been reimagined, everybody, richeisenshow.com. I'm going to be actually shooting some videos specifically for the website.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of folks are wondering sometimes when they look behind you two jamokes, like some of the neat stuff that's in our studio or on your desk.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot going on over
here. Okay, and there are backstories on pretty much every piece of, like just right in front of you, Mike. Yes. There's the brick telephone that's all the way at the right that's autographed by Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen because it looks like what they were using in Wall Street. There's a Latte Larry's cup from Larry's Spite Store on Curb Your Enthusiasm, so on and so forth. I'm going to be recording some of those videos and putting it on richeisenshow.com, which also is a way for you to go to richeisenshop.com. Oh, look at the fancy video we got working here. Showing off hats and mugs and custom T-shirts with our logo on it. And other logos like the Michigan Man T-shirt that we came up with, hats. Oh, look at this. Bottles. Baby. richeisenshop.com. Look at us. Oh, some Go New York, Go, and the I Am a 1A Dude T-shirts. Oh, look at that stuff, too. The Travis Matthew collection that we put together. Like the hat that you've got on your head. richeisenshop.com, everybody. Look at that. Ooh. Look at us selling apparel.
Look at us. Let's do it.
Mugs like this one. richeisenshop.com. Please go there and check it out and rep the show in style. Jeff in Detroit is hanging on. What's up, Jeffrey? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? I missed you guys.
Yeah, buddy.
Jeff? I actually was going to sneak into St. John's as a caddy, man, and come and hang out with you, but unfortunately didn't have a chance to. First of all, Tariq Scrubble, it's funny that you guys were talking about him because here in Detroit, it's kind of like you guys were saying, if you don't want your team to lose you a 7-0 lead and be dancing in the outfield, basically come to death row, like you guys were, like you guys were saying.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to talk about Jahmyr Gibbs real quick.
Why not?
Gibbs, A1, we have Barry remorse. You know what I mean? When Barry quit the Detroit Lions, he was all we had.
Yep.
Now we got all of these weapons. They need to pay that guy. They definitely need to pay that guy. And I was gonna shoot through the Lions' schedule real quick.
Oh, you want to do the win-loss?
Oh, let's go,
Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Two things. First of all, they're going to pay Jahmyr Gibbs, and I think Bijan signing is going to help. You got a you now have a target.
Yes.
The Falcons have put the target on the wall, and now it's less of a dart throw, I think, for Brad Holmes and the rest of the front office to get to an agreement with Gibbs. It's coming. It's going to happen. I would be stunned if it didn't. Let's put it that way. So with that in mind, I do believe, Jeff in Detroit, you were the first to endeavor the win-loss game for the Detroit Lions. I don't have anybody written down here.
Whoa.
I need the music. Jeff, what happens when the Saints visit Detroit to start the season?
To start, we're going to win because Jahmyr is going to get paid and we're going to go.
Then it's a short week, Prime Video's season premiere, and the same thing with the Buffalo Bills' new stadium. What do you got for me, Lions at Bills, on a Thursday night?
Oh, we're going to lose that one. Bills always give us problems.
1-1 home for the Jets.
Win.
2-1 at the Panthers.
Win.
3-1 at the Cardinals.
Win.
Now 4-1, 3 wins in a row. Packers at Lions. Off a bye.
Jordan is a thorn in my side. We get rid of Aaron. Yeah, that's a loss.
Oh, okay. 4-2 home for the Vikings.
That's going to be a win.
5-2 at the Dolphins.
That's going to be a win.
6-2. You're the home team against the Patriots in Munich.
I think jet lag is going to, if the Patriots, another team that gives us hell, I think that's going to be a loss.
Okay, you're now 6-3, home for the Bucks.
That's going to be a win.
7-3, Thanksgiving against the Bears.
Ooh, we owe Ben Johnson a butt kicking. I think we're going to end up splitting that series. So I think we're going to win on Thanksgiving. At home on Thanksgiving, yeah.
8-3 at the Falcons. Gibbs versus Bijan. The Pizzade Bowl.
I don't know why I think we're going to get tripped up at that game, but I'm gonna put that as a win.
9-3. Home for the Titans.
Home for the Titans. For some reason, I don't know why. I think we might stumble on that one.
Oh, okay. I had that already down as a W. All right. Now you're at the Vikings on a Sunday night.
That's going to be a win.
All right. So you're now 10-4. Mm-hmm. Monday night, home against the G-Men.
We got to win one of those. A Monday night game.
Yes, sir.
I think are we at home?
You are?
Okay, yes.
11-4 at the Bears.
Loss.
11-5 at the Packers. Mm-hmm.
11-5. 11-5.
You're either 12-5 or 11-6.
For some reason, I think we're going to split that series, so I think we're going to win.
Okay, there you go. 12-5. Jeff in Detroit. Great to chat with you, Jeff, as always.
Right, take care, fellas.
How about that? The Lions finish up at the Bears and at the Packers. That's how they finish up.
Tough.
Yeah, you think? You think January 3rd and then TBD. 2 January games. Take a look, man. You know they're
Minnesota week 15.
They are indoors. Obviously, every home game. They go to Buffalo, but in September, and then their outdoor games are at the Miami Dolphins. That's it. And then they're indoors because Munich is indoors, and then they are indoors at the Falcons, obviously, and at the Vikings. They're indoor. They're indoors the entire season, with the exception of the Bills, the Panthers, but those are both early season, and the Dolphins. And then week 17 and 18, they go to the great outdoors, and it's at Chicago, at Green Bay. They better sit in an ice tub, man, preparing for that, because they're indoors, and the only outdoor games are either in September or in Miami.
3 of the last 4 division road games.
That's true, too. But Lions fans who are sick and tired, I'm sure, of Goff outdoors is a much different quarterback than indoors. Wow. The Lions are a much different team outdoors than indoors. Get ready for that narrative, man. We just looked at, I have not looked at their schedule that deeply until there. Their 3 road games to finish the season are all in division. All of them.
That's rough.
Wow. But they are indoors. By the way, that's why I will take Jahmyr Gibbs. I got the 2nd overall pick in my poker fantasy league. I will take Jahmyr Gibbs indoors all the way up to then. You bet I am.
What if Gibbs goes first?
And then the championship game, if I'm so lucky, will be at Chicago. Good luck, I guess.
I just said what if Gibbs goes first, but if that's the case, then you get Bijan. So
I can't imagine.
Win-win.
Wouldn't you take Bijan over Gibbs if you're the 1st overall? Wouldn't that be the case?
I don't know. I'm in the league with you guys, so I don't want to give up.
Oh, yeah. Right. Don't be giving up.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm worried about it.
Okay, very good.
We're in multiple leagues together.
So it's 4 downs time for the Baltimore Ravens before we get to the Golics. 4 downs. As you know, we have been previewing every single team's season. 4 downs style. All the way from last month. We're going to do it all the way to kickoff. It's time for 4 downs with the Baltimore Ravens. Hit it.
4 downs with Rich.
Here we go. Why did he
All right. 4 downs on the Baltimore Ravens. What happens when the Ravens start playing football? Well, guess what? First down. Declan Doyle, you are on the clock. The new offensive coordinator in Baltimore. Todd Monken's been the OC there for the last couple of years. As we know, he's now in Cleveland as the HC. John Harbaugh is now the HC of the NYG. What does the new offense look like? Declan Doyle comes from the Ben Johnson world and system. Young kid, if you will. Is he off the old Ben Johnson block? Are we going to see a more wide-open Ravens offense now? We're going to see Lamar under center more? What are we going to do? What are we going to see? Because everything's reimagined now. Hey, John Harbaugh, and the way that he's done it for the last decade and a half, he gone. And now it is time for young Turks and a new set of eyes to take a look at the way the Ravens play offense along with Lamar Jackson. And now their pizzade top 6 paid wide receiver in the National Football League, Zay Flowers. He now has that price tag to carry along with an offense to take the top of the defense off. Certainly if they're going to say, we're not going to let Derrick Henry beat us. And we using Lamar's legs a little bit more. What in the world does this offense look like? That is a major first down for the Ravens. Second down is no matter what the new offense looks like, the new defense certainly better look better. Let's put it that way. Because the Ravens, you always think the Ravens have one of the best defenses in the NFL, right? You're always assuming that. That has been their brand over the last, since the turn of the century, since Ray Lewis gets drafted there, right? You're always thinking it's the Ravens defense that leads the way. Last year's defense did not do anything in terms of leading. 30 sacks, that's it. Tied for 30th in the National Football League. And 247.9 yards per game. That is DFL adjacent. Only the Cowboys were worse. So this is where Jesse Minter comes in and says, I got this, and that is third down. Is Jesse Minter the new defensive coordinator, the new head coach, former defensive coordinator here across the street for the Los Angeles Chargers, and then with Michigan alongside Jim Harbaugh there as well? Is he ready for this moment? Personally, I think so. I'm also biased. I saw what this guy could do as a DC, and I saw what he could do in leading, and I see who he is, the type of guy that isn't going to be hysterical. He's kind of even keel. What's going to happen, though, when, it's a challenge flag time or it's a time to go forward on fourth down? What's he going to be like? And then to be honest, this is something he can't control. But the Ravens did once upon a time have a defensive coordinator in the building named Mike McDonald. And they decided not to make a switch with John Harbaugh there as if that was at all possible. If you remember, they did pretty well with McDonald's last season with the Ravens. You see what Mike McDonald is now, and he's going to be one of the stars of Hard Knocks. You already see some of these sound bites that come out of the HBO NFL Films edit bays. Is Jesse Minter ready for prime time, and how's it going to work post John Harbaugh? What a massive change it is. And then fourth down, it's all about the quarterback, man. And if I'm saying this about Joe Burrow, what's Joe going to be thinking? That's going to be a major thing with the Cincinnati Bengals. What's Lamar thinking? Especially if he doesn't sign a contract extension before the season. Albert Breer came here last week, and he's like, hey, the story about contracts is that Lamar hasn't signed a contract extension, and it's not because the Ravens aren't interested or the Ravens are trying to lowball him or the Ravens aren't going to pay him. He's got a no-tag clause in 2028. He has a free path to free agency if he just stays the course. And I guess everything that's been changed there with Minter and Declan Doyle and everything going on, what's he thinking? And is he going to show up and show out and be the Lamar of those MVP seasons, whether he was winning them or should have won them, however you want to see fit? What's he thinking? And how do the Ravens handle this quarterback situation if he does not sign a contract in the next few weeks? And that'll be something that you're looking at the entire time. If he signs the contract extension, then Lamar, as we all know, will have to be front and center as the main engine of this offense. And they could win the division. They could win the conference if their defense tightens up and their offense is a lot more versatile. And that's my 4 downs about the Baltimore Ravens coming into the season. Thoughts? Comments? Gents? Anybody?
Obviously, the Lamar thing is a big story, right?
Yeah.
Because 2 years, and what was Breer said, Miami could be a possibility?
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, he was saying about going home. And then the defense side of things, just to bring it all full circle, I did not mention the name Trey Hendrickson.
Right.
Because he's going to have to rush that passer. And he's going to have to be as potent as he's ever been. 30 sacks last year. That's it. Calais Campbell's back with the team.
Yes.
I mean, so, you've got Matabike hopefully healthy and ready to go. That didn't help that he was not healthy last year. Mm-hmm. And I didn't even mention Tyler Lindebaum. They lost their center. You lose your center. What's the new offense going to look like? How much better is the defense going to be? And it's a new way of doing everything. It's a lot of changes happen in Baltimore.
Did I miss you mention one of your sons, Kyle Hamilton?
I didn't even mention him either. I mean, but he's the face of the defense along with Roquan Smith now, man. That's for sure. And if Jesse Minter does for this Ravens defense what he did for the Chargers, okay, and Hamilton's in the Derwin James role, Derwin James loves Jesse Minter and loved him. Hamilton will love what Minter does with him. And it's crazy how Minter's fallen completely off without knowing the plays. That's the way I'm bringing out 2 Notre Dame Fighting Irish guys from my green room, everybody.
That seemed unnecessary.
Right. That's not unnecessary. Guy's excellent at what he does. He's excellent at what he does. Now, will he be as excellent at being a head coach? That's a totally different story. I think he shall.
Yeah, I figured you skipped Kyle because of our guests.
No, it's not just that either. No. Kyle's one of my favorite people.
He's one of your sons.
And where do you go to school? Yeah, I know. But I'm serious. Kyle Hamilton in a Derwin James role, if you will.
Scary.
In this defensive scheme that he had across the street and at SoFi, could be scary. And they plus up that defense, and the offense looks better, and the offensive coordinator comes in with a new set of eyes that's Ben Johnson-like, because they love running the football in Ben Johnson's system, and they got Derrick Henry to do that.
Where are the explosive plays? That's the thing.
Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. There they are.
Okay. Remains to be seen.
Well, they are all explosive. Lamar Jackson, throwing and running, healthy. Derrick Henry, still being Derrick Henry. Zay Flowers taking the top of the defense off, and then hope one of these other wide receivers that you might not be drafting in your fantasy actually has a waiver wire moment where you're just all over that guy. Mm. That's my Ravens 4 downs. Mike Jr., Mike Sr. coming out in just a matter of moments. Before we take a break, I just want to tell you about the Hyundai Getaway sales event that's going on right now. Get into it right now and get a great deal on the most popular models that Hyundai has got running on their showroom floors. You want all electric? There's the Ioniq 5, the Ioniq 9. You want bold and stylish? There's the Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. The adventure-ready SUVs, Santa Fe or the Santa Fe Hybrid. The Tucson also has a Tucson Hybrid. Get into your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Our phone lines are lit. Lad McConkey, Hour 3, but Mike Golick Jr. and Sr. coming up next.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Danny, what's going on with you and the Met Museum in New York?
Well, it's complicated.
Tell me anyway.
They've had this collection of guns from the 1500s on display for a long time.
Christopher Columbus and Ferdinand Magellan and Henry VIII were alive in the 1500s.
That collection has been on loan to the museum for a long time, and now the family who owns it has decided to sell it.
Are you going to bid on it?
No.
Why not?
I already bought it.
Are we going up there to pick it up?
As soon as you call the airlines.
Danny, this sounds like it could be exciting.
Clara, this is definitely exciting.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at With-Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Hey guys, Joe George here. The biggest trap in today's car market, 84-month financing just to afford the payment. At D&M Leasing, there's a smarter solution. With their best-in-class Easy Lease, you drive a newer vehicle with the latest technology for a much lower monthly payment. No long financing, just a smarter choice. Call D&M Leasing at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com. Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local 66 is opening the door. With more than 4,800 members, their apprenticeship programs combine classroom instruction with paid, hands-on training so you can earn while you learn and build a nationally recognized career in electrical, construction, or line work. Whether you're just starting out or ready for a new direction, they're ready to help. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com. John Granato here. Think you could beat me in fantasy football? I don't. But here's your chance to prove it. Join the ESPN Fantasy League with Lance, Dell, Sean, and myself and score a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's what you got to do. Tune into our show this Thursday for your chance to win. Winners will receive an entry for themselves and a guest to the ESPN Ultimate Fantasy Draft, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. View official contest rules at ESPN 975. See you this Thursday, and see you at the draft.
Myers Barricades. Service-driven, safety-inspired. MyersBarricades.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granato, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th.
And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
John Granato here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olalea Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio. The Golics from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern preceding this show and following Unsportsmanlike every single day on the ESPN Radio new weekly lineup that debuted this very week. Mike Sr. and Mike Jr. are here on the program. Look at us, man.
It's what's doing interviews before the show. People always ask, how's the show going to be different? You know what? And my response is, nobody's reinventing the sports talk wheel. Mm-hmm. It's not. But I'll say this.
Yes.
I'll put up this stat amongst any national and probably local show in the country that we have over everybody else.
That is?
That I'm the only host who has changed the diapers of his other co-hosts. I mean, seriously, someone beat that. I mean, it doesn't mean anything as far as the show's concerned. But
no, it says nothing about the quality of the show,
nothing.
I don't want to top you, but Chris Brockman is currently wearing a Rich Eisen Show branded diaper right now.
Wow.
Well, and usually when he's silent, it's because he's making a boom boom. I don't know if this is too out there.
Is this TMI?
Is it waterproof? Is that a swim diaper too?
Is it
you good for the ocean?
I have a pool at home. That's all I'll say.
Okay. And what you do there is your business.
The pond is good for me.
Well, there you go.
All right, too much information. You're probably correct.
Yeah,
that happened. What was the first time you guys ever did anything together?
After Mike and Mike ended in 17, from 18 to 20, it was myself, Trey Wingo,
yes, sir,
and Mike. There was a trio,
but never like as a kid or anything like that.
No, I mean I went on, back in the day, like when Mike and Mike was going on, I was committing to Notre Dame.
Yes,
I went and signed my national letter of intent on the show. It was a blank piece of paper. I'd faxed the actual NLI earlier that morning.
Whoa! So you recreated the actual.
He did to Notre Dame, not Michigan. Okay. To Notre Dame.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh yeah. I figured I didn't break your model of the big house in the green room.
It was already
I'm an
for some reason it was already cracked. I need to get a new one of them.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I held off on that.
All the kids had all signed their letters of intent. My son Jake did at Notre Dame. My daughter Sydney swam at Notre Dame. They all came on the show and signed. It's always been a family show. We always talk about the family.
But it wasn't anything like you were a kid and you were like talking into a microphone and because you saw Dad beginning to do that sort of stuff? Or?
So the funny thing is like we never had that moment together. I always knew, like going back to high school when people would ask me what I wanted to do, I knew this was it. I was fortunate when I got to Notre Dame that behind-the-scenes media coverage, YouTube, digital media was in its infancy at that point. And me and one of my teammates, Brandon Newman, who's now also working in the industry, got to do a lot of the behind-the-scenes content. That was really my first foray in front of the microphone. But Dad and I didn't really have that chance together in those same ways. But I do remember, and you guys all get a kick out of this, very inside baseball. One of my first times going into ESPN's office in Bristol with Dad, he brought me in and was taking me around and kind of just showing me the actual work behind the scenes of things because I was now at the age where I'd seriously considered wanting to do this. Right. And like one of the first things he had me do was he took me in one of the side rooms because he had to go and record live reads. Mm-hmm. And he had me do read-throughs of them. So leave it to my father, who I will always say at Radio Row, I put him up pound for pound with everyone in terms of slinging and selling product to the masses out at Radio Row. The first thing he had me do was learn how to make sure the bills got paid.
You know what?
That's parenting.
If my dad was a French teacher, okay, he never gave me the ropes on a live read ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I was terrible at French too. I just couldn't do that. So you're lucky.
I tried to help.
Yeah.
You know, but
it's how you do a live read, son.
At times he's a kid and thinks he knows more than me. You know what? He doesn't bend the knee enough.
Why do you keep saying it like that?
By the way, who has a radio show in the Hall of Fame?
Well, I mean, I don't want to
that would
boast. You would think he might want to take some pointers.
You and Greeny together, man. That's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
that's in the Hall of Fame. So good luck to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm just trying to stick around.
Man. Like we've already got the bar set for Dad. You know what I mean?
Listen, much like my attempted NFL playing career, I'm just trying to get to the building every day and have my ID badge still
Fantastic.
work. It failed there. We'll see if it succeeds.
Fantastic. Here. And by the way, just started your show off together on the outset of football season. I mean, that's just what it's all about.
Cannot beat it. We get to talk football. You kidding?
Phone lines light, man. When it's football season. Yep. I mean. We could see here on occasion there'll be a baseball story that'll pop, or obviously the NBA will pop, but nothing beats the playing.
You know that nothing beats football year round.
So the NFL story is what going into the season, Mike Sr.? Give it to me.
I mean, you have the obviously the quarterback competitions going on in Minnesota and in Atlanta.
But just the overall regular season, the story is what?
I would say, it's kind of been in the news as of late.
Yes.
Because the AFC's always been about Kansas City, Buffalo, and I'm missing one of the teams.
The Bengals generally in that mix.
And Baltimore. And last year it was New England, Denver, and the NFC it was the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, which one of those teams will keep going?
Yes.
Two of them are 14-3. The other was 11-6. The Bears were 11-6. Or which one's going to regress?
Mm-hmm.
Which one's going to take a step back? Because as a fan, you see your team in the Super Bowl and lose it. The next step is winning the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You see your team in the AFC title game. The next step is getting to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So which team is going to regress and take a step back?
What about you, Junior?
Who's going to catch the Rams? I mean, we're dealing with the baseball version of this with the Dodgers right now after the trade deadline, like you mentioned. And for the Rams, they make a even more impactful move, you could argue, with Myles Garrett and bringing him over. So they've got the defending Super Bowl champion in the division with them. It looks like the NFC West is going to be a juggernaut if the 49ers can keep anyone healthy right now, as the substation folks get everything they could ever want to feast on and more in terms of that. But I do truly think it's, all right, the Rams have gone all in once again after drafting decently well in the limited window where they had a first-round pick. They're back to the bleep them picks model, and it's, I think, can anyone go and crack the iron hide of the team that's really right now looking like they're all in on 26?
And then how does that reverberate amongst the locker rooms of the NFC front runners as well, including the defending Super Bowl champs, and how that all works? Walk me through what it would be like in an offensive lineman meeting room leading up to a Rams game if Aaron Donald comes back and plays alongside Myles Garrett.
Well, he was the old lineman, so how would that meet? How would those meetings go?
You're not going to sleep a lot that week, would be my thought, because I always said football at its core is a simple game where the best teams and the best units are ones where you have one guy that's equal to two.
Yes, sir.
And so if you've got Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald, well, now you got two guys that are equal to four. And I'm starting to get into math that's not good for an offensive line that's only got five guys. And so it really is about picking your poison, especially in the NFL. Mm-hmm. You look at the offensive response to great rushers and how many resources you have to allocate. Two sets of hands on any great rusher at once. And so now the fact that you can put those guys on the same side, put them on opposite sides, are you keeping tight ends in? Are you trying to chip? Are you double teaming from inside? There are a lot of tools at your disposal, but ultimately you've got two of the best of all time and a host of other great young players.
They're deep.
Like Kobe Turner and Puna Ford on the inside of this line. Byron Young on the other side. Like, you've got guys at all these different spots.
You know what they want to do, if you're a guard, and Mike was a guard at Notre Dame and a center, is you want the sliding to go your way. You want the center to come your way to help with Aaron Donald, and you want a tight end to chip on Myles Garrett or a back to chip on Myles Garrett.
That's why it's
unreal.
Right, and they got McDuffie for the back end to maybe give an extra beat.
Is it the Rams and the field? Is kind of like when you talked about Tiger Woods in the field?
Yeah, I hear you, and that would be the general sense. But the NFL, like, there's always injuries. Always. And if you put the Rams schedule up, Mike Hoskins, it's on, man. I mean, it's not easy. And obviously the first game in Melbourne against San Francisco, then there's a Monday nighter against the Giants, who a lot of folks are thinking is a sleeper team, or you never know who they are. At Denver, at Philadelphia, home for Buffalo on a Monday night.
A 3-game stretch.
There's that. You take a look at after their bye, Week 12, home for Green Bay. Then there's the Kansas City Thursday nighter, along with a visit to San Francisco before coming back and hosting Dallas, and then two of their last three are against Seattle, wrapped around a visit.
I love when
Tampa.
The scheduling does that, when they put the two top teams in.
You remember that was born out of the Colts taking a knee on an undefeated season.
Yep.
By the way, letting the Jets into the playoffs and almost having the Jets, and the Jets returning to Indianapolis to only to lose. But bottom line is, it makes sense to put all of the division games. Question. We just were looking at the Lions schedule, putting the division games in late in the season. Lions finish their last two on the road in Chicago and Green Bay.
Yeah.
So it's fun. It's always great. And so putting it all together, I'm only mentioning that because you're sitting here saying, okay, Rams, can they go 17-0?
Oh.
You look at that schedule.
No.
Come on now.
No, I mean,
that's crazy.
Undefeated's crazy to think, and it's the most oft-injured sport. You can't prognosticate injuries. So someone's going to get hurt. It's just a matter of when in the season we have them healthy for the playoffs. How much time will they miss?
Let's talk a little bit of Notre Dame football with you two goalies.
So is that okay?
It's going to be fine. I mean, we had C.J. Carr on because, he's the grandson of one of the best Michigan coaches of all time. Oh, wait a minute. I'm being told C.J. Carr is also a Heisman favorite.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's funny because I said to him about how everything went down last season and not being invited to the tournament and how that's going to work out for them this year. And is coach going to use that in any way, shape, or form? He goes, yeah, we're not talking about it that much. Then he mentions that coach has got a phrase for the year saying, leave no doubt. And I'm like, that's absolutely a
you can't not bring up last year.
Leave no doubt.
You can't leave that out, right?
Right.
I mean, it has to be part of the mentality going forward. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no doubt, just beat the crap out of everybody, and they're going to obviously have to let you in the tournament.
They can afford one loss as an independent. Two, like we saw last year, would probably keep them out.
They're not really independent. They're not really. I mean, they play half a Big Ten and half an ACC schedule.
Well, if you ask the public that hates them, they're independent, and they shouldn't be independent, and they should join a conference.
Why not? They already do. They're half. They got a foot in them both.
Hey, ask the ACC if it feels like they have them as a full member. I can guarantee after what we saw in November of last year, that is not the case.
Yeah,
they don't have to split the money with anybody either.
I love the coach, though.
Oh,
I want to. As you know, I wake up trying to hate on Notre Dame in any way, shape, or form. I love this guy.
Can't hate him.
I even told him, I'm like, you make it tough to hate you.
You really do. I mean, he's got it all. He really does.
It was a situation where I was deeply uncomfortable in 2024 during Notre Dame's run up to where they played Ohio State in the championship game.
Yes.
Because Notre Dame had become a team that was liked by so many, in no small part due to the fact that Marcus Freeman, the charisma, the story of the team was all there. And so it almost felt like home after the bowl opt-out last year, when everyone started crashing down. I was like, this is more of what I'm used to. This feels like where we're supposed to be.
And it's funny that game against the Ohio State, let's be respectful, okay?
Right.
Don't forget the V. Against the Ohio State. It was just a month before then, or probably about a month and a half before then, when Michigan had beaten the Ohio State for a fourth consecutive time, that everyone wanted Ryan Day out and Freeman to go back to his alma mater.
That's exactly right.
And then oh nope, Ryan Day's just perfectly fine. I love the Ohio State fans. They're just all over the map.
Must be nice.
I'm amazed though at Ohio State and Michigan fans, and I'll ask you,
please,
because you hear some of them say, "I'd rather win that Ohio State-Michigan matchup and not be the national champ than lose that game and be the national champ." That's ridiculous.
Those are Ohio State fans, not me.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Those are all not me.
It makes no sense.
Not at all.
Thank God.
They're the ones who think about Michigan all the time. We don't think about them as much as they do think about us, because we also have an in-state rival. They don't have an in-state rival.
Oh, so you're John Hamm in the elevator. I don't think about you at all.
I don't think about you at all. That's correct. It's exactly the scene. Ohio State, Ryan Day and Ohio State, the Ohio State, announced that they're putting a Chase logo on their chest, right?
Yep.
And Ryan Day's like, well, the Chase logo had blue in it, and I had to call them up, make sure we're not putting blue on there. Now we've got a new head coach at Michigan who's like Kyle Whittingham, is just like, the hatred in this rivalry, I don't get it.
Love him.
I love him too.
Love Kyle.
But I told him he's got to wean himself off his Urban Meyer relationship. He can't.
Ooh, interesting. Sorry, so there is a limit to what you're willing to tolerate.
Correct.
Wow.
Okay.
Correct. We can't have. We can't have.
So they can just be cordial.
Ooh.
They can be cordial, but not backslapping.
I'll give him a cordial plus. I mean, he's been friends with the guy for a while.
Yeah.
You can't just quit him cold turkey. I understand that.
Well, I didn't.
They go way back to the Utah staff together. I get it, but
Urban coming to speak to the team this fall before a game.
Oh, no.
Because, he'll be like the Manchurian Candidate.
Oh, that would be awful.
That's an old pop culture.
I was going to say, how many people do you think got that?
Have you?
No, I haven't seen that.
How dare you? All right, and so let's just get right down to it, though. Rudy was offsides, right? He was offsides? Were you there? You were there that day, were you not?
My brother Bob was a freshman starting linebacker.
So you were not there yet.
Team. I was at that. No, I was not there then.
Okay, Bob
this was 75. Freshman. I got there in 81. Bob was a freshman.
Okay, so would Bob tell me for real that he was offsides or what?
Bob would probably tell you for real what when he. I know the term is he got a good jump.
Speaking of jumping, do you want to tell him about Rudy Rudiger?
The real Rudy, the guy, actual Rudy Rudiger, right, has heard how much Rich hates him.
I don't hate him. I don't hate him.
And the movie.
No, the movie.
And the movie.
Yeah.
Right? And he wishes.
The director, David Ansbach, told us this.
And he hopes that he pops a hammy every time he does.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, I do.
The real Rudy wants to fight Rich.
He wants to.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he really wants to have a fight with me. According to David Ansbach, the director of Rudy and also Hoosiers.
Yeah.
And he also told me that Hoosiers, that Rudy is what he said, it was a Ken Burns documentary compared to Hoosiers. Hoosiers, he says, is totally made up out of whole cloth, except for the fact that Mile and High did win one time.
I couldn't tell you. I've never seen it.
Well, he's never seen it. Rich, I have this fight with him all the time, and he won't see it.
Holy heck.
He won't see it. What I will say about Rudy is, and it's tough for me to say, there's a lot of Hollywood in it.
I'm sure. There's a lot. That one I'm not surprised about. But I always say, Rudy was offsides. I kind of have fun like that. And the real Rudy, he said, David said that he lives next door to either Mike Tyson or Floyd Mayweather in Vegas.
Yeah, and
that's a big difference in terms of who's training him.
That really is. True. And by the way, in Rudy, Vince Vaughn threw a great halfback pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, incredible.
I understand about the whole Rudy business.
Yeah.
But, okay. No.
You could tie that together, fight the Paul brothers, and you're good to go.
Listen, I have no say in this, okay?
Got it.
Okay, I have no say in what I'm about to say.
Oh,
but, I root for your success because that also means success for the radio network, and then you lead into this show. But I don't know if I can have somebody host a show that leads into mine who's not watched Hoosiers. I can't. I don't
want to watch white guys.
I don't know what to do about this.
Thank you.
Right now.
I've tried so hard.
Crisp fundamentals. What are we doing? I mean, God, we're like one standard deviation point from that. You remember that commercial where the guy's like, "Coach, the ball went off me." That feels like if that commercial became a movie. I base that off nothing. I haven't even read the Wikipedia.
Again, so I talk about. I try and parent him. I try and parent him the best I can, and he shuns me.
I can't even look at him.
I don't blame you.
It's tough.
I have to keep looking at you.
I'm
and I can't even look at Senior because that means I'd be even potentially looking in the direction.
And I'm contractually obligated to look at him and talk with him. Or I would nullify this contract. It's horrible.
And so is it reached the point now where it's being mentioned so many times that you're going to be adamant to not watch it?
Oh, he's at that point.
I think everyone's allowed to have one bit that defies logic in their life. My best friend in college, one of our quarterbacks, Dane Christ, maintains to this day, he's a 37-year-old father of two, that he's never chewed gum in his entire life. I find that completely farcical.
What?
But I can't prove that he's ever done it. And now it's gotten to the point where he's not going to chew gum just because it's a part of the lore. That's me with Hoosiers.
I've never had coffee.
You know what? The flavor...
that I kind of understand.
The flavor of the gum is dentine. You see what I'm saying? That's the line. He doesn't get the line. You get the line.
I get the line.
Anybody who's watched this movie gets the line. And Rudy was offsides. Okay?
got a good jump.
All right.
Great jump.
Do you want to stick around for the end of the hour? Because I got to take a break. You know how it is about the radio.
Yeah, if you want us here, we'll stay.
Well, I did, but not. I'm thinking.
Do you want me to just say? You want him to go, don't you? You want him to
go make some salmon. I'll take a break. With the Golics will return. We'll finish the hour with Senior and Junior coming up. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Tune in to Inside the Icebox Fridays at 6 p.m. right here on ESPN 97.5 and check the video out on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Myself, Joe George, and Sean Mapes talking all things Houston Astros. Inside the Icebox brought to you by D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Get world-class Texas barbecue from pitmaster and chef Arash Karat at J-Bar M Barbecue. Dig into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and all your barbecue favorites. Enjoy $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Plus, meet our amazing J-Bar M team, including GM Hoffy Ferreira, and say hello to our owner, John Toomey. Visit J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Learn more at jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Radio audience has just rejoined. The Golics are still here. Go ahead.
Okay. If it's Floyd Mayweather or Mike Tyson, there's a difference. Okay. Floyd Mayweather trains him, he's going to be more defensive.
Yes, that's
right.
Or
if Tyson trains him, you're in trouble.
Well, I mean, I know if Floyd Mayweather trains Rudy, that gives me a chance to potentially go all 10 rounds.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Sure. Mike Tyson?
Tyson, you got 2 times.
you were probably too young to watch Mike Tyson fight, right?
I used to watch. So when I get to the Friday night in the hotel room when I was at college, me and one of my roommates at the time would always turn on like ESPN Classic. And every couple of Fridays for one season, they would have Mike Tyson's knockout reel on there. Yeah. Watching that the night before a football game will get the juices flowing in the exact right ways. I have never seen anything like the power on uppercuts that missed from Tyson.
There were Mike Tyson fights that lasted so short. They went so fast that a friend of mine went to the men's room at the touching of the gloves, and by the time he came out, it was over.
And the thing about it is it's such a physical sport where you have to have such confidence. Yeah. The fear you would see in other fighters' eyes. Oh, yeah. When he would come across the ring, they were done.
Yeah. I remember. I remember all that. But that said, he was still offsides. I don't care. All right. No, sorry.
All right.
So when it all comes down to it, you guys are 10 a.m. to noon, then I'm noon to 3. Is there anything I can do for you? Is there anything I can do for you to set you up, or even though you're setting me up?
I would say get us some of your Hollywood guests. Okay. I mean, oh my Lord!
I would like access to the green room just for the snack selection there. Yeah. I live pretty close down the street. If you guys want, I'll offer this to you as a service. Okay, I'll come in early for our show. Hang out here, turn the lights on, get it warmed up for you guys. I'll get the coffee going how you like it. Just let me come hang out here. And if you leave whatever snacks were left over from yesterday there, then everyone wins.
Why would you do that for me?
That's fair. See that? Here's what we'll do, though. We'll reject his ability to have the snacks he wants on behalf of you out of solidarity.
I appreciate that. We're together here.
I know. I can see that I'm not gonna crack the iron hide of all these years of
now you know what
ESPN greatness.
Now you know what it is. At least you know what my axe that I'm grinding against you is.
No, and listen, all I appreciate is that you're straight up with me about it.
Hoosiers, which is an outrage. Now you're probably telling me Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
Don't.
I mean,
don't.
Hold on a minute.
Hot dog's a sandwich. LeBron Jordan. What else do we want to throw?
Okay, yeah, those are. Yeah. By the way, football's back. We don't have to waste time with those.
That's exactly right.
Praise be.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. There's the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. You want something loaded with the latest tech? There's the bold and stylish Elantra. Or all-electric, you can go with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get into your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. I felt like you were judging me doing my live read.
No, it's great.
Okay.
Oh, no. Do you know how many live reads I've screwed up over the years?
You can read. That's the biggest difference between you.
Yeah, you read and it was smooth.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals who keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Allen Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Houston, Texas, what is up? Nick of Nick's Place here. Summer is sizzling and Nick's is the place to be. Daily food and drink specials, big outdoor covered patio, and over 40 TVs to watch your game. Need more? Mondays, it's our $4 for $4 special. Tuesdays, Dart League. Wednesdays, Sip and Paint. Thursday, Singo Bingo, and Friday, Karaoke. And every weekend, it's our big, beautiful, bubbly brunch. So come on, let's summer together. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com. Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granato, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Hurricane season is here. Is your family prepared? This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware. And Stokes Hardware has everything you need to weather the storm. Stock up now on batteries, flashlights, generators, gas cans, and all the hurricane essentials before the shelves are empty. Don't wait until a storm is in the forecast. Prepare early and stay ready. Stop by Stokes Hardware, where we've been helping our community stay prepared since 1954. Stokes Hardware. Be prepared today so you're ready tomorrow.
Do you have diabetes and Medicare or other types of insurance? We have great news for you. Medicare and many other insurance companies are making it possible to help you control your diabetes better. For many of you listening out there with diabetes and using insulin, they've increased their benefits to now include continuous glucose monitors at little or no cost to you. Call our special diabetes hotline today. Let our experts check your insurance and see if you qualify to get a brand new continuous glucose monitor shipped directly to your door at little or no cost to you. And the shipping may even be free. If you're still pricking your fingers, those days are gone. The new way to stay on top of your diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. Call right now. Let us check your insurance for you.
800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Your name, please, your name. ESPN 97.5, KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Track one. Track three. Tarek Skubal, and you knew who was going to get it.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
That's baseball.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN MLB insider Jeff Passan. Hosts of ESPN Radio's The Golics, Mike Golick Sr. and Mike Golick Jr. Coming up, Chargers wide receiver Ladd McConkey. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody. It's hour 3 of the Rich Eisen Show on the air. Ladd McConkey, Ladidi McConkey, the wide receiver in year 3 of the Los Angeles Chargers football outfit, is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes' time. He's got a new offensive coordinator, and you could basically say a new offensive line, too, because everybody who got hurt last year is back. And everyone who got hurt last year includes all pros like Rashawn Slater and Mr. Alt. So
future All-Pro, Joe.
Oh, I should have mentioned Alt as well.
Right.
With the Golix, because he's a Notre Dame guy, and they're Notre Dame guys. I don't know if you're aware of that.
They went to Notre Dame?
As if this show following two Notre Dame people wasn't enough of a difficult pill for me to swallow. I find out Junior has not seen Hoosiers and refuses to see it.
Yeah.
The best sports movie of all time. Oh, yes, I said it.
Interesting.
Oh, yes.
There's an argument
Oh, yes.
made for that.
Oh, yes.
An argument for several.
Okay.
Yeah, there's several.
I'll entertain a lot.
Okay. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one.
I think as time goes on, and plus that we know that, both of those are Rudy and Hoosiers are basically, made up. I like Miracle more and more as time kind of passes.
He's right.
As the best sports movie of all time.
It's pretty great.
Well, what sports movies, what they have to have is to be great is there has to be a story. Father son is the one that jumps out at me.
Sure.
Okay. Obviously, the Blind Side kind of had a mother and adopted son storyline at the center. Okay. So just a family story, a parent-child story is in the middle of it. Hoosiers had that with Dennis Hopper and his kid. And then, of course, the coach and whatever fatherly advice he kind of felt he needed to give some of these players, tough love and things like that.
A lot of tough love.
Okay. Yeah. It's also got to have moments in it that you'll never forget. And Miracle has a speech.
Yeah, remember.
In fact, with the word moments is the key word in it.
Yeah.
It also could be an iconic story. The beauty of Miracle is that you know how it's going to turn out. You're still on the edge of your seat.
Right.
Yeah.
And it also helps to have a major star, in the lead role. So name any Kevin Costner sports movie.
Oh, sure.
Gene Hackman. Obviously, remember the Titans having Denzel.
Right.
And Kurt Russell, I think, suffices.
Yeah.
In that front.
Friday Night Lights, the movie with Billy Bob.
Billy Bob.
That movie kind of gets better every time I see it.
Right.
I mean, I know he said it's not, but most of us think Rocky is a sports movie. So,
both Sylvester Stallone and may he rest in peace, Carl Weathers call it a love story. Yeah. And it's not just about the love story between Rocky and Adrian, but Carl Weathers said it was a love story between...
Romance.
Well, I mean, that's the romance part of it. A love story between Rocky and Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
And their friendship. That's what Carl Weathers said. When he joined us on the radio side of things when the draft was in Philadelphia. That actually happened on the show. It's pretty cool. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the show. So, interesting, when somebody gets signed to a massive contract that sets the market in the National Football League, that is what we call a big fat stone thrown in a rippling pond.
I'm skipping it.
And Bijan Robinson getting signed.
Bijan.
To a record-setting, market-altering deal. Everybody looks at Detroit for Jahmyr Gibbs. And for me, I'm like, that one I think can actually help sign Jahmyr Gibbs because there's now a target on the wall.
Yeah.
And one guy went first. So the other guy's now going to be able to say, I'll take similar or just a skosh better. Just give me a little bit more. And even Dan Campbell's like, I think it's not going to hurt. You never know, but I don't think it'll hurt with Jahmyr Gibbs. I just want him back. The contract that it might mess with more than anybody isn't somebody who's already ready to sign that next deal. It's somebody who's already gotten that second deal already and now wants to redo that one based on the new market set. And Jonathan Taylor, if you recall how he got that second contract.
Wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy. And apparently, this is the way he took the news of Bijan Robinson making $25 million a year now.
Hopefully, I gotta go talk to my agent too. I gotta go talk to him and see where things are at. I've been trying to just focus on getting better, making sure I'm staying in shape. Like I said, I have faith, so I'm going to tap in and check in when I'm actually got good news to me.
Well, the first thing I would do if I was Jonathan Taylor before he checks in with his agent is to see if Carly Ursay Gordon has the family bus sitting right there in training camp. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was Jim, may he rest in peace, who once upon a time had Jonathan come on that bus and told him,
"That's right.
Hey,
That's
the
right.
NFL, outlives us all. And at some point in time, this doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things." Was essentially the message.
Take what I'm offering.
That's the one that he says it with a smile on his face, but I believe he would call his agent today. And say, what do we do something about this?
He probably called him before he took his pads off in the locker room,
or before he even had that mentioned, before even that press conference, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I would call up and say, do we lob one in to Mr. Biceps himself, the GM in Indianapolis? Do we lob a call in? I guess that would be kind of the last call the Colts would care to take right now on the outset of the season, unless it's time. But that's what happens when one guy signs and it resets the market. Everybody else is kind of like, huh?
What about me?
Excuse me?
What about me?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm here.
What about me? And if I'm a running back in this day and age and you've got any sort of leverage, you even have a whiff of leverage, I become Darrelle Revis on the spot, man.
You want to buy an island?
It's not. If you remember, Darrelle Revis, I think is he in the sports business Hall of Fame?
Oh, no doubt.
Contract Hall of Fame?
So much paid.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I become Darrelle Revis on his worst day.
Yeah.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Let's go to Anthony in Miami. Anthony, here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Anthony?
Rich, I want to talk about baseball. Everybody keeps saying that baseball needs a salary cap. They need a salary floor. Remember, after the 2024 season, Luis Severino had a good year with the Mets, and the A's signed him for 3 years, $67 million. And the only reason why the A's signed him is because baseball told the A's that if they didn't spend money that they were getting from all the rich teams, that was being paid into the competitive balance fund, that they were going to be restricted from taking any of that money out for the next 3 years. Imagine what the Pirates' rotation would be like if they had Garrett Cole and Paul Skeens at the top of the rotation. It's the fact that these smaller market teams refuse to pay the players to keep their stars that's creating this problem, because these owners are greedy, they're selfish, and all they want to do is hoard the money. And so if you have a salary floor, now you're telling all these smaller market teams, this is what you have to pay to have a roster, because essentially then what they're trying to do is be a feeder system to the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox. And I'm a Mets fan, so I've been saying that they've been needing a floor for the last 10 years.
And I'm with you, Anthony. I totally hear exactly what you just said, but you also just made another case as to why the Dodgers are terrific, is because some of the teams that you mentioned that are feeder systems do not want to pay a certain amount for their salaries to keep up with the Dodgers, because they do not want to pay a tax to the teams that they share the league with. They don't want to pay a tax to the teams that don't put it into their roster. They put it into their own bank accounts, as you just pointed out. So they're like, screw it. We're not going to spend all this money on salaries to try and keep up with the Dodgers, who are like, screw it. I'm going to pay. So what if the A's or whomever pocket our tax money rather than trying to stay competitive? That's just one extra game we're going to win. And who are we to try and tell our fans we're not going to spend the money on another star player like Yamamoto, who, by the way, is one of the few Dodgers who are like, I'm not deferring a thing. So you pay me.
Pay that,
and so thanks for the call, Anthony. That he makes a point. I totally hear it, but it's also, how many times have you heard at least you still probably haven't gotten your answer you're looking for as a Red Sox fan as to why the deep-pocketed, John Henry group doesn't spend like the Dodgers, okay? But I'm sure you've heard, like, John Henry's not going to put tax money on the table and in the pockets of his competitors for them to just pocket and sit on their wallets if they're not going to put it into their rosters, right? But the Dodgers are like, okay. Honestly, if you looked it up, how many Major League Baseball teams went into the season with a roster combined salary of $163 million? How many baseball teams going into the season had their roster cost in terms of salary an aggregate of $163 million?
16.
16, right? So there's 30 teams in Major League Baseball. 14 teams field a roster that is less than the amount of money the Dodgers pay in tax.
The Orioles are right there. They're at 161.
Well, they're less than that now with Rutschman gone, I imagine.
Yeah.
Think about it. Half of baseball entered the season with an aggregate salary for their roster less than the amount of money the Dodgers pay in tax.
That's insane.
And the Dodgers are like,
it's a cold world.
And you're like, that's not fair. Okay. The Dodgers are paying the money into the kitty.
I mean, they're paying the tax.
Yeah. Yankees used to do it. They still do it.
It's kind of like the apron.
The Yankees don't want to pay tax. Steinbrenner doesn't want to pay money so the Pirates can just sit on their wallet if that's what they're doing. I'm sorry to use them as an example. They may not be doing that. Just name any team. That's what you kept hearing. Hal's not going over the tax threshold.
By the way, the Yankees have a $79 million tax this year.
Right, but it's not. If the Yankees had a $163 million tax, do you think they'd be in better shape right now? Would they be in front of the Rays? Maybe.
The Dodgers is now.
Or that player would be hurt.
It's up to 181, by the way.
For the tax now, huh?
I'm not a money man, obviously, but like this money that the Dodgers are deferring, right? They're putting this away somewhere that's, I'm assuming, is making and earning them way more trust.
I'm not
an
expert on escrow, but yeah, I hear you.
So I'm saying, so it's like, aren't they kind of fudging around a little bit with it?
Fudging what?
Well, because they're not paying these guys. They're putting this money in the trust. This trust is earning interest, right? So isn't it?
Oh, so you mean whatever? Okay.
Oh.
Again, I don't know.
Like I said, this isn't my lane.
I'm assuming the Dodgers put something aside that does have an interest-bearing account. I'm just sure. Are they allowed to invest it? Are they allowed to put this money in the S&P 500?
That's what
record high today.
I have no idea. I don't know. See, what you're saying is like so the money that they're putting aside.
It's making.
I don't know if they have to put the $1 billion somewhere right now. I don't know the answer to these questions.
Obviously,
and I know that there's somebody who's driving around Los Angeles listening to us on our local ESPN radio affiliate here in Los Angeles probably knows the answer to this question.
That's
streaming
why
their radio.
That's why I put it out there.
What you're saying is that if there is such a thing, are they making more money in interest or investing it than they are in paying a tax?
That's just
for the 2026 Dodgers.
Kind of popped up in. Like I said, I'm not. It's not my lane. It's just. Obviously, you're right. Someone will know better than I do.
Dodgers have a cost of doing business that is higher than anyone else because they have enough of a revenue to be able to put this money into their roster and then pay a tax and then have so much money that's already, spoken for in the future. And other teams are like pinching pennies or just saying, I'm not going to take that tax money and put it into my team. I'm going to just put it in my pocket. And that's why we have Anthony from Miami, or Anthony, the Met fan in Miami, saying there should be a floor.
So from a December 2024 article, yes, the Dodgers are required by the collective bargaining agreement to fund and set aside present-day value of their deferred money.
So there's $1 billion Dodger dollars somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Oh, that's...
And wherever it is, it's got to be earning something, right?
And it's the plot of Den of Thieves 4. O'Shea's going to rob it.
I was going to say that's whoever that is. That bank.
All right.
He's on his
Do we take a break? Because Ladidi is waiting. Ladidi McConkey.
Can't have Ladidi wait.
Vlad McConkey. Oh, let's take another call. All right, let's do that. Let's go to Ross in New Jersey.
Ross.
Your home state, CJ Mikey D.
Well,
what's up, Ross?
What's going on, Rich? How you doing, man?
What exit?
Yeah, good one. What exit?
Bergen County. I told you, like 10, 15
Oh, yeah,
minutes.
Listen, I'm sorry, Ross. I don't remember every single time you come on the show.
Right.
And so what?
River Edge.
Ross, what exit?
61 off 80.
Okay.
By the soon-to-be MLB Network studio. They're moving out of Secaucus.
Is that right, Ross? Look at you.
Yep.
Yes. All right.
Nice. Yeah, I heard you guys talking a little bit of NFL, like surprising under-the-radar teams last year. I got the cinch of the offseason for you. Ready?
Cinch of the offseason. This is the sleeper team of the 2026 NFL season. Ross in New Jersey's got a cinch of the offseason. What is that, Ross?
The Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
They're over-unders at 6.5. You talk about in this town, Rich, you know all too well, if people kind of fail here, the second they leave this market, they look to succeed somewhere else. So you talk about a head coach, an offensive coordinator, pretty much half of their roster, formerly Jets and Giants. Look at the running back in Philly, the quarterback in Seattle, former second and third overall picks back-to-back. But said pretty much, at least in Saquon's case, the second he left, Darnold a few stops later. And Cam Ward, a first overall pick from 2 years ago, and you talk about a division that pretty much every single year has turnaround. Who had the Jaguars winning 13 games last year with a first-year head coach and Liam Cohen? And every single year you kind of see that team, a different team, take that leap in that division. And when you got a team full of guys with something to prove, you got Cornell Tate as that rookie that could potentially make that year one leap that we see a lot of times. Offensive rookie of the year. And Cam Ward, like I said, a year removed from a first overall pick with a completely new regime and a division that has turnaround every single year.
So you're saying, Ross, you're saying from your position, the Titans being the cinch sleeper team of 2026 is not so much about their roster and how they've built it and how they've cultivated it and how they have playmakers there. You didn't even mention Jeffrey Simmons on defense as well. You're saying what really puts them over the top is they hired the former Jets coach as their head coach and the former Giants coach as their offensive coordinator. And the football gods like kicking the Giants and Jets fans in the nards by having those that leave succeed elsewhere. That's what puts the Titans over the top. Is that what you're saying?
You hit it right on the head, Rich.
What I do for a living, Ross. Thanks for the call. That's Ross in New Jersey from Bergen County. Don't forget it. Write it down.
They were my number one.
I got to tell you,
pick in the sleeper team.
Is that right? Ross
Titans
has a point. It took Darnold a while. I mean, it took him a while.
What a Super Bowl!
Yes, he did.
It's unbelievable.
By the way,
first one from the 2018 draft class.
Just to make Ross's point even more crystal clear, for Jet fans, to see Sam Darnold doing what he's doing, and did do what he did, and have the Super Bowl be the first time Darnold ever beat the Patriots in his career, is the ultimate nard kick, man.
Totally.
That is a fact.
That's true.
All he did was see ghosts.
He saw ghosts.
And then it's time for him to be in the Super Bowl for someone else.
Seeing ghosts.
And he turns the Patriots into his own personal ghosts that he sees leave their bodies.
This house is clean.
Because he cleans the house.
That's exactly
for the Seattle Seahawks.
That's exactly.
Go figure that.
That's the truth.
Go figure that.
Poor Jet fan.
Ross might have a point. Cinch of the offseason, he calls it.
Ross.
Cinch of the offseason. Go figure that. All right. Lad McConkey plays in SoFi, right? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Maybe he already knows about SoFi personal loans because of that.
I don't know how he couldn't.
It's here to help you achieve something you maybe thought was impossible, and that's overcoming high-interest credit card debt. You can just walk the tightrope of your finances right now with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan by visiting SoFi.com/trick to learn more. NMLS 696891, terms and conditions apply. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Lad McConkey of the Los Angeles Chargers when we come back.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
John Granato here. Think you could beat me in fantasy football? I don't. But here's your chance to prove it. Join the ESPN Fantasy League with Lance, Dell, Sean, and myself and score a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's what you got to do. Tune into our show this Thursday for your chance to win. Winners will receive an entry for themselves and a guest to the ESPN Ultimate Fantasy Draft, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. View official contest rules at ESPN 975. See you this Thursday and see you at the draft. Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. If you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
Danny, what's going on with you in the Met Museum in New York?
Well, it's complicated.
Tell me anyway.
They've had this collection of guns from the 1500s on display for a long time.
Christopher Columbus and Ferdinand Magellan and Henry VIII were alive in the 1500s.
That collection has been on loan to the museum for a long time, and now the family who owns it has decided to sell it.
Are you going to bid on it?
No.
Why not?
I already bought it.
Are we going up there to pick it up?
As soon as you call the airlines.
Danny, this sounds like it could be exciting.
Clara, this is definitely exciting.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
So good. Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Hiring Pro, people. Get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. All right, let's bring him back in. It's been a bit since we've had him on. He is back for year 3 in his career, just across the street with the Chargers. Lad McConkey back on the program. How you doing, Lad?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm doing fine. Let's just jump into the big news. The breaking news that we saw on Monday. Congratulations. You and your wife, Sydney, are expecting. Is that correct?
Amazing.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, look at that.
It's a blessing for sure. So I'm so excited. I can't wait to be parents with her.
So, okay, you're getting ready for making this announcement, and you're getting ready for parenthood. When's the due date? Sometime next year, obviously?
Yeah, off season, 2027.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, so that's good planning.
we timed her out.
It's very good planning. So congratulations. How long have you been married? How long have you two guys been married?
I'm going on year 2. So April 12th was a year. So we've been together since high school. We're in college, got married my rookie year, and now we're expecting a baby.
Okay. Well, congratulations on that front. Outside of that, how are you getting ready for your season, Lad?
Oh man, I mean it's obviously we just started training camp. I got healthy this summer. We're rolling, whole new dynamic with a new offense, new coordinator, bunch of new faces around here. And I feel like we've got off to a great start. So super excited. We're about to head down to San Diego and get in front of some of the fans down there, put the pads on. So I feel like we're rolling. We're in a good spot.
Okay. So you're feeling good. You're healthy going into the season as we're talking right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that different from any of the previous 2 seasons for you?
No, I think going into the seasons, into the past 2 seasons, I've been good. Had bumps and bruises throughout the year, but I think that's pretty common. But no, I feel like we just stay on this path, and Coach Harbaugh and then the staff done a good job of ramping us up and keeping us safe. And it's our job to just, take care of our bodies and be prepared when we get out there.
Now, obviously, the health factor wasn't there going into the season for you on that offensive line, and that just began everything from Rashawn Slater to everything that happened. Are you seeing just the first blush look of what everything looks like with that healthy offensive line up front, Lad? Does it look different just for that alone?
I mean, those guys, just having the presence of Rashawn and Joe back out there, you can feel the energy when you get in the huddle. And just the way that those guys are working, and not just those 2, but all of them. Watching them in Indy, they're over there firing off the ball, running. Sometimes I get caught just looking over there, watching them work. So it's been awesome to see and fired up for them.
And then, so you say the energy's different just in the huddle, seeing those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Their captains of our team. Like, they have the presence. And when they, for Justin as well, like when he's got those 2 guys out there, he can trust them.
Yeah, and then the run game too, right?
Absolutely.
Where Omarion Hampton has now got this thing moving just from last year. How does he look differently from your perspective?
The dude's a beast. You look at him, he's jacked up, running 4.4. Like, he's a stud. So that whole running back room, we got Kamani, you got Keaton, Omarion. I mean, we have so many guys that are special, and just get the ball in their hands and watch out.
Yeah, I mean, Keaton Mitchell, for those Ravens fans, would know. Yeah. I mean, he's a home run hitter wherever you grab, wherever he takes the football from. Like, he can hit a home run at any point in time. And clearly, you now have an offensive coordinator that does know what to do with some speedy players. With all due respect to any predecessors, it's not like they didn't. But Mike McDaniel, his system is predicated on speed. And I'm wondering if you've got any sense of the difference there already.
Yeah, I mean, even just lining up, like, he's like fast to the ball. Like, we're doing everything fast, shifts, motions, making the defense react off of us. So, I mean, just speed into the defense. That's what he's preaching. Speed, 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 like you said, whether that's up front with the O-linemen, running backs, quarterbacks getting the ball out, receivers through the defense. So speed, 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 I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I did see some footage of him being mic'd up where he's barking at you guys for not moving fast enough to the line of scrimmage. Correct? Did I see that?
Oh, yeah, he wants us up there, like, break the huddle, sprinting out there, get going. So learn a new offense, you're trying to process everything, but it's like just play fast and, the rest will take care of itself.
And stories that I've also heard for people who've been coached by McDaniel, Andrew Hawkins told a story once, and he's a receiver like yourself, that even where you're placing your feet, footwork, even where your stance, pre-snap stance is something that he feels you need to work on because of the way that you can get off the football. Has that happened with you guys already?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just jumping off the ball. Like, he talks about it all the time, jump off the ball. And all it goes back to, like, the speed being timing. If we're not running full speed, quarterbacks can't, don't know when to match it up with their footwork. So it's just everything goes together, and it all starts with, lining up and then jumping off the ball.
What about blocking schemes, lad? How's he working on with that with you?
For us or for the line?
For you, for receivers. I mean, everybody's got to have a hat on a hat here.
Absolutely. I think as receivers, like, our job is like turn those 5-6 yard gains into 50-60 yard gains. Mm-hmm. So, whether we're digging to safety, whether we're staying on corner, there's so many different rules that we have implemented within this offense, and that's just another element to it.
What about your route running in McDaniel's offense? What's been different for you already in that regard?
I think just the timing of it. It's like, get the ball in our hands and, like, let us go make a play. So, I mean, it might be right out of the break we're catching. Obviously, there's nuances and different opportunities for different routes. But I think the biggest thing for me is, like, the timing. It's like, get your head around quick, ball's on you, catch, and let's go.
Lad McConkey here on the Rich Eisen Show. How is Herbert taken to the new offense? Not for you to speak for him, but I'm asking you to. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, he's going to pick it up. Anything you throw at him easily. Guy's a beast. He studies so hard. He's, first one in here, last one out, trying to grasp the offense and know it better than anybody. And I think he's done a great job of that. And then his physical attributes, they speak for themselves. He's a stud.
Well, how does this offense suit him better than maybe previous ones, do you think?
I don't want to speak for him in that sense, but I mean, I think the way that him and Mike have been able to connect, and then obviously Coach Shane, the quarterback coach, I feel like they're on just such a good page with everything, and just a bunch of built-in answers for him, get the ball out of his hands, and then when it's time for him to make a play, he's gonna make a play.
Okay. And did you know he was going to get engaged? To give you a heads up?
I had a little heads up.
You did.
I did.
You did. Okay. Did he ask for any advice from you, since you've obviously gotten to a knee sooner than? I mean, this is the ultimate victory formation.
Absolutely.
Any advice? Did you give him any advice?
He was ready for it. I think anybody in that situation is going to have little nerves. And I told him, I was like, you're going to be nervous up there, but speak from the heart, you'll be good. So he was ready for it.
Oh, seriously? So that was your advice, is speak from the heart? You'll get nervous, pretty much?
Oh, I mean, I told him, I said, when I do it, dude, I feel like I blacked out. I was just up there nervous. I don't know what I said, but all I know is she said yes.
Did he report back? Yeah, by the way, this just in. Did he report back that he did, in fact, feel nervous? Did he report back?
I think they even asked him in the media that he, was more nervous leading up to that than other things. So, yeah, I mean, I think nerves are a good thing.
Okay. Where are they registered? Can we send a gift? What do you think? Do you know?
I'm sure they'd accept the gifts.
Are they registered anywhere? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay. Because, I mean, we should get him some.
We should.
Like a gravy boat, something like that.
Candlesticks.
Right? Like, what did you want when you got engaged? Like, what did you need? What do you think? What did you need?
I was trying to move in a new house. I need a house for me gifts.
Okay.
Figure
that out. Very good. And you got a good Harbaugh McDaniel story that you're just sitting back watching their interaction and then you guys just start chuckling about it? Anything?
I'm trying to think. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have one off the top of my head, but I'd love to be a fly on the wall and just sit in on their conversations. I think it would be something.
Why? Because they share a love of ball? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Those guys love it. You never know what they're going to say. They're going to speak what's on their mind. So you never know what's going to come out.
Did you just laugh just seeing the photograph on the screen? Because I just did. Did that just happen? Because you and I both shared that moment. You did.
I did. Look at them. 2 peas in a pod. That's awesome.
Right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, one guy's got a hat on all the time, and the other guy's got product in there. You know what I mean? Like
just look at the sunglasses. That's the difference right there. Look at this.
Their choice in eyewear. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. That sums them up pretty well.
But they do have a share of a love of ball, right? Like that's what they're about. Correct?
100%. I mean, those guys when they get going, they get going in the offense, talking about things like you can just see it. They want to win so bad, and I feel like that's what's awesome about it. Like Coach Harbaugh is a winner, Coach McDaniel is a winner, and then just putting them together, it's going to be really good.
Well, I mean, what's the expectation level, lad? Because this is a tough division.
Yeah,
this is an opportunity though. Here, right, where the offense that's in there. I'm knocking on wood here that everybody is healthy and the offensive line protects your guy to get the ball to you and the rest of this wide receiver room and running back room and defense that does feel improved just looking at a roster. Lad, what is the expectation level?
I mean, obviously we're taking it day by day, but I think the goal, what we're pursuing is just championship level football. Like at the end of the day, that's what we want to play. We want to win our division. First off, we want to get in the playoffs. We want to make a run. Ultimate goal, we want to be the team that wins the last game. Like we want to win the Super Bowl. I think that's what everyone's pushing for. That's what our eyes are set on. One day at a time. Starts now. So championship level football, I think that's what we're focused on.
Yeah, and of course, obviously with Super Bowl 61 being in your home stadium,
that'd be awesome.
Well, a lot of people are mentioning your co-tenants, your neighbors there, because they won it there the last time it was there, and Myles Garrett just joined them, and Aaron Donald is reportedly set to do that. Do you feel you're overlooked even in this town, lad?
I don't want to say. I don't know. I don't want to speak too much, but I got confidence in our team. I know what we can do. Obviously, they're a great team as well. They played great football, but I'm rocking with the guys in my room for sure.
Okay. Because if I'm not mistaken, Georgia's used to winning in that building too, when all the chips are down. Correct?
We got some good history in there.
All right.
I make sure to let my fellow TCU teammates let them know about it. So.
Yeah, Quentin.
Yeah, I got
that,
Q
right?
and then Dede, Darius Davis.
Okay.
In the receiver room. So
okay,
they start talking.
All right.
I got some ammunition.
And has the Ladidi thing run its course, or are people still referring to you as that from the Mr. Garbage kid at all?
People will still say it every now and then, especially like fans and stuff. You'll hear them screaming Ladidi. So it's
okay. Ladidi McConkey.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll take it.
I guess you're welcome, or I'm sorry. I don't know which one that is since that started on this program. But
hey, if that's the worst thing people are calling me, I think I'm okay.
Well done. Well, the best thing they can call you is Dad. So congratulations on that, and good luck on the championship run that you're hoping for. Lad, I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you.
As always, Lad McConkey of the Los Angeles Chargers, our neighbor across the way, Ladidi McConkey, right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
See y'all. Thank you.
There he goes. It's a delightful chat right there. All right, we'll take a break, and you know how I like, pounding the "Is he back yet?" into the ground for the Los Angeles Rams. I'm about to officially tap out on hunting and pecking on another storyline that I keep on returning to.
Okay.
I think I'm about to officially tap out on that.
Oh, put it to bed.
You don't know what I'm talking about yet, do you?
I don't.
Oh, that's what we call teasing.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm even teasing my own colleagues.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Take a break. We're back on the Rich Eisen Show in a flash.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Hey, soccer fans, Glenn Davis here. Thank you for supporting Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, brought to you by presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Don't forget, join me for the best in soccer talk and football talk weekly on ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to brinkmanquality.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Tune in to Inside the Icebox Fridays at 6 p.m. right here on ESPN 97.5 and check the video out on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Myself, Joe George, and Sean Mapes talking all things Houston Astros. Inside the Icebox brought to you by D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease.
If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
What does life after service look like? You might think it means slowing down or taking a step back. But for the VFW, it means stepping up. Fighting for veterans' benefits, rebuilding communities when disaster strikes, and evolving to meet today's veterans where they are. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Forget.
Got it.
Get out of here.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event right now. Get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. You'll walk out saying, this feels wrong. Yeah. Unless, of course, you start taking a look at what you just got.
I might have to do this.
Try it out. You go get most popular models that are sitting right there.
I need a new car.
You definitely need a new car.
Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid, Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. But you don't want an adventure-ready SUV. You don't have adventures.
Yeah, I would.
Like your adventure is like just to drive 3 miles away from your house.
You won't even adventure to Inglewood.
You wouldn't. You want bold and stylish? You're bold and stylish.
Yeah, but if I have an adventurous car, I'd go on adventures.
You're loaded with the latest tech.
That's true.
I got you now. All electric.
Let me talk to the Hyundai people.
Go electric. Ioniq 5, Ioniq 9. Get into your local Hyundai dealer right now and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
I'm going to do that.
So you know I love pounding the table on this Aaron Donald story. Is he back yet?
Are you giving up?
Yet? Oh, I'm not giving up on this.
Oh, no. Okay.
No. Oh, no.
I think I know what you're giving up.
I love it. Is he back yet?
Is he back yet?
I'm assuming the answer is still no. Otherwise, we'd stop the program, right?
Oh, we'd have to celebrate.
He is not. Aaron Donald is, in fact, not back yet.
Yeah, no.
Like Judge Smells. Well, we're waiting.
Back in March, if we had a similar segment,
okay,
for Max Crosby, it would be called "Is He Gone Yet?"
Yeah, he gone.
Okay, and then he was gone.
He was,
yeah. And then if we had a "Is He Gone Yet?" segment, we were like, "Oh, that segment's over." Until the Ravens said, "Oh, he's gone from here. He's back where he would belong originally." And I've been saying for weeks, hey, when Max comes back healthy, the question will be, does he still want out? Does he still want to be gone? And I'm been pounding the table talking about your Cowboys. This is the guy. Go get him. Right? Jerry, when he showed up in Oxnard for his training camp opening press conference, said we're giving up. We'd be up for giving up futures. That's what he said, futures.
We worry about the future. Maca.
You want to win the present right now, you get Max Crosby, and you're like, welcome back to Texas, kid.
I mean, is there some breaking news I don't know about, Rich?
No, I'm officially giving up on it.
Yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
For the beginning of the season, though?
Back together again weekend happened, right?
Yep.
Is it back together again weekend, or it's back together weekend? It's back together.
It was back together weekend, last weekend.
Back together weekend. And the training camp coverage on NFL Network, outstanding. Omar Ruiz.
I was watching a bunch of it.
David Carr sitting there at Raiders camp. Max Crosby, shirtless but inked like crazy, talking about how he looks forward to seeing Fernando Mendoza become the man and also join him in the leadership front.
In this league, you need a great quarterback to win and compete. And Fernando's going to be that guy at some point, and I want to see him succeed. I want this organization to succeed. I'm a Raider to the core, and I want to win more than anything. So it's going to take all of us, not just myself. It's everyone. It's all three levels, you know what I mean? And you talk back to the Patriot days back then, they had Teddy Bruschi at linebacker. They had Rodney Harrison at safety. They had Richard Seymour up front. They had vets and dudes everywhere that led. So I don't want to just be the only guy talking all the time. It can't just be me. It's not basketball where Kobe grabbed the dudes and be like, no, this is what we're doing. There's 15 dudes on the team. You got 90 guys on the roster right now and 40 coaches, or how, I don't know if we have so many damn coaches. You know how it is. So, like, I need my point is intentionality, and that's like a big word for me this offseason. I've been intentional with all the things I'm doing, and I want to be intentional with everything. So that includes leadership. Fernando's a great kid. He's got all the talent in the world, and I want him to have all the success in the world and help lead that offensive side.
Yeah, he's not twitching in any direction other than just staying put and being intentional to stay put and be ready for the season. You know? So I think I'm going to give up on this one.
Don't.
Well, I know you want him in Dallas, but unless you're calling up and you're telling John Spytek, I'll give you the same 2 ones that the Ravens gave you. Oof. You hang up the phone, right? You see how it works. Certainly if he's the one who's like, I got traded because it wasn't working out here, I'm back, and I'm taking a leadership role, and I'm telling everybody else who's with me. You want to trade that guy away? Who, by the way, is one of the best pass rushers in the National Football League. I don't want to trade that guy away. I want to win with him. So I'm going to stop with this whole business. Like, I need to see it. Let's see what happens. And training camp arrives. Now, trade deadline's a different story. You're going through half the season. The Raiders might be struggling. And he's just like, I can't do it anymore here. Or I'm ready to I'm ready to ring chase it a little bit here.
But I watched that same thing earlier, and he's leading by example. They were showing shots of the team running gassers. He is leading the team. He's out in front of everyone doing these, this workout. So he's in there leading by example.
He knows only one way to do it, I think. And when they told him, you're sitting for the last 2 games of last season, he was done with it.
Yeah.
It didn't matter that Pete was gone and everyone was gone and they're bringing in a new guy. He was done with it. And don't forget, it would be wild if he stays put and he's still the same guy for them. And he stays and they win.
They turn it
around. And part of the reason they turn it around is in the 48 hours that he was gone and they figured they had all this cap space, they go and get Tyler Linderbaum. You know what I mean? They get this guy who proves to be the guy who does shepherd Fernando Mendoza through. And they keep Max too. I don't know if those are mutually exclusive, that they would, if Max wasn't gone, they wouldn't have gotten the best center on the free agent market. It just makes sense. Again, if you want Fernando Mendoza to succeed, and you want him to succeed and become the leader that Max Crosby says he would like him to see, and he does strike me as he's ready to lead. Like, that's going to be something he takes very seriously. He's ready to get linked in on that. You know what I mean? To use that phrase. And you want to get him to that position where he's comfortable doing it because he's the man. You know what you do? You give him short fields because Max Crosby's still on the team to put him back on the field. And you get him a center who he could share a brain with. You get him that. Solidifies the line. It's a guy that, the quarterback-center relationship obviously is a close one. Smart moves. And then you get him a coach who's going to build an offense around him. Mm-hmm. So they're checking boxes. But I'm unchecking the box if I need to see a full training camp season to believe Max Crosby is still going to be a Raider or wants to be one. I don't think that's
I'm with
that's
you,
lip
though.
service.
Let's check back in at the trade.
Yeah, trade. Well, I mean, we'll have to see the way the season goes in that.
I mean, they could be 1-6, and then it's like,
and it's just like really getting my brains beaten in again, and I just see how happy Myles Garrett is somewhere else.
Yeah, and then Uncle Jared makes a call.
Futures. Giving up futures.
Hey, don't stop pounding that table just yet, Rich.
All right. Call Mark Davis. Say, I got futures for you.
Bust the budget.
Yeah.
Right, bust
the budget.
By the way, your boy Overshawn, I was watching a clip. He blew up a player on offense yesterday during practice.
Just wait for Barham to join him, too. That wraps up our Tuesday show. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Houston, brace yourself for the ultimate party. Neo and Akon, two legends, one stage, one electrifying, unforgettable night. Neo and Akon present Nights Like This Tour, live at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman, August 9th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman, and part of the Xfinity Concert Series.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
John out of here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
Any car parts as well.
Any car parts except brake calipers and engines.
It's very specific. Okay. Why? Because people have wanted that done.
People want it done, but they get too hot, so we always say get those ceramic coated, which we don't do that.
Okay. All right. And free pickup and free delivery.
If you are between Houston, Galveston, and the Woodlands, we got you.
I mean, if you want proof that Houston Powder Coaters is the biggest and the best, what about being the world's best?
The cat's out of the bag. We did get highlighted for being the world's best on a TV show, but that will be coming out soon.
That's great. That is unbelievable. The city says it, AI says it, corporations say it, and now a TV show is going to call you the world's best. That's great.
Get in when you can because we are about to take over.
Anything you need done, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Get world-class Texas barbecue from pitmaster and chef Arash Karat at J Bar M Barbecue.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. But no Joe. Joe's not here today. It's Stressens. Garrett Williams. How many people – good to have you, by the way. Excited for the next 3 hours or so. How many people know you as Garrett versus how many know you as Stressens?
It's becoming increasingly more of a divide. I guess I kind of have done this to myself, and I don't mind it. It's like alter ego maybe, or like, an alias. But, like, out and about, like in the Texans world, it's definitely Stressens, which I kind of like, I can kind of have my personal and then this whole other pretend wannabe persona on the other hand. So
Stressens is your stage name.
There you go. That's a much better way to put it.
That's how I would put it. But
now entering the stage, Houston Stressens. Give it up for him.
What do you know about that?
Not a lot.
Lots to get to today with Stressens and I. We'll talk some football. They were in pads today, second day of padded practice. Not a whole lot of videos, though, because the Texans put up some rules on that sort of thing. So we'll get to that a little bit later. Some dudes getting paid in the NFL. Lots of money being handed out today specifically. So we'll get to that a little bit later. Cash 'em or trash 'em, Clowney, all that stuff coming up a little bit later as well. Also, Jimmy Price, Astros future. Another guy that might be known more for his Twitter handle than his name, which, like Stresson said, I think it is a good thing. I think it is pretty cool. But he'll join us at 5 o'clock. Full disclosure, we were going to get Jimmy on at 5 o'clock to talk about all the prospects the Astros lost. Like, who did they lose here? Tell us who they lost. And they didn't trade a single prospect. So, but Jimmy's always a great guest. We'll talk to him about what his thoughts of the deadline, what the Astros have to do going forward. He also is working on, I noticed, a top 30 prospect list, so maybe he'll give us some hints on what the Astros farm system's looking like after the draft, which we wanted to get him on post-draft anyway, so kind of a natural time to do that. We start with yesterday's Astros game, though. All good things must come to an end. And the Astros fall to the Blue Jays yesterday by a final score of 3-1. Couldn't get a whole lot of offense going. What was your biggest takeaway or takeaways of this game?
To me, it's like the same problem kind of caught up to him. Like, I can't stand, games where you seemingly are, outplaying the other team, getting more hits, more runners on base, and you end up losing, other team gets a walk or infield hit and a homer or whatever it may be to kind of get a few runs across. Obviously, yesterday there was an error that kind of helped a couple runs, but the fact that, like, I felt like we dominated, we obviously didn't in the end, but we just left all those runners on base, and we've been doing that and still getting by. So that was my takeaway is, you can't keep living like that. You gotta capitalize.
Yeah, they just left too many guys on base. Sometimes there's going to be days like this, Mama said. 10 hits, plenty of traffic, just couldn't really deliver. Now, hitting with runners in scoring position, delivering in opportune times has been a kind of a bugaboo for the Astros over the course of the season. Maybe not this winning streak, but over the course of the season. Left 13 on yesterday. Went 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Taylor Trammell thought he homered and he didn't. That was embarrassing. That was kind of weird. Kind of odd. But, yeah, so interesting for the game yesterday. I think I guess, like, from a positive note, the biggest storyline I would have is the pitching was pretty good. Christian Javier was solid. He didn't punch out a bunch of dudes, but I will take 3 runs, 6 innings for Christian Javier every game. Where do you stand on that, Stressens?
Yeah, I mean, and that's another frustrating part is, that felt like a wasted game. You had Christian Javier and then Imai, who basically, reverse roles, whereas Javier was coming in relief for Imai at times. And they both pitched pretty well. I mean, they only gave up 3 runs, obviously 7 hits, but that was encouraging to see. Like, it wasn't the prettiest, but he battled and gave us some solid innings. And hopefully, I guess this will come up later at the trade talks, the lack thereof at the trade deadline. But I guess there's a lot of pressure on. And of course, there's the casual, obviously known GM talk coming out of Dana Brown as, guys you got like Christian Javier and other guys getting healthy as those are his acquisitions. So. But yeah, I mean, it was encouraging to see, and this loss stinks, but I mean, we're coming off a sweep of the Rangers, so it's not that bad. It is what it is.
Yeah, I was a little frustrated with the offense, but the pitching was good. Javier was good. Imai, you brought him up. Liked what I saw from Imai. Is this his role going forward? Who knows? I imagine he's still going to get a chance to start. I felt like he was more in control, in terms of his movement on the mound. He felt like a little bit more compact, I guess. But, the guy doesn't have command on his slider. It's going to be tough for him to have the command that he had yesterday. But he did. I don't know if he simplified some stuff, but obviously you throw 3 perfect innings and you strike out 5. We're going to be talking good things about him. Is he going to do this every outing? Of course not. But can the move to the bullpen kind of for the time being. I don't think he's a full-time reliever. Kind of get him going, kind of get back to the mechanics. We shall see. But the offense was the story of the game yesterday. You brought up the deadline stuff. We'll get to that in just a minute. I did. This didn't really grind my gears yesterday, but thinking about the game yesterday, today, like I said, I was thinking about the game. That's what I do because I'm a loser. I don't like how they hit Dalton Varsho in the cleanup spot. Like, I feel like you're kind of setting him up for a little bit of failure by doing that. It's like, here you go. Here's our new piece. And Varsho has been slumping. Like, Varsho the last month hasn't been as good as he was like the first 2 months. So here's a guy that we're going to trade for. He literally rode the bus to the game with his Toronto Blue Jay teammates. He gets to the dike and finds out he is being traded to the team across the field into the other dugout. He talked about how emotional he was about this too, which I don't blame him. Like, this is a big life change. He's a professional. He'll be fine. He'll do it. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, pick on the guy because he got emotional that he was being traded. Like, that's a pretty emotional thing. You build bonds with the players, with the coaches, all of that. So I'm not, like, making fun of him being emotional for trading teams. But putting him in the cleanup spot after having a wave of emotions like that, being in a slump, here you go. You go hit behind Yordan Alvarez and Isak Paredes. I didn't like that. In hindsight, I'm not a huge fan of that. And, like, is this another example of the Astros showing off their shiny new toy? They kind of did this with Cam Smith a couple years ago whenever he made the team out of spring training. I feel like it's way too high leverage of a spot to put a guy who went through a day, who has been slumping, and now is on this playoff caliber team. Like, am I nitpicking here? Probably. I just felt like they kind of set him up for some failure there. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking at the lineup right now. Like, Christian Walker, obviously, he's had an up-and-down season, but he's had some good moments. But overall, as of late, hasn't been great. But you would assume that he might be a better fit there. But I guess you wonder, like, is it a psychological thing? Like, you want to invoke confidence in your new guy that was, emotional and make him feel better? But, I mean, I would go with the latter to kind of ease him and take the pressure off. But this whole deal kind of reminded me of the Kendall Graveman trade years ago with the Mariners. Like,
yep.
I feel like these things happen more often than not where you literally get traded and just walk across the dugout. Like, it's convenient. I wonder if they just make these trades out of convenience, Like, you get an extra day out of the guy.
Yeah,
that's a joke, obviously. But
you don't even have to pay for a flight, And Jim Crane's cheap. Jim Crane's cheap. Did he have a better offer somebody else? But he didn't have to pay for the flight
Save
to
a
get
couple
that player
$1,000
to Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's the case. 99.9% sure that's not the case. And look, the counter response is the counter that you just said. The Astros don't have like a natural cleanup man. If you're going to bat Yordan second, which is fine, this isn't a Yordan should bat fourth take at all. He's having an MVP season in the 2-hole. He's just fine there. Christian Walker's been bad. Jose Altuve's been bad. Is Taylor Trammell a cleanup man? Is Cam? No, they don't have a cleanup man. But I would just ease the guy into being a Houston Astro as opposed to, okay, they're going to intentionally walk Yordan, and if Isak doesn't deliver, here you are, your first day as an Astro when you're on another team hours ago in a critical spot against your former teammates when you're slumping. I just feel like it was a little bit of a setup for failure there with Varsho. And then also, like, if you move him down the lineup, it's like, okay, well, we're moving you down the lineup. We didn't like your day one first impression. I just wasn't a huge fan of it. I would have started him 6-7 holes, something like that. With form, then you move him up the lineup. And I just pulled up his game logs and where he's been batting with Toronto. His last few games with Toronto, he hit 8th, 6th, 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th, 5th, 5th, 7th, 8th. The last time that he hit in the top 4 spot in the lineup, which was in the cleanup spot, was on America's birthday on July 4th. So here you go. You're emotional. You're crying. You're slumping. You're on a new baseball team. We're going to hit you 2 spots behind Yordan, something that you haven't done ever, but you've also never hit in the cleanup spot since a month ago. Don't love that. Don't love that.
And that's probably on a lineup that's better than the one he was on, too, correct? I mean, I don't think it's head and shoulders above, but, he was hitting lower on a lesser lineup. And now
I think that if you look at runs per game, I think the Astros are higher than the Blue Jays runs per game. But Blue Jays have some of the old, it's just like the veterans though. Like, you're not going to move down Vladimir Guerrero. Yeah, the Blue Jays have the worst offense in baseball in the American League.
The other thing too is your point about this is okay, if you start out day one with him in cleanup and all of a sudden now you change it, it's oh whoa, so you almost the other part of that is you've kind of set a an expectation. Like, do you have to keep putting him there? And now if you move him, like all of a sudden, have you lost faith in him? I mean, it may be kind of nitpicking on that too, but.
Yeah, it's just no. I think it's all in play. It's all in play. I don't love that they hit him in the cleanup. And look, maybe I hope this isn't the case, but maybe it's their way of like selling the fan base. Like, look, we got our everyday center fielder in a middle of the order bat. Okay, like that's a little bit try hard. Just didn't love it. Am I going to die on this Taos Hill? No, I'll forget about it at the end of the segment. But yeah.
I let it slip by, but I like the reference to the stadium there, the abbreviation. That was pretty good.
The dike?
Yeah, the dike. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong.
It's the dike. And some people are perverted and they're like, what is he doing? No, a dike is a word with three main meanings. It's a wall or bank built to stop flooding.
Like Texas City dike,
Yes. Yes. And you know what the Astros do? They build a wall or bank of a pitching staff to stop other teams from flooding runs. That's where it comes from. Everybody's like, oh, look, perverted. No, it has nothing to do with that.
That's a great point.
We're trying to stop the flooding of the other team's scoring with the Astros pitching machine. That's what's happening.
Pitching dike?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
It's the Josh Miller dike. I don't know why everybody gets so up in arms about it.
I don't know why they call it the bullpen. They should just call it the dike.
Yeah, I think you went too far.
I'm sorry.
Why 713-780 ESPN. Yeah, but those are my observations from yesterday's game. Happy with Javi. Happy with Imai. Shane Bieber kind of shoved on you, which is a little bit annoying because that guy has been bad this year. He couldn't even get out of the first inning in his last start, and he looks like Roy Halladay up there. So just a bit frustrating.
Maybe an emotional letdown too after sweeping the Rangers. I mean, you hate to say that may play into sports, but who knows? Maybe that's a small factor in a game like baseball.
Yeah. You were mentioning the Dana Brown and the trade. What were your takeaways of yesterday?
So I admittedly am not super into I love the Astros, love baseball, but I'm not nearly as into it as you or others.
You got to fake it till you make it, Stressens.
Yeah, but I'm a good BSer. I can talk ball. I'm really into football, obviously, but I know the general overview is most fans wanted a starting pitcher. I know we needed an outfielder. We got that with Varsho, which seems kind of like a meh. You traded Eric Getty. That was kind of like a thing where I used to be really high on him and really like him, but the last couple months I'm like, okay, now I'm like, all right, whatever, bro, that's fine. But I do get the concern, and I kind of align with that. It's all right, there was a handful of starting pitchers out there to bring in. I do understand their sentiment and logic in that we got guys like Wisniewski and other guys coming in that are getting healthy. Blanco, hopefully he can continue to develop, but it's man, I mean, outside of Hunter Brown and Peter Lambert, who I see you talk about on Twitter a lot, he may be our ace. I mean, he's been a stud from the beginning. So, I mean, outside of those two guys, there hasn't been another third, fourth consistent pitcher to rely on. And we all know in the playoffs, I mean, you need if you have two or three, or three or four, pretty solid starting pitchers, you're pretty much in every series. So, with that being said, now you're just gambling with a volume approach. You're hoping that, one of Javier, one of Imai, one of Wisniewski, one of Blanco. You're hoping to get two of those four to be solid, I guess, is the approach. I don't know what you thought on that. Did you want a starting pitcher?
I mean, yeah, I want everything, but I mean within reason, though, right? I also didn't want to trade the top prospects, and I understand that that's contradictions, right? It's talking out of both sides of your mouth. You can't be trade for all of this and keep all of your farm. That's kind of why I was more on the average big league player. I didn't think they should be shopping at the top of the market, but I thought that they should bring in two or three pieces that are average, and I think that helps you overall because you're carrying players on this team that are below average. A starter would help with. Maybe a 4 or 5 starter doesn't really help you because of those names that you rattled off. So, whatever on that front. If you're not getting a top 3 of the rotation guy, what's the point of getting a 4 or a 5 when we have a surplus of that and we also traded one? And I also think they like their couple of these pitchers in the minors. I think that they might give Pecco a look if these guys are struggling. I think they might get Mayer a look at some point if those guys are struggling. And I think that's why they felt comfortable trading Arrighetti, was that they think Pecco and Mayer are at least equal in talent as Arrighetti, and they're also going to be cheaper because Arrighetti hits arbitration next year. So, all right, I understand that logic. And I totally get the idea of trading for Varsho. He's a center fielder. You need an everyday center fielder because you don't currently have an everyday
He's pretty good
fielder.
Defensively, correct?
He's really good defensively. Now, he has taken a little bit of a step back, but he has won a Gold Glove and is still really good.
And we kind of needed that with Jake Myers kind of disappearing, right? I mean, at the very least, he provided that.
I mean, there wasn't any before yesterday, and this is like the positive spin of the trade. Before yesterday, I didn't think that the Astros had a big league everyday center fielder. I think they used to have one with Jake Myers. He's been terrible this year. He's not an everyday center fielder anymore. Loperfido, I don't think defensively is good enough to be an everyday center fielder. Might not be good enough offensively. Lucas Spence has been a train wreck with the bat. Like he is a little leaguer trying to hit big league pitching. He can defend, but he can't hit. And then Trammell. Well, one, he can't play against left-handed pitching, and then I also don't think defensively he's good enough to handle that position daily. He can, step in, a few times a week, but every single day, no. So with Varsho, they are getting an everyday center fielder, but they're getting an everyday center fielder who is declining with bat speed, range, and is having a below-average offensive season. So, that's what it is.
Well, I think there's an element when you look at this too. Like I know, like a majority of people before this run, before the trade deadline, were like hard on like selling this team's not a contender, and maybe a small amount of people or a decent amount of people maybe kind of changed their opinion now that we're in the lead. But I still feel like many people feel like, okay, yeah, you may make the playoffs, but you're leading the worst division in baseball, and you're not really going to make a run. You probably still should have sold. So I guess for those people, they probably could and should be happy that we didn't make a crazy trade.
Yeah.
So there's that side of it. And then I guess I was going to ask you, too, like if you got thoughts on that. But, like, also, if we were to trade for a starting pitcher, like, who would that be? Would it have been Skubal? Would it have been Mize?
No.
I think Gosman was a name potentially.
No, I think they were priced out of that from what they were willing to give. Like, I think they could have put together their top 5 prospects and gave a better package than what the Dodgers gave. But they weren't ever going to do that. It would have been they were talking about Foster Griffin, like according to reports, who's had a really good year. He's probably pitched better than his expected numbers. He's also a rental. Like he probably would have been best case scenario, but I think it would have been a back end of the rotation guy for the Astros.
And rentals too. I mean, like unless you're like really stacked and you need that one piece, like that doesn't really make sense. Like even
Varsho's
if you're giving
rental.
away small stuff, it's not worth the risk. I mean,
yeah, but I mean Varsho's. I mean, you could just say Spencer Arrighetti was tradable because you don't like him, which I get. I totally get that. How this trade is won or lost depends on the player's performance the rest of the way. Like I didn't like the Yusei Kikuchi trade. I didn't like trading Loperfido and Jake Bloss and Willie Wagner for Yusei Kikuchi. But Yusei was incredible for you the 2 months that you had him. Loperfido, they got rid of him for Jesus Sanchez. Jake Bloss has had Tommy John, so like that kind of throws him out the window. And Willie Wagner's on a different team. So like hindsight 2020, I was wrong there. Like the Yusei Kikuchi trade was a really good trade for Dana Brown and the Astros. I didn't like it the day of. They proved me wrong. So this is going to depend on how Varsho performs the rest of this season and how Arrighetti performs the next 3 years. That's what it's going to come down to. If Arrighetti's terrible in Toronto, then so what? So what? If Varsho's like solid here, Arrighetti's terrible there, Astros win the trade. If Varsho doesn't hit here and doesn't do a whole lot, and then Spencer Arrighetti goes out and becomes a number 3 starter for the next 3 years, then the Astros lost the trade. So it always depends on how it plays out from this point forward. So
what's a cleaner way to analyze it? Because like from my understanding, it's pretty rare at the trade deadline to have like a player for player trade. It's usually prospects, and it takes a while to kind of piece it. Like this is a pretty clear cut way to analyze who won the trade, like with what you just laid out.
Yeah, I mean, you see it a little bit more now because of the extra wild cards, but yeah, it's still pretty rare. It's more prospect for veteran stuff like that. Junkie Varsho plays catcher too, I think. Varsho hadn't played catcher since his Arizona days. He's your emergency catcher. Don't expect him to ever catch a game. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube,
a fat guy
ESPN
in his underwear, living in his mother's
Brian,
basement.
we got a guest here today. We got a guest. We got to be on our best behavior.
Did your finger slip on that, or was that intentional?
No, he calls the Twitchers fat people that live in their mother's basement.
No, that's the daily thing. That's the daily thing.
It's
Thanks
that
for
and
listening
bots.
to the show, Stressons. Appreciate it. YouTube, ESPN Houston, TikTok, ESPN975. You can catch us on Twitter as well, ESPN975, stream live with the show. Stressons, Garrett, he's at Texans Commenter on Twitter, Stresson or Blessin. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. I do have post-trade plan for the Astros. I do have some things that I want to see post-trade deadline. We're not going to sit here and cry about about what happened yesterday. Maybe some of you are celebrating. We're not going to sit here and celebrate what happened yesterday. We're going to discuss what this team needs to do going forward from like a Dana Brown point of view. And where are you with Dana, by the way? He's a topic of conversation today. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, with Garrett sitting in for Joe.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Stressen's in for Joe today. Joe will be back tomorrow. I know a lot of you are waiting with bated breath.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, a lot can happen between now and tomorrow. But Joe is supposed to be here tomorrow, God willing. Garrett, what should I call you? What do you want me to call you? That was rude of me not to ask. Can I call you Stressens?
You can call me Guy, man, sir, Garrett, Stressens.
Can I call you the Dyke?
I don't think we're going to get that one.
Yeah.
I don't care what you call him, man. I mean,
Dad?
Yeah. You know,
there's a Kathy in the I offended Kathy. Kathy, I apologize. I'm sorry.
That might be my mother.
Oh, really?
My mother's name is Kathy.
She said Dyken.
That may not be her. My mom would actually has a sense of humor. I kind of get it from her. She would be laughing at it. So
you get your sense of humor from her?
I would say so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she's hilarious.
So yeah, I didn't sense any sarcasm in that comment.
If that is indeed your mother, I'm sorry, Mrs. Stressens, for calling it the Dyke. Am I going to change my ways? No.
I mean, once you said that, like I'm very immature, so I'm getting used to the radio, but I kind of picked up on like, okay, I can kind of play a little bit, so maybe I should tone it back.
Yeah, you can play a lot. No one listens to us anyways. 713-780-ESPN. So I do have some post-trade deadline plans, what I want the Astros to do. And I actually had this thought before a few names came available today. I do think that the Astros should be buyers in the DFA market. And look, I'm not saying that Jim Crane needs to go above the luxury tax. I'm willing to meet you in the middle here. I don't need you to go into the luxury tax. You don't want the repeat offender, all that stuff. I get it. I don't think it's fair to ask owners to go into the luxury tax. I do think it's fair to ask owners to go all the way up to the luxury tax, especially in Houston. I think that's a decent compromise. But I do want the Astros to be buyers in the DFA market. And that doesn't necessarily mean to claim them off of waivers. Like Jorge Soler came available today. I think he's making like $13 million. Now, you wouldn't owe him all that. You only owe him what's left on the contract. I'm not really sure the calculus on what that does for the CBT. But I don't need you to claim him off of waivers. Now, when he becomes a free agent, though, should he become a free agent, that should be a tire that you're kicking. Because the Astros could use help with a right-handed bat. I was wanting this before the deadline. It didn't get accomplished. Because DeCinzo right now is probably going to start a decent amount of games in left field against left-handed pitching, and he stinks. We're also going to see DeCinzo get a lot of pinch hits late in games for Taylor Trammell, for Lamont Wade, when the other team is a lefty on the mound. And, again, DeCinzo stinks. And that at-bat yesterday was an example of this. So I think they should be kicking the tires on any right-handed bat that can hit left-handed pitching. That should be something that they should be looking at with Dana. You kind of touched on this one a little bit earlier. They have to get someone to step up from a starting pitching perspective between Blanco, Wisniewski, Javier, and Imai. And it doesn't necessarily have to be more than one. I think you can skate by if one of those guys kind of just grabs the brass rings of being that number 3 starter. Or maybe it's Petco. Maybe it's Mayer. We just haven't seen them yet with the Astros. And then the last thing, Carlos Correa's return, like it went a couple of days ago from being like, okay, if he gives you anything, it's a bonus. If he gets you anything, it's gravy. If they don't pick up a right-handed bat from the DFA market, from the release market, Correa's return goes from kind of, from being that kind of a bonus to kind of needed. So he could be that right-handed bat. So Mattress Mac, I hope that recliner is doing wonders, because I actually think that Correa's return is kind of important should you not pick up a right-handed bat, and because the Astros didn't acquire a right-handed bat yesterday's deadline.
Do you think that this may be like them indicating or knowing that he is healthier than we all know? Is that part of it, or is that just they just didn't get a deal done?
It might be, but I think it would be foolish if it is.
Because now you're putting all this pressure on this guy, an aging veteran, to not only return from injury but then perform at a high level.
I wouldn't put it past the Astros to operate in that way you just said. Yeah. I think it is foolish to operate with that, though. He's coming off of a tendon tear that they thought would cause him to lose his season. And here's the other thing. If it was Cal Ripken Jr., okay, he's going to get back. He ain't Cal Ripken Jr. Carlos Correa is made of glass. He has failed physical after physical after physical. So Correa returning this season after tearing a tendon in his ankle, taking batting practice in a cage, by the way, does that scream fragile? Yeah, it does to me. So, putting the idea out there that, okay, well, we have Correa coming back, we don't need a right-handed bat, that is a huge question mark for a player that even when he's 100% healthy is a huge question mark.
It's also consistent to the theme we've had for years and years on end on the injuries and, the diagnosis, at least this time. Normally it's, they're expected back sooner and it gets delayed. I'm glad it's on the inverse, but it's still another example of hey, we thought it was this, it's not that. We'll take it because it's good news, but just another subtle reminder of, one, the injuries happening, and then two, how they're treated thereafter as far as information and all that stuff. It's always a fun ride when it comes to injuries in the Astros.
Yeah. I feel like they have been better about it this year than they were in previous years. I feel like, okay, this is how we're going to change our ways. I do think it has improved from where it was last year. Has it improved to the level where, hey, I'm confident in the Astros medical staff and that they're giving us all the information? I don't even need the information. That's their secret, whatever. It's more about, hey, don't let Kyle Tucker run on a treadmill with a broken bone in his leg. Hey, don't let Yordan Alvarez swing a baseball bat with a broken bone in his hand. So, like, just don't be dumb and incompetent. Like, it's a very low bar, but I do think that the Astros have been better in that front in a few months sample after they, kind of redid their ways.
So what is the expected timeline return for Correa right now?
I mean, they're still not putting a timeline on it, but whenever he got hurt, they said it was season ending. Mm-hmm. So I think getting back at all would be a win.
Mm-hmm. So well, the season is kind of ending here pretty soon, so it's we're getting down the home stretch.
Apparently he has a doctor's appointment today, and the doctor might give him clearance to start swinging a bat. He said he's been doing everything but swinging. He says he's running at like 90%. So, I mean, it doesn't feel – I mean, it feels like it's in play based on what his words are. But, I mean, what are the chances that if Correa is giving a full, clearance today to resume baseball activities and swing a bat, and let's just say that he's on a track to be back in 6 weeks, what are the chances that Carlos Correa in those 6 weeks doesn't get hurt? I think it's 50-50. So, that's why I say operating with the idea that Correa is coming back would be incredibly foolish.
Yeah, and it's at a certain point, too, like in any sport, you rush back from injury to try and make, a playoff run, and you're probably not 100%, and you're potentially prone to more injury. At what point are you helping or hurting the team? It's kind of ironic. You're trying to help a team, but you can also essentially hurt the team by putting this pressure on them to play you now,
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a good point, too. So Stressens, BMAC, the dozens and dozens of junkies, anything that you're adding on the Astros to-do list, 713-780-3776. Junkie says the Astros never rush players back from injury. Ask Jake Myers. Previous regime, but I get it. Someone saying Burrows. Can Burrows be that starting pitcher that grabs that brass ring? I don't think so. I think that I would be a little surprised. Yeah, he hasn't pitched. He's been hurt.
I burrowed him away in my mind.
Yep. You're right. Mrs. Williams does have a good personality. So is there anything else that you would add to this? And these are minor. I get it. But things that they should be looking for, hoping to accomplish?
I mean, I really don't know much about the DFA market. Maybe there's prospects. Again, I'm not super in depth.
No, it would be aging veterans who teams don't want to pay for the rest of the season. Jorge Soler hit it today because he's got the remainder of a $13 million
That would be good for
contract.
Vive just because he crushed that homer against us in the World Series.
And he's left-handed, or he's right-handed, hits left-handed pitching better than Zach DeZenzo. So that's one I would kick the tires on. Hasn't hit lefties all that well this year, but has a history of doing pretty good against them.
So typically you do get a handful of decent guys like that. It's just contractual moves, and they basically become free agents essentially?
Well, whenever they hit the DFA market, every team in baseball, they're put on waivers.
Yeah.
And every team in baseball has the option to claim that player.
Yeah.
Now, if you win the claim on that player, and it's reverse
salary.
order of standings, it's worst team in baseball to best team in baseball. If everybody claimed the player, they're going to reward the player to the worst team in baseball, not the best team in baseball.
But if you claim them, you inherit their
inherit their salary.
Yeah, so a lot of guys might ideally, in theory, if someone's cutting a player, it's because they're not performing relative to the value. So most of them, in theory,
or they're just bad
clear.
And they want to get out of save a few bucks. The Angels are so bad, they're not in the race, and they figure, hey, maybe we can save $3 million, whatever is left on his contract. Now, I'm not sure that anybody will claim Soler because people might not want to pick up the remainder of his contract. So he might be a guy that does eventually get released. And once he becomes released, the Angels are on the hook for the remainder of his contract, and now you can sign him to the minimum. So I'm not sure that I would actually claim Jorge Soler because I wouldn't want to pay the remainder of his contract. I don't think he's that good or that much better than DeZenzo. But if he were to be outright released and now you can pay him the minimum, that would be something I'm interested in.
Well, my question is just thinking about this, it sounds like I wonder what the percentage is. It sounds like a lot of them probably clear waivers if it is a money issue. I guess it's called kind of circumstantial. But I would be curious about one, the numbers on that, and then two, how often is that talent pool actually any good too? I mean, but
it's minimal.
Yeah,
no, it's minimal. You're right.
Yeah, but I mean that's got me intrigued though. I mean, maybe you could get a decent player. So I mean, maybe that's part of their logic too on this trade deadline. Hey, this didn't make sense, but we've heard rumblings of this guy might get released, and maybe we might. Who knows? That's just wishful thinking, I guess. But
yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about the Texans camp. Today was their second day in pads.
Yay,
Yes.
Texans!
Love the Texans.
That's what I said in my head just a second ago right there.
They swarm. What has stood out to Stressens at camp? Stressens, by the way, I mean, all of you are familiar with his game, but the best Texans content creator that's
Jeremy,
out there.
I appreciate that. That was nice of you, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't lie. I'm not a liar. If you were terrible, I'd tell you that you're terrible.
Is that accurate? I enjoyed
Yes.
that about you.
It is. I might not say you're terrible, but I probably just wouldn't say anything. It's probably what I would do.
Yeah.
But what has stood out to us, Stressens out at camp, also this new fan rule, protect the team. We got to discuss that as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, Garrett in for Joe on ESPN 97.5. You know where you can protect the team? Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You can do a lot of things there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. A lot of things, but they're all fun. You can have so much fun at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's the best way to escape whatever's causing you stress, anxiety, maybe escape the job for a little bit, maybe escape those coworkers that are just so darn annoying. Whatever the case may be, Two Creeks Crossing Resort is for you. Book your stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Here's the thing that's awesome. It's all awesome, but it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. What vacation spots, elite great vacation spots, can you say that about? Not many, but you can say that about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Hour and a half from downtown Houston, you're going to be hiking their 92-acre property in no time. The open green spaces for you to explore. They got wildlife out there that's awesome. That's always fun. Beautiful, majestic trees. It's just Mother Nature, the way that it was intended to be enjoyed. They got the Two Creeks out there. You probably figured that out, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. But you can kayak on those two creeks. You can fish on those two creeks, some of the best fishing in Texas as well. Pickleball courts. They have Blue Bayou Bend, the water park. That's awesome. Everybody loves Blue Bayou Bend. Lazy River, too, so you can just go float all day. Have yourself a cold one. You can get a cold one at Swampers. They still have the pool, too, if you're a traditionalist when it comes to your pools. But you're going to love Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and they're always taking care of their people. Southern hospitality, food trucks all the time, live music all the time. They got a back-to-school bash coming up this weekend, actually. Later this month, a neon night float. So they're always doing great things at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That's going to make your enjoyable time even more enjoyable. Glamping, waterfront cabins, treehouse, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
No, Joe. It's Stressens in for Joe. Graffa says, you put some respect on that name. Blessings. It's a good point.
Graffa, my guy.
That's a good point. I don't know why I call you Stressens and not Blessings. I guess because you're
down
question.
Yeah, it's probably your handle.
Until we win a Super Bowl, I'm not going to be
at Houston
Stressens.
Blessings. Okay, so whenever they win the Super Bowl, you're changing your Twitter handle to Houston Blessings?
I've been saying it for a couple of years. I said one of the two, either win a Super Bowl or interview C.J. Stroud, whichever comes first.
What a terrible comparison, by the way.
Yeah.
Those aren't close to the same thing.
That's not me saying they're the same thing. I'm just saying that that's me and my parameters.
But I think those are bad parameters.
I know.
Yeah,
maybe that could bring us some good dialogue here. I know your stance on it.
No, I'm pro CJ. I'm not pro. Well,
yeah.
I guess there's some buts.
I don't know,
to
Jim.
That. I think there's some buts. I like CJ. I like CJ.
Yeah.
Would
I get
pay
your point,
him
but I'm not trying to say it's the same,
today. Nah,
it's the same to me. It means something to me.
It's still real to me.
there
what if he's traded for Baker Mayfield?
It's still real to me.
It's an exit interview to you.
Then it would be until I got an interview with Baker.
Okay, so there's some caveats here.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you got an interview with Davis Mills?
I would consider it. Davis Mills, stand-up
You know
guy.
what's interesting about you interviewing Davis Mills? If you are face-to-face, your shoulders would be at the same level, but you'd look up, he'd still be half a foot taller than you.
Well, what's crazy is I think I kind of have a long neck.
You do
so
have, yeah.
It
I
would
thought
kind of
that's where
make
Jeremy
me
was
look a little
going.
bit better, you know?
Do you have a long neck?
Somewhat.
Long neck, cold beer, ain't ever.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the full experience from the webcam you have there.
That's
Jeremy,
not that big of a. That's not that long of a neck.
It's not Davis Mills, but it's.
I mean, I've met Stressens before. It's not like I've never seen him in my life.
Maybe I just think I have a longer neck than what I do. But
I would say it's longer than average, but it's not Davis Mills.
No, it's not that long.
So then,
it's probably,
in that case, I think they call that term I would frame mog him potentially. Is that what would happen?
I'm not cool enough to know.
Never
what that
heard
means.
that term before.
You haven't heard frame mogging?
No.
That's probably a cool internet term. That
I'm on the internet too much, but we can talk about it later.
That's definitely a hip word, which is more power to you. I'm wearing my Stressens shirt today, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, Houston Stressens. I thought I would support since you're in with me today. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Would you give C.J. Stroud $60 million today?
Easily. Yeah. I'm in the minority. I know we've kind of talked about it on Twitter over the long off season, and you know, like my kind of thought process behind it. But to me, it's like any of these contracts, like even the contracts you see now, and I have been and am guilty of this line of thinking of, you know, you kind of just look at the sticker shock of the APY and you're comparing APYs for guys who signed today and it's 2 years early and the deal isn't until 2 years from now, as opposed to guys who signed an APY last year and that cap hit is this year. So it's all relative to me. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with your stance.
Yeah. So
if you're pro CJ Stroud sign a contract extension, let me be very clear.
Yes.
If you're pro Stroud extension, you should be 100% rooting for it to happen now.
Yes.
For
I think that's the tough part of this whole dialogue. Like, there's a lot of emotions and opinions and takes, and it gets convoluted. But like, it basically boils down to, like, if you and I or anybody is like, do you think he's the guy or not? Yes or no. And then if yes, then you should. If not, then no. You know what I mean? That's so I agree. But
then sidebar that real quick.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio knows that better than anybody. So like, if nothing got done, I think that's an indicator, quite frankly.
Well, it depends on the price. And, like, he was on with Payne and Pendergast again this morning.
Yeah, I listened to it.
97.5 or 95.7.
He likes to say in the end a lot.
What's that?
You catch his he says in the end a lot?
Yes, he has a lot of little idioms, and I've listened to too many of his interviews.
Same.
Yeah, he does say that. But you know, he's what he said again is kind of reiterated about these contract talks is he's saying we're open, we're talking, we'll try and, you know, get a deal done, and he keeps leaving the door open to where, like, if we can't agree on a number, like, mutually that's good for both sides, we can always, you know, revisit it. So to me that would be you know, it sounds like they probably started with a good number to where it's not insulting, so that, like, it's not like a Baker type deal where they completely, insulted him and he's pissed off.
Yeah.
And so it's probably at a good number. I don't want to guess and say numbers, but
would you do $65 million a year?
I personally, the answer for me would be yes. And people.
Okay, so you like CJ, you would give him $65 million a year.
Yes, because that's not me saying that he's a top 3, top 5 quarterback.
I understand.
That's me saying he's like a top 10, top 12 quarterback, and that's me saying that at $65 million, that cap hit would come in not 2026, not 2027, but 2028. And then even then, in 2028, the first year, they kind of backload it. But that would be I believe in him.
But who knows that more than you? Who knows all the figure stuff more than you do? And you know it incredibly well.
What do you mean?
Nick Caserio knows everything you said and more, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're willing to give him 65 because you believe in him, and then all the the way it's structured and the escalators and backloading it and what it means in terms of the salary cap now, next year, 3-4 years from now, Nick Caserio knows that better than anybody.
Oh, for sure.
So if you're willing to give him 65 because you love him, but Nick's not going to give him 65 and loves him, that's where the contradiction is for me.
Yeah, I mean, so I will say too, so the thing to boil it down to make it simpler, and a lot of people kind of use this. We talked about it previously online, but it is if you divide the APY by the cap at the year of signing, and you get a percentage, and then that's a better way to kind of have apples to apples with all these contracts on different dates and different times, and so you can kind of see where you're at. So Trevor Lawrence, who signed a contract 2 years ago. And again, when you think about Trevor Lawrence signing a contract 2 years ago, you can't think about the forward play that he's had after. Now people in their minds have justified it because he had half a good season. No, back when he was due for an extension, it was a foregone conclusion that he will and won't and shouldn't get extended. And he got paid at the top of the market at $55 million in 2000, a couple years ago when the cap was, $230, $250. And so Trevor Lawrence going into year 4 is a pretty good comp to CJ Stroud, right? At that time, the 2 year ago Trevor Lawrence to today's CJ Stroud. And you can even argue CJ Stroud is more accomplished than the younger Trevor Lawrence. But let's just say they're the same. If you can agree on that, and then now you divide what his APY was at the time of signing, $55 million, that was 21.5%. Now, if you take that 21.5% and you multiply it by the current NFL cap of $301 million, that comes out to $64.5 million, which would be 65. So if you look at it through that way, and I know we kind of talked about it, that's not always, for sure that way, but and obviously you talked about different levers you can pull as far as length of the deal, the amount of guaranteed, that can kind of, higher or lower your APY. It probably depends on the player, but that's what I've been trying to hammer home. I've been working on an extensive article with market comparisons, and I need to get it out because I feel like
you can't wait to read it.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be long as hell. I've been working on it since January, and I keep stopping.
I hope that Joe's not listening to the last 5 minutes because it would hurt his head.
Oh, we might not have Joe anymore.
Joe's bad at math, stressing.
I mean, it's not it's not that confusing.
You're spending a lot of time on the numbers, and I agree with what you're saying if you have the stance that you believe in C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. And I all the math, all the construction of it, algorithms, equations, all of it. Yeah. If you like C.J. Stroud, you do it.
Yeah.
Completely agree. My hang-up is in this middle ground purgatory because the price is going to go up on the quarterback market next year.
Yeah.
You got Caleb Williams, you got Jaden Daniels, you got Drake May. Is Bo Nix going to get paid?
Lamar
Adam
Jackson.
Schefter. Okay, yeah, I forgot about him. I was thinking about
that's a potential. It's not a for sure, but
I mean Baker's going to get paid at some point too. I was talking about the young quarterbacks who are in the draft class after C.J. Stroud. Those guys are going to get at least $65 million a pop,
along with another cap increase.
With the cap increase too, so you were talking about the percentage of the cap. So the percentage of the cap being bigger, now you're paying more. So I believe that if you love C.J. Stroud, you should pay C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
And I think that you perfectly described, here's why you should pay C.J. Stroud, even at what I think a lot of people would consider $65 million kind of like an alarming number, but you paint the picture on why the math works out of that. My point, my offseason point, has been Nick Caserio knows all of that stuff. He knows all of that stuff. So if he stops short of giving him 65, because C.J. Stroud would do 65, it'd make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL today.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caserio not paying him that amount of money in my opinion, is Nick Caserio saying we're not 100% sure we believe in C.J. Stroud. Because if you're 100% sure that you believe in C.J. Stroud and he's your franchise quarterback and you want him here for the next 5-7 years, you would pay him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my big picture offseason view of C.J. Stroud and the extension.
I mean, I agree and I understand it. And on the flip side, if it's lower, like, his agent's not going to take a lower deal, right? Like, they're going to get the market value. So, I guess, I mean, in simple terms, you boil it down to, like, that makes sense. So, and obviously, too, like, it depends, too, on the deal. Like, we're talking hypotheticals. Like, again, like, let's just say it's $62 million APY, but it's, like, almost fully guaranteed. And it's a 3-year deal or a shorter-term deal that allows him, you know, if I was Stroud and Mulugeta, I would want a short-term, almost fully guaranteed, get your cash out now. You can't leave money on the table. And then now you're able to hit the market again soon when the cap's up a bunch and you hopefully play better, you know? So to me, if I'm Stroud and I get like a $62 million deal and it's like almost fully guaranteed and it's 3 years, like you have to do it.
Yeah, maybe I was a little bit team-friendly, but whenever like it all came up at training camp again the other day, and like I think Schefter was reporting on it. Was it Rappaport who was reporting?
And they're all opinions too. That's what's crazy is like, at least from my opinion,
but
they're
even
giving
Nick brought
opinion.
it up. I mean, Nick, I thought that Nick would absolutely skirt the question, and he kind of talked about it pretty openly.
That was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was kind of weird, actually.
Which is why I think there's a better chance that it actually gets done this offseason before they kick off. To me, it increased the odds of them getting something done. Like before Nick Caserio talked about it, I had the odds of a contract extension at 5%, maybe 10%. After Nick talked about it, it went up to like 25-30% for me.
Well, what's funny is like he's notoriously tight-lipped, and so like and it's not anybody's fault, but like the masses assume because we hadn't heard of talks that meant there were no talks and that they weren't interested. But then he comes out first day of training camp and he's like, "Yeah, we've been talking all spring." It's like, "Oh crap!" Like, okay, maybe there is interest, you know.
See, my team, maybe this is too team friendly. I don't know. You tell me. But whenever I started to, when I heard Caserio say that, Schefter, Rappaport guessing that they'll get something done this offseason, not a report, more of an opinion.
Yeah.
My thought that like, hey, happy compromise here would be like $55 million per year over 3 years. So what does that put you at? 165, I think. It'd be 165 over 3 years, but almost all of it guaranteed. So we're like, okay, this isn't the AAV, the APY, football term.
Yep.
This isn't the APY that, maybe you wanted to get, maybe what would be like a fair market value. But in turn, even though the APY is still good, I mean, $55 million would be tied for third in the NFL, but cap percentage would be far less. In turn of giving us a friendly APY, we're going to give you almost the entire contract guaranteed. Which they did that with Stingley pretty much.
It's hard to turn down. I mean, football's a violent sport. He could go and have a catastrophic injury, like his career could, like you don't hate to say that stuff, but like it's hard to leave money on the table,
You think he would do 165 3 years with 155 guaranteed?
No. Cuz
Really?
cuz then the pride would weigh in too, cuz then
it's the second highest
CJ's
fully
pride or
guaranteed contract
Mulugeta's
ever.
pride?
What's that?
CJ's pride or Mulugeta's pride?
Probably both, but I would say both. I mean, because then now, I guess it depends on what lens they could paint it as the APY picture. But
This is why I couldn't be a general manager. Because if I was a general manager, I would just have C.J. Stroud's 4 interceptions in the first half against the Patriots on loop during my negotiations with David.
But you know what the problem is D'Amico and Nick Caserio they've disarmed themselves from that argument. They've both publicly multiple times have said on their own without being asked, we're looking at the big picture, not one game. So it's like if you're out there publicly saying that,
I think it's
you can't now go to the table and then use. It's like, bro, you just said publicly.
I mean, that's public and private negotiation. I think that's night and day.
Yeah, but like, I mean, if you and I were to argue and you were to say one thing, and I'm like, well, bro, you just said the opposite here. Like, you're being a hypocrite. Like,
yeah, but I would also say I'm doing that publicly not to embarrass you.
But then that's
you.
even worse.
I don't
think
so.
Like, you're not being real with me?
No, you're being real with him when you talk man to man, but you're protecting him publicly. I mean, it's like every quarterback, it's like every coach, general manager. Like they're not going to throw their players under the bus because they don't want to do that. They feel like it's bad business.
I mean,
but then when you talk behind closed doors, they're going to be way more truthful.
But
you're not going to hurt the guy's feelings, but you're going to be more truthful public or privately behind closed doors, mano a mano, than you would be to the masses.
That's true. But I mean, like they wouldn't even have to like give that context, but I'll give you that. But so I think you make a good point too. It's like, obviously we all weigh in on this because we have our own opinions of what we think of him. So like you like him or don't, sign him, yes or no. But the conversation is that I've learned too from like these quarterback deals. If you look at like all these other quarterbacks, like it's not what the public and we think. It's like what the team thinks. And these teams have shown like they'll do whatever the heck they want. Like they normally don't align with the public's opinion. Like plenty of quarterbacks get extended when people think they shouldn't. So I think that's a big part of it. But like my thought process is too is they've shown a pattern of history. And like Nico Collins to me is a good example. People try and pick it apart like, well, it's different. But like my point is with Nico, when he first came eligible for an extension, he only had 1 year of production. And it was risky at the time, but like they were convinced in his play, albeit a small sample size. I feel like we may have something similar, like for at least from what I've observed of them, like I'm speaking on guessing on what they think and what they will do. They have spoken nothing. And again, you can say it's just puffery to be nice about your quarterback, but they have stood by him and like proactively spoken highly of him. Like their actions speak louder than words. They did not pull him from that New England game. They could have easily done that. Immediately after the game, D'Amico went up there and had his back. Next day, had his back. Caserio had his back all offseason. So, I mean, to me, I think that they think he is the guy. And if that's the case, like you said, if they think it, then it's in their best
To me,
interest.
it's binary, though. To me, it's binary. If they think that he's the guy,
yes,
they'll
exactly.
extend him. And if they have questions, they won't. To me, it comes down to that. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on Stroud if you want, junkies. 713-780-ESPN. We'll also get to the new fan rule that the Texans they put into place today. They have people policing it, too. And then also what has stood out to Stressens at camp. Today's day 2 of padded practices. 713-780-3776. Stressens in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5. We're going to be giving away a few tickets today to the ESPN 97.5 listener party. It'll be coming up August 28th. That's the end of the month, baby. We're going to be back at St. Arnold Brewing Beer Hall. But the only way is to win a pair of tickets from listening to the station, or we'll also be doing some giveaways on social media. So a little bit later, a couple of times throughout the show today. We're going to have two different occasions today. We are not just going to do the whole giveaway thing. Like, hey, caller number 3, that's lame and it's lazy. It's lazy by radio hosts to do that. Oh, caller number 3, you win a couple of... How lazy is that? We're not lazy bones around here. Sometimes. Not today. Not today. So you're going to have to answer some trivia to get it right. But we'll do that a couple of times today. Not telling you. Not telling you when. But at some point. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A few junkies with some of their thoughts on Stroud. Junkie wants us to eject you, Stressens. CJ doesn't deserve that much. Another junkie, any kind of extension this offseason with CJ Stroud. Not Stroud, Stroud.
That's
we
how
don't,
Keelan Rutledge calls him, Stroud.
Stroud. Does he really?
Yeah, he called him that like 3 or 4 times in his first year.
Great, man.
CJ Stroud.
That's funny. Yeah, he's a little country.
Let's get after it, dude. Let's put some dudes in the dirt, man.
Any kind of extension this offseason with Stroud is a no AFC championship season for 3 years in a row. He's not our quarterback. Another junkie, don't pay CJ. Go after Baker after he's done with Tampa. Man, Joe George got way smarter. Wait,
thank you for that one. Yeah,
that ain't Joe George. Never mind, says a junkie. Rocky says, I'm not paying CJ more than I'm paying Darnold or Mayfield. When CJ makes bad plays, he goes to the bench and pouts like a little kid, and it compounds. I don't think he has the mental fortitude. I'm sorry, says Rocky. Yeah. So different opinions of CJ Stroud.
Those are the majority of the opinions out there, and I get them,
Yeah.
I will say I came over to here and I moved my headphone connection, and now I can hear you clearly. So the whole first half, it was kind of staticky, so this is nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sound way better when it's clearer.
I'm debating like twisting it back to kind of, I don't know if I like hearing you clear or not.
Yeah, that's what my wife says. 713-780-ESPN. So what'd you make of this whole new rule that the Texans training camp has put into place? It says they had it on the billboard, protect the team. No photos, videos, or posting live play-by-play during team periods. And they had people like policing it too.
Yeah, I was there, and they would play like a PSA from Mark Vandermeer saying it too.
Kind of like on Ultra Twister, whenever you were like, moving conveyor, please watch your step. You had Vandermeer saying, protect the team. No photos, videos, or posting live play-by-play.
Yeah, pretty much. Anytime like they resumed a team period is like a friendly reminder. But, I get it. But like if I was on that side, if I was a coach and like hyper, competitive and worried about competitive advantage, then I would be like, yeah, screw the fans. But it's also like it's today's day and age. Like it's just, you have this brand, this, league that is like super popular and it promotes the team, and how much are people like, and they're able to still like have practices that aren't always out there. They can go inside and outside like they did before. They spent half the practice inside, then went outside. Like, and a lot of stuff they're running out there is vanilla, especially early on. You're installing, like everyone knows basic concepts. Like you're not running trick plays or new stuff. So like what's going to happen? I guess they're worried about, I don't know what they're worried about, honestly, but I suspect, supposedly, it comes from the top down from coaching.
Yeah. Selfishly, I don't like it because I like to see as much content about the Texans as possible, especially like the real tangible stuff. I saw something today where I think it was Higgins versus Stingley. Like they were doing very clearly, I thought, a jam drill, like get off the jam and run the route.
It wasn't. That was one-on-ones.
Was it one-on-ones?
I think he just got
Stingley,
beat. I think he gambled on an inside release
quit?
And he just gave up.
Okay, well that's fine. Stingley's earned that.
Yeah, he's also probably like, I'm not going to go run and get hurt, and like he's
I don't
the
mind
one
that
guy.
at all.
Yeah.
If it was a rookie, like an undrafted free agent guy, okay,
yeah, it'd be cut right now.
Yeah, you better go ahead and try to make that up. But if you're Derek Stingley, I don't care. Exactly. Don't get hurt, Derek Stingley. Which it was a good play, all that. But that's 1-on-1. That's like there's no pass rush. He's throwing against air. Like that stuff doesn't like. Do I want him to throw an accurate ball there versus an inaccurate ball? Of course I do. But how much weight are you giving to that? Like I'm going to give it almost minimal amount of weight. But one area where, like, I always look at this, like, if I were a coach versus, like, me, just who I am. I want as much content as possible. I love to see the plays. I love to see the routes. I love to see the 7-on-7 stuff. I love to watch all of it. I'm a huge fan of as much as you can give me. I'm going to digest it because I think it's awesome. I think it's fun. Now, at the same time, while I'm digesting it and while I'm taking it all in, like, does this matter? Does this matter? How much does this matter? How little does this matter? But if I were, and so like this sounds very like trivial, like, oh, protect the team. But if I were a coach, I wouldn't just want to give data and intel to my future opponents. Mm-hmm. And, like, are they gaining a lot here? No. But are they gaining a little? They might be gaining a little. And if you can prevent it from being out there at all, why not prevent it? So this seems very cheesy, corny, hard-o football, all of that. Selfishly, I don't like it because I want the content. Yep. But if I were a coach, I think I would do the same thing. And, like, well, what are they getting here? What are they grabbing? I don't know. Maybe you can see that Keelan Rutledge is a little bit better whenever he blocks to his right versus his left. Yep. You know, like little itty-bitty details that are so stupid, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I bet you every single NFL team, I promise you this, and I kind of have some insider knowledge to this. I promise you that every single team has, like, I don't know, an analyst, an intern that is watching every bit of content from a single, like, they probably have 31 interns, 31 analysts, and they probably assign one of those analysts a team, right? So Buffalo has one analyst that they're assigning to the Houston Texans, and they are looking at every piece of content that the Houston Texans put out. They probably pull up some of their content creators. Texans commenter, you're probably being looked at by Buffalo Bills analyst. They're listening to coaches' shows. They're listening to Nick Caserio on with PNP. Mm-hmm. They're listening to Nick Caserio on with Vandermeer and John Harris. They're looking for any piece of information to share with their position coaches, their defensive coordinator, their offensive coordinator. Like, the NFL, they're insane. They're like NASA. Well, they once said that about the Astros. Like, I promise you this happens. I promise you this happens.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it would be a disservice to your team not to. Like, and like your point, and like we kind of see it the same. Like, it sucks for us, but you get it. But like in the NFL, like, the margin of error is so small. Like, a 1% edge can be the difference if it's off something like that. So it's annoying on the fan perspective, but you get it from their perspective, you know.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I were a coach, I would probably have the same thing in place because they are really, really weird. I mean, the Oilers back in the day, they would have, like, opposing scouts that rented out rooms in the hotels and would look at binoculars to see their practices. Like, you got to protect – it sounds cheesy. It sounds corny. Protect the team. But you're going to have this 24-year-old analyst that realizes that Keelan Rutledge, for some reason, can't block left, and they're going to send blitzers to his left, you know? Yeah. Like, it's – so I get it. Like, I get it.
Here's what it is.
Selfishly, I don't like it, but I totally understand from the team's perspective.
But hold on, though. Like, let's just taking that at face value. Like, well, Keelan Rutledge, I know this is a hypothetical, not reality, but Keelan Rutledge can't block left. Mm-hmm. Okay, they don't put it out there. When do other teams find out? Game one?
Like, sure, but I mean, that's you're
mostly an advantage,
but it's not game one.
Opponent.
It's not game one.
Yeah, it's just it feels like the margin.
Oh, they'll find it eventually, but you're not giving it to them up front.
Yeah, I know, but it's the difference of one game. Like,
that's a big difference. It's 1/17th. That's the difference of making the playoffs, missing the playoffs. That's the difference of home field advantage, not home field advantage. Well, you can't minimize one game.
Well, I could even go further. Like, if he's going to play at least a little bit in preseason games, I wouldn't figure that out then.
Maybe. I mean, how vanilla are the opposing defenses being? I don't know.
Plus, I assume there's going to be usually they scrimmage a couple other teams at some point.
That's a good point.
Are they sharing that tape?
But what's funny, though, is like in the preseason and those scrimmages, they are like purposely vanilla to not give away their playbook. And it's like, why don't you just do the same thing at open practices? Like, if you know, like, if that's like the logic, I mean, Brian does race a good couple points.
I think they probably during open practices have the mindset of, okay, like, this information is not going to be shared with other teams. To Brian's point, like, a lot of those plays are, like, the videos are posted of those plays.
But they don't even want they don't want you doing play-by-plays, Jeremy. They said no play-by-play.
They don't want their intel being out there. Like
lineups or even like, hey, first play, Nico Collins 10-yard out by CJ, great throw. But like, what's funny is like,
how could that information possibly use
that information there is that's silly.
So it says play-by-play on the signs, but it's like, okay, so like everyone here, all of your reporters, people like me, I'm gonna take my notes and then I'm gonna go live stream later and talk about it. So
they're gonna kick you out.
I mean, but no, like I'm gonna go talk about it later now. Like,
yeah,
so
and
it's not gonna be live
multiple
play-by-play.
reports from you, from DJ, from Jonathan Alexander, from everybody talking about, CJ went 7 for 10 on the first. Like that information is going to get out there, whether it's live or not.
Yeah, I get the videos. I totally get the videos.
The
the photos is kind of hardo, and then posting the play-by-play I think is silly. I think that's
lineups
ridiculous.
maybe I can get with the O line. You're trying to get an advantage on what your O line's, but that's going to get out by week 1 regardless.
Yeah,
I think that's more. I think that's more like maybe even protecting the players in in-house.
That's a good point. Yeah,
it's like they don't want people guessing who the starting what is, and then they start like talking like that's the case. Whenever in-house, it's not that case, and then you have some hurt feelings. Not that I care about that, but if you can avoid it, then you avoid it.
I think one angle here could be too is they are also a media company. Maybe they don't want fans getting the viral video first, but then now if no one can take videos, then they get to control to have all the viral video. I mean,
that's a good point.
Maybe
that could
maybe
be
a minor
actually.
part of it.
They want to control the content. They want to have more of the content. I think that's a fair point. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Key from LA.
That's
I'm
a
with
great
blessings.
point.
Pay CJ Stroud. Key from LA is a Charger fan who likes CJ Stroud because he grew up in LA.
Respect.
Hannah paying Will and making him the highest paid non-quarterback says it all to me. They don't think CJ is their man. Well, let's see if there's an extension done before week 1. That a lot can change between now and then. If CJ gets paid, then they think he's their man. If they don't pay him, they don't think he's their man. It's really that binary to me. Junkie says no more Hard Knocks. That's not true.
It's supposed to be on.
I think he
debuts
debuted
tonight.
I think he debuts tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I like Mike McDonald.
Tuesday?
Yeah, today's Tuesday.
Awesome.
Yeah, what day did you think it was?
Wednesday? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
It's been a long
Seahawks
week.
this year and Patriots next year, right?
Oh, they've already announced
the
next year?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I announced them 2 for 1.
Seahawks
Where do
is
you
gonna be sick.
do you watch these shows, Stressens? Do you watch
Dude,
these
I am
football
a
shows?
sucker for
Yeah, me too.
NFL reality. I'll watch any and all, like quarterbacks
same
on
way.
Netflix. Like I just eat it up, man. Like,
I do too.
Yeah, it's cool to get it behind the scenes and like especially when it's a team and you can kind of get a feel. And that allows us to feel like we really know what we're talking about.
Unfortunately, I think the best thing Hard Knocks has done in a while was the off-season one with the Giants a few years ago, but because of the Saquon stuff that came out,
the son was like, "You got to draft Jaden Daniels, bro." He's like,
"No, no other team's gonna be willing to do that now, so it's dead."
Yeah, it's probably dead. Did you have you watched all the quarterbacks yet?
Yeah, I loved it, dude. I binged it in like less than a week.
I think I'm like halfway through. I watched the episode after Flacco got traded to the Bengals, which was pretty cool. Like,
yeah, they kind of lucked out on that, didn't they?
Yeah, but it was weird. Like his wife came to visit him, and like they were just gonna have like a week there, and then you're traded, and they had to move like on our vacation week.
How cool is Joe Flacco though?
He's awesome.
He's a great dude.
Yeah, I like me some Flacco. I like Flacco a lot more now than I did, and I didn't dislike Flacco.
Yeah,
but like now I like Flacco. Now I have an opinion of Flacco, where in the past he was just a guy, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really like him. He's cool. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What has stood out to Stressens out at camp? 713-780-3776. Stressens in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
It's time for the ESPN 97.5 Listener Appreciation Party. The party begins at 6:30 p.m. Friday, August 28th at St. Arnold Brewing Beer Hall. Party. Yeah, we're having a party, Cal. You're invited. The only way to get in is to win a pair of tickets from listening to the station or our social media. And we're giving away a pair of tickets right now. But here's the thing. Don't call yet. Don't call yet. You have to get this trivia question right. 713-780-ESPN. Caller 9 with the right name. If you don't have it right, then we're going to caller 10. Caller 11. You get the drill. 713-780-3776. The trivia question. Jadeveon Clowney was the first pick of the 2014 draft. Who was the second pick? Caller 9 with the right name. If you get it wrong, caller 10. So keep trying. 713-780-ESPN. Who was the second pick of the 2014 draft? 713-780-3776. All right, a few junkies. Hey, here's an idea. Stop being greedy and don't have the fans out for practice. No leaks. That's a great point. Like, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, we want the fans there because we're going to make a few $1,000s and we like money. But you can't shoot the practice, by the way. You can come in, you can pay us to be here, but you can't shoot the practice. That's a good point. If they really meant business and they really didn't want any leaks, well, they would sacrifice a few bucks. But they ain't doing that.
Nope.
Yeah, so they're going to try to have their cake and eat it too, which they're gonna. Sorry about it, but they're gonna have their cake and eat it too. Key from LA says, "I'm bullish on the Chargers this year. I like what McDaniel's going to do with that offense. Yeah. I'm intrigued about the Chargers' offense, especially their running game. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with the running game. McDaniel's talked a lot about Keaton Mitchell being good as a receiving back, but he's also mentioned Vidal. Is it Vidal? I can't remember. But he's mentioned him, like how he's going to get. I think it's going to be like a three-headed monster.
Yeah. In their O-line, they kind of beefed up or got some guys back and had some additions. I think they got Charlie Kohler, too. They got some tight ends. I mean.
Yeah, Kohler's probably tight end 3 there. But, I mean, they brought in Njoku, too.
Njoku, yeah. And they still have Texans, like, the less I focus on it. But, yeah, I keep up with all that stuff. Yeah.
Sick flex that you have friends.
Yeah. I got so many friend groups, man.
That's awesome. Happy that you do. I have a lot, too. I don't tell a whole lot of people this, but I had 499 fantasy football leagues last year.
I don't know how to take that comment. Sarcasm or serious?
No, I'm being dead serious. But 495 of them were best balls. So you draft it and then you're done. There's zero roster management. Yeah, easy bake oven. But I did 499 last year. I think I'm currently at around I'm in the ballpark of 200. I might have passed 200 over the weekend.
So how did that go? Did you get any ROI on that? Like, did you just kind of throw a bunch of darts?
Last year I did okay. I was probably, I was plus money. How much plus money? I wasn't a significant amount.
Yeah.
I did really good in the regular season and had a high advance rate to the postseason, but I didn't have very much postseason success, which sucked.
Fantasy
I was kind of like
like
the Texans. I was kind of like the Texans.
Hey. You can relate. I mean, it's a crapshoot, fantasy, and then you can be the best team all year, and then playoffs, random stuff happens. Like, you got to get lucky for sure.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm trying to get to. I probably won't get to 499 this year, but hopefully around 400. What have been your biggest camp things that have stood out to you? Like maybe it's caught you off guard, maybe a little surprising.
Yeah. So I was able to go in person on. I guess Monday and Tuesday. Sorry, my brain's kind of fried right now. But I would start off with today. C.J. Stroud was near perfect. Like, I know I like him, and I'm jaded, I guess, by some may say, but like he was incredible. Like, I know you mentioned too, like one-on-ones. There was like 4 or 5 reps in one-on-ones. There's no pressure, but you can still place the ball in certain areas. Yeah. A couple routes the guys might have won, but there were some routes, like there was an out route to Xavier Hutchinson from the slot where Petrie was pretty much right on him, but he kind of
no play-by-play, Garrett.
Layered it. Yeah. My brain is already about to get ESPN 975 in trouble over here.
That's okay.
But he layered it like up. Feathers. I think it's just you can't tweet it. You can talk about it, but he layered it up and over as a nice ball. And the big takeaway too was the connection with Jaden Higgins that's been a big thing. I felt like last year their chemistry, whether it was Jaden Higgins, learning the offense and it's supposedly more advanced for receivers, a lot going on. But I also feel like they just didn't have that chemistry of like okay, this is how his body moves. When I throw it here, you go there type of thing. And I've been saying, too, like, there were several times last year where Jaden Higgins would win on a go ball on the backside because he is deceptive. I mean, he's fast, but he's faster than you think, and he can win on go routes on the sideline. And they hit 2 or 3 of those today, so they're, like, on the same page there. I believe Nico had a rest day, so that gave us, more chances for Higgins and Stroud to connect. They, caught vertical balls over the top. They caught back shoulder ones. He hit them on a couple hitches, hit them on an out route. Like, it was great to see. And, another observation just overall, they've been moving Higgins around more in the slot, getting some mismatches on, like, Henry To'oTo'o, stuff like that. But Stroud was phenomenal today. Like, the ball placement, like, maybe 3 balls hit the ground overall between 7-on-7, 1-on-1s, and team reps. And there was one that was a throwaway because the receiver didn't get open 1-on-1s. There was a couple where he placed it only where they could catch it, and they got it knocked out. There was a play where he got out of the pocket quick and caught Schultz crossing, and really the guy was right on him and had a real small window to hit it. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen him that locked in. Like, he was hitting like the bullseye on a lot of throws, so that was good to see. But that's one day, so I'm not going to sit here and say that means this and that.
Toro was out there?
Toro, I saw him. But yeah, so. But, supposedly John Harris, he does his Harris hits. I know people say he's a homer, but he the other day had a write-up on a couple days ago saying that he had one of his best practices.
I read that. Who calls him a homer?
I mean, you're like me. You're deep in the weeds on the internet. I try and not to just be so declarative because I know that people like, oh, you can't listen to what he says. Like, I mean, I get it.
Actually, I think Harris is the best. I like now. What one caveat that I would throw out there? He's not going to give his negative takes.
Yeah.
So, like, I think what he writes is true, and I believe what he writes 100%. And I think he's one of the best. Not in our period.
Yes.
I love listening to him talk football, write football. But I'm also aware he's not going to say anything negative about the Texans, just like I'll never say anything negative about the Cougars. Like, I can relate. I get it. But whenever he does say something, I listen. But he's also not going to he's only giving you half of his viewpoint. He's not going to give you the negative part. So you just have to be understanding of, like, what
That's
you're
a great
reading.
point. He's
but
not,
what
he's
he
not
writes,
lying
he
about
he
the puffer.
That's
He's
a great point.
He's excluding the negatives. Like, so that doesn't mean yeah.
That's what I think. Now, so how many times was Stroud facing like a live pass rush today?
In 7 on, or I guess in team, he had like 6 reps. So.
And he looked good there?
He did, yeah.
Okay,
so the pass protection was pretty good. I mean, a couple times he kind of had to move quick. His internal clock seems to be good. Like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Okay, it's not there. It's not open.
I hope he's not doing that counting.
His footwork seems good. There's
Can C.J. Stroud spell Mississippi? 713-782-3776.
But yeah, he's stepping up in the pocket. People are suspecting maybe his footwork's better and mechanics with Jerry Shaplinsky as the coach, quarterback's coach. When I went on Monday, my biggest takeaway was I walked away thinking we may have a 3-headed monster in the running back room. Like, David Montgomery is very good and very underrated. Like, I don't think we have like a top 5, top 10 running back, but we have, Montgomery underrated, very good back. Woody Marks, rising, underrated back, and Jawar Jordan, very underrated back. So, like, I
like the diversity of skill set too.
Exactly.
I don't think that they have a top 10 running back. I'm with you on that, but I think that they could have a top half of the NFL room. Mm-hmm. I like the pieces. I like the Montgomery fit, especially because the Texans weren't good in the red zone last year. I think he helps there. Woody, I think, will be better in year 2. Did you listen to the Woody press conference today?
I did.
He said he's lost 5 pounds.
Yeah,
and he said he feels better, he feels faster, feels quicker. But I wouldn't think that he needed to lose 5 pounds.
Yeah, him
that
and
was weird
Demo.
to me.
Demo lost 10 pounds.
Demo makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Woody losing weight, I was surprised to hear him say that. He said he was like 215 last year. He's like 210, 212 this year. Like, so it's not a lot. But I wouldn't think that Woody needed to lose weight. In fact, I would have probably been on the opposite side of that.
Well, he had a run yesterday, and that's kind of me having that realization where he ran physical and tough. There was an arm tackle at the line of scrimmage. Henry To'oTo'o ran right through it, and then there was another arm tackle, second level, ran right through it. So, I mean, he still kind of seems – he's always been like you see him and you think he might be more of like an outside, like super shifty scat back, but he is kind of like a tough physical runner for his size. But, yeah, they've been talking about using him more in the passing game. His interview today was great. They said he kind of, reiterated my point here about the three-headed monster, like how they have so many guys that are running 2 running back sets and backs are, flexing up out wide. Did I say something funny there?
No, I was reading the text line.
No. Well, I guess that works too. But yeah, so I'm optimistic about the running back room, but like I kind of came to the realization is like this could be like this is the most deep running back room the Texans have had in some time. Like it could be up. Like I'm talking about depth overall. I'm not talking about like Arian Foster and 2 average Joes.
Even Mixon 2 years ago, like they didn't have anybody behind him.
Yeah, once he went down, that was it. And so like it's great to see. And like you mentioned too, the different kind of skill sets. Demo, I think he is. And I've been thinking this too. Like you think Demo, like okay, he's gonna be just run you over. Like yes, he can do that. But what I've observed in practices so far is like he's somebody who's very comfortable working in tight spaces. So he's very shifty and elusive in tight quarters. He's got good vision and instinct. I saw him a couple on Monday on the 8-yard line, and he might have scored or got to the 1, but he hit 2 or 3 consecutive jump cuts, just like kind of maneuvering through there. So. And then he kind of had one a couple days ago where he, broke Kalen Bullock's ankles at the second level. Woody Marks, obviously, we know his game and can play more in the receiving game. And David Montgomery's a good receiving back.
I was about to ask you that. What do you think about Montgomery in the passing game?
Yeah, so underrated. I mean, underrated, vastly underrated there, vastly underrated in pass. I think pass protection's a big thing for him. Like
big thing for the Texans too.
Yeah, for us, and I think something I'm guilty of, and a lot of us are guilty of, is like we assign all blame on pass protection on the O-line, which they have done most of the majority of that, but. A big part of it has also been tight ends and running backs for the Texans the past 2 years. So, you bolster the tight end room, you bolster the running back room. You have, somebody you can trust in pass protection, and David Montgomery, Woody Marks did pretty good last year, can continue to improve there. So, but yeah, and then Jawar Jordan.
He looked shifty. I saw a few videos of him. He looked really shifty.
Dude, you see that one of that screen that he caught, and he hit 2 or 3 cuts in a row?
Yep.
Like, pop,
like
pop.
inside cuts? Were they the inside cuts?
It's like the
one that I was
Foster
impressed
type
with
cuts,
was
like the one stick and go.
But he cut towards like the middle of the field, not towards the sideline.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's the one I saw.
It was a pass he caught, but he cut like consecutive, like 1, 2, like I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little giddy, and it's you see clips.
Brian last year called Jawar the future of the Texans running back room. So
hey, dude, I still believe in him.
It's not exactly what I said, but
I like Jawar. What was it exactly that you'd say? I know I was being a little facetious.
I thought he could be for last season a 1B to Woody's 1A.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Well, he came in, first ever career start, was our first 100-yard rusher of the season. And that was good too for Caley. He's been this predominantly inside run and duo and inside zone team, and then now you adapt to his skill sets and run more wide zone, and he torched him. And then in the Raiders game, the next game he played pretty well too, and he showed for a smaller guy. He's actually pretty good inside the box too. He's real shifty and elusive, can avoid the big hits. And then he got hurt, and he was somebody we actually missed in that Patriots game. So I thought he was on his way to start ascending, honestly.
We'll read a few of these texts on the other side. 713-780, they're funny to me. Also, Jadeveon Clowney's a Houston Texan. He had this little media stuff today. He talked, he's wearing number 90 because of Logan Hall, go Cougs. He's like, here you go, wear number 90. I don't need anything back because I'm a Cougar. I'm a
Classy
gentleman.
Move.
That's what they say about alums of the University of Houston, that they are the very best. I'm not
Is
the
that
only
accurate?
one that's saying that.
All of them, or just most
they're
of
all
them?
they're all gentlemen, except for the women. They're not gentlemen. But they're the best. They're great. But Jadeveon Clowney is back. So also on the other side, what are your favorite Houston sports reunions? Houston athletes that were in Houston once upon a time, went away for a period of time, and then came back. Like Jadeveon Clowney. What are your favorite Houston sports reunions? 713-780-3776. Schressen's in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Stressen's in for Joe today. You can follow him on Twitter at Texans Commenter. Jadeveon Clowney is back. What are the best Houston sports reunions? What are your favorite Houston sports reunions? Stressen's, BMAC, the dozens and dozens of junkies. But first, a few texts from the text line. My goodness, says Apollo. Practice talk is so dang boring. Glazing guys throwing passes against air in practice. Riveting conversation. Rolling eye emoji. Another junkie. What's dorkier? Going to training camp or the draft? Prob can wear jean shorts to both, though. I don't know why George is catching a stray. Why is George catching a stray in this? I think both are fun. I like both, but what's dorkier? If you had to answer what is dorkier, going to training camp or the draft, I would probably say the draft, because at least training camp you're watching real football, like people are doing things.
Yes, it's fun to sit back and, speak on something you weren't at. So first comment, if you were there, you can go look at it yourself. But, if you don't want to listen to it, you can just tune it out,
No. We don't send people away. We want people to listen.
No, I'm not sending away. I'm just saying you can just mute your ears,
We only have dozens of junkies. We can't be sending the dozens away. Do they sell beer at these? Because I've only gone as a
yes,
media
they
member.
do.
Okay,
Crack
good.
of dawn.
At 8 a.m., they're selling beer?
Yeah, they got people walking the stands like high school beer. Wow. It's crazy.
I put Lone Star beer in my cereal. Like, what do you mean? Like, do they sell beer at 8? What does that even mean? Like, you seem like that's early.
Yeah, on Sundays we don't even allow it. It's like a state law.
They allow you to drink beer on Sunday morning.
You just can't buy it at a grocery store.
You can't buy it.
One of the dumbest things ever. But
yeah, it's probably one of those grandfathered laws.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud ain't dumb. How dare you intimidate that C.J. Stroud is dumb? Signed Cal McNair. 713-780-ESPN.
It's always fun to win.
It is always fun to win. That's not okay. We're getting to hear these a little bit. Got a couple more for stress. A lot of people don't love the training camp stuff. Who's a bigger? Stress might not like this one, but we don't.
Let's hear it. I'll bite back.
Well, I'm gonna read it. We don't care about feelings on the show. Who's a bigger practice glazer, Stressens or Sarge?
I mean, hey, none of these people went to the practice. I'm just telling you what I saw. I mean, and I gave a disclaimer, but hey, if you want to, these are the people that are not to be pleased, then that's fine.
So who's a bigger practice glazer? You ducked the question. Is it you or is it Sarge?
I mean, is it to me or is it to you?
Well, I mean, it didn't really clarify. I mean, the text read, who's a bigger practice glazer, Stressens or Sarge?
You tell me.
I think that you're probably more optimistic on the full scheme of things, like the grand scheme of things. Sarge is very, very optimistic, but like selectively. So like with his selective things, he's probably a bigger glazer, but overall I would give you the edge.
But I'm giving like context, like I'm telling you the play, what happened, where the ball went. I'm not just like,
Yeah,
great
I don't
throw.
think that
So
no,
like,
you do, which I appreciate.
it would be different if I just like blankly
disqualifies-
said like Stroud lit it up.
Sure.
It was a bunch of touchdowns.
No,
like,
it would, but I don't think. No, you give receipts for sure, for sure, and you give the context. But I don't think that that's really necessary or necessarily like a correlation with glazing. You know what I mean? Like just because you have the context, which I appreciate and I really like, and just because you have the receipts, it doesn't mean that you're not glazing.
I mean, it's an opinion. Like someone can say it or not, but I'm just saying what I saw, and
Right,
it's
no,
my
I
I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
he
get it.
played bad, I'll say he played bad. The day before, he had an interception to Kalen Bullock that was a bad play, and like, I didn't get to that. But like overall, he had a good day, but he did have a bad play the day prior where he had some pressure. The pocket kind of collapsed, and it seemed like he kind of freaked out and threw it. And some called it like a
Seen
good
that
play.
before?
No,
Yes.
now that you
Yes.
mention
So like
that,
I
you
saw
do
that, and I
a
was
lot.
like, okay, that's what we don't want to see.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. So
Sarge is definitely a bigger Stroud glazer. I will say that. No, but you're.
I mean,
But Sarge is also like he'll be media and like call it down the middle. Like and I think I've heard you say this too, that you're just naturally like an optimistic person.
Yeah. So I mean, that doesn't mean that like I always say too though, like if I have an opinion, I'm gonna give you ample reasoning why. It's not just gonna be a blind, no matter what, this guy's the best. You know.
No, I hear you on that, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. But I don't think that disqualifies from glazing.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just
Yeah. What a terrible word. Glazing is such a
I
bad
think
word.
I think you just like to say glazing is.
I really don't actually. It makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I'm not a big fan of that one. I think Jaden Daniels said it yesterday when I was watching quarterbacks. Whenever he was watching Mahomes, he's like, I'm not even glazing. I just respect good quarterback play.
No glaze.
No glaze is what he said. I was like, okay, I've never heard it
It's a
in that
Gen Z
way.
thing, yeah.
Oh, is it a Jay-Z thing?
Gen Z, yeah, I think it is.
Oh, Gen Z. I thought you said Jay-Z.
Gen Z, Jay-Z, same thing, dude.
I was like, yeah.
Except for like 40 years.
Yeah, synonymous.
713-780-ESPN. So who are, whenever you think of this question, because Jadeveon Clowney's making his Houston sports reunion, who are your favorite Houston sports reunions? Think about it. I'll let you think about it for a couple more minutes. I'm asking you, Stressens. I'm asking you, Brian. I'm asking the dozens and dozens of junkies.
Junkie?
What are your favorite Houston sports reunions? 713-780-3776. Stressens in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What's your favorite Houston sports reunion? 713-780-ESPN. Dearest Williams on the YouTube. Can I get a shout-out? No, we don't do shout-outs on this radio program. So, Dearest Williams, we're not giving you a shout-out, Dearest Williams. We don't do shout-out radio, Dearest Williams. Is that your brother, Dearest?
That is my brother.
Am I saying it right?
You are, yeah.
Okay. I'm sure the Williams are a lovely bunch. I'm sure you got a great family. I know that to be true. How do your parents go from
that
Garrett
accurate?
to Darist?
Well, he's older, and it's my late grandfather's name.
Okay, I knew there had to have been something there because that's like very.
It's an interesting name.
Normal name like you,
Yes.
and then like not as normal a name, unique name. Let's call it.
Well,
unique.
growing up, I know him as Buddy. Like that was what we all called him. So
Well, there you go. Because everybody's buddy or what?
I don't know. I think it's just his name.
The Twitch channel is arguing on. We have bets going.
A fat guy in his underwear
Unfortunately,
living
that
in
is
his
true.
mother's basement.
Us junkies on the Twitch, we have some action, and we got some live bets going on where you went to high school. If you don't know this, Garrett was a standout high school football player in Houston area, and then played collegiately at Incarnate Word. I was trying to glaze you, and then played at Incarnate Word. So he is a collegiate athlete on this program, which might be the most athletic person we've ever had doing radio in the last 3 years.
I would also use that lightly.
You hit
as well.
400, Jeremy.
I did hit 400 in high school. That is a fact.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was 2 for 5.
You
So where
you
did you?
retired Jay Bruce from part of his playing career.
I did. Jay Bruce. I got to base it off of Jay Bruce. Whenever I was a senior, he was a sophomore, and he never pitched after that year. So I did. I am the guy that ended Jay Bruce's
Where was he
pitching
at?
career. He was at Beaumont Westbrook.
That's right. Yeah.
District 21 5A, baby.
Yeah. Jay Bruce.
I guess fastball, and I punched it through the right side.
That guy sucks.
He was a terrible pitcher. No, he was a really good pitcher.
Walked off the mound, never returned.
He was a better hitter. But anyways, you went my money. We got money. We got action on this. This is our sweat of the day, which we forgot to make a sweat of the day today.
Oops.
But our sweat of the day is where did Garrett go to high school?
Oh.
I have Jersey Village.
Okay. Don't say yet, Garrett. I'm going to guess here.
75 said Clearview.
I'll go Crosby.
Crosby? He looks like a Crosby guy to you?
I don't know.
You call him a hick?
More of an accent, huh?
I think it was partly the accent, yeah.
My wife's from Baytown, if that counts.
She's the
close.
Baytown baddie. So where'd you go?
I went really close to Jersey Village. I went to Cy Falls.
Oh, dang it.
You were close.
That's pretty good.
Who was your high school coach?
David Ratfield.
That's right, Ratfield.
You know him?
Yeah. Well, I used
to scene?
I used to call a bunch of high school football games. That's how I got my start in play-by-play. Was doing high school football. So I've done a lot of Cy Fair ISD football, whether it was Old Pridgeon Stadium or the Barry Center. Yeah.
Yeah, I was 07.
You said it was Cy Falls?
Yep, Cy Falls.
My cousin was a standout pitcher at Cy Falls softball.
Clint
She
Everett,
was.
Scott Cashmere.
She was a girl. She played softball.
Nice.
I do not know this man.
Easy.
Yeah, we had Clint Everett and Scott Cashmere on the same team a couple years ahead of me, and
I think that was 02.
I don't know if it was that far ahead. Maybe
01.
Somehow they didn't win the state.
I was
championship, and they were
03,
both-
and they were older than me, but not by much. I think they were 01, 02. Like that was like the same years. Like Loney was at Elkins, not Elkins. Where did he go? No, I think he did go to Elkins, and then you had the Carpenters at Elsick.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I know a lot about high school sports, for better or worse.
I'm learning this.
I was so close, man. I thought it was Jersey Village.
That's very good.
I think the Jersey Village head coach was Maddox. Memory serves.
I can't remember, but
I think I think that was baseball. I think the football coach was Snookhouse.
I know Paul Wall went to Jersey Village. I know that one.
Yeah, he didn't play football though.
That's true.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. So when you hear greatest Houston sports reunion, your favorite Houston sports reunion, what stands out to you?
I mean, can I say Jadeveon Clowney? I know it's too early, but like,
no, you can.
I'm a prisoner of the moment, but
no, it's your
yeah,
opinion.
I'm excited. I mean, I was calling for this all offseason. Like, I think he's a perfect fit for multiple reasons. First being scheme. He's always been a guy that just wins with that athleticism, just gets off the ball really quick, gets in the backfield, causes chaos. And you hear about other guys coming to our defense with D'Amico Ryans, the wide 9, and a lot of other defenses, D linemen are like reading the play and like holding up blockers and playing multiple gaps. And like Daniil Hunter, when he came here, he was like, it's crazy, like you just go. And so that fits his skill set well. We needed a defensive end 3. I feel like he's still very underrated. He had one of his most productive seasons of his career last year. He had 8.5 sacks in only 13 games for the Cowboys. He lives in Houston. He's right here. He wants to win a championship. So I think it has all the makings of being a great deal. We'll see how it plays out, but when it comes to him signing here, like I understand some people still have like the PTSD from the past experiences. There were some moments of like discipline and whatnot, but I would argue that he has, he's been in the league for 12 years, so now he's much older, he's grown, he's matured, and he's not coming in to be the number 1 overall pick. He's coming in to be the DN3 to replace Derek Barnett. So if you look at it through that perspective, I think it's a huge boost to this team, and hopefully, it escalates Will and Daniil's play as well.
It's a long way to say Clowney, Stressens.
Yep.
Uncle Barney's mad at me. He
says
paid
by the word.
Uncle Barney's mad.
I'm not a radio guy, so but I've been on with Lance. We just had like conversations. I don't know if these segments are supposed to be,
Nah, we don't really hit out times.
We're much sillier than that program. They're Hall of Famers. We're Wall of Shamers. Uncle Barney says Crosby backlash is coming. He is not happy that I called him Hicks.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm sorry, Crosby. You're my people, though. I love you. You got great crawfish. Crawfish Shack is awesome. Apparently, also, I said my little cousin was a girl. He's so mad that I didn't say that she's still a girl. My apologies. I apologize, Uncle Barney.
Rocky Soho on YouTube said I sound like Casario. That's like the best compliment I've gotten in my life.
I
Thank you.
Hear it.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask
I
dumb
can
questions.
hear it a little bit.
That's the best compliment I've ever had in my life.
Well,
they can take it and shove it.
Tell us you don't know what windows
Peyton
are.
Manning.
Tell us you don't know what windows are.
Tell us you don't know what drafting for need is.
Yeah.
Tell us what book you're reading without being asked. Tell us what podcast you listen to so you sound cultured and smart.
Call into the Pat McAfee show.
Tell us your favorite SummerSlam take and that you're friends with Randy Orton.
That you're cloning and you love Jim Rome.
I like Nick.
That's
Nick.
great. He
I'm
is
a Nick Casario fan.
Interesting. I am nothing like him personality-wise,
but what we do on this show is we make fun of people, and Nick has a lot of things that are very easy to make fun of.
Yep.
He's quick to tell you what book he's reading, what podcast he's listening to, what stocks he's investing in, and how smart he is. He's also very quick to scoff at the media. He's also very quick to be like, we don't even know what drafting by need is. What do you mean need? I don't know what need is. You've only been paying attention to sports for your entire life, but you have no idea what drafting by need is. He's very pretentious at times. Oh, I don't know what. What do you mean we're in a window? I don't know what a window is. Okay, and then he's actually been quoted, and I've pulled clips of him talking about them being in a window. But I don't know what windows are. Yeah, he just got these little.
I think some days, like on those like draft days, like he just is like running on no sleep and like overly caffeinated and just comes in jacked up. Like because he is kind of like. There's certain times where it's like, what Casario are we going to get today? Like, he's just on the offensive, like, really short. But, like, his opening presser for training camp was, like, super chill, like, very forthcoming information.
Long.
I think he just has, I think he has, like, his points he wants to make. And, he like, maybe goes to the extreme in trying to make that point at times, not all the time. Who's your biggest Houston sports reunion, B-Mac?
The one that popped to mind for me immediately was D'Amico Ryans.
Okay.
That was
my player coach. Does that count?
And to me, like I took some liberties with it a little bit because I'll just give you one more. These are the top two for me. I know it's a little bit of a reach here because one was at college, one was for pros, but my other one was Clyde Drexler playing for the Cougs and then getting traded back to the Houston Rockets and being part of that second championship team. Like I was really racking my brain. Obviously there's a few with the Astros that we'll bring up here probably. But I couldn't really think of a whole lot of like high profile.
So does Drexler? Are you allowing Drexler?
I'm counting it, but you can.
So
push
if you're
back.
allowing Drexler, could you allow Clemens?
Well, he played at Texas.
Well, he played at Memorial High School before that.
All right.
He played at San Jac before that.
Yeah. All right. That'd be. I guess you could include Andy Pettit then too.
Yeah, you could. I have trouble it being a different organization. I have trouble allowing different organizations.
So I just think of it as city.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
But D'Amico, I definitely count.
That's a great one.
Yeah, player to a coach, I don't know. Like that's a little reachy too. But liberties, it's this is a relative thing. I
just
guess.
think I can't think of a whole lot of. We can mention the obvious one with the Astros.
You
Craig
can give me Case Keenum, baby. If you're pulling Clyde, I got to give me Case.
Hey, I knew you. Okay,
statistically the greatest college quarterback of all time. That's a fact, not an opinion. One that I was really excited for that was really terrible, actually? Steve Francis.
Oof.
Back to the Rockets. I was so excited for Steve Francis being back on the Rockets.
Did that
this
even
was when I was
make it
younger,
a full season?
A little more uneducated. I don't remember. But he was like the fourth point guard. He barely played. He had like a run of like 3 games where he did good. But other than that, it was a major disappointment.
What if James Harden were to come back?
I'm not a James Harden guy.
No, that wouldn't excite me.
I know a lot of people have been pushing for that one.
Apollo, so the guy who wanted Clowney back after how mid-dude has been his whole career, isn't a Glazer. Got it. Apollo's got one off for you. Apollo.
I know exactly the type of guy. He's the curmudgeon down in the basement. Nothing pleases him.
So he's a twitcher.
You mean he's this?
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Junkie says when Steve Francis came back, I was excited. I was the same way, man. A lot of Beltrons. Beltron taught the Astros how to cheat.
That was a good one.
That one crossed my mind. I kind of crossed it off, though, if you believe that he was the ringmaster of what
Yeah, that doesn't really matter to me. Like,
yeah,
to me, it was just going on so much with baseball.
I agree, but if, this is, living in a hypothetical world that we can never actually play out, if he never brings the idea, do we not have to live through the crap we live through now?
Yeah, I think we still do.
Yeah, okay. You think someone else of the
someone
team?
else?
Yeah,
out of necessity. So. What is it? Necessity is the mother
of invention. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that's what happened. People are saying the Ryans coming back to Houston didn't do it on the playing field, but did it in the front office.
I wouldn't count that one.
Clemens was born in Ohio, though. I was thinking about him too. I didn't realize he was born in Ohio.
Really?
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Doesn't sound like it.
Beltran showed that the Astros had to win a World Series. Capella and Francis were terrible. Cal McNair text in, glazed is my favorite. Beltran coming back to win the World Series. Rocky, don't know what the return was worse, though. Francis or John Singleton. Francis' return was probably worse. Singleton had some moments. Remember he had that double dong?
I do.
Oh, that was for like a week. It was the best ever.
Yeah, he had some moments.
Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it a long ways.
Not happy with the overall performance. Was ecstatic when Cam and Eddie came back to the Astros. That's a good call, too. That's a really good call.
I forgot he came back. That's right.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, he actually had some good seasons. He was just hurt.
Yeah.
Blummer says a texter. Verlander.
Yeah. Verlander and Correa obviously come to mind, but it just I couldn't think of a lot of ones that made a huge impact.
Verlander's a good call.
Although that was coming back from the Mets, right? Like it wasn't
but
Verlander
he still helped
at
you
his
to
best.
the playoffs.
Yeah.
He was still pretty good that year. Helped you get to the playoffs. Correa. The Ryan family returning from the Rangers. Trevor Ariza. I wouldn't have thought of Trevor Ariza.
Yeah,
a bunch of Joe Morgans. Whenever the Astros traded him to the Big Red Machine and then came back late in his career. Luis Gonzalez. I don't think Luis Gonzalez came back.
Did he come? Yeah, I don't remember him coming back.
I don't remember him coming back.
Call back if he did.
I don't think he did. Caminetti for me, he was my favorite Astro. Jeff Bagwell coming back to be the general manager for the Astros. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Obviously, Carlos Correa.
That would be the anti right there.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't have the reunion.
Edge when he came back to Houston.
I was there.
He didn't play his first stint, but he was on the Rockets. Jeremy Lin. Okay, I get that. That's a good call. Wade Phillips. Roger Clemens went to Spring Woods, not Memorial. I don't know, man. I thought he went to Memorial. But maybe that was just his kids, and he went to Spring Woods.
They used to drive like an orange Hummer, I believe, back in the day.
I definitely know his kids went to Memorial. I thought he went to Memorial too, but I could be wrong on that. I'm not very confident in that. But very confident his kids went to Memorial.
Yeah.
All right, my bad.
Sounds right.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Step aside for a moment. When we come back, Jimmy Price, Astros future. Does a great job with the Astros. Does a great job with their minor league system. He's going to join us next. Talk a little bit about the deadline and the draft, too, what the Astros got there. 713-780-ESPN. Stressen's in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line. No Joe today. Stressen's in for Joe George. Joe will be back tomorrow, we think. Being joined by Astros Future on Twitter, all socials. Jimmy Price, the real name, known by Astros Future. I'm a couple of guys I'm talking to right now know more for their social media handles than their names. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But, Jimmy, thanks for taking a few minutes, hanging out with us. Full disclosure, I told BMAC, let's get Jimmy on Tuesday after the deadline. That way he can tell us all these prospects the Astros lost, and they didn't trade a single one. Didn't trade a single prospect, and I'm sure with someone who looks into the Astros' future, you're probably excited about this. How did you take the deadline?
Yeah, I fully expected them to deal some prospects. I recorded with Kimmy last night, and I just assumed that we were going to have maybe a handful, 3, 4, 5 prospects dealt, and they ended up not trading any, which I do think is important for the organization moving forward. I know it's probably not what everybody wants to hear, but I do think holding on to the top guys was important. But, yeah, that definitely caught me off guard. I fully expected them to at least make 1 or 2 deals with some prospects.
Jimmy Price joining us on the HR&P guest line. What do you make of Dana? Going into the final year, there's been some different thoughts about, hey, he's lame duck. There was that rumored Knicks deal with Minnesota. Who knows what's true about that? Didn't really trade prospects. What kind of grasp do you get on Dana going into this final year?
Once again, I thought he was going to trade some prospects to try to help maybe secure his job for next year and make sure that the Astros get that postseason run. The fact that he didn't do that was a little surprising to me. I know Chandler did a piece and talked to him, and he said his goal was to set up the organization for the future, whether if that's him or somebody else. And so I was surprised to see him not make those moves. Obviously, the Astros are in first place, and if they continue to get good production out of the players that they have on the team, they're going to make the playoffs. And you get hot, you maybe make a run. But yeah, I was surprised to see him not make a trade and bolster the rotation, especially after trading an arm in Arrighetti, who I know was on the injured list, but that was one of the weaknesses of the team was starting pitching. And then you traded one that you had that has shown some upside at some point this season and previous seasons. And all you got back was an outfielder that is below average with the bat. A good defender, but below average with the bat, and not a huge upgrade over some of the guys they've already been running out there.
So from your opinion, you think that was a loss?
I don't know what Arrighetti's going to cut. To me, the biggest issue is that Arrighetti had 3.5 years of team control remaining, and Varsho has half a year, 2 months left. And I think you traded a controllable arm that has shown some good highlights at the major league level in his rookie year earlier this season for a guy who I think he's got an 86 OPS plus this year, and you got 2 months left with him. And that's kind of where, I understand maybe you want to move on from Arrighetti and turn him into something else, but you traded him for a guy who's got 2 months of team control, and he's below average with the bat. I like Varsho. I think he's a good addition. He's a good defender in center field, but I don't really think you upgraded offensively, and you gave up a starter that had 3.5 years of control remaining.
Yeah, I think he's better than what was going on in center field for the most part, but is it going to be worth more than what Arrighetti would give you in 3 years? I guess time will tell there. There has been some thought that the Astros, Dana Brown, might feel pretty high on Petco and Mayer to okay, we feel like we could trade Arrighetti because we like what we have coming up with Petco. We like what we have coming up with Mayer. We're as excited for them as we are with Arrighetti. And Arrighetti 3 more years of club control, but he does have arbitration next year, which will be a salary increase for him. Tell us a little bit about Petco. Tell us a little bit about Mayer. And with the Astros, if they do have that logic of, we're excited about them as much, if not more, than we are about Arrighetti, would that be sound thinking on their parts?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I definitely think that played into the decision, knowing that Petco is right there, pretty much ready for a call-up at this point. Bryce Mayer, right behind him, just got promoted to AAA, and I saw his outing on Saturday against Frisco, and probably one of the most dominant outings I've seen from a minor league pitcher in a long time. 6 innings, no runs, 9 strikeouts. I think he generated 19 swings and misses. He was up to 96. And he's got just a plethora of pitches from the curveball, the slider, the changeup. Petco in AAA right now, I think if you look at the overall numbers, you're going to see an ERA in the mid-4s, and maybe that doesn't look great. But once again, on Sunday, he started, struck out 9, 20 swings and misses, same thing. He's up to 96, really good cutter. Mayer's probably got a little bit better secondary pitches, but I think where they're at with both of those guys is maybe they're looking at it and saying, hey, these two guys can give us what Arrighetti's given us, so let's go ahead and ship off Arrighetti and get something back for the Major League Club right now. And I would imagine one of those guys ends up making a debut at some point this year.
Hey, Jimmy, Garrett Williams here, man. Good to talk to you, a.k.a. Houston Stressens. But I know we got to make sure you know the nomenclature here. But I just want to get your opinion. You know, obviously, a lot of people kind of saw this coming. Like, if a move wasn't made, like the casual GM talk would be said, well, you know, we didn't acquire a pitcher via trade, but we acquired some, you know, via injury coming back. Wisniewski as well as Renaud Blanco is kind of working his way back up. So, one, what are your thoughts on like that comment from Dana Brown, and then two, like those guys maybe fill in the void, maybe throw in Emi, like if one of those guys can kind of, you know, fulfill that role for us?
Yeah, I know people don't like the comment, and it sounds like a cop-out. It's an easy answer to say, hey, we got two guys coming back, but I think it's true. I mean, they have two guys coming off the injured list that are back healthy, and you know they're taking up a major league spot on the roster. And you're getting them back off injury. I like Wisniewski. I loved him since they got him from the Cubs. I thought that was a great deal to get that, you know, that throw in kind of, if you will, with Kyle Tucker. And I'm excited to see what he can do. I know his first start, I think he gave up 3 runs in the first inning, but then settled down, ended up going 5 2/3 innings, and Blanco as well. So I do think they are reinforcements. Like I said, I know from a GM talk, it's kind of an easy cop-out to say, hey, those are our trade acquisitions because you were going to get them back no matter what. And some people would want some upgrades, especially someone that maybe has shown a little bit more success than those two guys have. But I do think they're going to be contributors down the line. And if you continue to get contributions from those guys, and then, you know, from Hunter Brown and from Peter Lambert, and I mean, the Astros, I think they're in first place for a reason. They're rolling right now for a reason. The offense has kind of turned it around, and I don't think not making a move this deadline shows that the Astros aren't trying to win. I just think that the values were high, and Dana Brown did what he thought was best. Now, is that going to work out? We'll find out in 2 months, I guess. But I don't think it was. I don't think it was for a lack of trying.
Yeah. I think they were. I mean, they were kicking their tires. Maybe they were, you know, big fish chasing a little bit. You know, I have no idea. I would love to know, but you know, the Stowers rumors were out there. Some of the lesser players got moved, you know, while they were reportedly in on him, and then, you know, they went after Varsho, it seemed, and all these are reports after it was reported that the Marlins were going to keep Stowers. I don't know. Maybe they caught up in a name, maybe not. I wouldn't consider myself Astros future. Jimmy Price joining us on the HRP guest line. I don't know if I would consider myself a prospect hugger. Maybe some would call me that. I don't know. But I definitely didn't want to trade Nayens. I definitely didn't want to trade Alvarez. Would have liked to keep the pitchers we just talked about as well. I'm starting to fall in love with this Furman guy too. I didn't know a whole lot about him, you know, prior to a couple of months ago. But tell us about the top of the Astros minor league system: Alvarez, Nayens, and then Furman. What do they have? What do the Stros have with these guys?
Yeah, I think they haven't had prospects, probably, especially on the offensive side, like this in a while. You know, Nayens has ridiculous power, ridiculous patience. 19 years old in high A. He's got 16 homers, draws a ton of walks. Alvarez has equally high upside, but brings a different trait to the table. He's more of a high contact guy. He's got 23 doubles. He's up to 9 homers. He's only 18 years old in single A. I think more power is going to come. Really, really good prospect there. And then Furman, that's another $2 million signing they had internationally that's playing over in the Dominican Summer League right now, and stealing bases, hitting 330, showing some power, walks more than he strikes out. And then you add the additions with the draft with Logan Hughes, Jack Riddell, and as I'm kind of reworking my top 30 right now, which will come out in a week, to me the biggest difference is you added 2 in the top 4 with your 2 first-round picks. But the number 5 to 15 prospect, that depth I feel like is really improved from where it was last year, just with some of the draftees, and then with some guys breaking out, Anthony Hueso, a Nick Potter, a Jagger Beck. Walker Yannick kind of turned around. Jason Savoni. I think the system's in a lot better place right now than it has been in a year or two. And I think I got to give credit to Dana Brown for holding on to some of those guys. I know some people say, you know, hey, parades over prospects, but you don't get the prospects without the parades, and you're going to need the contributions from the young guys. You can't, you know, the Astros aren't going to be able to go out there and just buy a World Series. They're going to have to need the contributions. So I'm glad he was able to hold on, especially the top guys.
Yeah, it's a catchy line, but it's just really stupid, honestly. Shivani, you mentioned, I noticed his numbers in Double-A haven't been as great as they were in Single-A. Is there any concern there with how he's hitting in Corpus?
It's the second full season following the draft, 11th round pick. The numbers they're not eye popping like they were in Asheville, which is a hitter's paradise there. And so I would look at the numbers. He's still drawing walks. He's still hitting the ball hard. I was at that game Saturday, and he hit a couple balls really hard. I mean, high exit velocities. Fortunately, Frisco puts it up on the scoreboard, so you could see how hard guys are hitting the ball. And I think he still has that talent there. Just a little bit of growing pains, and we saw that a little bit with last year with a few of the guys that promoted up to Will Bush, to Joseph Sullivan, some of those guys that made their way up to Double-A. But the fact that he's still drawing walks, the home runs are down a little bit. But he's stealing bases. He's doing well defensively. He got a great arm behind the plate. I still think there's a lot of upside with him. And really, the Astros with the catching depth they have now with Schiavone and Will Bush and Walker Yannick, you're hoping one of those guys will end up taking the reins and being the catcher of the future. You think that he can stick behind the dish defensively? I do. Yeah, I do. I think his arm is definitely strong enough. He's still improving receiving and blocking, but I know he's made some great strides. I talked to him Saturday. I'll have a piece coming out about it here in a week or two. But he's made great improvements behind the plate, and then he's got a strong arm, which is something you always want to see. So yeah, I definitely think he's athletic enough and has the ability to stick a catcher.
Look forward to that. Look forward to the updated prospects too. That's going to be a lot of fun. Always like looking at your updates on that. You mentioned Jagger Beck a little bit earlier. My buddy Pollard's put me on Jagger Beck recently. I didn't really know a whole lot about his background until a couple of days ago. Undrafted free agent at a high school. I have to imagine that's pretty rare.
Yeah, it's very, very rare. Yeah, I was surprised when the Astros did it, and he was 17 years old at the time. He was committed to Hawaii, I believe, and the Astros ended up signing him as an undrafted free agent. And 6'6" at 17 years old, and you're just kind of thinking about the possibilities. Well, that's kind of what's came to fruition. His fastball's up to like 96 this year. Showing good command, curveball's really good, and he's got like a 2.7 ERA and single A with more strikeouts than innings pitched, and he's turned into a really good prospect from an undrafted free agent. And like you said, undrafted out of high school signing, it just doesn't happen often. And it's early right now, but it looks like the Astros kind of hit it with Jagger Beck.
Logan Hughes, what are your thoughts on him, the draft pick, maybe even his ETA?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be a fast mover. I think the bat is gonna play. I know some people that are pretty close to Logan, and he really doesn't have any holes in his swing. He's got power. He's got great contact ability. The knock on him, and the reason he probably wasn't drafted higher was just because he doesn't really have a defensive position. He's not going to provide any base running value. Probably going to end up, left field, first base, and he's not going to be a plus defender at any of those positions. But the bat is legit, and I think the power is really good. The contact ability, which is something that the Astros kind of haven't focused on recently in the draft and in the minor league system, is guys that can make contact. They did that this year. They got a lot of guys, and Logan Hughes was number one. Contact rates were out of the world, and 50 walks to 33 strikeouts, big time power. Super pumped for what he's going to be able to do, and I expect him to be a fast mover. Who knows what baseball is going to be next year, but 2028 I think seems I would imagine he's up by then.
Yeah, I noticed that too with the Astros draft. It seemed like in years past when Dana was over the draft, athletes, tons of power, raw tools, stuff like that, and this year they got a couple of high contact guys, which something they seem to have ignored in the draft over the last recent years. But great stuff as always, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Love your content at Astros Future on all socials. We'll be looking for that updated prospect ranking as well. You do a great job. Keep up the great work.
All right, appreciate it, fellas.
Astros Future. Check him out all socials. He is the guy. He's the mecca when it comes to the Astros minor league system. Like Stressens is with the Texans, that's Astros Future with the Astros.
That's a great point.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Cal. Always look for your affirmation, Mr. McNair. 713-780-ESPN. When we come back, let's cash them or trash them. What are you cashing or trashing this week? It's Jeremy and Joe with our guy Stressens on ESPN 97.5. Cashing or trashing with Jeremy and Joe. Stresson's in for Joe today. Joe will be back tomorrow, Lord willing. 713-780-ESPN. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. What about you, Garrett? You got a cash? You got a trash?
Yes. Potentially a hot take, maybe not, but Buc-ee's. I'm trashing Buc-ee's, man. I mean, we went on a trip this weekend with the family to Dallas, and we stopped there on both the way there and the way back with, some young kids. And maybe it's more so summertime, but it's a zoo in there, and I just get too anxious and I freak out. And the food and stuff's good, but it's just not worth it. I'm trashing it.
So you're saying it's too crowded? You're saying it's too crowded?
It's way too crowded, dude. It's like it's terrible. It gives me extreme anxiety, and I just want to freak out.
I mean, relax.
It makes me. I'm stressing when I'm in there.
Relax. I cash it. Yeah, I think it's too crowded. It's like the old Yogi Berra quote. No one goes there anymore. It's too crowded. No, it is stressful. Like there are certain parts of the week and the day where I will also avoid Buc-ee's. Like those prime hours where it's going to take 30 minutes to get in and out, and it's hard to find a parking spot, and there's so many people. I'm actually cashing this. I think it's a great take.
Summer weekends is it's just
no way.
The worst time to go.
I wouldn't.
There was 3,000 people there. It was insane.
I'm surprised you went.
I've never had the thought that, it's not worth it, except for when I went up to Fort Worth July 4th weekend while World Cup was still going on. And the place, not only was it felt like 2,000 people in there, but 90% of them were all had on some sort of soccer kit. It was.
What's your problem with foreigners?
The problem was the volume. I don't care who they represent, but it was unbelievable how much effort it took just to move around in the store. Yeah. Much less parking is always a disaster, but I'm okay with that. Finding a gas pump that's open is always difficult. I'm okay with that. But you couldn't even move around the store. It was so crowded.
It added 30 to 40 minutes to our trips on both ends.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you did it twice.
Yeah, I mean, I just listen to my wife. Lesson? She's the boss with the kids. I don't,
Fool me once.
Stay in the car, cinnamon.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. No, I like that take. I think it's a good take. What's your Buc-ee's order, though? Like when you go to Buc-ee's, what are you getting?
You definitely get the roasted pecans. Like those are a must. And I like their house-made chips as well. So
yeah, those are solid.
If I'm actually fully hungry, I don't mind the brisket sandwich either. So
yeah, brisket sandwich is good.
Yeah, brisket sandwich is solid. They used to do the beaver nugget like trail mix. Because the beaver nuggets by themselves were way too sugary for me. But you got the beaver nugget trail mix I used to love, but I haven't seen one of those in years. A couple years maybe. So that's a little bit annoying.
Become a choking hazard or what?
No, I think it probably just wasn't selling. My guess is just that they weren't selling very high. Because most people just buy the beaver nuggets, But I like the beaver nuggets and the trail mix kind of combined. But I haven't seen them. I haven't seen it in a long time. So something happened. My cash or trash them. The notion that George Springer hates the Astros organization is false, and I'm pointing to Dalton Varsho to give me a little bit of evidence.
Have you gotten a chance to talk to George at all just about this clubhouse, just about what you're walking into?
He told me you're gonna really enjoy it there. He enjoyed his years here, and obviously I think he wish he could have probably stayed. But one of those things for him, he's going to kind of give me a little heads up about everybody, and he's like, you're going to enjoy the hell out of everybody there because it's going to be a lot of fun for you.
There you go. A lot of people are like, oh, George hates the Astros because of service time manipulation and all that stuff. And I've been on record saying, no, I think y'all are wrong. I think that's water under the bridge after 6 years. And that if he got the same offer from the Astros that the Blue Jays gave him, that he would have stayed in Houston. And I feel like Dalton Varsho's quote here and soundbite here makes that take a myth. Cash or trash?
I really don't know what the backstory is as far as Springer and the Astros. I guess I just missed the storylines, but I don't think that he hates the Astros. I'm kind of in a mind pretzel here as to how I phrase where I stand, cash or trash, to agree or disagree.
Cash is when you cash it. Versus trash it, you're an idiot.
Yeah, cash you agree, trash you disagree.
Again, thanks for listening to the show.
Well, I don't think that he is a hater of the Astros.
Okay, good. Yeah, so you cash it.
I'll cash it as well because, and this is similar to something I saw from Clowney today. Like, Clowney's dislike of Texans is Bill O'Brien. He's no longer there. George Springer being mad maybe that he didn't get the contract he thought he deserved would have been directed at Luno and other people that aren't currently here. So, I mean, Jim Crane, sure.
Yeah.
But, like, I cash it. I don't think – I mean, it's been, 5 years since this has happened, 2 different GMs since then. So I would cash it that George Springer's no longer mad.
All right. Very good. Y'all agree with me. Brian.
I'm going to say that now they finished in this stat 7th last year. Maybe I'm glazing because Stressens is here. But I think the Texans lead the league in sacks this year. I'm excited about the signing of Clowney. I'll obviously Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter are both going to be double-digit guys. Now, the Broncos have been far and away like the sack leaders for the last couple of years. It is tough to make an argument that the Broncos make much of a fall-off. But you look at some of the other teams in front of them. Atlanta was second last year. They just lost Jalen Walker for the year. Obviously, the Browns were ahead of them. Now Myles Garrett is playing for a different team. So give me the Houston Texans as your 2026 NFL sack leaders.
Trash. And the reason I'm going to trash this is because I think there's going to be fewer plays in Houston Texans games than like the league average, and also versus some of those other teams that you mentioned. I think the game script and just the way the games go for the Texans will be too low in order for them to win the sack championship, I guess you could call it.
Could I flip the game script conversation, though? If they're playing with the lead, they're going to be going after it even more.
How many games they win last year?
12.
Where'd they finish in terms of sacks?
7th.
All right. So it happened last year.
Okay. That's a fair pushback.
So I'll cash it because I think hopefully the offense can marginally improve and we start to get leads in games to get more opportunities to rush the passer. I mean,
but if it marginally improves, won't the time of possession go up? Which if time of possession goes up, the other team has the football less, which leads to a lesser opportunity to get sacks?
My logic is you start to get a lead of 10 to 14 points, and the other team presses, and they're in known passing downs. And now you can just pin your ears back and rush the passer.
What does that mean to pin your ears back?
Pin your ears back as you just go after the quarterback?
No,
you literally pin.
I know what it means. There was in a game last year. There was like a play-by-play guy. He was like, "What do you mean by that?" And it was just like it went viral. Yeah,
I guess I missed that one.
That would be the recipe for them to do it. Is you get into you're up by multiple possessions late in the third quarter, and they're just in obvious passing downs the entire remainder of the game.
The offense, and I would add to that and what Garrett said. Like if we think they're going to be a better red zone team, which I do because Montgomery better offensive line improved as far as their run blocking, then those possessions that ended in 3 points should more often end in 7, which would increase their lead and give them more time to quote pin their ears back.
I've been waiting for this for a while. I think we all have. Is the offense has been holding the defense back. I thought they got robbed of being a historically great defense last year because of the offense. So hopefully, just we don't need a lot, just an average offense, and hopefully you can cash the sack total there.
Does it surprise you that the Texans were 12th in points per games last year?
Yeah, I mean, I see it all the time, and I know that I know it, but I still, when I see it, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel that way.
I think the defense helped them. The defense scored some. They put them in short fields and things like that.
Yep.
Junkie, Jimmy Price, product of Galveston, Texas. Great insight. He does always have great insight. Do you think the Astros, cash or trash, the Astros would have been more active if they weren't on that win streak and overtook the Rangers for first place in the division?
I will trash that. Again, I got stuck in the mind loop. I don't think that they would have been more active. I think they would have done the same thing regardless.
I do too. I do too. I trash it as well.
Trash.
Junkie, cash or trash, after a hard day of work, 7 to 10 beers is a perfectly acceptable dinner.
Trash.
I'm going to cash it.
Trash.
Cash it. You do you, boo.
You need some validation, but I'm sorry,
How many
I can't.
times have you had a 7-beer dinner, Jeremy?
Just because I don't do it doesn't mean that I'm going to trash that somebody else can.
Are you glazing the audience right now?
No, I think that it's up to them.
Is that the word of the day? Are we getting paid per
usage? I don't think that you should go out and have dinner and have 10 beers and then drive home. But if you had a hard day of work and you feel like you deserve it, you feel like you need it, you're at the house, and you're not putting anybody else at risk, do I care if you have 7 to 10 beers? No. That's perfectly acceptable. Now, I wouldn't do it every day. That would be harmful on your health. But occasionally, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Just don't hurt anybody else.
You could eat food for dinner,
Yeah.
Well, it's a radical idea there, Garrett.
Yeah, but I also don't gatekeep what people eat for dinner. You know, I don't care.
Well, technically, he's not eating dinner;
Yeah.
Uh,
he's drinking it. But
consuming dinner, whatever you want to phrase that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you go eat a packet of dirt for dinner. It's up to you, man. I don't care. Like Brian's gonna go have a 6-piece of chicken nuggets. I don't.
No.
That's fine. Joe's having dino nuggets for dinner
Probably
every night. I don't care.
Nuggets are very good.
Agree on Buc-ee's. Thought I was alone. No, you're not alone. Cash or trash, the Texans will have 40-plus sacks this season.
I mean, I have to cash, obviously.
Y'all both have to cash that. If y'all
I think they had 40. They had 47 last year.
Yeah, they had 47.
So I would definitely cash.
Yeah, I'll cash as well. I go to Buc-ee's just for the bathrooms, best bathrooms in the game. That's true. They do. 7 to 10 beers is light. That was Granado. I feel like we kicked a ton of field goals last year. YouTube, Keith. You don't. It's absolutely.
Very accurate. I mean, didn't Kaimi set like a team record?
Yeah, and I think he was like an NFL record, right?
I think it was 50-yard makes or something like that. We can look it up in a break.
I think that's right. Most 50-yard makes in a single season in NFL history. That leads me to another cash or trash. This one's from Texans special teams coach Frank Ross. He says that the city of Houston should appreciate Kaimi Fairbairn. Should Houston appreciate Fairbairn? Cash or trash?
Oh, that's a big cash. He's like
best
arguably
kicker in team history.
Yeah, and like the way we play, I know it's annoying. D'Amico Ryan's defensive-minded team, field position, and conservative offense, kicking field goals. I mean, him kicking 50-plus yarder field goals is like a game changer for us.
I mean, I'll cash it, but I'll also be like, don't build the statue yet. I don't even know, Ring of Honor. You need to hit a game-winning field goal in a significant game for me to get that. Also, I feel like Kaimi Fairbairn, especially in bad weather games or outdoor games in the postseason, is not reliable. So, could you do worse than Kaimi? Obviously. Is Kaimi a top 7 kicker in the NFL the last 3 to 5 years? Yes. Do I think he should be in the Ring of Honor? No. Do I think he should have a statue? Not until he makes a game winner in the Super Bowl. And sidebar, I wish he would kick better in weather in the postseason.
We saw a small sample size where he did better last year, like the KC game. So hopefully that's a trend that continues. I think he made one in the Patriots game, but it was basically meaningless. So, yeah, that verdict is still out to fully see that. He's Hawaiian, he's not used to that.
I know. Flying Hawaiian. That was Shane Victorino's nickname. Tony Romo texting in, 72 10 beers, you're out of control.
Is he going to see his grandparents?
That's what they call his parents. They call his parents grandpa and grandma.
So I saw something, I didn't follow up, but I know on the video he was going to see his grandparents, but then someone said that both of his grandparents, he didn't have any grandparents.
They're both dead.
So you're saying that's what he calls his parents?
They in his family, they call his parents, his mom and dad, grandpa and grandma, because that's what his kids call them. So they just call them that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've done that a little bit with my parents.
I do that.
I do that. Speaking in third person, I
guess.
Not
100% of the times, but I'll refer to my dad as grandpa around my kid.
Yeah, for sure.
Were his kids in the car though? I mean.
Yeah. if it's just me and him, it's dad. But if the kids are around, I'll say grandpa.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that you would tell a cop I'm going to grandma and grandpa's.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Whatever. I would have said my parents.
I call Cap on that.
Love Fairbairn I love Al Del Greco. Al Del Greco was the best. Love that dude. Don't forget the NFL changed the ball for kickers. Records will fall. It's a good point. Wheatstraw, last cash or trash. Stresson sounds mildly annoyed by Branham.
I'll
cash. I mean, I wouldn't be in the minority, I don't think, on that either. But
what did I do to annoy you?
The show is so much better when you're not being a turd.
What did I do that was annoying?
I mean, you started out really good. I was like, man, Jeremy's different today. He's actually being chill, and then you start to become the antagonist. Eventually comes out, but no, I'm not. I enjoy my time with you. I'm very appreciative of our friendship and our conversations. And
I didn't do it.
Did ChatGPT write that for you?
I read a few texts, and I'm the annoying one. That's messed up.
Co-hosting with Lance or co-hosting with Jeremy?
Oh, man.
And Lance is the answer to that. We all know
and Lance is down the hall, so he can hear you.
He's also a Radio Hall of Famer.
And I'm hoping he might give me credentials, so yeah.
How would Lance do that?
I don't know. He just came in here and said, let me put a word in for it. All right, cool. Let's do it. The guy's connected.
Lance got pull.
I won't get you credentials, so. Yeah. All right. 713-780.
That's why your friendship with Draw Johnson broke up.
Yeah.
You were friends with him?
We went to the same high school.
Yeah, I'm friends with him too.
He was a little younger than me. He was really good friends with my cousin. But no, his dad was my rest in peace, Larry Johnson. His dad was my driver's ed teacher.
Oh, cool.
And my principal. He like double dipped. Yeah. No. Yeah, I know Gerard.
Great guy.
We were never like friends, but we were always knew each other. Stuff
yeah,
like
kind
that.
of the same for me.
Yeah, he asked me for tickets to the Final Four, and I was like, I can't do that, dude. And then it's really been all over since.
And he moved to Philadelphia. He was so mad.
I know. All right, when we come back, some dudes got paid today. Some dudes got paid. Let's talk about that. Jeremy and Joe with Stressens filling in on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Let's give away another pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party.
It's always
coming
fun
up,
to win.
6:30, Friday, August 28th, St. Arnold Brewing Beer Hall. The only way to get in is to win a pair of tickets from listening to the station or our social media. And to get tickets this time, you have to answer this trivia question. Kaimi Fairbairn has made the most field goals in team history. Who's second? Caller number 15 or greater with the correct answer, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Kaimi Fairbairn has made the most field goals in team history. Who is second? Your chance to win. some dudes got paid today. Bijan Robinson got paid $25 million a year. This is the kind of contract I kind of guessed was going to happen, not to toot my own horn. But $75 million a year, 3-year deal. I think it was like 48 of it guaranteed, maybe 51 guaranteed, which is the most guarantee ever to a running back other than Jeremiah Love, ironically. But what did you make of this contract? Bijan getting paid, and I imagine the framework for Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? I was.
Yes. So Bijan Robinson, $75 million, 3 years, 25 per, second largest guaranteed to a running back other than Jeremiah Love, which is funny because he got drafted. But what did you think of this contract to Bijan?
I mean, it's a lot. It's just I think it's part of why people don't draft running backs so high, because if they hit as you expect them to, you're gonna have to pay them. I mean, so it's just a double-edged sword. Like, it sucks to pay that a lot, especially for running back. He's definitely, worth top of the market. Again, we talked about earlier as far as, having to be relative as far as total cap at year signing. So when you factor that in, maybe, I don't know what the equation comes out to. It's not as bad as it seems, but it's something that has to get done. Like, you're invested in him. He's one of your best players. So it's just like a necessary evil is the kind of way I view it.
I think that running backs are grossly underpaid, to be honest. Like, I'm not saying that you should give them 5-6 year deals guaranteed like for that long, but you look at a Bijan Robinson who signed today, the most money ever given to a running back, in a contract extension is Bijan Robinson, $25 million a year. Do you know receivers in the NFL that make $25 million? You're looking at like Devontae Smith, Jamison Williams, George Pickens, DJ Moore, Alec Pierce, Jalen Waddle. Brandon Ayuk is making $30 million. Like, those guys aren't as important to their team, and I understand it's the market, and that's how the market works, all of that. But I actually feel bad for running backs because I think that they're criminally underpaid. So anytime that you get a big contract like this, I actually applaud it. Because there's no way that Bijan Robinson should be making less money than Terry McLaurin or Brandon Ayuk or Alec Pierce. I get that you wouldn't want to pay him long term, and I get it's the market. I think that running backs are severely underpaid.
I agree. I mean, I don't get it either, but I guess it's one of those things, like, it is what it is. So, like, if you're one team and you think otherwise, and all of a sudden you were to come in and pay a guy X amount over market just because you think it's right, like, I guess it's like a union type mindset, like, hey, don't, like, screw this up for the rest of us. But yeah, I mean, just off of like production alone, like, they impact the game a lot more, right? I mean, if you're getting 15, 20, 30 carries a game and you're a receiver and you get 10 targets a game, just off that perspective, you have a bigger chance of affecting the game.
Yeah, Zay Flowers, you know what?
That was crazy.
Yeah, Zay Flowers got paid a lot of money. You know what they say, though? You know what they say about Zay Flowers? Lamar Showers brings Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers got paid a lot of money today. I like Zay Flowers, the player. I really do. I think he's really good. But he got the most guaranteed money for a wide receiver all time. Zay's contract today guarantees him $108 million. And look, I get it's like the latest receiver to get his deal, but Zay $108 million guaranteed. Justin Jefferson was $88.7. Jamar Chase was $73.9. JSN, who was unbelievable last year, $69.1. CeeDee Lamb $67. Zay Flowers is the first receiver to get guaranteed money north of $100, and he got almost $20 million more guaranteed than Justin Jefferson, which is insane to me.
Yeah, that's insane. And what was his APY? It was like in the mid to low 30s, too, on top of that. It wasn't just like – it didn't seem like it was just a way to kind of lower the APY. The APY was still high. And this guy, like, I mean, he's a good receiver. I like him, but –
$35 a year.
$35 million APY.
Which is fourth. It's tied for fourth with Jefferson.
And he gets that guaranteed on top of that. Like,
yeah, maybe they felt like that Zay Flowers and his agent felt like $35 million was like, I guess, not great. I guess they felt it was like conservative. And it was kind of like we were talking about with Stroud earlier, where Zay Flowers felt like he was doing the Ravens a favor by only making $35 million a year. So in turn, like, if you're only going to give me $35 million a year, you have to give me, the biggest guarantee ever given to a receiver. But I'm with you, though. I feel like that's pretty healthy APY as well.
And it's like, I can see that money for a receiver who's more of like an X receiver. Like, you can, win one-on-ones, backside, like a bigger guy, like an A.J. Brown, Nico Collins, like a 6'4", 220 type receiver. But someone he probably plays both, outside and inside. But he's more of, his skill set is like, Yeah, and he's
5'9".
He's
5'9",
fragile.
185.
He's like his potential for like you talk about guaranteed money. This guy could get hurt. Like
no, I think he's. I mean, that hasn't been true in his career. Maybe it'll be true going forward.
Yeah.
He's only missed one game in his career in his first 3 years. But he is. I mean, he's smaller. There's no doubt about that.
And then like I'm sure Ravens fans too. He pretty much cost them that Super Bowl appearance a couple years ago in the AFC Championship game. But,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's way too high. I mean, great player, but I don't think he's worth that much APY or guaranteed, to be honest.
I would tend to agree with you. It feels like he's overpaid. I'm a fan of the player. I feel like he's overpaid. He is very, very small. Not that we're sizist around here. But he's small. He's pound for pound the richest receiver in the history of the game. And then one other, Darnell Wright. Joe is so excited, I bet. Darnell Wright, offensive tackle for the Bears, 4 years, $116 million, $93 million guaranteed for Darnell Wright. In case you had Darnell Wright as your next offensive lineman to get paid in the offensive lineman pool that you do with your friends. Of another very rich man. NFL money is very, very nice. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who is your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Junkie of the Day coming up next. Stressen's in for Joe. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Who's your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-ESPN. Houston Restaurant Weeks is back. It's happening now through September 7th. Think of it like a citywide all-star lineup, hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Some great options. Some elite options, some great food, and then again, it's all helping out the Houston Food Bank, which is awesome. Junkie of the Day, 713-780-ESPN. A few texts. Cal McNair thinks Al Del Greco is a salad dressing. That's pretty funny. Randy Bullock is the Texans field goal kicker who's eaten the most cheeseburgers in team history. Why is Bullock getting strays?
Old Bo Bandy.
That's.
I mean, it's probably true though.
Yeah.
Cheeseburger.
I mean, he fits right in though. He's got an owner who loves cheeseburgers. Who doesn't love cheeseburgers though? To be fair. Y'all didn't really back me up.
I thought that was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, sorry.
Y'all like cheeseburgers, right,
yeah,
guys?
No, who likes cheeseburgers? That's weird.
I know who doesn't like bacon cheeseburgers, Jeremy.
I don't say I didn't like bacon cheeseburgers.
You've
That's
told
moving
us
the goalpost.
You've told us that cheeseburgers are better without bacon on it.
That's not the same as not liking bacon cheeseburgers. It's not even close to the same thing.
Tomato.
No, I like
different.
bacon cheeseburgers, but I prefer regular cheeseburgers.
Cash the trash, Garrett.
That's not liking bacon cheeseburgers.
I kind of catch that. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, like a bacon cheeseburger is like I'm gonna get fancy. It's like every now and again you kind of
Bacon
mix it
makes
up.
it fancy?
Oh yeah, dude. You get a
adds
whole
an
different
element.
texture and taste. You know. It's,
Yeah. That's my take actually.
That's
is
your
the bacon.
celebration burger? You put bacon on it?
Yeah, you know,
You
like
like
we're
a
gonna
fried
we're gonna
egg on a
spend
burger?
big tonight. You know, we're
I
gonna
do.
spend the extra $2 for the bacon tonight.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not that I don't like it. It's I prefer it without it. That's totally different.
So what occasion would you get bacon on it then if you prefer it without?
Somebody else is making it for me.
Okay.
That's kind of how it is for me. Like I guess maybe it's like the way I'm wired, and I'm realizing that me and Jeremy are very similarly wired, I guess. But I just I'm a man of routine, and just you know I'm used to this. You know, I don't really get creative too much, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a simple man. People call me that. People call me a simpleton. Even.
A simpleton.
Junkie B-Mac for not answering the phone, says a texter.
Not true.
I guess you didn't answer his call.
Well, once I get to the winner, I can't keep when I'm answering and talking to the winner, I can't keep answering the people that call in after that.
That's a great point.
Priorities.
Goodness, I forgot how much I hate Randy Bullock. Why do you hate him so much? That's weird.
Did y'all used to watch Trailer Park Boys back in the day?
No.
You never seen a Bo Bandy? The character in Trailer Park Boys?
Y'all watch this in Crosby?
Trailer Park Boys. Randy Bo Bandy. He's like Randy Bullock.
Crosby.
The guy never wears his shirt.
No, I've never seen this.
He's got a huge gut.
I've seen it like around. I've never watched like an episode.
The comp is Randy Bullock?
Yeah, it's a one for one. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
This guy with the glasses is a famous GIF. This is why I know it.
Bubbles.
Yeah, that's why I know. That's where I've seen it. You know what? I don't think I've seen a minute of the show.
It's good. I mean, it was more of like a college show back in the day, and you just kind of watched it, and it's just
Yeah. B. Hannon says Trailer Park Boys is elite.
Yep. Went to a couple of their live shows too. It was pretty fun.
Really? I didn't realize they did all that.
Yep.
Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, coming up after us. Garrett, you going to stick around, do that show with Glenn?
Oh yeah, I'm a big
soccer talk
football fan.
I'm actually calling some soccer here in the next month or two. I'm actually looking forward to that. It's been a while for me. Junkie of the day. You have a junkie of the day, Garrett?
Yeah, I would say myself. You know, I went to training camp yesterday, and I moved my wife's car out of the way and forgot to put her keys back in the car. And I was at training camp and got a call from her saying, "Hey, where are my keys?" And I was like, "Oh, they're in my pocket."
You got to be careful putting keys in the car. Somebody might steal it.
Yeah, I guess my neighborhood, it's kind of could go either way. It's not the nicest, but not the worst. But luckily she had a spare, and the kids got to school and everything. But I had a brief moment where I'm like, man, I just really screwed up. So, yeah, I was definitely a junkie for that.
So was she unsure that she had a spare?
Yeah, like there was a brief moment where she was freaking out, but then luckily it got sorted out. So.
Taylor Trammell is my junkie of the day, thinking he homered when it was caught at the wall. Brian.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to win, but I'll say our overuse of the term glazing today. It was just far too much.
I mean, y'all kept doing it.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to do it for us. Thanks, Stressens. I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Looking
thank you
forward to
guys
doing
so
it
much.
again.
Had a blast, yeah.
Appreciate the content. Make sure you're following him, Texans commenter on all social, Stressens on other ones as well. Great job by G. I don't know why I called him that. Brian, thanks for all the hard work. I'm still Jeremy, though. Joe will be back tomorrow, we think, for better or worse. Talk to you then. Good night, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, coming up right now.
All right, let's get ready to go here tonight. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 is on the air, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Been bringing soccer talk to you for many, many years, and we appreciate the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713. Call now for the best in personal injury attorneys. Welcome in, everybody. Probably still processing the World Cup and getting back into it. We're a couple of weeks away from major leagues kicking off. Mauricio Pochettino has re-signed with the U.S. men's national team. We'll talk about that tonight. We got a new Major League Soccer commissioner, Larry Berg. Franco Baresi, the wonderful, elegant Italian defender, revolutionized the position, has sadly passed away at 66 years of age. The streets of Milan today were just inundated with people. So much around Franco Baresi, and we'll talk about him today. I'm going to tell you about an interesting thing that happened with him in the 1994 World Cup, which I happened to be behind the goal where he was playing and in and around and marking Romario and Bebeto. So I'll tell that story here a little bit tonight. A lot of crazy transfer talk and a lot of transfers that have been consummated. We'll talk about some of the big ones and who are the winners and losers. And an ex-MLS player, you're not going to believe this one, in the news for what I would call, all the wrong reasons. So there we go. But tonight we're going to start it off with Game On for 90.
Game on, man. Here's Glenn Davis. Game on. With Game On for 90. Game on.
All right, I noticed a real shift in the football culture, I think. I think more and more people maybe aren't supporting the team, the club. They're following players. Their favorite star transfers, they switch teams overnight. That loyalty to a club and a team is something in sports that may be changing. It's a reflection of modern sports nowadays. So here's the question. What do we lose when loyalty is attached to a singular player as opposed to the team in sports? It's one for contemplation. A club represents history. Now, when you measure that against Major League Soccer teams, and you see that there are teams around the world that have been around for well over 100 years, it's pretty crazy. So clubs in provincial parts of Europe and the world, they represent history, community, generations of supporters, an identity that lasts long after a player retires. It's about the team, the badge, stars. They come and go. The badge remains. Great players need great teams. Even the greatest footballers in history, they didn't win it alone. They needed teammates willing to defend, create chances, sacrifice. That's how Messi makes it happen, right? So the obsession with the individual and individual greatness can sometimes make us forget that football, and I mean football, is the ultimate team sport. So maybe the real debate isn't whether player-first fans are wrong. It's whether modern football has trained fans to maybe think this way. Because a lot of the clubs will promote one guy over the team. Have clubs allowed their own identities to be overshadowed by superstar marketing? Or is this simply the reality of a generation that follows people more than institutions? This is simply here, maybe in the United States with soccer fans. Sometimes we cry in Houston, we don't have a star player. Some will say it's Hector Herrera. Actually, the real star for the Houston Dynamo is Guilherme, the Brazilian. But he's not one that resonates like a Robert Lewandowski or a Messi or an Antoine Griezmann in Orlando. It's a conversation worth having. It's something worth contemplating. You can admire the name on the back of the shirt, but the game has always belonged to the crest, the badge on the front, the history of the club. Players come and go. The team doesn't necessarily. All right, so there you go. And I think you could tag off that. What type of fan is the Houston Dynamo trying to cultivate here locally or MLS in general? Followers who accept everything? Who are they? What are they? Don't know. So when I did the Portugal games at Energy Stadium, which was called Houston Stadium during the FIFA World Cup, I noticed, and I did have somebody respond to me and say, yeah, there were some Portuguese fans at the top, but a lot of these fans who are wearing Ronaldo Portugal jerseys were there simply, and they were identifying themselves by wearing his jersey. That was the most important thing to them. Not Bruno, not some of the other players on the team. So there you go. It's a good one to talk about. 713-780-3776. And that can be in any sport. Do you think sports is now about the individual? I mean, how much do we have to listen to about LeBron? It just never ends. Brian, let me bring you in on this.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was getting music right.
Well, do you think there's so much marketing sometimes around individual players over teams? And the fact that they are constantly moving now does jade loyalty to teams.
I still think teams or fans are loyal to their own team. I just think it makes sense from the league because they're trying to sell jerseys. I mean, the people are buying jerseys because of the name on the back usually. Now, there are some teams or fans who will buy a jersey just because it's the Texans or the Astros or whatever. But, I think buying into an individual player is important for dollars. So I don't blame the teams for doing it.
So is it important for teams to have that star guy that is their primary guy that's marketing?
For financial success, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like it. All right. There's Brian. He has his say there. Mauricio Pochettino is going to stay with the U.S. national team. He's extended his contract through 2030. That's if he gets there. I can't not think that there's some sort of a clause in there. Now, of course, the financial details are not reported publicly. He's supposed to get a raise on the $6 million payout that he had in the previous deal. Apparently, a billionaire hedge fund manager, Ken Griffin, is kind of been behind his payment. So I've seen some areas where it says Mauricio Pochettino's role is going to expand beyond the senior men's team. That statement coming from U.S. Soccer outlined that Pochettino and his staff will, quote, advise and support the Federation on the broader development of the full national team pathway, youth soccer, coaching, education. Yeah, so, I mean, who knows what that means? It's kind of nebulous. 31 matches he was in charge. He won 17, lost 12, drew twice. Obviously, in the very beginning, he was trying to assess what he was getting into. He was assessing players. I didn't really take to heart too much the Nations League and the loss to Mexico in the Gold Cup because his main goal in this cycle or partial cycle was success in the World Cup. Now, you can decide whether the U.S. was successful or not, or if it was a push, if we were at the blackjack table. We did get off to a great and exciting start. I think he connected with the fan base in the United States. I think he likes America. He's saying he's missing it, and he likes country music, and he had some vibrancy. He had some real personality. This cycle, he's going to have to start winning these tournaments, and the U.S. In September will begin to play friendlies under Pochettino. The main thing I like is continuity. That's number one. How long he remains and if he gets to 2030, who knows? I like how he embraced the American culture, and I like how the American culture needed a real taste of hardcore Argentine soccer. I liked his leadership, but now he's going to have to go through a qualification process, which is going to change the way he looks at teams and doing things. 713-780-3776. From a distance where I am, he was outcoached against Belgium. Now, I know people are, but you had all the off-field stuff with Balogun and all that. You did. I get it. But I will say you had to expect at that point you were going to get a Belgium team that
probably wasn't going to sit off you and play in a low block like Paraguay, Bosnia, Australia, right? I mean, if you're thinking and you're looking, and believe me, I'm not the coach Mauricio Pochettino is, all right? But from the outside, when you look at that game, you see the changes in the Belgian lineup, you knew that it looked like they were going to press you higher up the field, and they did press the U.S. higher up the field, and we couldn't handle it. So I'm glad Pochettino's back. Do you like having him back? 713-780-3776. The real question is, what is U.S. Soccer going to do potentially with the overall game, or is everything going to stay the same? Are they going to be able to pull together all these differing leagues and at the youth level and bring this bird's nest? It's like fishing when you have a bird's nest on your reel. It goes everywhere. You don't even know what direction. I mean, you got people flying to play games with young kids in Oklahoma and taking hotels. I personally think you can get your competition right here in Houston. There's enough of it. We got millions and millions of people. There's a lot of talent here. You can get your competition here without flying all over the place. But these leagues are set up to make money, whether it's off the uniforms, whether it's off travel. That's the way it's set up. So I don't know if anybody can change any of that, because I think that pressure to be taken off parents would be a nice thing as far as driving, travel, financial outlay, all of that. Pay to play is not going away, though. That's not going away. And also access to the game, that to me is, I don't agree with that. Everybody's got access to the game. If you're talking about inner city, there's a tremendous amount of nonprofits everywhere, and access to the game is somebody putting a ball at someone's feet. In this case, in the inner city, it's a basketball, and that probably still remains the biggest game. Okay, let us move on to some factual things that are going on. By the way, tonight, the Under-20 CONCACAF Championships, the U.S. will play Guatemala, 7:45. So Nokaya Banks is a 6'4" center back. I would say tune into that tonight. I think it's on FS2. I'm going home after this game to watch this. He is the player, and knowing our interest with improving our central defense, could be the perfect partner for Chris Richards. He's playing tonight, I'm pretty sure, and Germany's also trying to get him. So he's one of these dual nationals, American parent, German parent. We got to land him. Mauricio Pochettino's got to land him. I have not seen him play as much as I would like. He's 6'4". I could like the looks of him and Richards playing together. Another kid to look at is Pedro Soma, holding midfielder, kind of a possession player. And then some of the MLS teams that have elected to play young players. Julian Hall, MLS All-Star at 18, a natural finisher. So these are guys now, 4 years from now, could be added to a roster that continues with some guys that are going to play in potentially a third World Cup. The Tyler Adamses, the Weston McKennie, some of those aren't going to make it through, but a lot of them will. We'll see where Pulisic is in his durability and all those other things. By the way, I got some really eclectic music here tonight. I think Brian McDonald saw this list tonight.
I hadn't heard of all of it, yeah.
Well, some of them I learned about too. So I did a little fishing around. I wanted to go different. There's some in there you're going to recognize, but this is some cool stuff tonight, and I'm sure my friends at Cactus Music will like it. The Houston Historic Record Shop, best in vinyl, pre-loved, reissued CDs as well. Very cool T-shirts. 2110 Portsmouth. Quinn and his staff, a great place to hang out. And also, I remind you, great friends up at Senate Avenue Brewing, award-winning craft beer, 16,000 Dillard, Jersey Village, 290. You take the Senate Avenue exit. Just exceptional, fresh, brewed, award-winning craft beer. We've had great times doing all our live shows up there. Big patio, Great job in the World Cup up there from Andrew Mitchum and Company, Senate Avenue Brewing. Let's take a break.
You're listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
We come back with the legendary Shaggy, Mr. Bombastic. You got to love Shaggy. Really important, this one. Abby's Cup, it's on Friday. Abigail Agosta, in memory of her, top goalkeeper, she suffered from OCD, committed suicide. This is very, very sad. But Abby's Cup promotes mental health awareness, hope, normalized discussion, empowering young women to open up regarding their own mental health. We've had Abby's father, Paul, on the show, a wonderful man. Friday, this event is going to take place from 6 to 9 at 10,001 Stella Link Road. This is, I believe, the Rise Soccer Club facility over there. So you're going to have some youth clubs playing some games. Albion, HTX, Rise, Houstonians are all playing in it. And then 8:30 to 9, they're going to have a panel discussion with health professionals, sports psychologists at Abby's, ABBISCUP, on Instagram. At Abby's Cup on Instagram. And we're going to do some things with them in the future and keep supporting this event. This will be Friday, again, 6 to 9 p.m. Okay, Next segment we'll have for Herman Fernandez Morazan from the Houston Chronicle. We're going to talk some Argentina. We're going to talk a new Dynamo signing. Right now, I want to take you into, though, what is sad because the man is young. Franco Baresi, the legendary Italian defender, 66 years old, passed away. 20 years played at AC Milan, 81 caps for Italy. 1994, in the final, played against Brazil. I'm going to tell you a story about that. 1982, he was a World Cup winner. Organizer, leader, exceptional on the ball. Could do it all. Could man mark, zonal. You always link him to the great Paolo Maldini. And they once went on a 58-game unbeaten streak at Milan with him and the team. But he was an organizer. He was a quiet leader, one of those types of players. And passed away in the vein of just this man left too early. But the streets of Milan today were just filled and highly emotional day. Just a remarkable player, and there's so much out online. Mourners throughout the streets of Italy. So in 1994, he popped his meniscus, the beginning of the 94 World Cup. Had surgery. 3 weeks later, makes his return in the World Cup final. Is exceptional at the Rose Bowl, dealing with guys like Romario. He's one of the best players on the field. I was behind the goal. I was able to watch him defending Romario and Bebeto. They would ultimately lose on penalty kicks. But just, a player that represented that sort of era. Kind of libero type in a way. Franz Beckenbauer, you had Germany, and then along came this amazing defender, Franco Baresi. So we think about him today. We lost a great one there. There's no question about that. We have some sound on Baresi, Brian. It's Jamie Carragher and Zola, the former Chelsea player who also played for Italy. Take a listen to this.
He's my favourite defender of all time, and I was fascinated talking to you before about the 94 World Cup. What Baresi does in that, I think he gets injured in the first game against Ireland, has a knee operation, comes back and makes it for the final. Yeah. And then is the best player in the final, playing against Romario and Bebeto. Romario was player of the tournament. What was he like to you? I mean, you would have played against him a lot in training.
Well, Franco was mixed. He was very intelligent, first of all, nasty, quick, tactically was on a different level. He was always in the right position at the right time, and great leader. Didn't talk too much. He was one of those silent leaders, but was always doing the right thing.
Paolo Maldini wrote a letter to Baresi. Here's some more sound. This is soundbite number 6.
Un messaggio pieno di emozione e riconoscenza, quello pubblicato da Paolo Maldini per ricordare Franco Baresi, storico capitano del Milan, scomparso all'età di 66 anni. L'ex difensore rossonero ha voluto rendere omaggio a colui che è stato molto di più di un compagno di squadra, un punto di riferimento, un esempio, una guida durante...
But Maldini wrote a very emotional letter, and they had pictures and images of him today with very watery eyes and highly emotional. It really tugged at your heart. For those Italians out there who were liking that, I hope we didn't offend you by taking it off, but I don't think most of my listeners know Italian, and we have a very good Italian community center right here in Houston, by the way. So Franco Baresi passes away. Let's get into some transfers, and let's start with a reminder here that in 2025, the transfer window in the Premier League, there was $4 billion spent on transfers. $4 billion. The window opened June 15th for Premier League clubs, July 1st for most others. So here's a couple to keep an eye on and think about here. Danny Welbeck went to Chelsea on a free, 35 years old. He had 23 goals last year in the last 2 seasons. It's not a free. It's a small fee from Brighton, but actually could probably serve a role at Chelsea, Danny Welbeck. So we'll see how that goes. Anthony Gordon, you watched him for England in the World Cup from Newcastle to Barcelona. Newcastle's cashing in on a lot of players being sold. Gordon is going to Barcelona, so an Englishman to Barca. That's an interesting one. Max Lacroix, Crystal Palace, $69 million. Leader, commanding presence, is going to bring some real order for Xabi Alonso and his next venture. John Stones went on a free transfer, 32 years of age. He's going to Inter Milan. That makes sense. A lot of older players can extend their careers in Italy. It's a little less intense. The pace and tempo is not like the Premier League. This is a good move for Stones. This is an interesting one. And we saw him right here in Houston for the Netherlands, taking people on down the right side. Crescencio Somerville, 24 years old, goes from West Ham. And, man, he is cashing in to Al Hilal, an unreal fee of $73 million. I don't know. 24, is that too early to go for Saudi football? I don't know, but, I mean, if he ever has kids, they're never going to worry about anything the rest of their lives because he's hit the mother load like a lot of people have going to Saudi Arabia. Elliot Anderson, the very talented England midfielder, Nottingham Forest to Man City. He's only 23 years of age. In the Premier League last year, he was a winner of more duels than anybody in midfield. He's gonna have a lot of big pressure with this move being bought for $153 million. Unbelievable. Marc Cucurella will go from Chelsea to Real Madrid after winning the World Cup with Spain. Casemiro goes on a free to Inter Miami. Morgan Rogers, another one we watched in the World Cup along with Casemiro. From Aston Villa to Chelsea, $158 million. Had 25 goal contributions for Villa, the Europa League winner. So Aston Villa, Newcastle, Nottingham Forest, they can't turn this money down. They have to take this money. Yuri Tielemans to Manchester United, again, from Villa, $47 million. Good business for United. Excellent midfielder. Had a great game against the U.S. with Belgium. Newcastle to Spurs goes Sandro Tonali, $125 million. So there goes another Newcastle player. Denzel Dumfries, we watched him here in Houston with the Netherlands during the World Cup. Inter Milan to Real Madrid. I like this player. Nathaniel Brown of Germany goes from Eintracht Frankfurt to Bayern Munich, of course. Played well for Germany. He was one of the better players for Germany in the World Cup, who, by the way, went out very, very early in the World Cup. 713-780-3776. More moves. Ismail Saibari, you know him from Morocco. $64 million from PSV to Bayern Munich. Very active striker. Robert Lewandowski came on a free transfer to the Chicago Fire. You get a big, big star in a city where there are a lot of Polish people, a lot of Poles, and a lot of Polish and Poland connection. Remember the early days of the Chicago Fire? They called them the, what did they call them? Oh, they had a great name, but they had Peter Novak from Poland on the team. 2 goals Lewandowski had in his home debut for the Chicago Fire. You got a big name, big star. That's exciting. It's exciting to watch these guys like Lewandowski come over and then perform in a very athletic, a very difficult league when it comes to travel and climate in Major League Soccer. He seems to be off and running. He's a true professional. He's going to do fine here. Bernardo Silva, one of the symbols of Manchester City, goes to Real Madrid on a free transfer. 9 years at Manchester City for Bernardo Silva. What a player. And by the way, can play everywhere, anywhere, just multidimensional. Konate for Liverpool to Real Madrid. We know him as a defender. Antoine Griezmann is now in Orlando with former Houston Dynamo Griffin Dorsey, formerly of Atletico Madrid, Antoine Griezmann. Gonzalo Ramos, remember him? Had the game winner in one of the games for Portugal, I think against Croatia, if I'm correct here. PSG to AC Milan. So he'll be a teammate of Christian Pulisic, $84 million, under the new manager Ruben Amorim, who's also Portuguese. Now that's the player Gonzalo Ramos that people said, well, who knows what would have happened if he played over Ronaldo in the World Cup. Ronaldo got his goals against Uzbekistan, but was pretty much a non-factor in the other games. And there's an element of people who say if Ramos had played and we had a more mobile striker, who knows? Maybe we would have went deeper in the World Cup. Roberto Martinez was the head coach. I don't know what's going on with him. He was negotiating with Ronaldo's team, Al Hilal, to be the manager. I don't know where that is. Jan-Paul van Hecke, the center back, Netherlands, played right here at Energy Stadium also. $70 million from Brighton to Spurs. Excellent pass through the ball, like a lot of Dutch center backs. So a next step for him. Rasmus Højlund will go on loan to Napoli from Manchester United. Well, was on loan. That is now permanent. That's $51 million. That's pretty good money for somebody who didn't score a lot of goals for United. And you know the band Genesis, right? Phil Collins. He has a son, a 21-year-old son. He's a midfielder. His name is Matthew Collins. He signed with 1860 Munich, prior at Austria Salzburg, and was a youth player at Hanover in Germany. So there's some of the interesting ones, and I know there are more to come, and we'll keep up on those. But I don't want to get too much into the rumor mill because some of this stuff gets very, very silly. 713-780-3776. Okay, Larry Berg is now the new commissioner of Major League Soccer. Let's play a little bit of his sound, Brian, and you can go back to back on all this, and let's let everybody take a listen to the new commissioner of Major League Soccer taking over for Don Garber.
So let me first say that Don did an incredible job putting together the infrastructure of MLS, 30 teams, great ownership group, great stadiums. I think now it's an opportunity, especially after such a successful World Cup and so many soccer fans in the soccer nation of ours, to continue to elevate the product on the field, the quality on the field, to continue to add to the entertainment with what our plans are for new playoffs, for a new calendar starting next summer, for new divisions. And that'll be my job, to help work with the owners and figure out the best way forward. I think the most important thing is that we co-created it with our fans. I think if we focus on co-creating with our different sponsors and the players and the clubs and even the media folks, listen to what they're interested in, listen to the owners and everybody in terms of how to advance the game. If the league office can do that and bring it all together, then hopefully we'll have great success. I'm very proud of what we built at LAFC. It's in great hands and will continue to grow and prosper. And I'll be involved in that as the next commissioner. But I'd love to bring as much of that to the full league as I can. And I think, once again, after the World Cup, I feel like everyone's listening right now very intently. And I also plan to work very closely with U.S. Soccer, co-create things with U.S. Soccer to advance our youth development, to advance the national team, to advance the national team in the U.S. and in Canada. And I'm really looking forward to it. So I've been on the product strategy committee. It's now called the Sporting and Competition Committee for a number of years. I'm now the co-chair, and we've been working together to improve our roster model for years. We continue to come up with new and creative ideas, and I think last week, you're right, we talked about a variety of things. But I know Don wanted to leave it to the next commissioner to really decide how to move forward into what we've been calling MLS 3.0. So that's my job. We worked last week on simplifying some of the roster investment model and improving some aspects of it. But my commitment to the owners was that in the first 60, 90 days, I'll meet with each of the owners, talk about all their different preferences. I wouldn't have taken this job if they weren't ready to lean in, if they weren't ready to, grow this game aggressively. But people have different ways of doing that and different viewpoints, and my job would be to bring them together in an aligned strategy, and that'll take a little bit of time.
Grow this game aggressively. Some of the key quotes: the foundation has been built. Now it's our responsibility to build on it. My first priority will be listening. I don't think promotion and relegation is appropriate for our league. We have this great opportunity to get to the next level. I mean, it's pretty safe. I mean, you got to give the man a break. He's just getting into the job. He's probably got a lot of thoughts. I hope they really, I think one of the things he mentioned was get away from the 3-game playoff series. I mean, they've always been working with U.S. Soccer, so we'll see. But Larry Berg, the new commissioner of a Major League Soccer, I did mention to you that there was a player I couldn't believe this. There was a report, Mike Watala of Soccer America, I saw this from him. Diego Serna was a guy that played on the Miami Fusion, a Colombian. Dangerous forward, had legs like tree trunks. He got caught, I think, in Miami with close to 9,000 hydrocodone pills at the airport in backpacks. Not a great career choice. So he's probably in some real trouble. Now, this is Echo and the Bunnymen. Lips Like Sugar. Great song. Another one of our very eclectic mix here tonight. We got some good stuff coming up as we continue our music tonight here. Do want to remind you, Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations, Woodlands, Beltway, and I-10. Gyro and souvlaki plates, chicken kebabs. My favorite location is the one on Montrose. That's the original. Lamb shanks, spanakopita, keftedes. They got amazing pastries at all these places, too. I mean, their bakery is amazing. I mean, if you just want to go there for a great Greek coffee and a pastry, you do it. I love the chicken soup, too. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Herman Fernandez Moores of the Houston Chronicle, consider him a good friend. And Herman is going to join us on the show here, Friend in Soccer, next with the Houston Chronicle.
I'll take you back to the first day that he came into our training ground. He arrived at about 6:50 in the morning, and there was nobody in the training facility apart from one guy to let him in. He arrived at 6:50.
That's nuts, man.
And the team weren't training till 10. Team weren't training till 10.
What's he doing then?
Preparing. He's in the gym, he's warming up, he's doing all of the things that you expect a young kid to do, and he's still doing them now at his age, and he's everything that he's won in his career, you would expect him to be a bit more relaxed, but if I had to describe him with one, he's a winner. He's simple as that, he's a winner.
You're listening to Soccer Matters
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, that was David Beckham talking about Lionel Messi coming to training a couple of hours early. That was a very interesting soundbite. That was a good one for young players and anywhere to listen to. Because we see all this magic on television from all the great players and in stadiums, but we forget how much goes into that. LamontBrands.com for all your printing needs. Great spot. LamontBrands.com, LSSE.net. Big congratulations to Lone Star Sports and Entertainment for all the World Cup success for the 7 games out there. The execution was amazing. City of Houston really, really lived up to it. All right, let's go now to from the Houston Chronicle. He covered the World Cup in depth. He is Herman Fernandez Moores. He joins us now. Herman, how are you?
How are you, Glenn?
I am good. I'm excited to have you on tonight. Have you processed the World Cup? Have you decompressed after the World Cup?
Oh, yes. It was tough to recover after that final in New York, especially for energy, but I'm fine. I recovered already.
Okay, good, because I was worried about you being Argentine and your background. All right, so just give us a take on that final, because Argentina did get a lot of criticism after that. Give us your take.
I wrote before the final in the preview for the Chronicle and the 10 key factors for the game. And I think something was pretty clear before the game, that if Spain controlled the midfield the way they controlled the midfield in the semifinal against France, Argentina didn't have a chance. And that's exactly what happened. I was surprised in how Argentina approached the game in the first minutes, especially, playing without Paredes as a holding midfielder. It was going to be obvious that Enzo Fernandez and Alexis McAllister were going to do a lot of running and marking, and there was no space for creativity there.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point, and we did see France get suffocated by Spain in that prior game. I think the team that gave Spain the best game was maybe Belgium. That was a game I did out in L.A., and I thought actually Belgium played a pretty good game against Spain, considering how good Spain was. The idea was to break the rhythm of Spain, but they couldn't do it. I was pretty impressed with the emotional control of the Spanish.
Yes, I think they were, as they showed you in the tournament, in not all the games, but during lapses of the games, I think, more they controlled the ball in the midfield, the more comfy they felt, and that showed their confidence, and they were approaching the game. After the first game they draw against Cape Verde in Atlanta, the 0-0, Bosnia, greatest showing. What I wrote after that game is I was trying to analyze, is this the end of the tiki-taka, Barcelona-style soccer in Spain? And what I saw tactically from the game is that De La Fuente, as a coach, what he brought into the team was more depth and, a different urgency to go in attack when he was passing the ball laterally. So I think he was more pragmatic in the way Spain approached not only the game, but the tournament and their style of play.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point you bring up. And when they won the Euros, they won it playing a lot more attack-oriented soccer. Nico Williams was healthy. Lamine Yamal was healthy. Do you think that had something to do with a little bit more pragmatism in their game?
Yes, I think they didn't want to rely on stars. They really wanted to play as a team. And you know, it says a lot that Rodri won the Golden Ball, and you know, he didn't score, he didn't have even an assist, but you know, his passing was excellent, and you know, I think he had over 93% of effectiveness in his passing game, and. I think De La Fuente didn't want to rely on Jamal, and I you know, from my point of view, maybe because he started the tournament with an injury, he had a very quiet tournament, and you know, I think in the semifinal and the final he was in better shape. But I'm glad that Tagliafico, who didn't have a good tournament at all for Argentina overall, and he started the tournament injured as well. Had a good final, but because he kept him quiet for most of the time.
Yeah, Yamal broke out against Lamal had actually a very, very good game against Belgium, but you're right, it was a slow start. They were probably being careful with him. I think Nico Williams the same thing. I mean, they pretty much won the World Cup with very little from Nico Williams. But against Belgium, Lamine Yamal was getting in on his left foot into very, very good shooting positions. I think he had 6 or 7 shots that game. And I thought, well, okay, let's see what happens in the next game if some of these start hitting the back of the net. They really didn't. But I think he's just like Messi, right? He's one of these players that simply by being on the field, he is going to alter the way an opponent looks at him, a team.
Yes. I think, you know, but having them on the field at the same time takes pressure off the other players. Remember that. So I think that played in favor of a player like Dani Olmo, who I think was a key factor in Spain winning the title. He brought the spark that they needed in the midfield, linking with the attackers. I think Dani Olmo and Mikel Merino coming from the bench as well, not only in the final, but in the previous games as well. Yeah, I know Oyarzabal, you know, always is a threat up front.
Yes, always. And maybe a little bit underrated, right, as kind of a false nine.
Yes. What I was surprised, let me tell you, with Spain is that the way their defense, the composure of their defense, especially Paul Cubarsí playing, you know, his first World Cup at 19 years of age, he was a standout for me. And I don't think, you know, if you ask me, you know, Unai Simón, Golden Gloves,